This is the only emperor in history who rose from a beggar's body, but after crossing over, you locked him in a bottomless dungeon and casually tied him up. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had already calmed down for a while. He had struggled secretly, but the rope, although not thick, was surprisingly strong and impossible to break free from. Looking around, he confirmed that this was definitely not a place he was familiar with because there were no lights that could be turned on with a simple press in the palace. After a moment of careful consideration, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly spoke up and asked, "Can you tell me, what exactly is this place?" Without even turning his head, Yu replied, "Don't play your tricks. The police are coming soon, and with you tied up like a zongzi, there's no way you can escape." However, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment, then said, "Since you still have to guard me and are afraid I might run away, why not chat with me instead of getting tired and falling asleep, giving me a chance to escape?" You turned your head to stare at the other person for a while, then thought and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk about the stone tablet passed down from my ancestors. How much is it worth for you to be willing to take such a big risk to steal it?" "I didn't come here to steal. Do you believe me?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "I don't believe you, you old rascal." You shot the other person a glance. They didn't touch the air conditioner or steal the TV. Heading straight for the cellar. Apart from the mud and water stains on the stone tablet, everything else was spotless. What else could it be for if not the stone tablet? It's ridiculous to think they time traveled and landed on the stone tablet. That's just absurd. If you think I'm here to steal something, then so be it, Zhu Yuanzhang said. "What was that shiny little box you were holding earlier?" "A mobile phone." "What's it for?" "None of your business, thief." You found it baffling that he didn't even recognize a mobile phone. This guy was pretending to be an ancient person. You coldly snorted. "First, explain yourself clearly. Let me tell you, you're in big trouble, even if you don't say it." "I know. This ancestral stone tablet in my family was brought out from the Ming Dynasty palace by our ancestors." Seeing no response from the other party, you said, "You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Then let's wait for the police to come before we talk." Originally thought that the police could bluff the other party, but the person pondered for a moment and said, "So what you mean is, this is not the great Ming Dynasty? You said the stone tablet is a family heirloom, brought out from the Ming Dynasty palace." These two key pieces of information were keenly noticed by Zhu Yuanzhang, because he had only established the Ming Dynasty for a short 12 years, and the other party mentioned it was a family heirloom, so there is only one possible conclusion, that this is not the great Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart sank. What had happened to him, and where had he come to? Nonsense! The great Ming has been gone for over 300 years, you said impatiently. Don't pretend to be Zhu Yuanzhang with me, trying to pass off as mentally ill, right? What? Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been relatively calm, was suddenly shaken. His pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "My great Ming has perished." You stood up from the chair in a flash, showing genuine anger as the other person had crossed a line. In a mountain village like this, when encountering thieves, villagers often resort to giving them a beating before handing them over to the police. And when facing human traffickers or big thieves, surviving to reach the hands of the police is considered lucky. Under normal circumstances, if someone tries to steal something passed down from their ancestors, it would definitely lead to rallying nearby villagers to beat them half to death first. However, when you saw that the person was covered in mud, well into their 50s, you felt pity and decided not to continue beating them. As a result, this person repeatedly challenged your bottom line. First shamelessly pretending to be their own ancestor, then even after being exposed, they continue to play dumb, saying something about my Ming Dynasty has fallen. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered. You say I'm pretending to be your ancestor Zhu Yuanzhang. What's your name? He. You sneered. What? You come to steal things without checking first? Zhu Yuanzhang originally wanted to deny that he was here to steal, but now, calming down, he realized one thing, he did indeed appear abruptly in someone else's home, a fact that was undeniable. And not just any place, but in their cellar. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke sincerely. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. I do not know why I am here, whether you believe it or not. Even if you want to report me to the authorities, I hope we can have a good chat. You glanced up and down at the other person. Since Zhu Yuanzhang was covered in mud and his clothes were indiscernible, it was impossible to tell anything about him. You marveled and said, I knew you came to steal the stone tablet. Now you can talk. Talk about what? How much is the stone tablet worth? Zhu Yuanzhang could see that his descendants seemed to be stuck in the pursuit of money, with money on the brain. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted his eyes, realizing that everyone has their own motives, and evidently, the goal of his descendant was money. Now he has also figured out the situation. After coming out of Ganqing Palace, in that thunderstorm, he inexplicably arrived in the future hundreds of years later. So, There are two problems he has to face. Can he go back, and what happened after the Ming Dynasty? How to change the outcome of the Ming Dynasty's downfall. Regarding the first point, Zhu Yuanzhang actually has a speculation. It should be that stone tablet. Because when the ground collapsed outside Gongqing Palace, the carriage fell in. He instinctively crawled out of the carriage window, and then he grabbed a stone tablet while fumbling, and was then buried under a large amount of soil, and later appeared next to that stone tablet in the cellar. So it can be foreseen that the stone steel should possess some special mysterious power that can bring him to the future. If he wants to go back, the breakthrough point should still be on that stone steel. Since the first question has a solution, then perhaps the second question can also be understood. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on you, revealing a brilliant smile, and with a highly enticing voice, he said, I can tell you the value of that stone tablet, and I can even give you money, but the condition is that you must answer my question. When a person has a weakness, things become easier. Enticement is a good choice. Give me money? You were first stunned by Zhu Yuanzhang's words, then began to ponder what the other party meant. There's no such thing as a free lunch, so the other party must have their own intentions. Thinking of this, you became cautious, scrutinizing Zhu Yuanzhang up and down for a long time without speaking. Zhu Yuanzhang also remained silent, busy inspecting things in the room. It's a living room. He was positioned between the living room and the balcony and was tied to the balcony door handle. 2 meters to his left was a television, 2 meters to his right was a sofa, and an electric heating table, while Zhu Yunfeng's computer was placed next to the sofa, near the aisle. This included the brightly lit lamp overhead, and Zhu Yuanzhang didn't recognize any of them except for the cabinets, sofa, and table that gave a sense of their roles. But it was precisely because he didn't know anything that he chose to remain silent and wait for Zhu Yunfeng to give him an answer. The ancients weren't stupid, they just lacked perception. He desperately needed to fill that perception now, so after sensing Zhu Yunfeng's money-grubbing purpose, Zhu Yuanzhang chose to capitalize on that bit of his greed. Neither spoke, and the room fell into an eerie silence, save for the sound of Pippi still wagging her tail. First you tell me how much that tablet is worth, then you tell me how you're going to pay me? How much to pay? After half a second, Zhu Yunfeng decided to ask first. Too poor. All the ones passed down from my ancestors want to sell. With this family and income now, in the future, not to mention marrying a daughter-in-law, even cats and dogs can hardly afford to keep. You don't have to care. You answer my questions before we talk about the money, and as for how much to pay, you can rest assured that you're guaranteed to never have to worry about a thing in your life. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes. Fear not that people have no flaws, fear that the other person is a saint. Just as he was in Huazhou when he was gracious and subdued his father-in-law's old troops, by capitalizing on man's greed and shortcomings, he was able to seize the initiative in discourse. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Zhu Yunfeng showed a difficult expression. What? Zhu Yuanzhang wondered. Isn't this enough? ******************************************************************* ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The refrigerator can't be stuffed with cakes. Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit confused. Obviously he saw the desire for money in the young man's eyes, so why did he promise him evil? After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang said, I have a jade belt plate on my belt, a white jade belt left behind by the great Ming, of inestimable value. A white jade belt from the Ming dynasty? Zhu Yunfeng was overwhelmed with greed. Though I don't understand why a dog thief has a jade pendant on his belt, but if it's real, it must be worth a lot of money. But it suddenly occurred to me that we have a complete set of criminal laws. Catching a dog thief and beating him up is nothing. Even stripping the other person naked is fine. But it's hard to say if you're taking someone's stuff, even if you videotape it and make it clear that it's something people gave themselves. But by itself, tying someone up and videotaping them is unconvincing. By the time the other side bites back and says he was the one who coerced him, he'll go from self-defense to a robber. That's not good. Thinking of this, Zhu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and said, forget it. I don't want your money. You'd better tell me how much the stone tablet is worth, and I'll answer your question. Zhu Yuanzhang is confused, thinking that this kid is really greedy for money or not. However, since the other party said so, it meant that there was one less condition, and it also spared him from losing his jade belt. So why not? 200,000 bills. Zhu Yuanzhang blurted out a sentence. Since it's something from the royal family, it must be expensive. Zhu Yunfeng listened with some bewilderment. Money? What kind of strange name is that? Does it mean a banknote? $200,000 then. Thinking of this, Zhu Yunfeng murmured, if you have any questions, just ask. While $200,000 isn't a lot, it's a lot of money to improve your family. Not to mention the fact that it's not good enough to say that it's a thief's made-up money, which could be worth a lot more than $200,000. He had made up his mind anyway. As soon as the police arrive in the morning, hand this guy over to the police. As for the stone tablet, when the time comes, ask a few experts in treasure appreciation online to take a look. After all, things passed down from ancestors come from the right way. Not afraid to check. Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it and asked first, which line of the Zhu family are you from? Didn't you investigate me? Zhu Yunfeng wondered. Tell me about it. Zhu Yuanzhang said. Zhu Yunfeng thought about it. There was nothing to hide. Many people knew about it. So he said, Ji Wang Zhu Jianjun's vein. Zhu Mijun? Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes. He didn't remember having a son named Zhu Mijuan. However, he gave his sons in the first year of the Hangu character generation. The old Forjudi lineage Gaozhan Qi Siyu on the See the character generation. So asked, ancestors can be traced back to which son of Zhu Yuanzhang? Ah Chu. Zhu Yunfeng looked at him suspiciously. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and added, how exactly did Daming die? That's where the issue gets complicated. Zhu Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, internal and external problems, natural disasters, man-made disasters, corruption, uprisings, foreign enemies, there are many reasons, but none of these should be the core problem. What core issue? Zhu Yuanzhang was busy pursuing the question. It's the deepest reason in there, but it's too complicated a thing to talk about, too lazy to get into it with you. Zhu Yunfeng spread his hands. He's a fiction writer, and a historical fiction writer at that, and definitely needs a wealth of historical knowledge. So while I've been writing popular categories of history before, Eastern Han and Three Kingdoms historical novels to make a living online, it doesn't mean that the history of other dynasties isn't known, especially the history of the Ming dynasty. Nowadays, in the age of the internet, it is very convenient to access any information you want, so as a descendant of Zhu Ming, that naturally will be an in-depth study of the glory of their ancestors. But the question is, what the hell are you, a thief? Coming to someone's house in the middle of the night and stealing from them? Caught actually discussing the reasons for the fall of the Ming dynasty with his master? What Zhu Yunfeng had to say couldn't be said in 3 days and 3 nights. But why are we wasting our time with you? Then you should have told me who destroyed the Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang heard it and thought it might be for similar reasons to the demise of successive dynasties, but wanted to know who had destroyed his daming. Li Zicheng cackles. Zhu Yunfeng replied, what dynasty did this man establish? Da Sun. So now it's the Daishinan dynasty? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Nervous. Zhu Yunfeng yawned and did not think deeply, but said, Daishan died long ago, just after it was established. The regime lasted 1 year before it was wiped out by the Manchu Qing's entry into the country. The small southern Ming dynasty was also wiped out by the Manchu Qing, and the great unifying dynasty behind the Ming dynasty was the Great Qing. Manchu? What's that? Ah, the women's clan outside the pass. The Jianzhou women. Jianzhou female truth? Zhu Yuanzhang's face clouded over. Jianzhou female truth he really knows. In the 5th year of the Hangu era, a group of female Jins from the northeast came south from the north to Bohai to settle in Jianzhou. After conquering the Central Plains, in order to inherit the territory of the Yuan dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang sent his army on a northern expedition while sending emissaries to the Tibetan Plateau in the northeast to pacify the region. At that time, many tribes in the northwest and northeast declared their submission to the Ming dynasty and accepted its enthronement. These include the Hersinian and Jianzhou women. Therefore, at this time Jianzhou was under the tie-up rule of Daming. Zhu Yuanzhang remembers that as early as in Hangu's 6 years Jianzhou female true subjugation to the Ming. He never thought that later extinguished the encroachment of the Central Plains is actually this tribe. He devoted his life to expelling the Hu couples, restoring China, establishing the framework and discipline, and providing relief to the people of China. As a result, in the end, the kingdom and the mountains were again obtained by the Hu couples. It seems that if you can go back, Jianzhou female real estate cannot stay. Raise the clan to perish to do so. So it's the Qing dynasty now? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. Belqing also died a long time ago. Now is the 21st century. The People's Republic of China. The people are in charge. Long ago no feudal society. The emperor also long ago disappeared in the river of history. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at him and said teasingly, are you really fake? Are you addicted to COS Zhu Yuanzhang, or is it the real Zhu Yuanzhang who crossed into my family's cellar? He was a writer of web novels, and was naturally no stranger to crossovers. But the problem is precisely because he writes web novels, he realizes that such bizarre things don't exist in the real world. It's not scientific. So subconsciously he felt that the other party was either sick in the head or had been pretending to be Zhu Yuanzhang trying to muddle through. Anyway, he didn't really believe in things that went against science like that unless he saw it for himself. What would you do if I said I was really Zhu Yuanzhang? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Then we'll just have to slaughter you, Zhu Yunfeng said casually while gesturing with his right hand. Zhu Yuanzhang was startled and asked, why? It's called making the first move. Zhu Yunfeng lazily said, I've beaten you. You hold a grudge against me in your heart. If you were really Zhu Yuanzhang, you'd definitely find a way to get me killed. I can only choose to get you killed first. He's naturally talking nonsense. And bragging isn't taxed anyway. Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. You still claim to be a descendant of the Zhu family. And you do this when the ancestors of the Zhu family are around? Ah, that would be a decision to go against our ancestors. Zhu Yunfeng yawned and casually added, after all, if you've beaten your ancestor and are already unfilial, you can only be unfilial to the end. And I'm doing it for my own consideration. Of course I'm not Zhu Yuanzhang. I was just teasing just now. Zhu Yuanzhang scrunched his neck. This descendant of my own family died in filial piety. Somewhat against the grain. Remembering how he was beaten up by the other party when he said he was Zhu Yuanzhang earlier, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to conceal his identity for the time being. By the way, besides Li Zicheng, who were the people who fueled the fall of the Ming dynasty? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. There are too many. Those officials of the Ming dynasty, those squires of Jiangnan, the feudal lords of various places, as well as those honored ones who are on hiatus with the country. None of them are good. Is there a list? Kinda. Can you inform me which ones? Are you out of your mind? Even if you were really Zhu Yuanzhang, could you still run away to the end of the Ming dynasty to kill people? Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. You can kill his ancestors so that no such rebellious son can come out later. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Zhu Yunfeng scratched his head and said, You're really a ING talent. How do you kill those squires in Jiangnan? A lot of them didn't get rich in the early Ming dynasty. Who knows who their ancestors were? Can't find out? Of course I can't find out. Many of the squires are not recorded in the history. Those officials are the same. Many of their ancestors are poor people. Ancient history is a heroic view of history, not a people's view of history. The history books will only record those big people. Who will record those small people? No harm done. Then kill the lords first. Just tell me who the ancestors of those lords who caused the fall of Ming are. Zhu Yuanzhang had been calculating in his mind for a while. A vassal king would not be happy to kill. Those are his sons. But the lords can. We'll kill them all. Chapter 7, There's a Mole. The wolf team gets the credit. Is this guy suffering from a mental illness? Mistaking himself for Zhu Yuanzhang? Or has the real Zhu Yuanzhang crossed over? Or maybe he's been fooling me all along? Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but think in his head. The other party's words and actions, not at all like a modern man. Originally 100% do not believe. Now instead of a little think the other party may really be Zhu Yuanzhang. Sure, and so it might. After all, he hadn't seen such a thing as crossing over with his own eyes, and it was hard to believe. Zhu Yunfeng was more than convinced that the other party was a psychopath who was convinced that he was Zhu Yuanzhang. He just didn't know why he would come to his own cellar. It's a bit outrageous. The demise of the Great Ming is the same as all the dynasties. There are too many factors that lead to it. It's not like you can save the Great Ming just by taking care of all those treacherous ministers. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, even without them, there is still Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong. Even if Li Zicheng Zhang Xianzhong's ancestors are chopped up, there are still Wang Zicheng and Lu Xianzhong. There is no end to killing them. Isn't there a long-term solution? There is. Isn't our current country? With a population of 1.4 billion, everyone has enough to eat. Which feudal dynasty in ancient times can compare? How can I do that? You a thief still care about the state of affairs? So complicated things with you 10 days and 10 nights cannot finish. Lazy and you talk. There is still a problem. No problem, I have to squint for a while. You still haven't told me which of the people's descendants caused the fall of the Ming. Convinced? Didn't I tell you? Even without them, the Ming should perish or must perish. This is not something that a few treacherous officials and honored officials can do. Kill first. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was calm, but it was murderous. Nervous. Zhu Yunfeng then turned back to operate the computer and opened the forcing. If it is not that he is a person who keeps his promises, and people have told him the value of the stone tablet, he really does not want to accompany this mental illness to continue to shelve that COS Zhu Yuanzhang. He also said that he would kill all the ancestors of the honored ones who surrendered and harmed the country. Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong also revolted. Why don't you kill all those surnamed Li and Zhang who are so powerful? Let's see. Who are the ancestors of the lords who surrendered at the end of the Ming dynasty? There were Liao Yangzhong, Zhu Liangzu, Wang Guangyang, Fu Yud, Lu Zhongheng, Tang Xingzong, Fei Zhu, Zhao Yong, Huang Bin, Lu Zhu, Zhang Muchuan, Li Shanchang, Feng Shang, Lan Yu, and Hu Weiyong. Every time Zhu Yunfeng pronounced a person's name, Zhu Yuanzhang sketched that person's appearance in his mind and then memorized it, just like Yama naming his name. The killing intent in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes scattered in all directions. Oh, wrong look. The more Zhu Yunfeng looked at it, the more wrong it became. Although Li Shanchang, Lan Yu, and Hu Weiyang still have descendants. They have all been relegated to the status of commoners. Where did you get the knighthood? And although Hu Weiyang is barely considered a founding father, but he was promoted by bribing Li Shanchang, not at all due to military service. The children and grandchildren naturally did not inherit. So this list must be wrong. He took a closer look and, well, he had ordered the wrong one. This is the list of those who killed meritorious officials in a big way after Zhu Yuanzhang started the country. Zhu Yunfeng clicked on another copy. Zhu Yuanzhang, did you memorize it for nothing? But from what Shrimp said, it seems like he slaughtered all these people later? That can't hurt. It's going to kill you anyway, so just keep it in mind. Wait, why are there two dukes of state in Su Da's family? Who is this Duke of Chang, Marquis of Yangwu? Zhu Yuanzhang had to interrupt him. The beginning of the Ming dynasty was divided into two sets of titles. One was in the third year of Hanwu, the founding title that followed Zhu Yuanzhang to fight the world. The other time was in the first year of Yangla, when Zhu Di was granted the title of Jingwu after the Jingwu. Zhu Yunfeng casually explained. Su Da's two sons, the eldest son Su Huizu opposed Zhu Di. The third son Su Xingshou supported Zhu Di. After Zhu Di's success, he appointed the third Su family member as the Duke of Ding, so that the Su family had two dukes of state to pass on to the next generation. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned ironic. There's a story here, he asked. And what is this so-called Zhu Di Jingwan? It's a complicated issue that starts with the eldest son and grandson of the old Zhu family. Then let's have a nice chat. Don't want to talk about it. It's a long story and I don't want to keep it short. Sleepy. I need to squint for a while. Pippi, keep an eye on him and call me if there's a problem. Zhu Yunfeng looked at the computer time in the lower right corner. It was already more than 4 o'clock. He's long asleep by this time. It was still storming outside, adding to the fact that he was a little sleepy. Although I still have to call Jiho in the morning and receive the police again. I can't afford to stay up all night. 20-something years old. Working those years plus often stay up late to write novels. The mental state and body has long gone straight to 40 years old, which still have so much time to chat with this old man. Zhu Yunfeng planned to squint for a while and set an alarm on his cell phone. Anyway, the thief was tied up with nylon rope, so I don't believe that the nylon rope can be broken by bare hands. Wait, I have another question. Have a fart. What the hell was the purpose of that cell phone you had earlier? Zhu Yuanzhang had noticed it a long time ago. Zhu Yunfeng had previously held the long flat iron box to his ear and talked, and he was certain that Zhu Yunfeng wasn't talking to that companion or to himself. This makes Zhu Yuanzhang have a hidden guess in his heart. Could that iron box be able to talk to people remotely? Make the call. Zhu Yunfeng sat on a chair and propped his head with his right hand and said, a tool that can converse from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Got it? Kilometers? 2 miles is 1 kilometer. And who were you talking to just now? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. From the police station. The men who came to arrest you for going to jail. In 2 or 3 hours they should be here. Well, an hour is 2 hours. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes have drooped, sleepy. Really do not talk to you ghost. Anyway, tomorrow you in the end is not Zhu Yuanzhang. Sent to the police station will know. Into there. Tube you are in the cause or mental illness. Custodian of what you have confessed. What? Will that so-called police station still abuse lynching? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Sounds like that place is a lot like the imperial prison of Yiluanji. Abuse of lynching is not. But you come to steal high-value items. Surely send you to shoot. Shoot, know it. Pistol. Buy you. You now continue to cost your Zhu Yuanzhang's big dream. Wait to eat the gun when you know regret. Zhu Yunfeng still had his head propped up with his hand. Since he didn't know if the other party had any accomplices, he of course didn't dare to go back to his room to sleep, but planned to sleep right in the living room. And that too just by squinting a little bit. The police didn't know when they would come. He had to be alert at all times. And now in this state he would only go into a light sleep, just like when he was studying, being able to react the first time once there was something in the wind. And what is a pistol? Hundreds of meters. Well, according to what you say the ancients mean is something that shoots people to death from a few hundred paces away. Didn't the Ming dynasty have a cannon? You can understand it as a more advanced cannon that doesn't need to be filled with gunpowder and loaded with bullets that can be fired continuously. What? Is the fire unity so powerful now? That's for sure. Our army's firearms are very advanced. A city's military division. And even the armed forces of some counties with high economic and political status have armed forces straights and rocket launchers. And the firepower back in ancient times would be able to wipe out a country. Zhu Yunfeng's voice was getting weaker and weaker, but still said slowly, there are more than just cannons. Artillery, you know. Nowadays a shell that kills dozens of people is a small thing. A nuclear bomb that kills hundreds of thousands of people. Millions of people. Is this powerful in the afterlife today? Zhu Yuanzhang froze there, and after a while he came back to his senses and raised his head to continue his inquiry. Who? However, what responded to Zhu Yuanzhang was the sound of Zhu Yunfeng snoring. Zhu Yunfeng hadn't slept well yesterday, waking him up when Ji Hyuk came over yesterday morning, causing him to sleep for more than 5 hours yesterday alone. I've been tossing and turning most of the night again today, and although I often stay up late to write novels, my body really can't take it anymore. Anyway, the front door below, the second floor living room door had been unlocked, and there was a Pippi warning, and Pippi was sure to call out whenever a stranger came, so there was no need to worry about the other side having an accomplice. Seeing Zhu Yunfeng sleeping, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. He still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. For example, Zhu's Jinggan affair and his eldest son's eldest grandson's affair. But since the other person was asleep, he could only swallow those questions back, for there was a more important issue before him now. How to escape. Zhu Yuanzhang had actually been trying to break free of the ropes as he chatted with Zhu Yunfeng, but unfortunately that rope looks not thick, but very strong. Hands and feet are tied, cannot move even if you want to. The room was brightly lit all around with the lights on. Not far away, Zhu Yunfeng was napping with one hand propped up, and next to him, a big yellow dog was looking at him with a wide smile on display, and on the side table, there was a small pot of fruits, apples, oranges and so on, and on the side of the fruits there was a fruit knife, which made Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes light up, but his eyes quickly dimmed again. The table was too far away for him to reach, even if he stretched his feet. However, it seemed to have sensed the direction Zhu Yuanzhang was looking at the fruits. Pai Pai first looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and then at the fruits on the table before wagging his tail and going up to carry an orange over. Standing in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, tail waving wildly, full of angelic smile, Zhu Yuanzhang was dumbfounded, but soon ecstatic. This dog is truly a god dog. He looked at Orange and shook his head back and forth before desperately flinging his head in the direction of the fruit knife, signaling Pippi to go get it. But unfortunately Pai Pai was usually used to only helping Zhu Yunfeng with fruits and didn't understand him at all, and thought he was asking for an apple. So he put the orange on the sofa next to him, and went up to take another apple. With an apple in his mouth, the grin on Pippi's face was almost grinning to the back of his head, a perfect illustration of the fact that, in the eyes of the golden hair, there are no bad people in the world, and there are no good dogs in the world. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw this, he was disheartened and his face was ashen. It looks like it's hard to escape yourself. But to his surprise, just as he froze, Pippi shoved the apple into his arms, turned around and went back to take a bite out of the handle of the knife, and articulated the fruit knife. Ha! Zhu Yuanzhang almost laughed out loud. If I can get out of this, I will make you the great general of the Protectorate of Divine Dogs. Zhu Yuanzhang turned sideways with difficulty and reached his hand, which was tied behind his back, over to receive the fruit knife. Hands were tied behind his back. It didn't hurt, though, as he adjusted the blade and slowly cut the rope binding his hands first. Next to him Pippi stared at him curiously. After Zhu Yuanzhang cut the rope to free his hands, he even touched Pippi's head. The smile on Pippi's face became even more enthusiastic. After that Zhu Yuanzhang had his feet unbound, which completely restored his freedom. With a fruit knife in his hand, his gaze was slightly shady as he glanced at Zhu Yunfeng, who was napping, but instead of making the rest of his move, he tiptoed past the table, out of the second floor living room, and down the stairs. He remembered the way when he was brought up earlier, and the lights on the first floor were left on, and the whole house was lit up without any obstruction to the view. Zhu Yuanzhang descended the stairs and scanned back down the hallway before following his memory out of the living room on the first floor, followed by an equally light-handed golden retriever. A man and a dog stole a heavy sense of humor, but they made little noise along the way, and with the storm raging outside, they didn't startle anyone. Soon they came to the cellar door. At this time the cellar door is closed, because there is no lock. The cellar is just above with live wood buckle. Zhu Yuanzhang easily opened. He drilled down. As it was a staircase, Pippi couldn't get down, so she curiously stood on top of the cellar and watched. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, lying on the ladder and stroking Pippi's head. Good dog, good dog. I'm going back to my daming. If I can still come, I'll bring you meat bones. Seeming to understand Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Pippi was so happy and giddy that his tongue stuck out and he bounced in place. After pacifying Pippi, Zhu Yuanzhang went down the ladder, and the cellar was dark. He doesn't know how to turn on the lights, but the light in the utility room had been left on before and a bit of light shone through. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes rested on the stone tablet in the cellar. He came to the stone tablet and felt around on top of it, carefully recalling the matter of how he came to be here in the first place. I remember climbing out of the wagon, unconsciously groping around, touching the tablet, and coming to this place in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yuanzhang recalled the details and then touched somewhere above the stone monument as he felt before. Boom! Thunder flashed outside. As soon as white light appeared before Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into the middle of an infinite darkness. Chapter 8. let the king of Yen accompany you. The Daming Qianqing Palace, lightning and thunder. The Yilwan division has blocked off the outside of the Qianqing Palace, and water continues to flow from the pit in the ground. Many guards were digging underneath, vowing to dig to the bottom. However, due to the heavy rainfall and the darkness of the early morning, the view and the weather were really bad, and the progress was very slow. So far, they just pulled the horses and men up, and even the carriages were stuck in them. Empress Ma Xiuying of the Great Ming Dynasty, as well as Crown Prince Zhu Biao standing on the pit, were keeping a constant eye on the situation inside the underground pit, praying for Zhu Yuanzhang's safety. Consort Guo Hui had already told Empress Ma to drive her away and let her return to her own chambers to rest. Zhu Biao, on the other hand, was called over by Queen Ma's let. Though a commoner by birth, Empress Ma was equally not lacking in tact and political wisdom. She knows it well. Once Zhu Yuanzhang died, then the crown prince had to be put on the throne immediately to stabilize the situation. Now the Daming Jiangshan has just begun. The whole country has just entered a situation of recuperation, and the north is still in the period of war with the Mongolian Yuan. Many of the Huaishi Xuangui are proud soldiers and hold military power in their hands. So if Zhu Yuanzhang, the backbone of the country, falls, then the entire country may be in a very dangerous situation. The only one who could calm the scene was Zhu Biao, because although Zhu Biao didn't help his old man fight for the kingdom like Li Shimin did, he helped his old man defend the world for 2 years. Starting from the first year of the Hangu reign when Zhu Biao was made the crown prince, Zhu Biao, who was only 13 years old at the time, was already allowed to observe politics and was assisted by a large number of famous founding ministers. These include Li Shanchang, Su De, Chang Yuchen, Feng Shang and many more. After 10 years of observing politics, Hangu 10 years, Zhu Yuanzhang see his age has been long, so he made all the future political affairs in Kai Prince disposition, and then played the news, formally allowed him to participate in politics. So to this day, although Zhu Biao is only 25 years old, he has been observing politics for 10 years and participating in politics for 2 years. Nowadays, those arrogant founding ministers in the court, including the various Huaishi honored nobles, are all obedient to him, just like a qualified heir to the empire already. If Zhu Yuanzhang unfortunately died, then only Zhu Biao ascended to the throne would be able to maintain the hard-won Ming world. Right in the middle of the crowd's anxiety, someone below suddenly shouted, "We've found His Majesty." Empress Ma and Zhu Biao hurriedly probed to see. Heavy 8. Dad, the two shouted anxiously. Jubilee even started to climb down the side ladder. Okay, all up, I'm not dead yet. Zhu Yuanzhang's medium voice came from below. A guard pulled him out from amongst the mud and he stood up and looked up. With the pouring rain still falling and torches above, Zhu Biao had climbed down from the ladder and almost fell in the mud, rolling and crawling to Zhu Yuanzhang's side and said, "Father, Bill, what are you doing down here?" Zhu Yuanzhang held him up. The child worries about the father. "I'm fine. Go up first. Quickly, come 2 men. Help father go up." Zhu Biao ignored the dirt on his body and hurriedly commanded the guards. With the help of the guards, Zhu Yuanzhang climbed out of the pit. Empress Ma pounced over, looking at him covered in mud, and couldn't help but be annoyed. How did the palace cave in and create a pit in the ground? Let the people from the Ministry of Public Works come and fill it in. No filling. Zhu Yuanzhang was busy saying, "I still have a use for this ground pit." Empress Ma blankly glanced at him and said, "Do you not want to use this to turn on the Ministry of Public Works?" "No." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, then carried his hands in the direction of Qianqing Palace and said, "Go to the front and say that there will be no morning court today." "Yes." The eunuchs of the internal envoy then went to pass the order. "Quick, bring hot water." Empress Ma commanded the many chamberlains. Soon the chamberlains brought hot water. Zhu Yuanzhang himself went to the bathroom in the inner sanctum of the Qianqing Palace to take a bath. When he came out, Empress Ma and Zhu Biao were still waiting in the main hall outside the Qianqing Palace. It wasn't until he was cleaned up and changed his clothes at this point that Empress Ma and Zhu Biao were shocked, because they saw that Zhu Yuanzhang's nose was bruised and swollen at this time, and his left eye was also beaten into a panda eye, so it was clear that he was not injured from a fall, but was beaten up like this. "What's going on?" Empress Ma exclaimed. "A fall is not so bad as this." As she said, she went up to wipe Zhu Yuanzhang's panda eyes with her sleeve. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a hiss and took a step back, saying, "Maisie, be gentle. Jiner, go get a hot pack." Queen Ma said to her personal maid. "Yes." Jiner walked out. Zhu Biao was puzzled. "Father, this doesn't seem to be a fall. Rather it seems to be." "Yes." Wu Ji and Mao Chang then went out backwards, still closing the door behind them, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang's family alone in the room. After the people went out, Empress Ma and Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, waiting for him to explain. Zhu Yuanzhang mused, "I fell off the pit, so I tried to climb out of the carriage. but the carriage was planted diagonally upside down, and the left window was full of mud and water, so I had to go out through the right window, and as a result, just as I went out, I touched a stone tablet, and do you know how it went? How's it going? I took a trip hundreds of years later. Shigehachi, you're burnt out from the rain. Why are you starting to talk nonsense in this good time? Empress Ma touched Zhu Yuanzhang's forehead. Zhu Yuanzhang cried and laughed as he removed her hand, then pointed to his face and said, "Look, I went and ran into someone's cellar after I went and was mistaken for a dog thief and beaten like this. Can this be faked? Father really went hundreds of years later?" Zhu Biao was surprised. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang sat down on a chair in the great hall and said, "Sit down and talk." Empress Ma and Zhu Biao sat on either side of him, and Zhu Biao asked after him, "What about the great Ming hundreds of years from now?" "Dead." Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. "Dead?" Empress Ma and Zhu Biao were stunned. But a few moments later Zhu Biao long sigh, "The world's momentum together will be divided into parts will be united. The rise and fall of the country. There is always no permanent. But I am not willing. If the later rivers and mountains were obtained by the Han people, I have nothing to say. But as far as I know, later my Ming was obtained by the northeastern Jianzhou female true, and then returned to the Hulk." Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists and said, "I can't just sit around and wait for death. I must find a way to achieve long-term peace. Our great Ming was later destroyed by the Jianzhou female Genghis Khan? Nice. Is it possible that there is a long-lasting law in the latter days?" Zhu Biao was surprised. "Sure." Zhu Yuanzhang said in a deep voice, "I observe that the afterlife is like a fairyland. The house doesn't need candles at all. The light is bright through and through, and there is a thing that can show an image, and the people inside are talking. There are also cell phones that can communicate from thousands of miles away. These are all good things. I must find a way to get my hands on them." Zhu Biao thought for a moment and said, "In that case, my child is willing to take over for my father, and when the time comes, my child will also use that stone tablet to see if he can actually make a trip to the afterlife. No, this is something I have to go to myself. I'm already familiar with it, and it's very dangerous for you to go over there without knowing the situation." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. He remembered the police station. Good descendants, Shrimp used to say. The police station has more advanced firearms than Fire Unity and has very powerful firepower. And that's just the grassroots law and order forces. Just like the Yamen in the countryside of Daming. Higher up there are strengths he can't imagine. Like that atomic bomb of some kind. One that goes down and kills millions of people. It's horrible. So Zhu Yuanzhang must be careful. "Your Majesty." It was at this time that Machamp's voice sounded outside. "Come in." Crunch. Mauricio pushed his way in. Behind him, several guards walked in carrying a stone tablet. They put the tablet on the ground. Zhu Yuanzhang let them out again. And only then did he get a good look at the stone tablet. "Just see, the stone monument has been cleaned. Is a very ordinary marble monument. There is no carved text on it. From top to bottom carved large and small more than 10 pairs of dragon and phoenix relief. These dragons and phoenixes are arranged according to left and right, each in pairs, with the dragon on the left side and the phoenix on the right side. And there is also a point protruding out from the center of each pair of dragons and phoenixes." Zhu Yuanzhang remembered that he was touching that protruding orb spot amongst one of the pairs of dragons and phoenixes before he appeared somewhere else with both eyes. From memory it should be the biggest pair of dragons and phoenixes at the top. At this moment, looking at this stone tablet, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment, then suddenly walked to the pillar on the side of the main hall, removed his saber and said, "Biaoer, you stay in the imperial capital. Don't move lightly. I will go again. Father may not." Zhu Biao hurriedly stopped it and said, "Since there is danger over there, you should bring more people." "No, this matter is important. In addition to my close people, in no way let the rest of the people know. Otherwise the matter leaked fear of accidents." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. This was a shocking secret, and if it leaked out, there was no telling how much of a shock it would cause. The main thing is that he needs to explore the secrets of the long reign of the afterlife, to understand the situation in the afterlife, and will most likely stay in the afterlife for a long time. If word got out, everyone would know that he wasn't in the palace and that something strange might have happened. Although the crown prince's prestige might be able to deter that group of arrogant soldiers, who could say for sure about such things? When Xiao Rong and Zhao Jizu rebelled is still fresh in our minds. In recent years, there were also the revolts of Chen Tong in Xuanzhou, Sun Gupu in Chengzhou, Wang Yuanbao in Chongqing, Pang Pugue in Meixian, and so on. Domestic seemingly calm. In fact, everywhere is not peaceful. All over those honored generals in addition to the northern expedition of the Mongolian Yuan, but also always have to quell the rebellion. A lot of people are holding military power. Once the news of his absence from Yingtianfu leaked out, it was not unlikely that there would be dissidents who would take advantage of the opportunity to rise up. Therefore, he must keep the secret. to create the illusion of leaving the affairs of state to the crown prince, himself secluded behind the scenes in the palace, manipulating everything. In this way also be able to deter the four sides of the curfew, so that people know that he Zhu Yuanzhang has been in, do not dare to have any rash action. Even so, father can't go into danger alone, he must be accompanied and protected, Jubilee insisted. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment then said, then summon King Yin here and tell him to bring his sword. Xu Biao thought for a moment and said, good, although the fourth brother has not yet been crowned, but the instrument is measured, often practicing martial arts preparation, should be able to accompany father to go. Chapter 9, Exploring Modern Times Again. During the period from the first year of the Hangu reign to the 11th year of the Hangu reign, Zhu Yuanzhang continued to enthrone the princes. The second Zhu Shiwei as the king of Qin, the third Zhu Yuzue as the king of Jin, the fourth Zhu Di as the king of Yen, and the fifth Zhu Shengtao first as the king of Wu, but later changed to the king of Zhou. Zhu Jie and Zhu Yuzue were placed under the feudal authority last year, and Zhu Di, being only 19 and not yet crowned, remained in Yingtianfu for the time being, and historically did not travel to his fiefdom of Beiping until the 13th year of the reign of the Hangu emperor, and before the king of Qin and the king of Jin assumed the vassalage. Several imperial sons aged 15 and above had to go to the central capital of Fengyang to take turns in leading the garrison. It had been visited before, including Zhu Yuanzhang's sixth son, Zhu Wangjin, and Qi Wang Zhujie. This time it so happens that Zhu Xingli and some of the imperial sons went to Fengyang, and at present remain in Yingtianfu. The age of 15 years old and above is indeed Zhu Di, so that he is the most appropriate to go. As for Zhu Yuanzhang, in addition to Zhu Di accompanying him most appropriately, he naturally wanted to know what this oldest of his family had done since. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had someone call Zhu Di. After about 3/4 of an hour, or almost 45 minutes, Zhu arrived in a hurry. He's still sleeping. Suddenly in the middle of the night, he heard his father summoning him, and he was told to bring his sword. Though it was unknown, it was all that could be done to hastily get dressed and come over. When I entered, I realized something was wrong. There is no one else in the Qianqing Palace Hall, only his old man Zhu Yuanzhang, his mom Ma Xiaoying, and his big brother Zhu Biao, 3 people sitting. The stance confused Zhu a bit. I thought to myself, I didn't do anything bad, so why does it look like a triple trial? And the father's got this bruised nose. What the hell? Did you have a fight with your mother? That's not possible. Father, mother, big brother. Xu bowed his hand first. Zhu Yuanzhang then said, Lao Si, I called you here because I have something to tell you, just as father commands. Xu thought for a moment that he might have to go to the clan. Only what he didn't expect was that Zhu Yuanzhang's next words shocked him. I heard Zhu Yuanzhang say, I just fell into a pit in the ground outside the palace, and there was a stone tablet in the pit that let me go to the world hundreds of years later, and I want to go there again, and brother Nim wants to accompany me, but I think it's too dangerous, and he has to stay behind to supervise the country, so I just want to ask you if you're willing to accompany me, hundreds of years from now? Zhu opened his mouth wide, wondering if his old man was hallucinating, but he was afraid to ask. One can only coyly say, my child is willing. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and pointed to the stone tablet on the floor of the hall. Come here. Zhu then walked over to the monolith. Zhu Yuanzhang also walked over and asked Zhu Di to step on the stone tablet with him, and together they touched towards the protruding position in the center of the largest dragon and phoenix on top of that stone tablet. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao stood aside, both craning their necks to see the miracle. However, to their embarrassment, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the two men remained crouched on the monolith, both hands pressed down at the orb, and nothing happened. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a weird look. Zhu Yuanzhang's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Father, nothing happened, Xu said in disbelief. Go away. I'll try. Zhu Yuanzhang suspected that the two couldn't get by, so he had to do it himself. This may have something to do with the fact that he is the true dragon. However, what he didn't expect was that after Zhu walked away, he was alone no matter how much he touched it. It didn't work. After tossing and turning for half a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yuanzhang himself couldn't hold his breath. He even suspected that he had just been dreaming. But after touching the bruises on his face, the scene of being violently beaten up by Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk before was vivid in his mind, and he was sure that he wasn't dreaming. Something must be wrong. Zhu Yuanzhang walked around the side of the stone monument, pondered for a moment, and suddenly had a flash of light in his head and said, right, it must be that pit in the ground. He exulted. Inevitably, it is necessary to place this monolith in its original position before it can be used. That's enough, Shigehachi. Queen Ma was angry. Are you falling into the pit today and breaking your brain? Or are you teasing me? If the civil and military officials and the people see you this crazy, what will they think then? Seeing that she was unhappy, Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly went forward and put his arm around Empress Ma and said, "Sister, I swear to God that it's true. How about this? I'll try again and put the stone tablet back in its original place. If it doesn't work, I'll just take it as a dream, and I'll be beaten up totaled in my dream. If you want to try it yourself. I'm sleepy, go back to bed." Queen Ma threw up her sleeves and left. Zhu Yuanzhang became godly when he came out of the pit and always said something out of tune, which bored her. Although it's okay to fool around with your own man for a while, it's just that now they are no longer commoners, but imperial nobles, daiming royalty. Not that it's forgettable. The main reason is that when they become royalty they have to set an example for the world and take the lead for the people. It is now at the beginning of the world's stabilization, and it is not yet stable. If it is rumored that the emperor is crazy, then the Ming dynasty will be in jeopardy. So it was precisely because Empress Ma was a sensible person that she did not want Zhu Yuanzhang to go on being so godly. It was just that she was also well aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's character. Stubbornness, want to easily change the decision he made is difficult, then also can only be so angry. Tell Zhu Yuanzhang his own attitude. See Queen Ma push the door and leave. The brothers Zhu Bei Zhu Di looked at each other in dismay. Zhu Yuanzhang then said, "What are you waiting for? Move the stone tablet back to its original place." Yes. The two brothers moved the monolith stiffly. When Zhu Yuanzhang came out, he had all the guards, palace maidens and eunuchs outside the Qianqing palace leave and were not allowed to appear outside the palace. He held a torch in his left hand and an umbrella in his right. The two brothers were not too heavy to carry the 100 or so pounds of stone monument. Father and son came to the pit. The large pit had long since been cleared of wagons and the like, but the ladder was still there, and the two brothers struggled to carry the monument down through the rain. Zhu Yuanzhang came down with an umbrella and commanded the duo to place the stone tablet where he remembered it from before. Although a lot of muddy water had accumulated down there, drowning your ankles, but since the mud and water hadn't dried, and there was a mud mold in place when Manhwacap had it dug up, it was easy to put in. "Come here." When the stone tablet was put into the mud, Zhu Yuanzhang once again pulled Zhu Di to the near front and touched towards the protruding orb on the stone tablet. Boom! Right at that moment, the sky overhead was suddenly pierced by another thunderstorm. Xu Biao was caught off guard and startled. A white light flashed in front of his eyes and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. The white light passed quickly, illuminating the entire court of Damian, before turning black again. Xu Biao was going to say something about how horrible this huge lightning was before turning back to Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di. The spot was empty. "Father, fourth brother?" Zhu Biao's eyes widened. The only thing left on the ground was the paper umbrella that Zhu Yuanzhang had thrown aside a moment ago, as well as the torch that had fallen into the muddy water and extinguished in an instant. "Bill, where is your father?" Empress Ma's voice suddenly came from Zhu Biao's head. Although Queen Ma's mouth is not forgiving, but still afraid of Zhu Yuanzhang, they are wet and frozen body, so halfway to the road or soft heart to come back to see. As a result, under the illumination of the torches in the hands of the eunuchs next to him, all that could be seen was Zhu Biao standing in place in the pit in the ground below, foolishly drenched in the rain. "Oh." Hearing his mother's words, Xu Biao reacted and said, Just now. Father said he was tired and went back to his chambers to rest." "Back to your chambers to rest?" Empress Ma was momentarily suspicious. She knew that Zhu Yuanzhang's nature had always been more stubborn, although the standard 2 years of supervision, but often disagree with Zhu Yuanzhang. Each time Zhu Yuanzhang stubbornly hold their own views, how can easily give up? When she saw that Zhu Biao was a bit alarmed, a bold idea sprang up in her mind. "Since His Majesty is resting, I'll take a look around. You all withdraw. His Majesty doesn't want to be disturbed." Empress Ma said expressionlessly to the palace eunuchs following behind her. "Yes, ma'am." The many palace eunuchs then left. The personal palace maid, Jiner, was holding an umbrella for her. Queen Ma turned back to pick up the umbrella and said to her, "You go too." Yes." Jiner was a little surprised. In the past, Empress Dowager had always been with her every inch of the way, so why did she suddenly let her go today as well? However, thinking that the Long Life Master fell into the pit today, I think that the Empress wants to talk to the Long Life Master some affixed words. It is inconvenient to let the close attendant follow, so also went away. Soon the entire outside of the Qianqing palace, including the palace maids, guards, and eunuchs who were serving, left. It didn't go far. They all went to the back of the Qianqing palace, and it was only 20 feet away from the main entrance of the Qianqing palace. As people in the palace, how could they be so stupid as to actually leave when the emperor and the empress told them to? You have to have eyes in this business. That is, you have to make sure that you don't go out of line in their field of vision, and you have to make sure that you're on call, or else you won't know how to die. Seeing that the bystanders had gone and disappeared from her view, Queen Ma called out to the bottom with her umbrella, "Biaoer, the people have all gone." Xu Biao has already picked up the umbrella from the ground, walked to the ladder and slowly climbed up. While climbing also said with some trembling, "Mother, father and fourth brother really disappeared. Just a wobbly thing. I and the fourth brother to put that stone tablet down." They touched the stone tablet. The people disappeared. Knowing this, Queen Ma realized the seriousness of the matter. The expression on her face was first surprised, and then calmed down and said, "You come up first. Let's wait here. Maybe they'll come back in a while." "Good." Xu Biao climbed up and then asked, "But what if father and fourth brother are late in returning?" A ray of sorrow flashed between Empress Ma's brows as she said, "Then go and dispose of today's state affairs first. And mother will wait here all the time. When the time comes, first have someone build a shed here to cover the pit and drain the water. And mother will personally make a trip over there." Xu Biao was silent. There really wasn't much they could do now but wait it out. Chapter 10. The Dog Thief. Zhujiaping, Shangfeng Mountain, Lansha Township, a county in a city in west-central Hunan province. The rolling snowy mountain ranges were shrouded in dark clouds, pouring torrential rain. A van was traveling down the mountain road in the village of Paishang in the backcountry. The sky is cloudy, although the rainstorm is sparse. But today many mountain roads have solar street lights, even in the early morning as at night, still shine brightly. The van slowly. The two middle-aged men in the car are recognizing the road. From the row on the village past the left turn toward the direction of Zhujiaping. "Is it this way?" one person asked. "It should be. Will the village be up at this hour? All that rain, and you thought it was the old life of getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning?" Another person laughed and said, "Nowadays, which family doesn't play with their cell phones late every day? And even the elderly often watch TV late into the night and can't get up at all in the morning." The driver of the car, who has a sharp mouth and a large mole on his jaw, is called Zhang San, a native of Tongxiang Township, Songxi County, next door. Another person with thieving eyebrows and a face full of nevus is called Li Wuan, also from the next county. Their purpose today was to steal a dog. It was the two of them who were responsible for the incidents of lost dogs that Zhu Yunfeng had seen in the group in recent times. But before that they were stealing dogs from those homes at the bottom of the hill. A lot of people have lost their dogs, and it's not good to go around looking for them with a lot of fanfare. And it's even more rare to report them, and even if they do, they basically can't get them back. This fueled the arrogance of Zhang San and Li Wan. Some time ago they stole from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, and now they have set their sights on the dogs kept in the homes of the villagers of Zhujiaping. There are many villagers in Zhujiaping who keep dogs, but the place is just too remote, located on the top of the hill. Although Lansha Township and Tongxiang Township is the borderland of two counties, out of Lansha Township is Tongxiang Township in the next county. The distance is closer, but the distance is still about 25 kilometers. Take the national highway just from the next town of Tongxiang Drive to the foot of the mountain will be 30-40 minutes, and then up the mountain almost an hour or so. A waste of time. And since the frequent loss of dogs in nearby villages has put the villagers on their guard, they haven't had much of a chance to strike. The torrential downpour of rain today made them think they had found a good time. Because of the heavy rain, the villagers certainly don't get up so early, and the village dogs tend to play around in packs at 6 or 7 in the morning. It would be much easier to steal. Although there are many people who will keep their dogs locked up, the custom in the southern region, or in the city and county of Hunan province, is different from that in the north. Northern areas have very flat and spacious terrain and often have yards where dogs will be tethered, and the county is a mountainous area, where places are not big enough and houses have few yards. The countryside is full of 2-story wooden or earthen houses, and in recent years, small concrete 2- and 3-story buildings have been built, with basically no yards to speak of. The dog is either tethered outside the cow and sheep shed to watch the cows and sheep, or simply left untethered at night and led back to the parsonage. However, in order to prevent burglars or make it easier for the dog to go out at night to poop and pee, the parish hall set up another dog hole, allowing the dog to come and go freely. Nowadays, there are few young and strong people in the countryside, and during the daytime some middle-aged and old people will do some farm work in the fields by planting vegetables, and the mountains are far away from the town, so they also go to the town by motorcycle. If you meet someone from out of town on the road you will definitely be more wary, instead of being able to strike, but not at 5 or 6 in the morning. At this point in the night when everyone is asleep and the dogs are active, the storm outside is so loud that even a barking dog won't draw attention to itself. Even if they were discovered, they could have escaped immediately in a car, and no one would have come out to chase them in such a rainstorm. Therefore, Zhang San and Li Wu felt that this was the best time to steal the dog. The last time I was over here, I found a dog that was pretty big. Must have been at least 60 or 70 pounds. The big yellow dog? Aha! I seem to remember that the dog wasn't a dirt dog. It was a pet dog. Some kind of golden retriever. Golden hair? Should be pretty expensive. It is quite expensive. So is it still engaged? Engage. Not afraid of trouble? What are you afraid of? Do you know that there was a story on the internet a while ago that was pretty hot? What is it? There was a woman who brought her dog back home to the countryside and it was stolen. By the time she chased it into town it was down to 4 paws and sold for less than $500. And that dog was a golden. And after that? What happens after that? Zhang-san hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Dog stealers and dog dealers don't give a. It'll sell for over 400. A greedy look appeared in Li Wuan's eyes. Dog dealers take dogs for different prices, but usually under $10, with some older terriers costing a bit more, because dog lovers, like chicken lovers, feel that the older the ingredient, the more nourishing. Old ground chicken is expensive. Then the old dog in the eyes of dog eaters likewise rose. In some dog meat restaurant more than 5 or 6 years old clay dog prices can reach $50 or $60, or even more than $100 a catty, and they are often priced to be hard to get. But that's all the price the dog handler sells to the kennel and from there to the customer. They dog thieves are much less profitable. Often the dogs you get are sold to dog dealers usually for $7, $8, $9. And the kind of dogs that are 5 or 6 years old or more sell for about 17 to 18, hardly 20 or more. So even if they get a 30 to 40 pound old groundhog, they sell it for $500 to $600. In contrast, although I don't know if the golden retriever is more than 5 or 6 years old, the weight and size is there. Even if it's not an old dog, it's still no problem to sell it for $8 to $9 a pound. Zhang San and Li Wu have seen the dog at least 60 to 70 pounds, even at 8 yuan a pound. It is estimated that it can be sold for 500 yuan, which is better than anything else. When they thought that if they caught just one golden hare today, it would be worth the gain of 2 or 3 ordinary earth dogs, both of them burst into a frown. Soon the van drove up the hill and into the realm of Zujiaping village. The village was really quiet. Families were sleeping and there were a few occasional barks. The duo had already taken golden hare as their first target, ignoring the other barking sounds, and drove straight towards Zhu Yunfeng's house. Unlike the villages and the plains where families are close to each other, Zujiaping is located on the top of a mountain, where land resources are limited and many fields are terraced, so houses are slightly farther apart. Zhu Yunfeng's house is the nearest is the sixth uncle's house. From his house is about 20 meters separated by half an acre size of fish pond. It was half because Zhu Yunfeng's house was located on the west side of that fish pond, while sixth uncle's house was on the south side of the fish pond. The country road is just west of Zhu Yunfeng's house, but it's not straight. You need to turn inwards for more than 10 meters to get there, and you have to go up a slope. So the minibus slowly drove up the slope, close to the edge of the fish pond. It's a good thing that most of the country roads wherever you need a car to go are now concrete, so it's easy to get up there. Otherwise the car would get stuck in the mud on a dirt road in this weather. Zhang San and Li Wuan saw that their right-hand direction was the small 2-story building that they had seen on their previous trek. They remembered pretending to be passing delivery trucks when they had come to Stampede during the day earlier, and seeing a young man with a big yellow dog go off into the woods in the small hills to the north. I was looking at it more because of the dog and instinctively noted the location. Now they looked up and down, and Zhang San said, "Are you sure this is the right one?" "Okay." Li Wuan nodded. "Get the needle." Zhang San first turned the car around and parked it on the country road 7 or 8 meters away from Zhu Yunfeng's house, then took a cage out of the back seat. Inside the cage was a female hyena of about 20 pounds, filthy and with a poison throat that prevented her from barking. In order to steal dogs they often resort to a variety of methods. One of the most common is to attract a dog over with sausages, canned goods and the like, and then poison it down with a poisoned dog shot. The next step is to use a female dog to apply an estrus potion on her body to attract a male dog to mate. Since he didn't know whether Zhu Yunfeng's golden hare was male or female, Zhang San and Li Wuan decided to take a two-pronged approach, preparing poison needles on the one hand, and preparing the female dog in food on the other. Li Wuan took the poison needles and crossbow, while Zhang San carried the cage, with sausages in his pants pocket, and a small hand crossbow in his right hand as well. This was to prevent one hit from missing, and the other could make up for it. To ensure a 100% hit rate, the duo got out of the car and opened the trunk to make it easier to lift the dog into the car at the first opportunity after poisoning it and then drive away. It was a very skillful series of movements. When the preparations were done the duo came to the door of Zhu Yunfeng's house and scanned around. This family doesn't have a dog hole? Zhang San wondered. If the other side keeps the dog in the house and doesn't have a doggy hole it can be tough. Go over there and look. Maybe it's locked up in the backyard. Li Recker noticed the backyard. As I said before, there is a yard in front of Zhu Yunfeng's house, but it's not fenced, so it's not considered a private yard. However, there are a few pieces of vegetable land in the backyard. Zhu Yunfeng's dad intends to plant vegetables in the future and raise some chickens in the backyard to prepare, in order to prevent the chickens from running on the fence. It's just that the fence wasn't very high, and a 1-meter-8 person standing on tiptoe could even see into the yard. When the two arrived outside the backyard fence, Zhang San was relatively skinny, only less than 1 meter 7. So Li Wuan squatted down and let Zhang San ride on him, lifting Zhang San up to observe. Zhang San poked his head out. The yard is quite big. There should be about 200 square feet. Due to the lack of care, the vegetable field is not planted, now full of weeds, and there is a back door to the vegetable plot. Unlike the front door and the side door, which are both security doors, the back door only has a simple wooden door due to the fence. Next to the door was the window, through which you could faintly see the kitchen, and the utility room next to it. Hey, there's the dog right there. Zhang San glanced through the window of the utility room and saw Pai Pai crouching at the cellar door, seemingly smelling an unfamiliar odor. Pippi raised his head to the window, noticed the probing Zhang San, and yelped, "Woof woof woof, it's broken, it screams, what to do? Asterisk 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 it." Zhang San sneered, "Put me up." He had just observed that the door to the backyard was one of those old-fashioned wooden doors that you should be able to poke through with a bank card. It's raining so hard right now that dog owners can't always hear the barking. It's a waste of time not to mess with a dog worth $500 or $600 like that. Li Wan then lifted Zhang San up, who went over the fence and stood to receive the hand crossbow from Li Wan. He had just left the poisoned dog needles and the cage on the floor when he went up the wall to observe. The pouring rain was still falling, so Zhang San jumped down from the fence and walked quickly to the wooden door, taking out his bank card from his pocket and inserting it. It's not open. Zhu Yunfeng had unlocked the doors earlier. By now Pippi had rushed down the hallway and was standing outside the kitchen screaming in the direction of the wooden door. Zhang San was in a hurry. It was unlocked, so he couldn't open it with his bank card. He looked around, saw the kitchen window next to him, gritted his teeth, picked up a rock from the vegetable patch, and cracked it with a bang. Then he reached through the window at the speed of light and opened the door, coming face to face with Pippi, who was screaming at him from 3 meters away. Zhang San raised the crossbow in his hand. Just at that moment, the cellar door opened. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di walked out from inside, and the utility room was connected to the kitchen right outside. The sound of a dog barking came. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Di with a smile, "Hear this barking? This is my guardian god dog general. If it is not Pai Pai, I am still being tied up by that grandson of shrimp for miles, but it is a pity that I came in a hurry and forgot to bring the meat bones." With that said smile on his face, he exited the utility room and twisted his head around to see a man holding a crossbow in the back doorway at the end of the hallway. Pippi stood there in the kitchen doorway, barking at him. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile froze. Whoosh! A needle from the hand crossbow flew past in moments, hitting Pippi. That hypodermic needle was full of strong anesthetic, and in just a second or two, Pippi collapsed, twitching. "Pippi," Zhu Yuanzhang grimaced. He then raised his head with anger already in his eyes to look at the stunned Zhang San, touched the knife at his waist, and squeezed out a few words between his teeth. Dog thief. Chapter 11. There's been a little tsunami. Bang! What forced movement! In the second-floor living room, Zhu Yunfeng woke up with a start when he heard the sound of breaking glass. Sleeping in a daze. My hand is now numb from propping my head up for over an hour before. He opened his eyes, sleepy, and scanned around, and then froze there. The living room was empty where the man had been tied up, and Pippi was nowhere to be found. Zhu Yunfeng was furious. The whole thing sobered up. He never thought that he could escape with his hands and feet tied up like that, and Ji Hyuk was searched before, and didn't carry any weapons on him at all. How did that guy get out? Had he actually gotten strong enough to break free of the nylon rope? Ji Hyuk. Zhu Yunfeng could no longer think too much and rushed to the door of Ji Hyuk's room and pushed it in, shouting, "Get up!" Ji Hyuk, also sleepy, was woken up and said, "What's wrong? The dog thief ran away and Pippi is gone." What? Ji Hyuk was alarmed and got up from the bed in a flash. "I'll go down and check it out first. Come on." Zhu Yunfeng pulled out his legs and ran. Going down to the first floor, he saw that the first floor shovel was still there, so he copied the shovel in the direction of the utility room. He felt that the probability was that the other party had not come to steal the dog, but the tablet, and that Pippi had probably been victimized, and that now it would be a matter of going to the utility room to see what had become of the tablet. After coming out of the living room and arriving at the corridor, Zhu Yunfeng twisted his head to first look at the utility room, and sure enough, the cellar door of the utility room was open. He was going to head straight for the utility room, but he glanced inadvertently in the direction of the hallway kitchen and froze. Pippi was seen lying on the ground, twitching, dead or alive. A middle-aged man in a purple silk polo shirt with a net scarf tied around his head in a hairstyle like a pillbox was standing in the doorway with a knife in his hand, blood dripping from it, staring at him. Don't kill me. Father, it's caught. What do we do? Two voices came from outside the backyard, one begging for mercy, the other inquiring. Bring it here, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice. Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but shiver. He heard the voice. It was the same dog thief who called himself Zhu Yuanzhang before. Grab him, this fence is not good to go over. The voice outside added. Take the side door. Zhu Yuanzhang walked over to Zhu Yunfeng with his sword. Zhu Yunfeng retreated several steps in a row. His eyes widened as he looked at him warily, and said in a trembling voice, a society of law and order. Murder is a capital offense. You're still young. Don't walk on the path of crime. Poof. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted coldly, then went to the side door and tried to open it. Tried and found that it wouldn't. He had been headbutted by Ji Hyuk on the side door before, so naturally he remembered the door. And the side doors are easy to open. Just pull the armrest down. But the door's unlocked. It won't pull. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunfeng and said, open the door. Zhu Yunfeng, however, didn't say anything and slowly stepped back. Zhu Yuanzhang said angrily, it's a real dog thief out there. See for yourself. With that he pointed to Pippi and said, Pippi has been victimized by them. It was then that Zhu Yunfeng remembered Pippi and hurriedly threw down the shovel and rushed to Pippi's side, pulling the syringe off. At the moment Pippi is foaming at the mouth. Zhu Yunfeng momentarily confused, can only hold Pippi while whispering its name. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, Shrimp, if it weren't for me, the dog thief would have gotten away with it. So why don't you open the door? Just unscrew the door hitch, and that round dome under the doorknob. Just turn it. Zhu Yunfeng glanced back and said through clenched teeth. He was able to sense that Zhu Yuanzhang did not have any malicious intent, because if the other party really wanted to kill someone, he could have done it just now, once he died himself, and then went up to kill Ji Hyuk. The backyard fence couldn't stop the people outside. After all, the doors to the backyard had been opened. Zhu Yuanzhang did as he was told, and then Zhu Di came in carrying Li Wuan, who was still wounded in the leg and bleeding all over the place. Zhu Yunfeng was dumbfounded. What's going on here? He saw two men dressed in the costume of the ancients, both with sabers. Li Wuan, on the other hand, was dressed in modern clothes and was dragged effortlessly by a young man. Was this guy born with godly strength? I've told you before, I'm Zhu Yuanzhang, and if it weren't for Pippi, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Zhu Yuanzhang walked over to Pippi's side, remembering that an hour ago Pippi stared at himself with angelic eyes and a smile, and then looking at Pippi's body now twitching, he was a bit sad for a moment, and stroked Pippi's head. As a result, after I went to Daming first, and then came over here, I came across these two dog thieves harming Pippi, and I'm really pissed off. At this moment, Zhu Yunfeng gradually calmed down. He looked at Pippi and was going to say that then the dog thief and Pippi should be sent to GH's car first, and when the time comes, the dog thief will be sent to the police station and Pippi will be sent to the veterinarian. But when he heard Zhu Yuanzhang say two, he was surprised and said, what about the other one? Dead. Zhu Yuanzhang said faintly. Dead? Zhu Yunfeng only felt his scalp go numb, and a coolness rushed from the soles of his feet straight to heavenly inspiration. It's back there. Tried to run over the wall and I stabbed him to death. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed in the direction of the back door. Zhu Yunfeng's head exploded. Although the person was not killed by himself, but his own family died, how can this be said? The point is that he really believes half of Zhu Yuanzhang's words now. An ancient costume also with a sword. If Zhu Yuanzhang said is true, he really can freely shuttle between Daming and the present. Others ran away, leaving a corpse. The key is that the police came immediately. Zhu Yunfeng stumbled to the back doorway and saw that sure enough, there was a body face down and back up planted in the grass by the back door fence. Zhang San was also unlucky. Just after shooting Pippi, Zhu Yuanzhang saw it. That poison needle is disposable and needs to be reinstalled to fire again. But how could it be too late in that situation? Before he could press the second poison needle, Zhu Yuanzhang came over with a knife. As a result, he could only turn his head and run. And before he could climb the fence he was stabbed through the back of the heart by an angry Zhu Yuanzhang, ending the life of a dog thief. At this moment, Zhu Yunfeng was also chilled to the bone when he saw the corpse. Well, there's a real death in the family. This is bad food. Peek, what's the situation? Just then, Jai got dressed and came downstairs. Chi, I'm here, Zhu Yunfeng shouted. Ji Hyuk came over to see Zhu Yunfeng returning from the backyard to the mouth of the hallway that connected the living room to the backyard. In the utility room next to the side door entrance stood a young man, hand-carrying a screaming than the killing of pigs worse than the middle-aged man. Seems to be tired of his screaming big, the young man a knife handle slapped on his mouth, slapped full of blood, which only stopped screaming, and there was a middle-aged man in an ancient costume standing in the kitchen doorway, and on the floor Pippi was lying there still foaming at the mouth, but it didn't seem to be life-threatening. What's going on? Jai was confused. Zhu Yunfeng sweated profusely and said, I'll explain it to you later. He came to that Li Wuan and said, Is your medicine poison or anesthetic? Anesthetic, anesthetic. Lee had been scared out of his wits and slurred, not endangering lives. Dog thieves used to use succinylcholine chloride and cyanide to constitute a poison needle, the former being a numbing agent and the latter a poison. But then there were many cases of poisoned dog needles accidentally injuring people across the country, resulting in people being poisoned to death. And for a time the country clamped down and banned the circulation of these two drugs, coupled with the fact that many dog meat stores nowadays do not accept dogs that have been poisoned by poison needles for fear of eating them for safety reasons. Today's dog thieves no longer use cyanide, but only succinylcholine chloride. Succinylcholine chloride can quickly paralyze a dog, though it is not fatal without cyanide. Zhu Yunfeng was relieved to hear that, then first went to close and unlock the door of the side entrance, then took nylon ropes from the utility room and tied Li Wuan up, before he said to Zhu, "Please help watch this guy here." Zhu Di raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, who nodded slightly, and only then did he slightly reluctantly drag Li Wuan inside the utility room and tie him with a rope to the utility room window railing. Chi, Zhu, old ancestor, you guys come with me to the living room to discuss this. At this time, Zhu Yunfeng slowly calmed down. He carried Pippi into the living room and laid him down on the couch, much more relieved if it wasn't fatal. Now he'd just wait for the anesthetic to wear off and Pippi should be fine. Zhu Yuanzhang and Ji Hyuk then followed him to the living room as well. Ji Hyuk opened his mouth before he even sat down and asked, "What's going on? Peek, tell us." "He's like, really?" Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yunfeng said. "Really?" Jaya's eyes widened. Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "Can you prove it to me? Wouldn't it be fine to accompany me on a trip to Damien?" Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. "No go." Zhu Yunfeng shrunk his neck and shook his head repeatedly. Just kidding. He had beaten up Zhu Yuanzhang before. Isn't he looking for death by going to Daming? And how does that prove it? Zhu Yuanzhang took a dozen paper towels from the living room table and slowly and methodically wiped the blood from the knife. "I'll go myself and personally give you a trip back to Daming to see? The experiment is definitely on. The priority now is how to solve the matter at hand." Zhu Yunfeng calmly thought. Jingle bells. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller's number, Zhu Yunfeng's scalp became even more numb. "It's the town police station." "Hello." Now that it was difficult to ride the tiger, Zhu Yunfeng could only answer it with a hard head. "Hello, this is Xia Minghui from the police station. Are you the reporting party?" "Hello, I'm the informant. My name is Zhu Yunfeng. Who is Zhu Changqing to you?" "It's my dad." "Okay, the mudslide at the bottom of the hill has cleared. We'll be right over." Well, the dog thief has been subdued. The road is slippery in the rain. It's okay to drive slowly." "Okay then, you wait a little longer." Hanging up the phone, Zhu Yunfeng's forehead was already sweating. It's only a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. He thought the mudslide wouldn't be cleared up that quickly. It would be 7 to 8 o'clock at any rate. "I didn't realize our police were so fast." "Now that's trouble." "What's going on?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Just now, Zhu Yunfeng was speaking in the local dialect, which he couldn't understand. Now both sides could barely communicate only in Mandarin. After all, in Zhu Yuanzhang's opinion, Mandarin was close to Hanwu Zhengyun, and Hanwu Zhengyun was close to Mandarin, so both sides could understand roughly. As for the words and tongues, they are heavenly books. "The police are here," Zhu Yunfeng said in a deep voice. "The problem must be solved as soon as possible, or else there will be trouble." Ji Hyuk urgently said, "What is going on? You say clearly ah." Even if Zhu Yuanzhang came, hide not on the line. "And Pai is what is going on. Just now that person, and what is the matter? Here come the Real dog thieves. That's the guy just now. They almost got Pippi. It's Zhu." When Zhu Yunfeng glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang, he said, "It was this Zhu Yuanzhang, who is suspected to be the old ancestor of my Zhu family, who saved Pippi, only that there was an accident." "What accident?" "He killed one of the dog thieves." "Killed one?" Ji Hyuk's soul was scared out of his mind, and his face twisted up. Chapter 12, The Chain of Suspicion. This one is even heavier. After giving Ji Hyuk a brief account of what happened, the living room fell into a brief silence, but that silence doesn't last long, because Zhu Yunfeng is very clear. From Dingjiao up the mountain to Zhu Jiaoping, even if the rainstorm is difficult to travel, the mountain road is rugged. The car slows down a little bit is not more than 10 minutes at most, so he had to come up with a countermeasure within 10 minutes. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunfeng at this time and said in a good-natured manner, "Have you thought of a way? Now we have to analyze the dilemma we are facing." Zhu Yunfeng calmed down, writing novels without such an outburst of inspiration, and quickly began to chat about the situation today. He looked around at the two of them and said, "Zhu Yuanzhang, who is suspected to be my old ancestor Zhu Yuanzhang, killed the man. So Ji Hyuk and I will have to face two choices." "Why is that so twisted?" Jai sputtered. Don't interrupt. First choice. Zhu Yunfeng raised a finger and said. Do nothing. Wait for the police to come to your door and tell them the situation. Yeah, we didn't kill the guy. What's it to us? Ji Hyuk's eyes lit up as he said. But it can't be disassociated. And if they really did come over from the Ming dynasty and pat themselves on the back, we're both faced with a dead body, so we can't tell. Zhu Yunfeng scratched his head. Ji Hyuk pointed outside and said, isn't there a witness outside? If people dare to kill the first one, they are not afraid to kill the second one. Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, and sure enough, he saw Zhu Yuanzhang's meaningful face, and shook his head. When the time comes, the two of us will just be facing two corpses, and we'll be even more unable to talk about it. Although with modern forensic techniques, comparing knife wounds, checking fingerprints, probing footprints and the like, the probability is that they can be cleared. But as soon as the police entered the door, there were two corpses in the room, and no one else except him and Ji Hyuk, who were two big living people. Then it must be no matter what else. First take them back for some interrogation. By then, even if they are cleared, they will probably be detained for a long time. He's okay, big deal. The novel breaks. Ji Hyuk is miserable. He'll lose his job. It is really a very troublesome thing for an ordinary person to encounter a criminal case and also become a suspect. Zhu Yunfeng didn't want to cause trouble, but unfortunately trouble got him. Then be honest. Jai said. Do you want to go back to sleep again? Zhu Yunfeng noticed that Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was getting weirder and made a wink to Ji Hyuk. Jill apparently didn't notice this and continued to say. Headlong, what's wrong with that? To be honest, even if we hand over the stone tablet, it's not a big deal to turn it over to the state. Do you think people will give us a chance to live? The corner of Zhu Yunfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the sword in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand. Ji Hyuk was confused at first, but after a few moments he also slowly came back to his senses, and could not help but shiver all over as he fawned and laughed at Zhu Yuanzhang. Just kidding, just kidding, how could I possibly betray the wise and mighty Ming Taizu? Hoof. Zhu Yuanzhang gave him a squinty look and snorted coldly. Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk, on the other hand, looked at each other. Now the duo also understood. If the person in front of him was really Zhu Yuanzhang, who had utilized the stone tablet to come to the modern era, then there was a chain of suspicion that had emerged. Zhu Yuanzhang already knew that the modern level of technology was very advanced. When Zhu Yunfeng scared him, he had said that a city military division was enough to destroy the Great Ming, and a nuclear bomb could kill millions of people. So he had come to understand how big the gap was between Daming in modern times. If Zhu Yunfeng chose to tell the truth and hand over the stone tablet to the state, Zhu Yuanzhang would not think about win-win cooperation with the Chinese family, but would only think about whether or not the modern state would send people to the Ming dynasty to destroy their Daming and drive their old Zhu family out of power. This is the first worry of those in power, the worry of the regime. Therefore once Zhu Yunfeng chose the first rule, handing over the stone tablet and telling the truth to the police, then what awaited him was not a medal given to him by the state, but a butcher's knife in the hands of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang doesn't care if Zhu Yunfeng is his descendant or not. He only knows that anyone who shakes his rule is an enemy. This is best evidenced by the meritorious officials who were later killed by old Zhu. So do we have a choice? Zhu Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Right now we can only choose the second option. To keep this under wraps. How do you hide it? Jai asked. There's not much time left for us. Zhu Yunfeng stood up, pondered for a moment, and said, mop up the floor. Wipe up the blood first. The heavy rain is just enough to help us cover the blood now. And then what? And then of course the destruction of the body. Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said, send the person to Daming. The police can't find the body. They can only treat it as an ordinary dog thief case. What about the dog thief? Jai jumped up from his chair and said with both hands, what about that guy out there? Now there's still a survivor. But when we go back to the police station, the whole thing will be revealed. Yeah, what about that guy? Zhu Yuanzhang still looked at Zhu Yunfeng with a weird look. Zhu Yunfeng's face showed his intolerance, and after a moment he gritted his teeth and said, bring them back to Daming together, and deal with them yourself, old ancestor. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed out loud, stood up and said, worthy of being a descendant of my old Zhu family, truly magnificent. If you come to my Daming, I will give you the body of the clan. I wouldn't dare go. Zhu Yunfeng scrunched his neck. Although Zhu Yuanzhang is too good to be true for the clan, but they're his own sons. Aren't they treated the best? However, he is the grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang for an unknown number of generations. According to the genealogy, it would be the 27th generation, because their family belongs to Zhu Xiaibok's long lineage. Generations are the eldest son and grandson. It is said that the eldest house produces the youngest and the youngest produces the eldest. It is said that there is still a 20th generation of masters in the village. and that the generation of the eldest family line is much lower, and the ancestor who fled that year, Zhu Xiaipuru, was the 11th generation grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang. From the fall of the Ming dynasty to now are past 380 years, and the past 16 generations, the relationship that how far. Besides, he had beaten up Zhu Yuanzhang. It would be strange for him to have good juice when he really went to the Ming dynasty. Even if we take the man to Damien, it's still the same question. Where did the dog thief go? Ji Hyuk walked outside to the hall, saw the van parked at the intersection from the window and hesitated. Didn't we say we've arrested the dog thief? We can't say we ran away. What about the car? Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, I can be a dog thief. So be it." Zhu Yunfeng nodded. "But he must come with me to Damien as a hostage. And the other dog thief you will kill yourself." Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Ji Hyuk. Both sides are now in a chain of suspicion. Zhu Yunfeng picks the first one truthfully. Then Zhu Yuanzhang will have to kill someone. How can I trust Zhu if I choose the second one? When Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di send the two dog thieves to the Great Ming and they come back to pose as dog thieves, what if Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk backhandedly sell them? So there had to be hostages and cast-offs to put Zhu Yuanzhang at ease. Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Killing is exempted. We modern people have not killed anyone in the peaceful era. I killed psychologically can't get over it. And later in front of the police will surely be exposed. But I can help to carry the body, so that it is the accomplices. It is considered the crime of hiding, and I can't run away just the same." With that he looked to Ji Hyuk and said in dialect, "Chi-Chi, the time has come for you to sacrifice and dedicate yourself. Follow them on a trip to Daming. Stay there for a while and I'll pick you up later." Ji Hyuk opened his eyes wide and pointed at himself. ******* peak. Are you still human? Why don't you go? I want to go too. You don't know me yet. If I could go, how could I risk you? But the problem is that I'm the one who called the police. When the police come later you'll go and talk to him or I'll go?" Zhu Yunfeng spread his hands and said, "As soon as people hear that the voice is not right, they will immediately become suspicious, and then it will all be over." Ji Hyuk's eyes slowly got a little desperate. "I have to go to work later. Take a hammer shift. Take a vacation. We'll be rich if this goes through." Zhu Yunfeng drew out a big pie and pulled him along. "Remember the mentor quote we read together back then? The reason for working hard to make money is so that one day in the future we can all say that it's great to be rich, instead of helplessly saying that it would be great if we were rich. It's a good thing to say that you're afraid to get in bed with a tiger." Ji Hyuk took a look at Zhu Yuanzhang, who had finished wiping his sword and was squinting at them with a smirk. He doesn't know Ming history, but he knows Zhu Yuanzhang. The four major cases in the early Ming dynasty, the killings were bloody, and it was said that more than 100,000 people had been massacred. Will there be a good ending in the future if one cooperates with such a murderous devil king? You don't have to worry about that. All people have their own value. He doesn't kill us because we're useful. Zhu Yunfeng analyzed. He definitely wants to change the ending of the demise of the Great Ming, and definitely wants to make the Great Ming strong. So he can't leave us. If we want to get rich, we also have to rely on him. This is win-win cooperation. Are you sure? Jill will be skeptical. Sure. And now we're riding a tiger. If you don't go, Zhu Yuanzhang will definitely choose to kill us in one shot in order to prevent exposure and the stone tablet being taken away by the state for research. What kind of person he is, you know. Opening a bowl, ending a country. From the end of the Yuan dynasty to the beginning of the Ming dynasty, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people died under his hands. Right? One more of us is not much. One less of us is not less. Zhu Yunfeng went up and wrapped his arms around him and whispered, "Don't worry. As long as things are done right, you won't be in danger. And if this is true, you still what class? Just get a Yuan blue and white porcelain from the Ming dynasty. We don't have to worry for the rest of our lives." This. When Ji Hyuk thought of the Yuan blue and white porcelain auctioning for hundreds of millions of dollars that he had seen on the internet some time ago, he got a little misty-eyed and said sparingly, Okay, get moving." Zhu Yunfeng looked at the time. Another 4 minutes had passed, now leaving him with less than 6 minutes. With that, the three of them immediately got up. Ji Hyuk went to the restroom to get a mop, while Zhu Yunfeng walked to the backyard and carried Zhang San's body into the house with Zhu Yuanzhang. In fact, there is not much blood in the house. Li Wuan leg injury. Was Zhu slipped in when flowed all over the house? Zhang San was killed in the backyard vegetable garden. The blood flowed into the vegetable field. Some of the weeds stained with blood. Just by the rain or rinse almost invisible. But even so, to be on the safe side, Zhu Yunfeng cracked a lump of earth and spread it evenly over the bleeding area. He did not dare to turn the soil with a hoe. The freshly turned traces would easily show the marks. Spreading soil is different. Just cover the top a little and the rain will make it look very natural. Then they carried Zhang San's body into the cellar. And when Li Wuan, who was tied up, was frightened. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Di, "Bring him into the cellar." Zhu gestured and asked, "No more killing? It bleeds." Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yunfeng had already carried Zhang San's body inside. There were no lights in the cellar and it was pitch black inside. So Zhu Yunfeng turned on the cellar lights, and under the dim incandescent light, he said to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Old ancestor, would you demonstrate and see?" Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, then dragged Zhang San over to the stone monument and touched the protruding part of the monument. He saw a white light flashing in front of him, as if it was a time travel in a sci-fi movie. Zhu Yuanzhang and the Zhang San he was dragging disappeared in an instant, leaving Zhu Yunfeng dumbfounded at the spot. Froze for what? At this moment Zhu had also come down. He dragged the dead dog like a dead dog and threw Li Wuan into the cellar, then climbed down and said, "Drag him over." Oh, as if waking up from a dream, Zhu Yunfeng dragged Li Wuan, who had already been stunned, over. Before he could reach the stone monument, it suddenly flickered again, and Zhu Yuanzhang appeared in front of him once more. Now he was completely convinced and stammered, "You, really my old ancestor? Can it be fake?" Zhu Yuanzhang dragged Li Wuan over to him and said to Zhu Di, "Go and call the boy who sweeps the floor above." Zhu then shouted to Ji Hyuk, "Hey, come here." Coming. Since there wasn't much blood in the house, Jai had finished mopping and had just finished washing the mop, heard the call and ran to the utility room. Zhu beckoned, "Come down." Jai muttered under his breath, "I have to go to work." Akasan, Yuan Celadon porcelain. Zhu Yunfeng beckoned as well, a demonic-like whisper ringing in his ears. Jiho then reluctantly came down. The cellar was not large, and with 5 people coming in at the moment, it all seemed crowded. Zhu Yuanzhang then said, "Lao Si, wait here. I'll take them over. There are still some things to explain to your mother and big brother." "Good." Zhu nodded. Zhu Yuanzhang then dragged Li Wuan with one hand and had Ji Hyuk hold him again as he touched the stone tablet with his other hand. Brush. Space seemed to fluctuate. Zhu Yunfeng still maintained his stunned expression. This spatial teleportation was surprising to watch several times. This time Zhu Yuanzhang went a little long. The cellar all of a sudden became empty again. Zhu Yunfeng stood there slightly embarrassed, so he asked Zhu Di next to him, "How do you call it?" "Chu." "Oh, Zhu Yunfeng first responded, then jerked his head around, his expression even more stunned as he looked at the young man. Well, this one is even heavier." Chapter 13. Zhu Yuanzhang was arrested and sent to the police station. Don't be too nervous. Remember the process I just told you guys. You don't even have to remember it clearly. When you get to the police station you just need to be honest. Stealing a dog is just a minor issue, not enough to be a criminal offense, and you are still attempting to steal a dog, generally not punished or dealt with. Inside the living room, Zhu Yunfeng was tying up Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di with nylon ropes. The two of them changed their clothes. Zhu Yunfeng got a set of fall clothes from his dad's room cabinet, while Zhu wore his clothes, not expecting them to fit. The only problem is the hair. Their hair is very long, and not good to cut it off now. They simply took the knitted cap Zhu Yunfeng himself wore on his head, to cover up the long hair. Barely make do. He tied the man up, then stuffed Ji Hyuk's cell phone into Zhu Yuanzhang's pants pocket, and continued, "When you come out of the police station, answer my call and listen to my command." The way how to answer the call was also told to you just now. Remember? Aha. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Zhu Yunfeng then said, "The most troublesome thing right now is that you guys don't have ID cards. This has to be solved somehow." "What's an ID card?" Zhu Yuanzhang did not understand. "It's similar to the Ming dynasty's household registration, or an official's dental license," Zhu Yunfeng explained. He knew that the ancient people could not have an ID card to speak of, only the household registration information, but the officials had something to prove their identity. In the Tang dynasty, it was called the fish rune, and in the Ming dynasty, it was called the tooth tag or waist tag. The sound of a car roaring outside. Slightly nervous, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "It seems to be coming. What should we do?" Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a while and said, "Playing the little cutie. Just say the headache. Before we did not fight? When others ask you guys say you're Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, and drool and giggle when you're approached for an ID card. Although it's risky because the police will feel that you're intentionally concealing your identities for fear that you're fugitives from the internet or have a case on your person. There really isn't a way for me to help you guys with your identities." Zhu Yuanzhang. 2. Hopefully, in modern times, saying that you are Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di is just a cutie in the eyes of others. Chanting? Alas, the loophole in this case is still too big. We can only see if God helps or not, and hope that because dog theft is a law and order incident, the police will just deal with it according to the general process instead of doing it so carefully and seriously. Zhu Yunfeng looked out the window while saying helplessly, "But I really don't have a way. I didn't find an ID card from those 2 dog thieves." And even if I took their ID cards, the difference between your looks and theirs is still too big. Not quite able to fool them. The time given to me is too little. In case their ID cards are in the car. And it's bad if they're found by the police. But I really don't have the time. It can only be like this. But at 7 o'clock in the morning the power supply office will be overhauled. The whole town temporary power outage. By then there is no computer office. They even if by then in the car search the dog thief's ID card will not necessarily be able to find out your identity. After all, the ID card ID photo and the big gap between myself is very normal. Coupled with your current appearance, perhaps you can be hidden from the past. As long as they didn't get too wrapped up in who you guys were. Things went much better back there. After that we went to the police station. They will surely find a way to regulate our conflict. At that time I will find the police to ask for the loss of the anesthetic injection in Pippi. And you will find the police to ask for the loss of me hitting you guys. So that the police will surely let us reconcile. And a little bit of fooling around and it will be over. Zhu Yunfeng's brain is flexible. Although he does not understand the process of handling cases. But he understands the way of handling cases in grassroots police stations. The Guardian of the Liberated West, which was a big hit a couple years ago, was not a big hit. Things like this that are not illegal. The police basically do not do criminal and detention processing, and rarely check each other's ID cards, especially since the two dog thieves are also beaten up a bit like a little cute. The tendency of the police is even more difficult to deal with, because anything more serious, really beating someone out of their mind, or seriously injuring them, unless the other person was in a home invasion and they were forced to defend themselves, then in turn the victim could be punished. So as long as Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di act a little silly, there is still a certain chance that they can muddle through. Sure, that is, there are certain odds. After all, a slightly more experienced police officer would be skeptical of someone pretending to be crazy and not giving identification for fear of being an online fugitive. Thus there is no way to determine many things. But even if you're unlucky and the police do find out there's a problem, you're still dead in the water. They couldn't find the bodies of the two dog thieves. And as long as Zhu Yunfeng and Ji He bit the bullet and saw that the dog thieves they saw were Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, then the odds were that it wouldn't be any of their business when the time came. Well, senior, see what happens later. Zhu Yuanzhang then said to Zhu Di. Zhu Di nodded and said, "Don't worry, father, my child will be able to detect words. There's something missing right now." Zhu Yunfeng had already seen a police car parked outside behind the van through the parlor window. Zhu was surprised. What's missing? It would be more like the real thing if someone shed some blood. Seems so. Pop. Zhu Yunfeng jabs Zhu right on the nose. Zhu's head tilted, and a nosebleed immediately flowed down, smearing the entire mouth. Is that necessary? Is this necessary? Zhu felt the sharp pain coming from his nose. Tears were coming down his eyes, and he opened his mouth to scream at Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yuanzhang whispered, "Shut up." Zhu then had to keep quiet, tears streaming down his face. Is Zhu Yunfeng home? Someone outside shouted. Zhu Yunfeng opened the door to the hall and said, "It's there." Two policemen came outside. One of them was inspecting the van. The other stood in front of Zhu Yunfeng. He was probably around 50 years old and smiled as he sized up Zhu Yunfeng. "Your evergreen son? You know my father? Your dad and I went to elementary school together." "Hello Uncle Xie." Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly nodded his head. "It's much better to have an acquaintance. What's going on?" Xia Minghui saw that two people were tied up in the hall. One of them had a bruised nose and the other had a face full of blood. Zhu Yunfeng himself wasn't much better, similarly covered in injuries. The three men were covered in gray and wet, and it was needless to think that they must have all gone through a fierce struggle. Two dog thieves. Zhu Yunfeng instantly became agitated and pointed in the direction of the living room. "My dog has been hit by a poison needle." Xia Minghui then crossed into the hall and walked to the living room and scanned it. Pippi was still lying on the couch, the anesthetic not having worn off, foaming at the mouth and twitching, with a hypodermic needle on the table next to him. "How's it going? Not dead?" Xia Minghui asked. He had heard that pet dogs were more valuable and if they died then it could be a criminal offense. "Not dead, just numb," Zhu Yunfeng replied. "Have they entered the house?" "No, my dogs went out to poop and pee this morning and they did it in the yard and I caught them." "Aha." Xia Minghui nodded. "If you break into a house, you will also be sentenced to imprisonment, because the nature is different if you break into a house. Even if you attempt to steal, you will be sentenced to imprisonment of up to 3 years, detention or control, and or a single fine. This time, since it's not a burglary, it's a normal dog theft case, which falls under the law and order category, and doesn't look like a big deal." He turned his head and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that the side corridor was wet, as if it had been artificially hosed down and as if it hadn't been cleaned, and there were 2 drops of blood in one corner of the corridor. Zhu Yunfeng noticed his gaze and followed it, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. Ji Hyuk must have been too nervous to clean up the mess. Why is there blood here? Did you clean it? Xia Minghui walked over with a surprised face. It fell during the struggle earlier, knocking over a bucket of water that was sitting outside the house, so I guess the rain outside washed it in. Zhu Yunfeng walked over to keep his composure and said, Uncle Xie, I'm a novel writer. I work late, and I have to take my dog out to poop and pee before I go to bed. So I went downstairs and opened the side door to let it out, and then waited for it to come in on its own after it finished pooping and peeing. You know it was raining outside, so I didn't follow them out and waited at the door. As a result, suddenly those two thieves came out and poisoned my dog over. So I rushed over and fought with them, wounded them and dragged them towards the house, wanting to tie them together. But I didn't realize that they resisted fiercely, so I did it again in the side door utility room, and the blood flowed at that time. He told the story of what he had made up. Xia Minghui really didn't think about it carefully and was surprised. You're a skinny guy who looks weak, but you were able to injure those two fine strong men? I was born with God's power. Zhu Yunfeng bent and raised his right hand, patting the not-so-obvious biceps with his left hand, as if showing strength. Xia Minghui rolled his eyes. This kid is like a little chicken. Really, strength so big? He didn't say anything, though, and scanned around. The house really has traces of struggle. A floor of mud, water stains, footprints. Just now the two men, one nosebleed wildly, the other is also injured. There is blood on the ground can also be right. He looked around the utility room, kitchen, living room, hall, and even looked at the backyard. And when he saw nothing out of the ordinary, he asked Zhu Yunfeng, how did the kitchen window break? I went to town 2 days ago and forgot my key. I came back over the wall and the back door was locked, so I had to break the window to get in, and I never changed it. Zhu Yunfeng explained. He'd also had his say about the windows. That's fine. Your kid is also really reckless. People have poison needles and you still rushed over to fight. After seeing that there is no doubt, Xia Minghui said, remember, in the future, when this kind of thing happens again, first take care of your own personal safety. Don't rush over for the sake of a dog. Call the police. We will come in time. I know Uncle Shay. Zhu Yunfeng nodded his head back and forth, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. It's also fortunate that when he called the police he said it was a dog theft case and not a burglary to steal a monument. In this way, from the beginning of the preconception, Xia Minghui thought that it is not a big case. No need to be too cautious. Will not think too much. If they had said from the start that they were here to steal valuables, heirloom treasures, or something like that, enough to qualify as a criminal case, then Xia Minghui and the others would have been very cautious and searched around. The setup he made was also only a rough cover of the trail, and was actually full of holes. Though Zhang Sanliwan has gone to the other world and is basically untraceable. However, it is still possible for an experienced police officer to detect a difference if he or she observes the situation carefully. For example, the blood under the dirt outside the yard, the water stains stretching all the way down to the cellar, the fingerprints in the van, the lack of dog smell on Zhu Yuanjiang and Zhu Di, and so on. It won't end well then. Now is finally fooled over. The only trouble in the future is that the families of the two dog thieves realize that people are missing. Reported to look for, the probability of finding him here, but then he could have pushed a clean slate, too. Anyway, he did have two dog thieves here who were also taken to the police station. As for what the two dog thieves did after getting out of the police station and where they went, who knows? And the problem of the different sizes of the surveillance picture and the dog thief's appearance has also occurred to him, and it would have been given to Zhu Yuanjiang and Zhu Di to beat the nose and face, and the body was covered with gray, and he also wore a hat. Surveillance as long as the head is lowered cannot be seen at all. Look, then the fact that the dog thief has been out of the police station. The family of the dog thief goes off into the sea of uncertainty to find out for themselves. Aim. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was thinking that his layout shouldn't be too much of a problem, a cat's cry came out. In the direction of the backyard a civet cat walked through the door dripping wet. What made the heart stop was that it also had a bright red blood stain on its white right front leg. Xia Minghui heard the cat calling and instinctively went to look. It's just that the egg came in from the back door and went to the kitchen. And in the process of moving, Zhu Yunfeng's body happened to block Xia Minghui's line of sight, so that he needed to go around Zhu Yunfeng in order to see it, and therefore didn't see it at first glance. But at this time, Zhu Yunfeng's corner of the eye saw the blood on the egg has been down and lost thinking. It was too late to make any reaction, just as Xia Minghui was about to incline his head to look over. In the nick of time, Zhu cried out, "Ouch! It hurts!" Xia Minghui twisted his head. Since Zhu had his nose broken only moments ago, his nose was still bleeding. Seeing the situation, Xia Minghui took out a tissue from his pocket and said in the local dialect as he walked over, "Yunfeng, you're hitting too hard. In case something happens, it'll be troublesome." Phew, Zhu Yunfeng let out a long sigh of relief and hurried up to grab the egg, first rinsing off the blood from its right front leg in the kitchen sink, then dropping the egg to walk to the hall and said, "Who cares so much at that time?" The wind and rain outside were heavy, and Zhu Yunfeng's back inside was also wet and sweaty. Xia Minghui walked to Zhu Di's side, used tissue paper to block his bleeding nostril, and then scanned around, saw that there is not too big a difference and said to Zhu Yunfeng, "You and I will go to the police station to make a statement. Very quickly." "Good." Zhu Yunfeng nodded. "Wang, how's it going?" Xia Minghui walked to the door of the hall and asked the other policeman who was checking the van. Xiao Wang stood outside the trunk of the van, holding up the crossbow in his hand and said, "Brother Xie, some tools of the trade were found in the car, and there's a big dog smell inside. It's a dog thief all right. Get over here and press the man into the car." Xia Minghui nodded and went up to hold Zhu Yuanzhang down, lifting him up with slightly rough movements. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him in dissatisfaction. Xia Minghui was surprised and said, "Ha, you Huan Xingzi don't do any serious work to come and steal a dog, and you dare to stare at me?" Zhu Yunfeng stood behind Xia Minghui and hastily gave Zhu Yuanzhang a wink. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang honestly lower his head. Xiao Wang also came over and shoved Zhu, handcuffing the two men and escorting them to the police car. The tools of the trade must also be confiscated. The keys to the van were in the car, because dog thieves must always be ready to escape. And if they were chased by the villagers and didn't have time to insert the keys in the car in a panic, they would be in trouble. So as a professional dog thief, Zhang San never pulled out the keys. Xiao Wang then drove the van, while Xia Minghui handcuffed Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di to the armrests inside the police car, both hands cuffed to prevent them from assaulting the police in the car, and drove the police car himself. Zhu Yunfeng also has a car, it is Jihe's car. Originally Xia Minghui said that you can ride together in his car, and later after making a statement Xia Minghui will send him up. However, Zhu Yunfeng knows very well that Zhu Yuanzhang they should not be locked up for long before they have to be released, so he must wait for them outside the police station. And now this rainy day cannot be done without transportation, so he politely refused Xia Minghui's goodwill, locked the door and then drove Jihe's car down the mountain. At that moment, the three cars, one in front of the other, headed for the police station in the town down the hill. Chapter 14, The Townscape. The mountains were hazy with smoke and rain, and the car drove slowly along the old country road. The road is rugged and difficult to navigate, with countless steep slopes with low undulations, dense jungles on both sides, sometimes isolated houses, some terraced fields, a few vegetable plots, and the villagers seem to be living in a deep forest. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di stand around like two curious babies, looking out the window, looking inside the car, looking out the window again, looking inside the car again. Outside the window of the car, the rain is much smaller, not as violent as last night. From the torrential rain to the appearance of moderate rain, the sound of pattering through the forest and hitting the leaves came, and occasionally there were a few channels of green smoke in the homes of the people, giving people a kind of smoky atmosphere. Inside the car is another change. The old township police car is a more than 10 years of Volkswagen Jetta, but there should be a lot of instrumentation. Xia Minghui steering wheel like a spinning gyroscope back and forth to play, and from time to time in the 1, 2, 3 gears between the switch. See Zhu Yuanzhang father and son dazzled. Although the mountain roads in Hunan are not as exaggerated as those in Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan, they are also intricate and narrow, especially the rugged mountain roads like this one, with several 90-degree bends, and sometimes you have to go up a steep slope to get down the mountain. All the way to the car speed is not fast, just 30 yards like, but 9 curves and 18 bends, the left side of the car and 20 to 30 meters high cliffs, as well as dense deep jungle. All the way to look at people is very thrilling. From the rear-view mirror, Xia Minghui noticed the two gazes. In his eyes felt thieving, then said, "What are you looking at? The old man is not young. Go to steal other people's home dogs, not ashamed? And that, so young on the crooked road, do something decent cannot? Father, he really thinks we're dog thieves." Zhu's nose had already been allowed to be blocked by Xia Minghui with a napkin. Only his mouth was full of blood, now almost dry, and he muttered, "That shrimp is so not a thing. One punch made my nose look like it was broken. That kid is a talent that can be put to great use. Just now a series of arrangements well organized. It seems to be your master in heaven to bless me with such a bold and careful descendant." Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his son's miserable face, but he laughed instead, because he was much more miserable than Zhu Di, and his crotch also received a kick. "Shrimp is a descendant of our old Zhu family? Which lineage?" Zhu wondered. Zhu Yuanzhang looked him up and down and said with an odd look, "It seems to be a descendant of your lineage." "Ha?" Zhu Di's face showed surprise, and then due to the change of expression pulled the wound. Let him cannot help but groan, "Alas, this guy is really inappropriate son of man. The pain killed me. Turn around, I will implement the ancestral family law." Well, Shrimp is a great talent. In the future we will have to rely on him if we want our Ming to be strong. Zhu Yuanzhang admonished, this time back to have to let him recognize his ancestors. You and his good close. Do not centrifugal separation from him. Why does it have to be the shrimp? Zhu didn't understand. Zhu Yuanzhang faintly said, because he is my descendant. That is my own people. Outsiders I do not feel at ease. He knew very well that after recognizing this brand new world, he needed to understand why this world had become so strong, and whether they, Daming, had such a chance to become this strong as well. In addition to a strong country, the most important thing is whether his old Zhu family can always sit firmly on the throne. Later generations thought that Zhu Yuanzhang came from the peasant army, so he treated the people well. In fact, in the Han dynasty, officials were indeed the bottom of the social ladder and were killed when they said so, but the people were no better. Those of his sons in the fiefdom brutalization of the people can be said to be arbitrary bullying. The early Ming dynasty, for major cases, involving more than 100,000 people, of which more than 90% are innocent implicated people. Many of the policies introduced later were also high-handed ruling policies that imposed intense control on the people and officials, almost to the point of pathological overkill. Thus, it can be seen that what Zhu Yuanzhang really cared about was never the people, but the kingdom of his old Zhu family. Zhu Yunfeng, a writer of historical novels originated, and is a descendant of the Zhu family, is too clear about what Zhu Yuanzhang is a situation, which is why he knows that once he chooses to turn over the stone tablets to the state, he himself and Ji Hyuk are dead, and that's why he can only choose to take the chestnuts out of the fire. Now Zhu Yuanzhang's appeal is simple. He needs a spokesman in the modern era, through which he can get the ways to make the great Ming strong and help him to maintain the rule of the old Zhu family, so that the great Ming kingdom will be solid. And it just so happens that Zhu Yunfeng is a descendant of the Zhu family, and can be seen through the handling of the matter of the dog thief. He is very clever and resourceful, though beating himself up was a bit harsh. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a vague pain in his crotch, but it is undeniable that Zhu Yuanzhang had to have such an intelligent man, and still a descendant of his own direct line of descent, to achieve his own interests. Thus, he had to let Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng have a good relationship. After all, Zhu Yunfeng was the descendant of Zhu Di's lineage. In the future, he might need Zhu Di to come over to this side of the world often, and having a good relationship with Zhu Yunfeng would be beneficial to his old Zhu family without any harm. This thing can run much faster than a horse. In this rugged mountain road, a horse can't run at all. But in this thing, it's not only soothing, but also surprisingly fast. It's marvelous. Zhu Di looked at the car, issued a heartfelt emotion. Follow the car then. His expensive horses are not even as good as a piece of paint. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, said, you only see this thing of strange speed, but did not notice the road. Even this deep mountain forest among the road are built so flat. The later generations of the country's strength is truly breathtaking. Yes, when will we have such a thing in Daming? So now you understand the reason why I want you to get nice and close to the shrimp. I see. Hey. The two were talking when they were suddenly interrupted. Seeing that they were saying something they couldn't understand in private, Xia Minghui said in dissatisfaction. What's all the muttering about? Are you colluding? Zhu Yuanzhang father and son just communicated not in Hangu Zhengyun, but in their hometown Fengyang dialect, coupled with the fact that it was the Anhui Fengyang dialect of the Ming dynasty, which was quite different from the Fengyang dialect of the later generations, and thus it was simply the same as encrypted conversations, which were not understandable at all. This made Xia Minghui suspicious. Generally speaking, suspects must definitely be separated into switches, and there must also be multiple police officers in their custody. But that refers to criminal cases. This kind of law and order cases on handcuffs are considered in the face of Zhu Yunfeng's dad as Xia Minghui elementary school classmates, otherwise may not even bring back to the trial. On-the-spot criticism and education on the finish. But these two guys were so not treating Xia Minghui like a cop that it made him a little angry. Knowing that the country is now so powerful that even just the grassroots police stations are armed, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't act too arrogant and bossy, so he said in Ming Common, headache. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's bruised and swollen face, Xia Minghui's heart drummed a little and smiled sarcastically. A little skin wound. It should be fine. Now that's a bad catch. Previously, he heard his colleagues said, before the county has a case, a thief burglary, was found by the head of the household severely beaten. The result is that the thief seriously injured the family trouble, that the head of the household to pay for the loss of all the money. Although Zhu Yuanzhang looks just like a skin wound, but hitting the head is different. In case of an intracranial hemorrhage, it will be a big trouble. Not to mention that concussions are no small thing, so if such a situation really occurs, then it is not good for him to intervene, and he also needs to go through the legal process to see if it constitutes self-defense or not. or else it is easy to get into trouble and be silent along the way. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di instead kept muttering, watching Xie Minghui become more and more alarmed. These two guys can't be discussing how to blackmail someone. If that was the case, he could only worry for his old schoolmate. Think about it. There's really no way around it these days. Being injured as a thief and looking for compensation from the victim. There's no justice. Soon the automobile drove down Shannon Hill and into the town of Blue Sands. Shangfeng Mountain is on the north side of town. The police station is on the south side of town. And you have to cross the whole town after coming down from the mountain. The whole town is connected by the Lansha River, which, as a branch of the Zishui River, does not actually originate from the Zhejiang River, but from Xiefeng Mountain, and finally flows into the Zishui River. The volume of the river is certainly not large compared to the Zishui, but it is barely considered a small to medium-sized river that feeds the children of one side of the river. There are 3 bridges over the river. One is an old wooden bridge from I don't know how many years ago. Upriver, an old bridge, repaired in the 70s and 80s, is in the center of town, and although it's a reinforced concrete structure, it's long been pitted. The last is the new bridge, located in the southern section of the town, at the entrance from the county to the town, spacious and sturdy. And it just so happens that the police station is located over there. Zhu Yuanzhang, father and son from Shangfeng Mountain down, first saw the old wooden bridge, cannot help but be a little surprised. Are said to be a strong modern country. How the bridge is so old and unbearable. However, the houses along the way are all oddly shaped rectangular buildings, usually 3 or 4 stories high. There are also 5 or 6 stories. Can be much stronger than the daiming. After a while to the old bridge, see that reinforced concrete, above the car traffic. And this is the center of the town, the crossroads, the nearby houses and stores and the largest flow of people. The police car also moved slowly. The father and son looked at it with new curiosity, scanning around as if they were Lulu strolling through the Grand View Garden. Strictly speaking, it is just a small town, which is definitely not as spectacular as Yingtianfu, the capital of Ming Dynasty. But even if it is just a small town, near the center of the town are all the kind of 5 or 6 story high staircase houses. That height is enough to make people shocked. Although it is not possible to build such a high building in daiming, but in daiming high buildings are not universal. Wooden buildings are easy to collapse. Ordinary residential buildings 3 or 4 floors is already the limit, and modern cannot be compared. It's even more shocking when you get to the area around the mouth of the town, because that side of the town's mouth is newly renovated. Across the new bridge is the new street, different from the old street in the center of town. The street is similarly full of tall buildings, lined up, one after the other, all brand new as ever. Towering over the river. A large number of cars, shuttles and motorcycles are shuttling inside. The spiral lights in front of the barber store are flashing brightly. People are coming and going from the stores along the street. And outside the supermarket's Moncler Jackets outlet, carrying their purchases in their hands, straddle the motorized carts with their umbrellas, power poles, street lights, clean and tidy streets and crowds of vehicles coming and going together build a lively townscape. For people like Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son who have never seen modern life, even just a small town in a remote area in the south is enough to make them feel surprised and full of new ideas everywhere. It's a sight never to be seen in Damien. It's not that there are fewer people. Rather, we are talking about buildings, vehicles, bridges and the way people live and travel. Zhu Yuanzhang is not a fool. He knew very well that when a country where even a township people had vehicles to travel alone instead of having to rely only on their legs, then the country was already far stronger than he could have imagined. A glimpse of the whole world. Even the town is like this. Then what is the scene above the county and even the national capital? Chapter 15. Damien is annihilated by a police station. The police car, Van and Jaya's car pulled into the town police station. The police station is right behind the town hall, turning in from the alley on the left side of the town entrance. And there is quite a large parking lot inside. Zhu Yunfeng parked his car, picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 6:51. After he got down from the car, he saw that Xie Minghui and Xiao Wang were already in the police car uncuffing Zhu Yuanzhang and the others. So he walked over to them and asked, "Uncle Xie, where am I going now?" "Just go down to the lobby with Wang and make a statement." Xie Minghui glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di's appearance. So he whispered to him in dialect, "Yunfeng, things are not going to be easy. You need to be mentally prepared?" "What?" Zhu Yunfeng was confused. "What happened?" "Later." Xie Minghui shook his head and said. He and Xiao Wang then brought Zhu Yuanzhang and the others into the institute. It's not even 7 in the morning, and the police station goes to work at 9 o'clock, or 9 to 5 for all civil servants. So there's not much of a crowd in the office, only 2 officers on duty. "Li, come take a statement with me." Xia Minghui greeted a duty officer, and first put Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di separately into the interrogation room to start the interrogation. One of the duty officers, Xiao Li, was with Xia Minghui, and the other duty officer, Xiao Sun, was in the lobby of the police station with Xiao Wang to make a statement with Zhu Yunfeng, so that Zhu Yunfeng could recapitulate what happened. At this point in the interrogation room, Xia Minghui first trial Zhu. He thought the young people will not be able to carry the pressure. First trial easier. Zhu also sat in the chair of regret for the first time and sat in the chair with a confused look on his face. Xia Minghui then asked, "What's the name?" "2. Which land?" "Mulberry Day. Kinda cultured." Li laughed as he took notes. "What culture? Isn't that the name of Mingqingzu Zhudi?" Xia Minghui also laughed, thinking that although this kid didn't do anything good, the name was really daring. Both of them were speaking in dialect. After all, the two locals were used to communicating in the local language. Even during interrogation, they only spoke Mandarin to the suspect, so Zhu didn't really understand the meaning of the sentence. "Where? Don't remember." "Got your ID?" Li asked again. "I have a headache." When Zhu heard the ID card, he immediately started performing, covering his head and pretending to look in pain. "What?" Xiao Li saw the blood on Zhu's face. Xia Minghui then said, "He fought with the head of the household when he stole the dog and was beaten up by the head of the household. That's not good enough to take to the hospital." Li tensed. According to the process, they must first take the injured to the hospital and treat them before they can continue with the case. "Well," Xia Minghui pondered for a moment, then asked Zhu, "Then we'll send you to the hospital for a look?" "No go." Zhu shook his head back and forth. "Zhu Yunfeng has instructed that if you go to the hospital, you will refuse, and if you are interrogated, you will say that you have a headache. At the end of the day, the police must have nothing to do but mediate. Then both sides reach a willingness to mediate, and that's the end of the matter. Otherwise, you'll have to register your information when you go to the hospital, and not having an ID will only add to the hassle. So can you tell us what happened?" Seeing that he wasn't going to the hospital, Xia Minghui asked again. "Headache. Forgot." Zhu added. "What should we do?" "Xia, this guy is fooling us." Li twisted his head to look at Xia Minghui. Xia Minghui shook his head and said, "Then go ahead and interrogate the other one." The two stood up and went out of the inquiry room to the next room. At this time Zhu Yuanzhang was surveying the house. The police station has 4 sections and 8 rooms, and the interview room is used for interrogating suspects. This type of inquiry room appears several times in Guardians of Liberty West. But although there was a name difference from the interrogation room of the criminal police force, there was actually no change in function or appearance. It's all one desk, one computer, 2 civilian police officers, and 1 regretful chair across the room. Xia Minghui sat down with Xiao Li, looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, and spoke. "What's the name?" "Zhu Yuanzhang." Zhu Yuanzhang said. "Zhu Yuanzhang?" Li, who was in charge of the records, looked up, surprised. "Which dollar? Which chapter?" "Scholars Yuan." "Wang Lizhang." Zhu Yuanzhang said expressionlessly. There are no traditional characters in his name because the simplified characters themselves are ancient script, a simplified version that is easy for ordinary people to write, so he can say exactly which 3 characters they are. Hearing his words, Xiao Li froze, and then asked tentatively, "Are you Mingtaizu Zhu Yuanzhang?" It was Zhu Yuanzhang's turn to freeze, thinking that his identity was exposed, and was surprised. "You know me? So the one next door is Mingqingzhu Zhudi?" Little Li looked and pointed to the next room again. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, still expressionless, and said, "He is my 4th son." Xia Minghui's cheeks twitched slightly. Xiao Li burst into joy and said, "Brother Xie, our police station is going to be famous." Having eliminated the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty and Emperor Qingzu in one fell swoop. With that, he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang again and said, "Are you sure you're Zhu Yuanzhang?" "I am." Zhu Yuanzhang said. "The line is not changed and the name is not changed." Xiao Li thought for a moment, took out his cell phone and searched the internet for Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, exhibited it and said, "Is this picture you?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked over. "See a pig's waist face, written above the portrait of Ming Taizu." A moment of surprise asked, "This is painted above Zhu Yuanzhang? Where is it from?" "I'll check." Little Li then searched and said, "It was said to have been painted for Zhu Yuanzhang by a court painter in the Ming dynasty, and it was circulated in the folklore by the middle of the Ming dynasty." "Like this?" Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. If it is determined that it was painted by a Ming dynasty court painter, then perhaps it was left in his own future later years. So why did he let himself be painted like that in his later years? He mulled over the fact that there should be only one reason, and that was to maintain domination. Because this look in the modern view is a pig waist face, but in the ancient view is called posture and appearance of majestic, strange bone filling, willingness to outline. People cannot be measured. In layman's terms, this is the mold for the dragon statue. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that he should be able to do such a thing as changing his appearance. so that he could also deepen the people's impression that he was the true Dragon Emperor. Then Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Since this is a picture of Zhu Yuanzhang, the person on it is me. Are you sure?" "Sure. I was skinny back then. That wouldn't be you." "You're saying it wasn't me?" "No. I'd say it's not me up here either." Zhu Yuanzhang was emotionally excited. Perhaps it was painted haphazardly by the artist back then. "I just don't believe that I don't have a real face left." Xiaoli then searched again and found another round-faced version of Zhu Yuanzhang, and looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's appearance at the moment, he held up his cell phone again and said, "So is this you?" Zhu Yuanzhang went over to look at the eye, the heart, while thinking that this cell phone even has this role. The portrait above is so realistic, and he also has 4 or 5 points similar to himself, while saying, "This is Zhu Yuanzhang real face? I think so. Anyway, these are the only 2 versions. I checked and they were both passed down from the Ming dynasty. That's me up there too. I was already fat by then." "Put," Li cackled. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The current Zhu Yuanzhang is indeed not very fat, with the later years of round-faced rich compared to many thin. After all, it is only now Hanwu 12 years. From the time of his death there are still 19 years it. So the police simply do not believe." "Okay, cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. ID out. Report the number if you don't have it." Xia Minghui's head was full of black lines. This guy is mentally ill. Running a police station to impersonate Ming Taizu. There's also Li who's idle. "I have a headache." Zhu Yuanzhang also immediately covered his head and said, "That kid outside beat me up hard, and now I have a huge headache." Li looked at Xia Minghui. Xia Minghui's heart sank, so he had to say, "What do you want? Make him pay." Zhu Yuanzhang said according to Zhu Yunfeng's words earlier, "Then I'll communicate with the other side first." Xia Minghui then got up and went out. Li followed, and when he was out of the inquiry room, he laughed out loud. Outside the office area is giving a statement to Zhu Yunfeng's Wang and Sun saw this, puzzled. "What's so funny? Do you know who's in there?" Li was overjoyed. The young king wondered, "Who?" "A Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang and a Ming Qingzu Zhu Di." Li laughed out loud. "Ha!" Xiao Sun laughed and said, "That means Ming Taizu and Ming Qingzu were eliminated by our police station in one fell swoop?" Little Leroy said, "That's what I thought." Xiao Wang said, posing as mentally ill, "I think, probably want to use this method to escape the punishment of the law. This kind of people have seen a lot. As soon as they arrive at the police station, they pretend to be crazy." "Still checking then? Check my ass." Xia Minghui threw the transcript on the desk and said, "Just an attempted dog theft, not even a home invasion. Detention is not even enough. Li is, but still have to determine the identity, otherwise it is not good to close the case. And in case these 2 are online fugitives, want to use this to avoid police sanctions, how to do?" "Well," Xia Minghui pondered for a while, "Xiao Li has a point. We really have to check." He suddenly thought of the van and said, "Go search their car and see if there are any ID cards and driver's licenses." Zhu Yunfeng, who was making a statement in the hall, was suddenly nervous. Time was so tight that it was a stretch to get the house done and there was no time to deal with the car. Xiaoli asked for the van keys from Xiao Wang, drilled into the van outside, and after a while came down and said, "Found it. There's a driver's license, and the old man should be called Zhang San." Xiao Wang and Xiao Sun laughed. Xia Minghui took the driver's license from Xiao Li and scanned it. Zhu Yunfeng looked at him nervously. Surprisingly, Xia Minghui actually didn't notice anything wrong, but nodded and said, "Since his identity has been established, let's check his identity information first." Said he handed the hands of the driver's license to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun took the driver's license and the hall of the computer began to operate. Ha! The computer suddenly shut down without a sound. The lights in the hall went out, too. The crowd looked up, and Xiao Wang tapped his head and said, "By the way, the power supply office is overhauling this morning, and the power will be out for a while." Zhu Yunfeng's heart that was already hanging in the air was finally put down again. Luckily the power supply was on time. "They're from the next town over, Pine Creek. I'll make a call and ask them about Mr. Lu." Xia Minghui thought of the address of his residence that he had just seen on the driver's book, so he walked to the door and pulled out his cell phone to call it. After a while the phone connected and he said, "Hey, old Lu, there's something I need to ask you. We've arrested 2 people here. One is called Zhang San, do you know? Repeat dog thief." "Ha, well, that's okay. There's another one whose name is unknown at the moment. Li Wuan? Well, just don't be a fugitive from the internet. You're pretending to be crazy here. The old standby? I know. Good." Hanging up the phone, Xia Minghui helplessly said, "These 2 dogs stealing old grease, before in their town was caught in a violent beating, pretending to be crazy to compensate, and now ran to our town to commit crimes." With that, he looked at Zhu Yunfeng and said, "Yunfeng, The problem now is that you injured someone. What if they want you to pay for it? On what grounds? They came to my house to steal the dog. Zhu Yunfeng's heart was secretly happy. Although he didn't understand why Xia Minghui didn't find anything wrong on his driver's license. But now that his identity had been established, then there was basically nothing too wrong. It's not a good thing to do. Mainly because stealing a dog is not a criminal case. It's still an attempted dog theft. They can't even be detained. And you've injured them. Xia Minghui thought about it and said, in this case, I will mediate for you. He gave the dog a poisonous dog shot. And injured you too. Then we will ask for mutual compensation. Or how about offsetting each other? That's fine. Zhu Yunfeng pretended to be not very reluctant. At that moment, Xia Minghui and Shali brought Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di out. And several people went to the mediation room together. Inside the mediation room, everyone sits opposite each other. Xia Minghui sat in the center with Shali, while Zhu Yunfeng sat face to face with Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son. Tell us your claims. Xia Minghui said. Pay out. Zhu Yuanzhang said. Overthinking it? You came to my house to steal a dog and had to pay for it? You hurt me. Did you not hurt me? That has to be paid for too. Then we'll pay each other. How much will you pay? 2,000. Then you'll have to pay me 2,000. 2. And my son, how much is he going to pay? Also 2,000. You poisoned my dog. You'll have to pay 2,000 too. Zhu Yunfeng's face was calm. There wasn't enough time. And he didn't teach Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son much dialogue. Just that line is still made up on the fly in a hurry. It's a good thing Zhu Yuanzhang is still reliable and didn't misremember. Otherwise he might have had to reveal himself. Both sides argued with each other some more. The more Zhu Yunfeng spoke, the more angry he became. All of you dog thieves are not allowed to die. And you still have the nerve to ask for compensation? I'm telling you, there's no compensation. You poisoned my dog and injured me. Or we'll go to the hospital and make a bigger deal out of it. My dog is worth thousands. And I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on him. Enough to put you in jail. Dead family dog thief. These lines are more or less personal, scolding Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son to the point where they don't know how to speak. In the end, it was Xia Minghui who persuaded. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang and his father and son froze there, he took the opportunity to give mediation advice, and then asked Zhu Yuanzhang and his father and son whether they agreed to the mediation. The two then nodded. Xia Minghui took a long breath and then took out the mediation document for them to sign. Because Zhu Yuanzhang father and son do not know how to use water-based pen, Zhu Yunfeng first take the lead in demonstration. And then the two have followed suit, completed the entire mediation process. Because Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son were playing the role of the two dog thieves, Zhang San and Li Wuan, who had already been dealt with and had violated the rules on public order and still needed to be criticized and educated. Zhu Yunfeng left the police station first. He walked out of the police station compound and looked up at the surveillance in the yard. His eyes on the mountains behind the police station and the fields near the foot of the mountains. Now all that's left is the final task of how to get these two dog thieves out of the public eye. Chapter 16, Recognizing the Ancestor. Ming Chunzu? How's it going? Close to noon. Ji Hyuk was picked up by Zhu Yuanzhang and returned to the small building. Inside the small building at this time, Pippi's anesthesia effects had passed and was happily running around the house. It obviously didn't know that it had already walked through the gates of hell, obediently squatting at Zhu Yunfeng's feet, still maintaining an angelic smile. Everyone was sitting in the living room on the first floor, and once Ji Hyuk went in with Zhu Yuanzhang, he immediately inquired about the situation. Zhu Yunfeng said in a deep voice, "It should be fine." Jai asked, "What's the situation? Those two dog thieves are kind of gone forever." Saying this, Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "Old ancestor, let me take a look at the driver's license the police gave you earlier." Zhu Yuanzhang then pulled his driver's license out of his pocket and handed it over. Zhu Yunfeng understood why Xia Minghui hadn't noticed the difference when he opened it. This license is about to expire. It also means that this license book is 10 years old. 10 years of driver's license book is not only the skin cracked in half, the photo on it has been blurred. Green driver's license are yellowed. Only the ID number and address can still be seen clearly. Obviously Xia Minghui naturally had no way to find out from the photo of the driver's license that it was different from Zhu Yuanzhang's look-alike. And the age is barely right. Zhang San was 47 years old, and Zhu Yuanzhang had just turned 51, so the difference was not particularly great. The only break was that Xia Minghui could be exposed if he went to the household registration website and eventually found out Zhang San's profile, which contained a high-resolution photo. But fortunately the power supply was out for maintenance, and from the beginning to the end, this incident was a dispensable case of dog stealing policing, and criticizing and educating would be the end of the matter. Xia Minghui could possibly feel that Zhu Yuanzhang father and son are probably pretending to be crazy to want to compensate. He certainly does not want the son of an acquaintance to suffer from this wronged gas. so it is a big deal to turn a small matter into a small matter, and quickly resolve the matter. There is no extraneous branches. I have to say that the whole thing does have a lot of luck in it, but again luck is part of strength. If Zhu Yunfeng hadn't made reasonable layout arrangements and hadn't matched the lines in advance, I'm afraid that Xie Minghui and the others would have sensed something strange and then investigated the matter. This matter is also considered to be the end. The follow-up may be the families of the two dog thieves have a certain chance to come over to make trouble, but the death of no evidence. They cannot go to the Ming dynasty to find the body, completely become an unsolved case. After Zhu Yunfeng finished looking at the license, he found a lighter on the table, lit it, and then threw it into the iron dustpan next to him. Looking at the driver's license being burned, he looked at Zhu Yuanjiang and said, "How about it, old ancestor? This matter that my descendant, has done is still quite satisfactory, right?" "Aha." Naturally, Zhu Yuanjiang nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, very good. Now let's start talking formally." Zhu Yunfeng's face remained unchanged. Instead of being more than happy to be praised by Zhu Yuanjiang, he was preoccupied. 2 dead people is no small thing. Although he didn't kill the man, he had ridden the tiger and was forced to make a play. And the bureau wasn't much more than clever. Instead it was full of holes. To put it simply, the whole setup was actually to have Zhu Yuanjiang's father and son pretend to be Zhang San and Li Wuan, so that they would end up disappearing not at his house, but after leaving the police station. This was testified to by several police officers, just to hide their appearance. Zhu Yunfeng, in addition to beating Zhu with a mouthful of blood, also made them wear hats and walk with their heads down when they left the police station. The good thing is that when those 2 dog thieves are committing their crimes, odds are they won't be blatantly under surveillance, and they should subconsciously cover their faces when driving through the surveillance area. And with rural area surveillance footage, that pixels are so low that it's normal to not be able to see them clearly, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem in terms of surveillance. It was probably a month or 2 later when the family came back for an estimate. Countryside surveillance is not as up-to-date as in the city, and a lot of it is old due to funding issues and doesn't last long. So by that time it will be long gone from the road surveillance that was in place when Zhang Sanliwan came to steal the dog. This should cover up the difference between the clothes Zhang Sanliwan wore when he came over and the clothes the police saw at the police station. But even so, Zhu Yunfeng commanded through the phone that after they left the police station, instead of heading to the town with a lot of surveillance, they came out from the north side of the police station and bypassed the entire town, heading towards the center of the town from the northeast side of the town where there was no surveillance. Nowadays, the townships have solar lighting and solar monitoring, and many of the monitors also have a backup power supply, so even if there is a power outage, they can still work normally. So Zhu Yunfeng does not have the luxury of swinging when the power goes out. And as there was a big supermarket over in the town center, Zhu Yunfeng parked his car in the blind area behind the supermarket surveillance and headed to the supermarket to purchase something as a way to prove that he had been under the surveillance area. After buying out, he quickly picked up Zhu Yuanjiang's father and son in the field at the back of the supermarket, told them to hide in the trunk, then went home. All of the surveillance along the way would have clearly captured his actions, and nothing was out of place except for the few minutes he drove and parked in the blind spot of the surveillance behind the supermarket so that the whole thing would look like this from an outsider's point of view. 2 dog thieves, Zhang San and Li Wu, came to Zhu Yunfeng's house to steal a dog, but were discovered and fought, and Zhu Yunfeng, the head of the household, overpowered the 2 men and called the police. But because the theft of the dog is just a small matter, coupled with the police believe that Zhu Yuanjiang father and son are pretending to be crazy, want to get compensation for the victim, so decided to close the case as soon as possible. The 2 sides finally in the police station mediation of each other do not pay compensation. Then Zhu Yunfeng as a victim to do the statement first left to the town supermarket to buy some daily necessities. There is no time of the crime. There are surveillance, supermarket personnel and small ticket testimony. The 2 dog thieves, on the other hand, accepted the police station after criticizing and educating, left the police station, and has since disappeared in a sea of people. And the van, the crossbow, the poison needles, and the little as a tool of the crime would also be confiscated, saving Zhu Yunfeng from having to deal with the van as well. By then, even if the families of the 2 dog thieves first noticed that something was wrong, immediately called the police, and followed the trend to find the Blue Sand Town to come. The road surveillance are not disappeared, but the surveillance will only behave normally. Sure, doubts will certainly remain. Zhu Yunfeng only had less than 6 minutes to complete the entire layout, and it was impossible to be meticulous. For example, the dressed looks of Zhu Yuanjiang's father and son do not match what the dog thief's family depicts. Why would they cover their faces under surveillance? And why didn't they go to the town to get a ride back to their county after they got out of the police station, instead of leaving around the surveillance? Where the hell did the 2 who disappeared go? Etc. But by the time that time came, Xu Yunfeng had long since taken care of all the traces in the house already. The bodies of the two dog thieves were also thrown to the dogs in Ming Dynasty. Can't even find the body. Truly dead without evidence. At that point even such a flawed layout would basically be considered a perfect crime. The only pity is that Xu Yunfeng didn't even commit a crime. He was forced to. It turned out to be an accomplice. How can he justify this? But it can't be helped. In that case, daring to denounce Zhu Yuanzhang as death, along with Jai He. By then it won't just be the two dog thieves who will be sent to feed the dogs in Ming Dynasty, but also the two of them who are in a difficult situation. So in this situation, Xu Yunfeng could only make a choice. Now then, can you assure me that it is impossible for your country to find that tablet and thus come to my daming? Zhu Yuanzhang asked rhetorically. Xu Yunfeng nodded expressionlessly. Okay, this matter will not attract any more official attention as long as it passes, and since I helped you destroy your bodies and designed to erase your traces, I'm basically considered an accessory to the crime, so you can trust us as well. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at him for a long time, his gaze slightly meaningful. You can't really say this kind of stuff. Xu Yunfeng was willing to help before because Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di had swords in their hands, and after that, he made Ji Hyuk a hostage. But now that there is no handle, who knows if the other side will go back on their word. After all, although Zhu Yunfeng did make an accessory, but this kind of thing that can travel back and forth in the ancient times to the state, that established how much credit. Think about it. Anyway, if someone in Daming found that stone tablet and handed it over to Zhu Yuanzhang, and was able to make Zhu Yuanzhang take the Daming soldiers to conquer Qin, Han, Tang and Song, and establish some even greater feats, then that person was bound to be greatly rewarded, and could be pardoned even if he committed a crime. Seemingly sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts, Zhu Yunfeng said, ancient times are different from modern times. In ancient times, imperial power was supreme and pardoning a person was just a word from the emperor. But now in the new era, the country is ruled by law. It's hard to be like this anymore. And in the age of network information, being posted online, you have to be supervised by public opinion. It's not as simple as you think. No harm done. You are a descendant of my children and grandchildren. A direct descendant of my old Zhu family. I trust you, Zhu Yuanzhang said. Now get reacquainted then. Xu Yunfeng then stood up, walked to the bookshelf at the back of the living room, pulled out a yellow genealogy and said, this genealogy has been retained by my family for generations. I'm not called Shrimp. I'm called Zhu Yunfeng. I'm the 27th grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang, and this is my family's genealogy. Saying that, he gave Ji He a look, and Ji He then hurriedly nodded his head and said with a fawning smile, greetings, old ancestor. My name is Ji He. You can just call me Little Ji. Hello cat. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and took the genealogy from Zhu Yunfeng's hand, opening it while saying, Yunfeng, good name. In this way you are also considered to recognize your ancestor. What I want is already clear to you. What you want I also understand. Both sides get what they want. A family does not talk about two families. Zhu also came over to look at the genealogy. This old genealogy not only records how Zhu Xiaipori, the first ancestor of Zhu Jiaping, fled to this place and spread his branches and leaves, registering every member of the clan, but also pours back up the ancestor at the same time. The first page above is the first ancestor that the old Zhu family was able to find. Zhu Zhengba, a native of Zhurong Zhu Jialane in the late southern Song dynasty. Next is Zhu Bailu, grandfather of Zhu Yuanzhang's grandfather. Then great-grandfather Zhu Sijou, grandfather Zhu Chui, pops Zhu Shizhen. And only at the bottom of the first page is Zhu Yuanzhang. Then at the beginning of the second page Zhu gets a little tense. It is clearly written on it, Chang Zhu Di. This is because the previous ones, except Zhu Zhengba, were all posthumously awarded the emperor's temple name by Zhu Yuanzhang. For example, Zhu Bailu is Ming Dezhu, Zhu Sijou is Ming Yizhu, Zhu Chui is Ming Shizu and so on. Naturally, the genealogy should also be clearly written, just without that Zhu and Ming characters, including Zhu Yuanzhang written by Taizu Yuanzhang, and genealogical generations either write several generations of ancestors, or by father, ancestor, great, high, heaven, lie, too, far, knows 9 ancestors to arrange. There is no such thing as into the ancestor. That's why it's so playful to have this Naruto written on it. Zhu Yuanzhang has long known that Zhu Di behind is also the emperor of the Great Ming, smilingly said to him, Qingzu, Lao Si seems to be the emperor to do a good job. Are able to have the temple name of Qingzu? Your descendants are also filial piety. Repair the genealogy of the family tree to put me at the end of the first page. To put you on the first of the second page. That's for sure. Yanla Emperor in the Ming Dynasty Emperor rating after Ming Taizu. Even if you put all the emperors of history can be ranked in the top 10, Jai said without thinking. His intention was to pat Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di on the back. After all, He had really gone to Daming before and saw the magnificent Daming Palace. Full of shock. So his position began to shift towards Zhu Yuanzhang's side. But he forgot one thing: Zhu Di was not the emperor handpicked by Zhu Yuanzhang, and his ascension to the throne was not very honorable. Zhu Yunfeng twisted his thigh and squeezed a few words out of his teeth. How did you get into the civil service with this emotional intelligence? No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Zhu Di, who was on the side, was already sweating with cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 17, Zhu Yuanzhang wants to change crown prince? The room was silent, and Zhu Yuanzhang did not look at Zhu Di again, but just kept a smirking expression and continued to look down and flip through the genealogy. Ji Hyuk also realized that he had flattered the horse's leg and wisely shut his mouth. Zhu Di only felt the coldness rising from the soles of his feet, his eyes looking towards Zhu Yunfeng, his eyes pitiful, casting a signal for help. Zhu Yunfeng wanted to shake his head to show that he could not help, but after thinking about it, at least he is also Zhu Di's lineage, his direct ancestor, and cannot see death to save. So after a moment of contemplation, he said to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Old ancestor, the identities of every generation are clearly recorded, including the more than 300 clansmen we have now in Zhu Jiaping, and they can all be traced upwards to confirm that there is no mistake, right?" Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang then put down his genealogy and nodded. This was something he actually recognized. Apart from the genealogy, at the very beginning, Zhu Yunfeng himself had also said that he was a descendant of the Zhu family. At that time he didn't reveal his identity. Even if he said he was Zhu Yuanzhang, people didn't believe him, so that probability was the truth, no doubt. Unless Zhu Jiaping that originator Zhu Ci baking fake, otherwise Zhu Jiaping Zhu surname descendant's identity is certain, and the whole counterfeiting thing is even more impossible. First, in the Qing dynasty period of forgery, on the surface of the self-identified Chen surname, but secretly stay in the dark this surface Zhu's descendant's identity, that is tantamount to looking for death. Too much of the Manchurian Qing dynasty's butcher's knife to kill not fast enough. The second is a stone tablet. The stone tablet can be determined to be indeed something from the palace of Daming, from the middle of that pit. This also means that the stone tablet did go to Changsha with the Ji King Zhu Mijuan, and at the end of the Ming dynasty, as the Ji King's house collapsed into Zhu Ci Puru's hands, it finally rolled over and came to Zhu Jiaping. There is no faking this, so it is certain that Zhu Jiaping, these more than 300 Zhu surname descendants, all are his old Zhu family descendants, right? Now that it's confirmed, I'm kind of recognizing my ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng himself felt a bit strange, but still continued. I understand what is in the heart of the old ancestor. Please don't worry, I will definitely do my best to help the old ancestor. Especially Zhu. When he glanced at Zhu Di, he said instead, especially since second ancestor is also here. By the way, second ancestor is surely Empress Ma's biological son, right? Zhu Yuanzhang found it incomprehensible and said, "This is natural. Why do you have this doubt?" "No, it's just that some wild stories say that second ancestor wasn't born to Empress Ma, and now that it's been established there's no longer any doubt." Zhu Yunfeng then said, "As the direct descendants of the great ancestor and the second ancestor, we definitely have to go through fire and water for the great Ming River and mountain without any hesitation, and when the time comes, I will make a great deal of preparations to lay the foundation for the prosperity of the great Ming River and mountain." Zhu Di instantly cast a grateful glance. Zhu Yunfeng is valued by Zhu Yuanzhang, and if Zhu Yunfeng is willing to pull him up, then for Zhu Yunfeng's sake, perhaps Zhu Yuanzhang will not hold on to this matter any longer, but let a person unexpectedly. Zhu Yuanzhang but pondered for a moment, said, "This matter beforehand, I have always wondered. I intended to belong to was never the standard child, how later the throne and came to the old four hands. Jingwan, and what is the matter?" Zhu's back began to chill again. Zhu Yunfeng smiled bitterly. "This matter is really a long story. Now I don't think it's the right time to talk about this. After a while I'll make the causes and consequences clear to your old man." "Ha!" Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and glanced at Zhu Di, then added, "Then do you think it's better for Bill to be the emperor, or for Lao Si to be the emperor?" "Father, my child has been raised by Big Brother since he was young, and he definitely has no dissent." Zhu Di hurriedly got up and knelt down to Zhu Yuanzhang. He was already tall, and the living room sofa was close to the coffee table, so the whole person could only curl up between the sofa and the coffee table, his legs kneeling on the ground, his head knocking on the ground, looking pitiful. "Well, I didn't say anything about you, so what are you afraid of? Get up for me?" Zhu Yuanzhang was disgruntled. Yes, Zhu did not dare to disobey, but could only get up honestly, but also did not dare to sit, just stood there, aggrieved like a 19-year-old child. On the contrary, it was Zhu Yunfeng who seemed to have thought of something and said after a moment's thought, "You don't want to change the crown prince, do you?" Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit surprised. Zhu Di, on the other hand, his eyes widened as he gazed horrifiedly at Zhu Yunfeng. Even Ji Hyuk looked at him in surprise. Because although Ji Hyuk doesn't know much about history, he has read a lot of marketing numbers and knows that Zhu Bei is the crown prince with the most secure position in history. Zhu Yuanzhang, many state affairs are entrusted to him, belonging to the real power of the crown prince. It is also said that if the cut is Zhu Biao, I am afraid that Zhu Di did not dare to rebel, but honestly come to Jinling and wait for death. So Zhu Yunfeng's statement that Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to change the crown prince was indeed unexpected. Only Zhu Yunfeng was clear that this was not for nothing. Rather, Zhu Yuanzhang did move in the early years of the idea of changing the reserves. Just too much resistance. A little this idea was Queen Ma as well as the full court disliked back, and have not dared to say anything since then. This is something that is clearly recorded in the Ming history and the records of King Taizhou. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhu Yunfeng's words, Zhu Yuanzhang did not get angry, but instead asked with interest, "You know what I think? Some history books have recorded that you had the intention to change the reserve in the early days. I guess it's because Zhu Biao was always against you when he was the crown prince, making you feel uncomfortable." Zhu Yunfeng said with a smile, "This is something that can be easily surmised." Zhu Yuanzhang was a very controlling person, belonging to the strongest supremacist, a standard feudal dynasty emperor, who had to conduct secret surveillance on officials and people, so that they could monitor each other, which shows how much he was controlling. On the other hand, Zhu Biao was different. Zhu Biao was gentle, kind and generous. Whenever Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to kill a large number of people, Zhu Biao was firmly against it and even went so far as to have many quarrels with Zhu Yuanzhang over it. It was recorded many times in the history of Ming dynasty. For example, when Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to kill Zhu Biao's teacher Song Lian, Zhu Biao threatened to jump into the river to save his teacher's life. There was also Zhu Yuanzhang's consort Sun Guifei, one of Zhu Yuanzhang's earliest consorts, who once helped Queen Ma with her children. When Sun Guifei died, Zhu Yuanzhang thought that although Sun Guifei did not give birth to them, she had nurtured the children. So he had all the emperors to give Sun Guifei the right of a first mother to wear hemp and filial piety. However, Zhu Biao believed that his birth mother, Empress Ma, was still alive, and was adamant that he did not want to give Sun Guifei the rights of a first mother in mourning. Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry at that time that he wanted to draw his sword and cut him. These two events are also strong evidence of the later blackness of Zhu Biao, that Zhu Biao's position is not stable at all. However, if Zhu Biao's position had been unstable, Zhu Yuanzhang would not have set up a royal grandson later on. If the position is not stable, Zhu Biao will not be in the case of repeated challenges to the authority of Zhu Yuanzhang sit steadily for more than 20 years as the crown prince, has not been abolished. So Zhu Biao's position has been very stable, only because in terms of power is shared with Zhu Yuanzhang a set of civil and military team, and civil and military officials in the disagreement with Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, can only stand Zhu Yuanzhang. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang can kill people, but Zhu Biao can't, thus causing it to look like Zhu Biao didn't do much. But even so, for a figure like Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a big feudal patriarchal standard-bearer who always said one thing or another, Zhu Bei was able to pop up in his minefield many times. For this reason, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally had quite a few words for Zhu Biao. Like Chinese parents nowadays, they think that theirs is right, so they are stubborn and oppress their children with their parental status and authority, forcing their children to follow the path they have chosen. Under normal circumstances, the average child would have to resign themselves to their fate or be lied to, as was the case with the genius child prodigy who was manipulated by his parents for half his life when he did his undergraduate degree at the age of 10, his master's degree at the age of 13, and his doctorate at the age of 16 in the hope that his parents would buy a house in Beijing. But it's a different story for people who have developed a character in 3 views, and it's natural to set off a rebellion when they see a situation that doesn't fit with their 3 views. Just like Jubilee, Zhu Yuanzhang early years busy in the war, not much at all with him, the worldview of life values not affected by Zhu Yuanzhang. See Zhu Yuanzhang around indiscriminate killing, produced this practice of resistance to the mind is also very normal. The result is that the father-son relationship is tense. Centrifugal separation. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly had the idea of easy reserves, but Zhu Biao not only stands behind Queen Ma, at the same time there is a whole group of Huaxi Shuangui. Even his younger brothers are also brought up by his hand. Zhu Yuanzhang wants to change the difficulty of reserves is comparable to the sky. It could be said that it was almost fighting against the entire civil and military officials and honored officials of the Ming dynasty as well as all their families. Therefore the idea was ventured just once, and it was only in his later years when Zhu Biao died of illness, and after he recovered from the grief of losing him, that he began to reselect a suitable successor. And at first he didn't intend to establish Zhu Yunzhu, but wanted to choose among several sons. One of the people he favored the most was Zhu Di. It can be imagined that from the very beginning when Zhu Yuanzhang had the intention of easy storage, he already had a candidate for the crown prince, and now that he is talking about this, he naturally will not be angry. Well, just then, I heard Zhu Yuanzhang nodding his head in deep thought. Bill is indeed a good boy, and I've always loved him, but he always fails to understand me. What am I doing all that for? It's still not for me and his Ming dynasty and mountain. But he has time and time again disagreed with my intentions, making me very dissatisfied. Said he also looked to Zhu Di said, Lao see this child since childhood, both military and civil, with his brother tall and straight, like, deeply loved by me. So I do have thought about easy reserves this year. Now I heard you guys say that later Lao Si became the emperor and did a good job. So I have another thought in my heart. Shu stood frozen in place. Then a fire was revealed in his gaze. The throne. That's a 9-to-5 position. Who doesn't want it? Especially when he heard that he would be the one who would become the emperor in the future. Zhu Di had to be galvanized even if he didn't have much ambition, because that's what belonged to him in the first place. In a moment, Zhu Di then looked at Zhu Yunfeng with even more eager eyes. This is your own direct descendant. If only he had the help to blow himself up a few times. Then, by the way, even if Bill is no good, I can't abolish him. And how did Old Four become emperor? After Zhu Yuanzhang finished, he casually asked another question. Zhu Yunfeng simply said, then long story short, Zhu Biao died earlier than you. You eventually set up Zhu Biao's son Zhu Yunshu when the emperor's grandson. You died after Zhu Yunshu inherited the throne. The results of Zhu Yunshu on the throne on the urgent roar to cut the feudal, forcing Zhu Di rebellion, from Beiping all the way to Jinling, overthrew Zhu Yunshu, when the young La emperor, which is the Jingyan. Zhu Yuanzhang froze on the sofa and said dumbfounded, Biaoer, are you saying that my Biaoer went before me? Yes, died of wind chill. A mere wind chill. Didn't I never get it in my early years? And were all those eunuchs incompetent? That's true. So then the 9 clans of the eunuchs were lost. Zhu Yunfeng shrugged. Although the history books do not record that Zhu Yuanzhang killed the eunuchs who treated Zhu Biao, there is a record that he exterminated the 9 clans of eunuchs who treated his nephew Li Wenzhong. So later in the Ming Dynasty sand sculpture animation. But whenever the old Zhu family died, the eunuch doctor had to suffer, resulting in Nisco's half a life in addition to being known as Daming's unpleasant song and Zhu's quick song. There is also a 2 doctors unpleasant song. Can you cure wind chill now? Zhu Yuanzhang asked busily. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. Don't you want easy storage? Zhu Yuanzhang gasped, although I am dissatisfied with the standard against me, but also is a moment of anger. By the standard angry loss of sanity. Otherwise to me this nature. Really determined to easy storage who dares to stop? This is true. With his slaughter of nearly half of the meritorious ministers, dare to kill the entire dynasty and the whole world so many officials. The 4 major cases directly implicate the innocent more than 100,000 people's character and deeds. Really want to abolish Zhu Biao. I guess that even Queen Ma cannot persuade. After all, in the process of his massacre Queen Ma and Zhu Biao have been trying to save people, but in addition to a few, most of them they did not save. It can be seen that Zhu Yuanzhang iron will to do things no one can oppose. Only after the change of reserves caused by a huge storm is not able to foresee. The most serious consequences is just stabilized down the Ming again stormy. Surely it can be cured. Wind chill can easily kill people in ancient times, but in modern times it's just a cold, a minor ailment. Our modern times belong to modern medicine. Many difficult diseases have been overcome, Zhu Yunfeng said, except for some terminal or particularly rare diseases. Most of the ailments have been solved, which is why we have a long life expectancy per capita. That's good. That's good. Zhu Yuanzhang mumbled a few words, then shook his head and said, it's that Zhu Yunzhu. I seem to have chosen the wrong emperor. Even if I sent the vassal king, the elite troops and horses are still in the hands of the court, but the result is that it was overthrown by a land of vassal kings. If I had known that it would be better to choose the oldest 4, the emperor he chose was overthrown by Zhu Di. But the meat always rots in the pot. And anyway, the later emperors were also as Zhu Yuanzhang's descendants. The country was still damning, and Zhu Di did a good job. So it didn't matter. Hearing his words, Zhu Di was momentarily ecstatic, with a wide smile on his face. Could it be that this time there was no need to rebel and he could directly become the emperor? Who do you think would have been best between him and Lao Si if Bill hadn't died later? After Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at Zhu Di with an odd look, then hesitated for a long time without speaking. The old ancestor must answer when asked, and cannot hide. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was slightly cold. Zhu Yunfeng then had to say, although I am a filial ancestor, it is undeniable that Zhu Biao is more suitable to be your successor than second ancestor. Zhu's originally bright smile froze in a split second. Nice guy. Whose son or grandson are you, kid? Even if you don't turn to your old ancestor? How dare you have the nerve to say that you are filial to your ancestor? Granted, you did help me before, and seemed so dutiful. but it can only be said that there is filial piety. But not much. It really pisses off your ancestors. Chapter 18, Zhu Biao is the most suitable successor. Is Zhu Biao better suited to be emperor than Zhu Di? Hearing Zhu Yunfeng's words, Zhu Yuanzhang still didn't have too many emotional fluctuations, but fell into a deep thought. The reason why he didn't rush to find Zhu Yunfeng first to learn about the good policies of governing the country, but asked about the heir apparent first, lies in the fact that he is already 51 years old this year after all. As the founder of a huge empire, at this age, he had to consider the question of whether the next generation could continue to rule the Ming dynasty. The underlying logic remains the same. The first worry of those in power is regime worry. The deeper reason is summarized in fact in one sentence. That is, whoever can hold on to the kingdom will be qualified to become the heir to the empire. What Zhu Yuanzhang needed was a solid and trouble-free regime for the Daming kingdom, and Zhu Biao had always been the most satisfied crown prince for him, although in the process he considered easy reserves, but in fact really is sometimes angry by Zhu Biao. The brain is very angry under the generation of this idea only. Throughout Zhu Yuanzhang's life only once such a thought arose, but never implemented. It lies in the fact that he himself knew very well that Zhu Biao would be able to succeed in perpetuating his empire, both in terms of his ability and the interest group that had formed around him. But it was at this time that he came to the afterlife, and knowing the future history, knowing that the later continuator of the Ming Empire was not the line of Zhu Biao, but the line of the old fourth Zhu Di, then Zhu Yuanzhang would have to reconsider the issue. The reason is simple. Although Zhu Biao was the most suitable person in his eyes during his period, Zhu Biao, after all, died of an early illness, and his children and grandchildren's descendants also lost the kingdom, which was taken by the oldest fourth line. This means that there is no example to follow behind Zhu Biao's lineage, and it becomes unknown whether he can hold on to the Ming dynasty. Zhu's lineage is different, although the great Ming finally died, but after all, the guard for so many years, there is a complete homework can be copied. Simply put, that is, even now Zhu Biao cured, no fear of life, his lineage is also equivalent to open the blind box, need to reopen a difficult new track, the result of how no one is clear. In case in the future Zhu Biao's children and grandchildren out of a Zhu Yunju such a waste, or out of a mediocre king, the Daming Jiangshan tossed away, the old Zhu will have to die of anger. On the contrary, Zhu Di's lineage is readily available, and although there are certainly dim rulers in the middle, at least they did not lose the Ming dynasty for a short period of time. Comparing the two, as a father, Zhu Yuanzhang was very satisfied with Zhu Bei as the crown prince. However, as the founding emperor of the Great Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang's first priority will always be the Great Ming River and Mountain. Then naturally, he needs to think about these issues. Just what Zhu Yuanzhang didn't expect was that even Zhu Yunfeng, a later generation, thought that Zhu Biao was more suitable. Hasn't it occurred to him that if Zhu Biao becomes emperor, then history will have no reference point? That is to say, after that the history of Daming will be completely on a different path. In case there is a mediocre emperor to defeat the Daming kingdom, what to do? Old ancestor is thinking that Zhu Biao has not been an emperor in history, and although his son Zhu Yunju was an emperor, he was quickly overthrown. So it is evident that the descendants of Zhu Biao's line of children and grandchildren are not able to do so. Seemingly sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts, Zhu Yunfeng tentatively asked, if the old ancestor had not followed history and sent Zhu Biao to modern times to cure his wind chill, and later made him emperor, would it have led to the emergence of a dim-witted emperor and the demise of the Ming? You're like a bug in my stomach. How you know everything? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. Zhu Yunfeng heartslander. What kind of person you I am still not clear. The Ming all kinds of history books cannot read less. Do not know that your heart in addition to his wife and children, only the Jiangshan regime is the most important to you. This stuff is available online. Zhu Yunfeng casually muddled through, then added, old ancestor, have you ever thought of one thing? What is it? If I help you make Daming strong and develop technology, do you say it changes history? This, Zhu Yuanzhang froze. After history has changed, even if second ancestor is chosen as the heir, will those heirs he gave birth to still be the original heirs? One slight difference. For example, on the day that second ancestor was going to give birth to Ming Rinzong Zhu Gaoqi, I told him to go over and drink, and got drunk, and ended up a day later than the historical point in time when he gave birth to a child with Empress Su. Would that child still be the later Zhu Gaoqi? Zhu Yunfeng added. By the same token, even if Zhu Gaoqi has been born now, his life trajectory will be largely interfered with by outsiders like me, and even you, old ancestor. After learning about the future history, will the child born in the future still be Ming Xuanzong Zhu Junji? Zhu Yuanzhang then came to a realization and said, I see, the butterfly effect. Zhu Yunfeng knocked on the coffee table desktop and said, this theory that a butterfly can cause a tornado by flapping its wings is false, but the effect is real. Sometimes a tiny change can change the entire world. For example, Now that there is such a thing as crossing over, if we go back to the Southern Song dynasty and kill our ancestor, Zhu Zhengba, will there still be a great Ming dynasty and will there still be Shu family members? He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and continued. Similarly, after you arrive over here, old ancestor, the trajectory of your actions will be different from every day of the original history, and the future history will change drastically. So perhaps at some point when you appear here, the trajectory of the Great Ming will never return to what it once was. And as long as you want to strengthen the Great Ming, having me intervene in this world is already a change in history in itself. So what are you worried about, old ancestor? Well, not bad, is the reasoning. Zhu Yuanzhang was enlightened and nodded. Then tell me, why is Bill more suitable than Lao Si? Didn't you guys say before that Lao Si is both a scholar and a warrior, and has created a generation of greatness? Such an emperor. I also like it a lot. He moved to change the crown once when Zhu Biao was alive, and that time, the idea lay in the fact that he felt that Zhu was very much like himself, and Zhu Biao always contradicted himself and made him angry. Later, after the idea was dispelled, Jubilee died. This will really need to change the air. Zhu Yuanzhang's first thought is still to establish Zhu Di as the new prince. Twice he wanted to set up Zhu Di, not only because Zhu Di looked like him, but also because his character, ability, intelligence, and military strength were all very outstanding. In particular, Zhu Di was very fond of him when he was a vassal in Beiping and led his army north to capture the northern Yuan's lieutenant Nair Buhua in the desert. However, Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, Zhu Di was indeed an emperor of great achievements, but the thing to take into account is that during your period, only Zhu Biao was the most suitable, and this is not about whether or not the second ancestor later became the great emperor of Yangla, but rather in the fact that Zhu Biao was the best for daming during that period. Why do you say that? Zhu Yuanzhang did not understand. The reason is simple. Because everyone serves him and everyone loves him. Zhu Yunfeng said, for an early Ming Empire that had just ended the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty and was in desperate need of recuperation, an emperor that was trusted by all up and down the line was more important than anything else. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang mused, tell me in detail. Zhu Yunfeng then said, if everyone is convinced, there will be less resistance, and with less resistance, it will be easier to do whatever you want to do and exert whatever policies you want to do, and it will be easier for the country to develop. In particular, his program of governance is based on leniency and equality. He ascended the throne. The world will be a few decades less turmoil, fewer deaths. All parties submit to the great achievements will not be worse than Zhu Di, or even better, ushering in a more lenient era. This will relax the entire social atmosphere from the tight and high-pressure state of the Hanwu period, and will help the domestic economy, agriculture, and the productivity of the country as a whole. In contrast, the second ancestor started something, but his reign can be described as militaristic. Since the second ancestor was the orthodox emperor who overthrew your establishment, he was very worried about the problem of getting the wrong position, so he still continued the rule of the secret service, and exerted high-intensity control over the people and the officialdom. Internally, he set up the cabinet and the East Chamber, reused eunuchs, and continued to adopt a policy of intense control over officials and the people, burying the hidden danger of eunuch interference in the Ming dynasty. Externally, the Ming dynasty made 5 expeditions to Mongolia, but the results were very little. Sending Zhang He on 7 expeditions to the West China Sea seriously depleted the national strength. This, together with the perennial foreign conquests and the extensive canal dredging projects, led to heavy taxation and military corvée, which was very detrimental to civil development. What is needed to fight a kingdom is grimness, but to guard a kingdom is tension and relaxation. Your reign was too harsh, and it will require the next emperor to adopt a lax policy to guide the people to flourish, rather than continuing the high-handedness of the situation. But the unorthodox air of the second ancestor made it difficult for him to make the social order lax. So although there is talk of the Yongle period, in fact, for the people, the living situation is not really good. It can only be said that Yongle's prosperity was built on the strong force of the Ming at that time, rather than on the comprehensive national strength, somewhat similar to the situation of Emperor Wu of Han. The difference is that Han Wudi's expedition to Desert North was a real battle. Beating the Xiongnu could not find the North. The second ancestor's expeditions to the Desert North several times did not find the other side's main force duel, and returned without success, or slightly insufficient. Of course, these are only the disadvantages of the second ancestor's period. There are also very many advantages, including the fact that during his reign, the second ancestor fought for a greatly expanded territory and even built a city in the Straits of Malacca, and many great achievements that are far too powerful than these few disadvantages. It's just that compared to Zhu Biao, what Daming needed at that time was not to go around conquering and opening up territories, but to recuperate and develop its national strength. When the national strength went up, any emperor could do these things. That's why I said that both Zhu Biao and Erzu had the ability to be emperors. It's just that during special times, such as the early Ming period, Zhu Biao was more suitable than Erzu. It's only if it was at the end of the Ming that an emperor like second ancestor, who was decisive and ambitious, was needed to calm the situation. And the beginning of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao on the throne, then, is not easy, for the demise of the Ming buried the root of the trouble. On the contrary, the second ancestor period did bury a lot of thunder, can be considered to be indirectly led to the demise of the Ming. Xu Yunfeng tried his best to speak euphemistically and objectively, without the intention of belittling Zhu. He writes about history and often goes to forced access to information. In addition to studying the history books and learning all that history for yourself, you also check out the opinions of the big handful of people who force the issue. And forcing the big handson often divided into two factions. A faction of Zhu standard blowing, that Zhu standard does not die, damning 1,000 generations. The other school of thought believed that Zhu Biao was a shockwave, blown up pseudo-god, and his actual ability was far inferior to that of Zhu Di. Once Zhu Yunfeng was young and unintelligent, coupled with the fact that Zhu Di was his direct ancestor, which naturally made him stand up to Zhu Di. He also felt that Zhu Biao was inferior to Zhu Di. After all, Zhu Biao died early and did not have any outstanding political achievements. However, later thought matured. A little bit of political research to realize that in Zhu Yuanzhang that period, Zhu Biao is indeed the best and most suitable successor. This was not about the ability of either Zhu Biao or Zhu Di, but rather that he was Zhu Biao, the crown prince of the Great Ming who had supervised the state at the age of 22 and handled the affairs of the state for more than a decade. During the period of his supervision, the civil officials recognized, the military generals were convinced, the brothers supported and the people loved him, and he was recognized as the most perfect crown prince by the whole Ming, which was the best proof. And the early Ming period of turmoil, Zhu Yuanzhang, when the emperor has not been strong sense of security, for fear that the old Zhu family throne is not stable, so the officials of the people to take high-pressure policy, a little carelessness on the rise of prison, torture, the result caused by the uprising constantly. The number of peasant revolts during the Hangwu period amounted to more than 30. Second only to the Chongjin period at the end of the Ming dynasty. In this environment, everyone can see that at this time, what Ming needs is not to continue to fight in the east and west, but to rest with the people and restore the strength of the country. Just like Emperor Han Wendi and Emperor Han Jingdi, this is not Zhu Yunfeng's own opinion, but has a historical basis. For example, the reign of Wen Jing, the reign of Zhao Xian, the reign of Kai Yuan, the reign of Ren Xian and so on are all the same. This is the reason. That is, the previous emperor has been at war, resulting in the country's strength is empty, the people's ills. The later emperor will adopt a series of policies such as relaxed governance and resting the troops to feed the people to make the country appear to be a prosperous situation, including the young Lishang Zhu Di South War, consume a lot of national resources, but in fact has been vigorously develop agriculture, repair water conservancy, dredging the Grand Canal, reduce the tax burden, is considered to be a war while recuperating, so that the country has not collapsed. It wasn't until the reigns of Emperor Ming Renzong and Emperor Ming Xuanzong, who stopped the wars and focused on development, that the country of the Ming dynasty became truly strong. The reign of Ren Xian was also recognized as the strongest and most politically clear period of the Ming dynasty, if not Zhu Qizhan with hundreds of thousands of elite Ming in the Tumo fortress without a fight, so that the Ming from prosperity to decline. Such a prosperous world may continue for a long time. Zhu Biao's program of governance was actually similar to that of Ming Renzong and Ming Xuanzong, both advocating that the country should recuperate and develop its national strength. His ascension to the throne is more likely to restore the country's power as soon as possible. Despite Zhu's great frontier, it was the icing on the cake, because during the time of Zhu Yuanzhang, the map of Ming dynasty was already very large, reaching 7.22 million square kilometers. Zhu mainly fought in the northeast as well as the Russian Far East, for the Nuremberg capital, which covers about 1.86 million square kilometers. This is followed by northern Vietnam and half of Myanmar, which covers roughly 600,000 square kilometers. Lastly, there is the old harbor mission in Nanyang, 220,000 square kilometers. These places were already weak in resistance at that time and were mostly tied up with little actual control. As long as the national power goes up, unless you meet a waste like Zhu Qizhan, you can basically do it with a mediocre emperor, and it will even be easier. Therefore, from an objective point of view, if Zhu Yuanzhang's successor had been Zhu Biao, then the early Ming would have rapidly entered a stage of national recovery. With Xu Bei supported by everyone, Zhu Yuanzhang would not have killed Huaishi Xuangue in a big way to ensure that the group of capable early Ming military generals still existed. So the national strength went up. The force can also be guaranteed To create a prosperous era may not be worse than Zhu Di, and may even be with the good. Zhu Di laid down these territories, as well as during the time of Zhu Biao. Therefore, if you learn from history and look at the problem correctly, you will understand why Zhu Biao was recognized as the best successor of Zhu Yuanzhang. It lies in his political position, his program of governance, which predetermines this, and most importantly, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, father and son, sowed the seeds of the downfall of the Ming dynasty. The only way to get rid of this bane is to put Zhu Biao on the throne, thus slowing down the decline of the Ming dynasty. Thus, to synthesize all these, judging objectively, using the Han dynasty's emperor Wen as a reference, Zhu Biao must be more suitable for the next emperor than Zhu Di. Chapter 19, Undecidedness. Quantum Mechanics. As the session ended, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. He certainly understood that Zhu Biao's special position dictated that he was the most suitable successor at this stage. It just didn't occur to me that the deeper reason behind it had to be blamed on the guarding of the river. But that may be just what he wants. The commoner emperor origin. Destined Zhu Yuanzhang's eyesight is slightly narrow. Only think of high-pressure rule. Do not dare to have any lax policy. But he forgets that any flourishing dynasty in history has seldom arisen under oppressive rule. Social development requires the liberation of productive forces, and the country needs economic and agricultural recovery. When everyone is scared and living in a state of fear under oppressive rule, how can they have the subjective motivation to work for development? Even though many people think of the Qing dynasty as a highly controlling and oppressive dynasty towards the Han Chinese, what is actually less known is that from the mid to late Kangxi period onwards, society became more and more relaxed. Policies such as light corvée and thin tax, living with the people, rent reduction, tax reduction, and never increasing taxes were implemented during the Kangxi period. There was also the policy of taxing newly reclaimed wasteland after 10 years, which greatly stimulated the farmers' enthusiasm for reclaiming wasteland and led to a rapid increase in the area of cultivated land. By the time the Yongjing period rolled around, a great deal of reform was carried out, furthering the laxity of the society. Particularly, the policy of apportioning ding into mu, returning fire consumption to the public, and the government and the gentry as a whole have greatly reduced the burden on the people, and the middle and late Kangxi due to lax policy, resulting in corruption, officials' corruption as much as anything, but also Yongjang's strict investigation of the officials to make the political clear. It can be said that Qianlong's grandfather dominated the rest and recuperation policy of the Qing dynasty. Yongjang increased this effort, leaving a huge legacy of prosperity to the pre-Qianlong period, which led to the birth of the so-called Kangxi and Qianlong Shengshi. Although Zhu Yunfeng loathed the Qing dynasty as much as the vast majority of people, from an objective point of view, this was a fact that could not be denied. Can only say that Yongjang is indeed one of the most capable emperors of the Qing dynasty, otherwise the late Qianlong's mediocrity, as well as the Jiaqing that precipitous decline in national strength, with the Qing dynasty simply cannot hold out in the early 20th century on the death of the country. Now this was the case with Daming. In the early days of Zhu Yuanzhang's founding, he needed to maintain his rule through high-handed policies. For example, the restoration of the feudal system as well as the policy of giving preferential treatment to the clansmen allowed for the revolt of the feudal kings in the early part of the Ming dynasty, and allowed the Ming dynasty to raise hundreds of thousands of riceworms in the middle and late part of the Ming dynasty. The implementation of the closed-door policy deprived Daming of the opportunity for foreign trade and commerce, and also derailed Daming from the world. The hereditary household system, the system of guards, solidified the class and made it insurmountable. The establishment of the Genie Way, the rule of the secret service, and the making of officials and people to denounce each other to such an extent that everyone was in danger. The mass killing of meritorious ministers centrifuged the ministers from the emperor. Though it is undeniable that all these policies of his were meant to fit the needs of the time, like the division of vassal kings was to replace the military power and office of the founding ministers as well as to prevent and defend against the northern Yuan. Killing meritorious officials is for the sake of centralization. There was also the establishment of a household registry as well as a guardhouse to better manage the people and the army. But it is also undeniable that, with the passage of time, these systems were only able to meet the needs of the time and not the needs of the subsequent development of the country. By the time the later emperors succeeded to the throne, these policies that were originally used to consolidate the country became evil policies that dragged the country down. However, if the next emperor was Zhu Biao, then with his political ideas, he would inevitably begin to take the route of light labor and living with the people, thus quickly allowing Daming to regain its national strength. So Zhu Yunfeng did not lie, even if this matter is not historically verified. But if Zhu Yuanzhang brought Zhu Bei over for treatment and did not let Zhu Bei die of wind chill, then as long as Zhu Bei lived for 30 more years, it would not be difficult to start a Zhu Bei Shangshi. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard Zhu Yunfeng's words, the only thing he disagreed with was the other party's statement that his policies were too harsh and not conducive to development. but he agreed that Zhu Biao was the most suitable heir for him at the moment, as he himself thought so. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't count too much on the other party's evaluation of his harsh policies, but asked, "You said that during Lao Si's reign, he sowed the roots of trouble for the demise of the great Ming. What kind of trouble? Want to know?" Zhu Yunfeng looked at Zhu Yuanzhang smilingly. His tone was not so overly respectful before, but slightly more of that feeling of peer-to-peer communication. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down before nodding. "I want to know. Let's eat first, then." Zhu Yunfeng looked at the time. It was already more than 11 o'clock, so he stood up and stretched. "I'm tired, sleepy and hungry now. I didn't sleep well last night, and then I tossed and turned this morning, and my stomach is starving." When he said that, Ji Hyuk also realized that he was hungry. The working hours of civil servants are usually from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is commonly known as 9 to 5. The exception is the Office of Poverty Alleviation. Among the grassroots posts, the work intensity and pressure of the Poverty Alleviation Office has always been the greatest in the past. Bar none, the staff of the Poverty Alleviation Office, especially in the mountainous areas, are very tired from going up and down the mountains. Many civil servants of the Poverty Alleviation Office have collapsed in their posts at a young age, and there are also many who are in their 30s with a head full of gray hair and look like they are in their 40s or 50s. So it can be imagined how great the pressure of work is. But things have gotten much better in recent years. Because of the remarkable results of the decades-long poverty alleviation efforts, more and more families have been lifted out of poverty across the country, and the fact that the public examination is more popular than before. The growth in the number of civil servants has also alleviated a lot of pressure. Ji Hyuk is considered to have caught up with the good times, and he has done pretty much what many of his predecessors have done to help the poor in Blue Sand Town. At present, the town has a household population of more than 70,000, 43 villages and 1 community, with a large increase in the population out of poverty, and a decreasing number of poor people, and the pressure is not as great as it used to be. So except for temporary assignments, most of the time Ji Hyuk wasn't that busy, being able to go to work at 9 a.m. and get off at 5 p.m. and occasionally sneak out to touch the fish, which was way better than the kind of intense work he used to do. Before, Jai basically got up around 8:20, drove to town for work, and bought some breakfast in town to cope with the situation. "We had to take a detour today because of the rain, and the original plan was for 7 o'clock, but it turned out that I had to take the day off because of the Jubilee thing, and I haven't eaten anything yet." He also stood up and muttered, "I was going to go to Grandpa Fong's house today to do door-to-door condolence work, but now I can't go again. It'll be the same tomorrow. It won't take long." Zhu Yunfeng knew who the Grandpa Fong in his mouth was. Ji Hyuk then said, "Then eat first. I'll go cook." Together, Zhu Yunfeng said, "I bought vegetables when I came back from town earlier." With that, he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "You guys eat some too? People are iron and rice is steel. A meal not eaten will make you hungry. In the future, we have to cooperate and win-win. This is our country's national policy. Only when everyone is good together is it really good. But the meal still needs to be eaten." Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow, hearing a hint of strings, but didn't say anything, instead asking, "What time is it now?" 11:17. "Well, in the Ming dynasty it would be 1:15 noon. Zhu Yunfeng said. "Then I won't eat." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and stood up as well. "I have to go back and take care of that pit of earth, to repair it a little bit, so that it will be easy to get in and out later." Ji Hyuk had been to the Ming dynasty and knew that the monolith in the Ming dynasty was in the ground pit, so he wondered, "Anyway, the crossing is by the monolith, not by the ground pit, so why do we need to repair it? Can't we just take out the stone tablet and fill in the ground pit?" Zhu Yuanzhang said with an odd expression. "I don't know how, but that stone tablet has to be placed in the pit of the earth for it to work, and if you take it out you can't come over." "There's such a thing?" Zhu Yunfeng came to be interested and said, "Then let's send you there first, just to study what's going on." Yeah. Zhu Yuanzhang then nodded. At that moment the 4 men re-entered the cellar. Looking at the stone monument that was placed deep in the cellar and probably hadn't been moved for dozens or hundreds of years, an idea suddenly popped into Zhu Yunfeng's head. He said, "Let's first try to see if we can still get through by removing the monolith." Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated instead and said, "Let's not try it. In case the movement destroys this immortal god's magic weapon and prevents old 4 and I from going back, that would be a big deal." "Spells?" Zhu Yunfeng frowned. "What kind of magic weapon is it really? What is it that can get me here if not a fairy god magic weapon?" Zhu Yuanzhang said. Hindsight. Zhu Yunfeng was non-committal. As a materialist warrior, he's not quite convinced. It's not that unbelief doesn't exist, it's just that consciousness is unified in matter. Matter determines consciousness, and consciousness is a reflection of matter. without seeing the weirdness with your own eyes. You are being materialistic when you say there is weirdness in this world. If there really is a weirdness to be seen in person, then it's something to look into. This two-world shuttling was considered by the ancients to be a divine means, but at least until Zhu Yunfeng had seen a god standing in the clouds overlooking him with his own eyes, he didn't believe in any gods, so he thought there should be some scientific principle to the two-world shuttling that he just hadn't discovered. Well, then I'll go ahead and stay here. Senior, Zhu Yuanzhang said. Yes, Zhu Di had a bitter face by now. It's a little hard on the heart. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang walked up and touched the stone tablet, and then disappeared before the eyes of the three. Ji Hyuk and Zhu Yunfeng walked over and squatted in front of the monolith, and Ji Hyuk asked, "What exactly is this monolith? Oh, supernatural power? I'm not sure, but I think it's definitely not some divine magic weapon that Zhu Yuanzhang is talking about. Why? What kind of fairy spells can't be worn if they move slightly? What if it's a spell formation? In fairy cultivation novels, a spell formation won't work if you move it. Where is that spell? In the stone monument? If it's in the stone monument, then it's not like it won't work if you move it around a bit, because the body of the spell is the stone monument and not this place. If it's this place, then where is the spell formation? There has to be something there to set up a spell formation. No matter what, there should be a 6-main star formation drawn on the ground. Which of the things we have here looks like something from a fairy cultivation novel? Makes sense. How does that explain being able to travel back and forth through space? Maybe it can be explained scientifically. How? Space nodes, quantum mechanics, or 5 dimensions? Does it make sense? You wait. Zhu Yunfeng took out his cell phone and searched for a video on the B-site 11 Dimensions of the Universe. He opens it up and 2 people watch it, where the 5th dimension is talking about parallel universes. Come to think of it, that movie I watched earlier, Instant Omniverse, was a parallel universe, but she was a consciousness traveler and this one is a body wearer. Jai said, Rick and Morty, Stargate, and Dr. Strange have body piercing in them, which is the quantum effect. Zhu Yunfeng stroked his chin and looked down at the stone tablet. See the comment below that says this isn't manhwa? Jai He was surprised. And that's all made up by sci-fi movies, right? Zhu Yunfeng shrugged. Cannot be regarded as civil science. Cosmic dimensions, parallel space are based on physical and mathematical deduction of the model. Can only be said to be a theory that cannot be realized. The theory of the realization of the sci-fi movie in the middle of the encounter is not decided quantum mechanics. Said that the whole world cannot be realized. To us here on the realization of the things. Damn. Sci-fi movies come to life, huh? Pretty outrageous. Jai couldn't resist a bird's eye view. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, said, then now we can boldly hypothesize that perhaps this place is a space node, and the monolith acts as a transporter connecting the 2 parallel universes, and the way to activate it is to touch that dot so that you can travel to another parallel universe through the quantum effect. Sounds pretty damn scientific. Ji Hyuk scratched his head. His reading performance is okay, otherwise he cannot take the civil service. Is not as miscellaneous as Zhu Yunfeng's study, but he quickly thought of another problem and said, spatial conversion shouldn't be able to violate the laws of physics, right? Since it's a quantum effect, it must also require energy. Where's the energy? I don't know. Maybe it exists in the tablet. How do monoliths store energy? It just sounds so metaphysical. There's no way to explain it that way. I hope it's really a parallel universe that doesn't interfere with each other. Otherwise it'll be a problem. How? The grandfather paradox. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, if they weren't parallel universes that didn't interfere with each other, would our messing around in the Ming dynasty affect the present? Ji Hyuk's gaze then looked to Zhu Di, who was fluttering his big eyes next to him with a dumbfounded expression, just like listening to heavenly books, and nodded. It makes sense. If Xu Biao didn't die, and Zhu Di's descendant couldn't become the emperor, then the butterfly effect could be big. Hell knows what would happen. So we'd better hope that it's just like we said, sci-fi shining into reality, and that this monolith is some fixed spatial coordinate that acts as a quantum transport and goes to a parallel universe. Or else, saying that Zhu Yunfeng's face became even more bitter. If it changes the world and makes the country better, that's fair enough. In case of a paradox, it would be a big problem to make the country bad. He didn't want to be the sinner of all of China. And most importantly, with the grandfather paradox, if he changes the history of the Ming dynasty, will he still exist in the future? It's not good to say that all those descendants of Zhu Di disappeared or turned into another person under his influence. Will he then suddenly vaporize all of a sudden and the whole world will be a different place? That's the scariest thing. Chapter 20, Get the Money. Get the money. The money. Shrimp. Cloud Peak. After coming out of the cellar, Zhu Di's expression was a bit unsightly. Zhu Yunfeng walked to the living room to lift out the groceries he had bought at the supermarket earlier and walked in the direction of the kitchen. Zhu Di, on the other hand, followed him. his face slightly gloomy. Hesitating for a moment, he still spoke out. Yunfeng, those words you said to father before? Zhu Yunfeng looked back at him and laughed. What? Not happy? What do you say? Zhu's eyes were slightly unkind. It's so distressing that his direct descendants won't help themselves. And the hardest thing is that he also said bad things about himself. And actually talked about how he sowed the seeds of trouble for the Ming dynasty. Wouldn't that make his father jealous of himself, thus reducing his chances of getting to the top even more? Zhu Yunfeng was able to guess Zhu Di's mind and shook his head. Second ancestor, you have to believe that I'm doing this to help you. Help me? Zhu widened his eyes and said. You clearly could have. Before. Look. You're in a hurry again. Zhu Yunfeng interrupted him. You also want to progress too much. There are still people on the internet who say that you respect Zhu Biao and did not even think of plotting against him, and that you were forced to rebel by Zhu Yunshu. But as a result, you are actually still thinking about that position? That position should have been mine in the first place. Zhu was not convinced. Many people in later generations said that Zhu Di respected Zhu Biao, but in fact, to a large extent, it was not a sincere respect, because he wouldn't have falsely accused Zhu Biao of plotting a rebellion if he really respected it. Yes, Zhu Di later rumored and falsely accused Zhu Biao of plotting a rebellion, and not only rumors of rebellion, but also rumors that Zhu Bei framed himself, rumors that Zhu Bei was jealous of himself, and so on. According to the real records of Emperor Taizong of Ming Dynasty as well as the records of Feng Tianjingyan, after Zhu Di became the emperor, he wrote a lot of small essays to discredit Zhu Biao. This is actually understandable. After all, Zhu Di this throne is not the right way. In order to explain the legitimacy of their own throne, can only choose to discredit, so as to deny the legitimacy of the throne of Zhu Biao lineage. And Zhu Di also Zhu Yun braced to Zhu Biao posthumously awarded the emperor and the temple number through the cancellation. Do not recognize Zhu Biao as the emperor, only recognized him as the crown prince, and later even simply Zhu Biao lineage all expelled from the Ming royal family. It can be seen that Zhu Di only had fear in his heart for Zhu Biao, but not respect. Otherwise, he would not have removed all the descendants of his elder brother for the sake of the throne. The position used to be yours indeed. Zhu Yunfeng carried the vegetables he bought in his hand and said as he walked toward the kitchen, but have you ever thought about such a question? What's the problem? Zhu followed suit. Zhu Yunfeng came to the kitchen and took the dishes to Ji Hyuk, and the two of them began to handle the ingredients. As he washed the vegetables, he said, the situation is different now. If it remains the same as history going by the book, then you'll still go on being your young La Emperor without any repercussions. The problem now is that the old ancestor has suddenly arrived. Father came, and then what? The old ancestor is here, so will Zhu Biao still die? This, Zhu frowned. Wind chill is only a minor problem in modern times. Zhu Biao died of wind chill in history. Xu Yuanzhang only needed to bring him over to the hospital to take a look and solve the problem. How could he still die? So, Zhu Yunfeng turned back to him and said with both hands, if Zhu Biao doesn't die, do you think that just my 3 or 2 words alone can shake Zhu Biao's position? You are also underestimating Zhu Biao, the crown prince with the highest position of power in history. Standing behind Zhu Biao is the entire civil and military government of the Great Ming. Empress Ma is his own mother. He was born as the son of the king of Wu, and the old ancestor was the crown prince when he became emperor. The prince's subordinate officer under his command is Li Shanchang. The prince's junior master is Su Dai. The prince's junior master is Chang Yuchun. The prince's junior guarantor is Feng Shang. And such ranks as Geng Bingguan, Liao Yangzhong, and Lu Ji can't be ranked in the prince's residence. Full of civil officials and military generals, only his head. The old ancestors are assured that boldly let him supervise the country. Thousands of years of feudal imperial society, prince status most uncontroversial, only this unique. He proceeded to place a washed piece of meat on the board and cut the meat with a cleaver as he continued. Even if I can convince the old ancestor that you are the true son of the king and want to abolish the crown prince, what you are about to face is the pressure of the entire daiming. Not only the court, but also the harem, the military camp, and the civil society. You'll have to bloodwash at least half of the Ming officialdom. And you'll also have to cleanse the entire Huainan honored group. And Empress Ma will have to fight with you father and son when the time comes. Do you think the old ancestor will go to that extent for you? It can't be. He did this for Zhu Yunju because Zhu Biao died. And once Zhu Biao died, Zhu Yunju couldn't suppress the group of military generals and honored nobles, so he could only raise the butcher's knife in his hand. Now that Zhu Biao isn't dead, then he won't make a move against the Huaxi Xuanwei group. In his heart Zhu Biao has always been the qualified heir. The heart of the hand is meat. I'm blowing you out of the water. The old ancestor won't do that. What's more, lies will eventually be punctured. And this is the age of the internet with advanced information. Your cognitive level is still in the Ming dynasty, but as long as you come to the present and study carefully, your cognitive level will increase. By the time the old ancestor raises his level of cognition and sees the bane you've buried for the great Ming River and mountain, he won't be able to go back and abolish you once more, and I'll be dragged down by you as well. So why bother? On the contrary, it would be better to tell the truth now, and in the future there will be no danger of the lie being demolished. In case in the future Zhu Biao's early death is irrevocable, and he gets not wind chill but some other incurable disease, then the old ancestor will definitely not choose Zhu Yunju again, but you. Saying that Zhu Yunfeng had already cut the meat, put the meat aside, twisted his head to look meaningfully at Zhu Di and said, "This is already the most favorable option for you, second ancestor, that I could think of at that time. I hope you, second ancestor, don't make a mistake. Think about the pros and cons of it, and then you will know that I'm not harming you, but instead I'm helping you." In the final analysis, Zhu Yuanzhang really just wanted an answer. If Xu Yunfeng had nothing better to do and wanted to put some eyeballs on the great Ming, then of course he could have blown hard on Zhu Di while blacking out Xu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang if did not believe in good, if believe in the fun can be big. When the time comes, if you really want to abolish the crown prince, besides killing all the civil and military personnel in the dynasty, you will also have to abolish the empress. The whole country would have to be in turmoil. Thus if just now really for their own old ancestor Zhu Di do not care, that is really the Daming Jiangshan play life to get. So Zhu Yunfeng is clear that Zhu Yuanzhang needs only an answer whether the crown prince can be a heavy responsibility after the answer. He naturally also want to give the right answer. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang might probably not abolish the crown prince while at the same time have a problem with Zhu Biao and Zhu Yunfeng. It's more work than it's worth. This, Zhu Di now, after all, is only 19 years old, is not yet the future of that all-powerful Yanla emperor. For a time, his eyes widened, said, "It seems like this is the truth, right?" Zhu Yunfeng laughed, "Then go sit in the living room first, the meal will be ready soon." Okay. Zhu Di felt that what he said was so reasonable that he was actually speechless, so he had to walk out, forgetting that he had planned to raise the offense before. Waiting for him to go out, next to the rice has been panned. Rice cooking on, is pouring oil into the pan ready to fry vegetables. Gee, he said, Fingzi, how did you not find you so eloquent before? Lulling up a set, Zhu Di will soon be crippled by you. Don't be an awkward hack. Didn't fool him, it's true. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head as he sliced the chili. The current Zhu Di is still too naive, thinking that I can change Zhu Yuanzhang's mind by blowing him twice without thinking that it's impossible for Zhu Yuanzhang to abolish the crown prince. For what? Jill wondered. When Zhu Biao was around, all the feudal lords went out to become vassals, and none of them stayed in the capital to compete with him. The entire second-generation military group of the Great Ming, headed by Lan Yu, was Zhu Biao's hardcore relative, and the group of civil officials represented by Song Lian and these Confucian ministers had long circled around Zhu Biao, with all of the civil and military officials and generals being supportive of Zhu Biao. Zhu Yunfeng looked at him and said, Xu Yuanzhang also took no precautions against Zhu Biao and gave him great power. Zhu Biao can directly intervene in the state government, swaying every official's position to stay or go, and even able to easily interfere with the fate of those brothers who are outside the clan. Tell me how Zhu Di can fight against Zhu Biao? Said he skimmed. This old ancestor of the Yangla emperor of his own family has ambition, but unfortunately is still too young to see the situation. It was no longer a matter of changing the crown prince with Zhu Yuanzhang's approval. Rather, Zhu Biao has now been the crown prince for more than 10 years. The supervision of the state has also been more than 3 years. The status of the deep-rooted, the entire Ming officials and people, and even the clan are surrounded by him. He is the center of the Ming, second only to the existence of Zhu Yuanzhang. If Zhu Yuanzhang wants to move him, that would be shaking the interests of all interest groups up and down the entire Ming dynasty, and everyone, including Empress Ma, would oppose it. This can be seen by referring to the national capital dispute of the Wanli reign. Emperor Taichan was able to pit the entire group of civil officials against the emperor for as long as 15 years in a situation where his status was far inferior to that of Zhu Biao, and if he were to move Zhu Biao, it would not be a good idea to say that it would trigger even more drastic national upheaval. So even if he blew Zhu Di out of the water, an even greater presence than Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, after deep consideration, will most likely not choose to replace him. By then, if Zhu Yuanzhang found out the truth of the matter, Zhu Di was not as powerful as Zhu Yunfeng had blown it up to be, but instead, it would make Zhu Yunfeng's as well as Zhu Di's situation very awkward. Zhu Yunfeng is actually okay. He was a modern man and didn't lean on Zhu Yuanzhang much. It was only then that Chu was embarrassed, inside and out. Then why did Zhu Yuanzhang ask you before if it was impossible for him to abolish the crown prince? Jai Hie wondered. Zhu Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, probably wanting a satisfactory answer from me. Answers? Yes, after all, in history, Xu Biao died, Zhu Yuanzhang so cared about the Daming Jianshan, surely had to think about Zhu Biao's descendants have no precedent to follow, will not bury his Daming Jianshan. Zhu Di's descendants at least sit firmly in the Daming for nearly 300 years. There is a lesson to be learned from the past. He will certainly have concerns in this regard. Zhu Yunfeng continued, but strictly speaking, even if I blow a few words for Zhu Di, the probability is that Zhu Yuanzhang still won't change the crown prince. Zhu Biao's position has been exaggerated to an unimaginable extent, and it will cause turmoil throughout the entire country, and it's impossible for Zhu Yuanzhang to fail to realize this. So it is. Ji Hyuk did not know much about the history of the Ming dynasty, only knowing that Zhu Biao had a high status, and only now did he realize how high it really was. Right. He suddenly remembered something else and said while frying, I heard that modern people crossing over to ancient people are all poisonous people, and wherever they go the plague infects them, and Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di came over to get in touch with us. Will they be infected with the virus? Read less marketing numbers, which is so exaggerated. Zhu Yunfeng laughed and said, I have studied this issue in order to write a novel, and I have also consulted some medical experts on the force, and the conclusions that I have reached that are all nonsense on the internet. Zun de fake doo-doo? Ji Hyuk was surprised. He also read novels, and this statement was widely spread in the novel circle. Truly, it is true that a modern person traveling into antiquity may cause a plague, but only on the condition that after that person has traveled, he or she carries a germ that would be fatal to the ancients. Zhu Yunfeng explained. Many diseases were deadly in ancient times, such as smallpox, bubonic plague, cholera, malaria, and so on. Modern people vaccinated have resistance. Ancient people couldn't resist. Then the plague spread out. But the problem is that smallpox, bubonic plague, cholera, and malaria still exist in those poor countries abroad. But how many years have they been wiped out in our country? Which Chinese person still carries this deadly germs in his body? Unless this person purposely traveled abroad to contract the disease and then traveled back to ancient times. Where are we going to go to contract those malignant infections if we're just going to stay honestly in the countryside? He continued while chopping vegetables. Of course, if the mask incident was still around a few years ago, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di coming over might have to suffer. But that virus is also long gone now. And it's not like this virus is a lifelong carryover. So the two of them are still safe. Still safe? Ji Hyuk thought for a moment and said, should we take them to the hospital to get vaccinated? Forget the hospital. That place is full of bacteria and viruses. And the vaccine hasn't been administered yet in case you get tuberculosis or some other infectious disease that hangs up. It's not good. Zhu Yunfeng said. When we have money in the future, we'll just buy vaccines online for them directly. So what are we afraid of? Also, Ji Hyuk thinks it makes sense. As long as you have the money, what vaccines can't you buy online these days? He took the stir-fried chili fried pork out of the pan and put it on a plate, and suddenly said, by the way, Peek, why do I feel that you were weird before? What's weird about it? I can't say. It just feels as if at first you were afraid of Zhu Yuanzhang, and then before he was about to leave you stood up all of a sudden. And your tone of voice was a bit powerful. Isn't he your old ancestor? Aren't you respectful? Ha! Zhu Yunfeng laughed and shook his head. At first I was indeed more afraid because I am a descendant of the Zhu family and have studied Ming history to understand him. That's why I was worried about both of our little lives. But then I figured it out. Figured it out? Ji Ho wondered. Figured out what? Figuring out our value and where we should be. Zhu Yunfeng looked at Ji Hyuk and said, he is my ancestor for more than 20 generations, which still has any feelings. Although we Chinese are ancestor-fearing and place great value on blood relations, but he is not an ordinary ancestor. He is an emperor. What happened to the emperor? Emperors should not think about blood relations. The Ming dynasty royal family treated their relatives cruelly less. Emperor Jiangwen abolished King Zhou, forced the death of King Xiang, and forced the rebellion against Zhu Di. Zhu Di cleared out all of his elder brother's lineage. And Li Shimen still hand-to-hand combat? Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, for that position, the royal family would have no kinship to speak of. That's why I have to put myself in the right position. Never involve myself as a Ming royal family. Just take yourself as an outsider. And Zhu Yuanzhang is an equal relationship. He wants me to help strengthen the Ming. I want him to give me antique gold, silver and jewelry to become rich. We all take what we need. Just maintain the surface of the respect for the ancestors. Do not be substituted into it. If you feel that you are a royal descendant, the noble family of the heavenly family, and want to go to fight for power and profit, then it is a violation of the original intention, and then you will die do not know how to die. Hearing his words, Ji Hyuk's eyes first widened, then slowly snapped out of it and gave a thumbs up. Peek, you're really sober on earth. It's called not forgetting. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. Remember what our slogan was? Get the money, get the money, get the money. Jill laughed out loud as well. That's it. In modern times, if you have the money, you wouldn't trade it for an emperor back in ancient times. Chapter 21 Mutual Benefits and Win-Win Cooperation. While Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk over there were frying vegetables and preparing for dinner, Zhu Yuanzhang over here also returned to Daming. The smoky rain that enveloped Jinling at this time has not yet dissipated, but it has also become much smaller. When Zhu Yuanzhang came back from the 21st century, the water in the ground pit had already gone into his calves, and he stepped in the mud one deep step at a time. It was still that Empress Ma and Zhu Biao had been taking brooms to sweep away the water around them, preventing a large amount of stagnant water from flowing in, or else the stagnant water underneath the ground pit would definitely be deeper. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang come out, Empress Ma dragged her tired body on her broom and said, "Changba, you're finally back. Sister, hard work." When Zhu Yuanzhang saw Empress Ma standing haggardly on the pit, a touch of heartache appeared in her eyes. He knew that since he couldn't get word out about what he had commanded the tablet to do, there was no way for them to call someone to come and clean the water out of the pit in the ground. After all, no one knows when Zhu Yuanzhang will return. If Empress Ma and the others called out for people to come and help, when the many eunuchs and palace maids were working, Zhu Yuanzhang so big and alive suddenly appeared. Many people in the palace would have to be silenced. But you can't just watch the water in the pit keep building up. In case the water gets too deep, Zhu Yuanzhang happens to come back and you'll be in trouble. So they have no choice but to work on their own. Queen Ma and Zhu Biao didn't sleep much last night. Jubilee is fine. Young lad. More than a decade before he dies of his illness. Queen Ma is 50 years old this year. A night without rest and fear, but also have to work. How can the body and bones eat? It's okay. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang return, Ma Xiaoying's original worried mood was finally put down. When he picked up Ji Hyuk before, it was Zhu Di who came to pick him up, and he had said that Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't encountered any danger over there, but he had also said that the government officials over there had taken them away. Although they had been clearly informed that Zhu Yuanzhang would be fine, Ma Xiaoying and Zhu Biao were still on tenterhooks for the rest of the night. Now that she finally saw him return, her mood was relieved, and then she felt dizzy. Mother! Seeing Ma Xiaoying staggering, Zhu Biao hurriedly went up to assist her. Sister! Zhu Yuanzhang is climbing the ladder. To see the situation was horrified, and hastily climbed up in 3 steps. Anxious near the front of the embrace, Queen Ma said, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, I'm just a little tired. I didn't get a night's rest last night." Queen Ma shook her head. Zhu Yuanzhang shouted, "Where did Wang Dong, Wu Ji, and Mao Chong die?" The shout seemed to startle the pot. From both sides of the Qianqing palace immediately came out a large number of eunuchs, palace maids and guards, a swarm of running close to the front. The internal messenger supervisor Wang Dong, the imperial horse supervisor Wu Ji, and Yiluan division commander Mao Chang hurriedly ran to, followed by a group of chamberlains. Their people were not far away, waiting for the call at any time on both sides of the Qianqing palace as well as outside the back door. After all, Queen Ma let them leave because there was a secret they couldn't see. But then they had to make sure that the emperor and empress crown prince called out for someone to be there at all times, and could only hide behind a building without looking in the direction of the pit of the earth at the same time, while still not being able to pull away from each other. When the crowd arrived close, Empress Ma's personal palace maid, Jiner, saw Empress Ma being assisted, her face not looking good, so she hastily pounced on her and said, "Empress, Wang Dong, Wu Ji." Mao Chong and the others had chills down their backs. What's going on here? From their point of view, the situation has been getting weirder and weirder since the appearance of the ground pit outside the Qianqing palace today. First, His Majesty disappeared for a long time for no reason, and it took nearly an hour before he was found. Then they were asked to carry a stone tablet into the Qianqing palace, and then screened off all the attendants, eunuchs and palace maids in the Qianqing palace, not allowing anyone to get close. After that, His Majesty stayed inside the Qianqing palace, and then the crown prince and the empress mother stood in the outer pit of the palace, and again they were told to leave, and His Majesty showed up once in the middle of all this, shouting for them to go over only to see 2 oddly dressed, short-haired corpses on top of the pit in the ground, and His Majesty told them to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Then they were told to leave again. The whole thing reveals all sorts of oddities, and it seems to revolve around this pit in the ground. Could it be that there's something strange about this pit? Just that they thought so, but they did not dare to ask. Wang Dong and the others went to the near front and said, "Greetings to His Majesty, the Queen, and the Crown Prince. Nyang Nyang is tired. Quickly send to Cunning Palace. Let Nyang Nyang rest, and then call the eunuch to take a look." Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Yes." Many palace maids then came over to assist the empress. The phoenix carriage then drove over, and the palace maids helped Ma Xiaoying onto the carriage, heading towards Cunning Palace. Watching the phoenix carriage leave, Zhu Yuanzhang breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally also understands that it is estimated that Empress Ma stayed up all night last night, and her body bones are not very good, so a little rest should be fine. But there was still some concern in the back of my mind. However, this kind of worry was quickly replaced by other thoughts, because he also knew very well that he was not a doctor, and it was useless to worry. It was better to wait for the imperial doctor to look at it before saying anything. If it's not possible, then execute the 9 clans of the imperial doctors and send the empress to a modern hospital to have a look. It's much better than him worrying blindly here. This side of the cunning palace eunuchs and palace maidens flanked the empress away. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao, then said, "Biao, follow me in." Yes. Knowing that he had something to say to him, Zhu Biao followed Zhu Yuanzhang towards Qinqing Palace. Then Zhu Yuanzhang had people outside the temple. The door closed. Not allowed to come in. The house was soon left to father and son. Zhu Yuanzhang took Zhu Di to the study in the side hall of the Qinqing Palace. The Qinqing Palace was not only Zhu Yuanzhang's bedchamber, but also the place where he dealt with political affairs. In watching the Ming and Qing dynasty drama can often see the emperor in the Qinqing Palace to convene ministers to discuss, such as Kangxi angrily reprimanded the group of ministers happened here. So outside the noon gate on the morning court is basically a figure of joy. The real power center of the Ming and Qing empires have to be in the Qinqing Palace, but now that it was father and son talking, it was definitely inappropriate to be outside, so the two of them came into the study. The two were seated. Zhu Biao has a lot of power, equivalent to the executive vice-emperor. A lot of national events can be reasoned with Zhu Yuanzhang. The relationship is not like the younger brothers with Zhu Yuanzhang so formal. When he sat down he immediately asked Zhu Yuanzhang, "Father, over there, as I said before, it is indeed hundreds of years later over there, 645 years later to be exact." Zhu Yuanzhang leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. "Now let your fourth brother stay over there. I'll come back to take care of something and discuss it with you as well." 645 years later? Zhu Biao opened his mouth wide, originally thinking that it would be at most 300 or 400 years, but he didn't realize that it would actually be 600 years later. What a distant time it was. You should know that the current Ming Hangwu 12 years before the 645 years, that is the Tang dynasty Kaiyuan years, so the current Ming and the latter part of the time span of the far, can be imagined how big. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded ponderously and said, "What I am going to tell you now is very important, so listen well and speak with me when the time comes, but remember not to spread the word." Yes. Zhu Biao realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded gravely. Then Zhu Yuanzhang went over the causes and consequences of the incident, and he did not hide anything, including the fact that Zhu Biao would die in the future, as well as the question of who was more suitable to be the heir of the great Ming, which he had talked about with Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Biao's face changed slightly when he heard that he had died early in his 30s. After all, no one wants to die early, not to mention hearing about Zhu Di usurping his son's throne later on. However, when he heard that the medical skills of the later world were already very powerful, and that he should be able to be cured of his future illnesses by going to the later world, his mood relaxed a lot. As for Zhu Di's usurpation of the throne, oh, as long as he's alive, old 4 is still old 4, just a brother. In the middle of it, he also heard the question about the heir of Damien, which did not change his face much, although he is not yet the later that supervised more than 10 years of the crown prince of Daming, but Zhu Yuanzhang is the king of Wu when he is the prince of Wu, and now do more than 10 years of the prince. The heart has long been very mature. Therefore, he knew very well that unless his being the crown prince would lead to the demise of Ming, even if the sky fell, Zhu Yuanzhang would not be able to replace him, and his position would be as solid as a mountain. And indeed it is. He heard the analysis of that descendant of the old fourth family, who also said the same thing, and it did not come as a surprise to him. Thus Xu Bei behaved calmly and listened to Zhu Yuanzhang's narration. That's just the way it is. After telling Zhu Biao all about the situation, Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes and said, "What should I do next? Now I want to hear your thoughts." Zhu Biao pondered and thought for a while, and said, "Father just said that when chatting about what exactly was the root of the trouble that Lao Si had laid for the great Ming, Xu Yunfeng actually dared not to continue, and that he was quite respectful of father before, but his attitude became more and more disrespectful afterward? Well, the little bugger flipped." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, and the appearance of that kid who dared to interrupt himself and even beat himself up came to his mind. If in the Ming, this guy's 9 clans would have to be slaughtered. Just what Zhu Yuanzhang didn't know was that Zhu Yunfeng was still respectful from the very beginning to the very back, at least in the eyes of modern people, just not as respectful as the very beginning. But in the ancient society, if you dare to interrupt the emperor, if you dare to use not answering the emperor's question, if you dare to use that tone of voice that hangs the emperor's appetite, then the 9 clans are indeed wholesale. So at that time, Zhu Yuanzhang was keenly aware of the change in Zhu Yunfeng's attitude. and also quickly captured the meaning of it. But at that time, he didn't have a fit, but chose to hold back for the time being. After all, he really didn't know anything about the afterlife, and he still couldn't act rashly and do as he pleased. Otherwise, if someone else in the Ming dared to talk to him like this, even if it was a descendant of the Zhu family, at least it would have to be a punishment of being imprisoned until death. Now Zhu Biao also found this point. He pondered. According to Zhu Yunfeng, in their modern times there has long since been no emperor. It is the people who are in charge. The people facing the officials have long since stopped needing to kowtow 3 times. Everyone is equal. He is hoping to get along with the temporary us in a modern way. Nice. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction and said, I gave that kid a difficult problem. And after that kid solved it, he backhanded me with another difficult problem. That's why I didn't pursue it further, but came back immediately. First, to deal with the matter of that pit, let people repair it and make a cellar, convenient to enter and exit in the future. Secondly, I'm asking for your opinion. How should we deal with that kid in the future? Without hesitation, Xu Biao said, let's do it his way. Equal and reciprocal. Not to be crossed with. Why? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Because it is we who have asked for him, not he who has asked for us. Or even if, as father said, he has a request for us, what he wants is nothing more than wealth and riches, whereas what we want is the great Ming river and mountain. Xu Biao shook his head and said, the gap between them is no longer measured by money. Thus we can't talk to him in a condescending manner. Even if he is a descendant of the Zhu family, we should treat him as an equal. Otherwise, the only thing that will be damaged is our Ming dynasty. Yes. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his palm and laughed loudly. The standard is worthy of being my good eldest son, although there is some contradiction with my ideas, but did not make a mistake in this big matter. It's really still a matter of taking ownership. Zhu Yunfeng was indeed startled when he first encountered Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, because of the reason of being a descendant of the Zhu family, the bloodline suppression. So at that time, Zhu Yuanzhang was particularly respectful. What he said, listen to what? Honestly, do not dare to have any attitude disrespectful place. But by the time Zhu Yuanzhang made a trip to the police station, both on the way there and on the way back, it gave Zhu Yunfeng plenty of time to think about the problem. The problem lies in what to do with Zhu Yuanzhang and the others afterward. The opening of the time channel is an established fact. Zhu Yunfeng can choose to call the police to deal with it and turn it over to the state. But the appearance of the dog thief was an embarrassment to him. The dog thief issue is a bit of a moot point if you report it. 2 lives, not something that can be fooled with so easily. Not to mention that Zhu Yunfeng also had a little bit of a mind. Since the door to the passage between the 2 worlds is open, it's not too much to ask for one's little person to get rich at first glance. Is it? Chinese family great country. Back to the Ming dynasty intervention in history is not like that. So this matter will be hidden for the time being, and cooperation and win-win cooperation with this side of the Deming world is the best choice. That brings us back to the question that started it all, what to do with Zhu Yuanzhang. It's being a grandson, or is it an equal relationship? With Xu Yunfeng's status, being a grandson was nothing. Chinese people have always respected their ancestors, and when they hear others curse themselves, grass mud horse, Dayu immortal and so on words will be on the spot red temperature. Unlike the Japanese who forget their ancestors, hear Kusama and Nichiyu Senjin and don't even know why the other guy wants to my ancestors, and only get angry when people call him a piece of who has no value to society. Therefore Zhu Yunfeng could be a grandson in front of Zhu Yuanzhang and the others. But there is a prerequisite here. And that is that you must secure your own benefits. After all, it's been many generations. There's affection, but not much. If he, Zhu Yunfeng, was to help them with everything unconditionally, what was the point? It's not enough to be a cow in modern times, but to be a cow in the Ming dynasty? What's more, Zhu Yunfeng doesn't think he will come to Daming often. Staying in modern living conditions is not better than ancient times. Thus, after much consideration, Zhu Yunfeng thought that he had to make an appointment with Zhu Yuanzhang and the others. To wit, I'll help you, and you'll have to help me. That's what we call mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Otherwise keep asking him to help them unconditionally. I'm sorry, even if you are my direct ancestor for more than 20 generations. Only at that time, Zhu Yunfeng didn't say it explicitly, but expressed that meaning with that kind of attitude. What Zhu didn't comprehend was that he was only 19 years old and still a rash. Zhu Yuanzhang then understood, so he made an excuse to come back just to mull over the matter. Chapter 22 Old Zhu's Suffering. Zhu Yunfeng's words actually mean that he wants money, and it's good to ask for money. Inside the study of the Qianqing Palace, Xu Biao heard Zhu Yuanzhang's approval, but did not show much joy, but only analyzed it seriously. But there is a problem here. What's the problem? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Degrees. Degree? Nice. Xu Biao pondered the degree of this middle how to pinpoint the trade-offs. He wants money, We give money, can give too much at once? His appetite to hold up a big. Every time we help us to give a time, sooner or later, the Ming dynasty will lose all. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded deeply, and he was well aware of that. When there is a request, the other person's appetite is not always filled. What's more, this is not a one-time deal, but a long-term cooperation. Then the other party's appetite is likely to grow. Plus people have inertia. All of a sudden get a huge fortune. Zhu Yunfeng said that it is not good to say that they are not so interested in the affairs of the Great Ming. So how to hold the degree of giving benefits to the other party is very much a test of their wisdom. On the other hand, this kind of thing is confidential and cannot be declared. Otherwise it is feared that there will be dissension below. What's more, if you let Li Shanchang, Hu Weiyan, Lan Yu and the others know that they are screwed by him in the future, what's wrong with that? Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang cannot call Li Shanchang and those who came to help him to consult. Naturally, can only discuss with Zhu Biao which degree of grasp. Now it seems that the crown prince is indeed his most suitable successor. Although he favors benevolent rule, he is able to quickly comprehend his meaning. The oldest four is still too young compared to the crown prince. Then according to the standard, how should we grasp the degree of it? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Zhu Biao pondered for a long time this time, and it wasn't until a rumbling sound came from his stomach that he woke up. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Forget it if you don't think of it for now. Let's eat something first. It's not so much that I haven't thought about it, but I'm wondering if this will work." Jubilee said. "Oh?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked busily. "What solution? Let's not talk about the state. Let's talk about understanding." Jubilee said. "Elaborate." Zhu Yuanzhang came to his senses. Xu Biao said. "What is before us now is that Zhu Yunfeng knows us well, but we know nothing about him, or about the afterlife." Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, deeply impressed. He went to the town of Blue Sands once, and everything there was foreign to him. Cars, high-rise buildings, motorcycles, electric vehicles, the way people interact, the ability to communicate remotely. What is most unbelievable is that the local magistrates will actually handle the case impartially. Firstly, they do not hit the killing stick. Secondly, they do not ask for money from the victims and caseworkers. And thirdly, they do not imprison them casually, but they kindly reason with them. Everything about the way of behavior and the code of life made Zhu Yuanzhang feel tremendously surprised. You know, he was not born an emperor, but a commoner origin. The worst time even open a bowl. Wandering around in Hunan, Anhui and other places, as a beggar for 3 years, seeing too much of the local conditions. At the end of the Yuan dynasty, the local people are not happy. Uprising everywhere, the people live in hardship, the government is tyrannical. To do anything to ask for money and things, if you are not careful, the government officials and Yuan soldiers or even the insurgent army will kill people indiscriminately. Shuli is really in the middle of the fire, including Zhu Yuanzhang himself. At that time is also just a floating duckling in the chaotic world. When he first joined the Red Turbans, he didn't want to do anything big. It was purely Tang He who pitched him and wrote him a letter inviting him to rebel together. At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang was hesitating, but it turned out that someone heard about the incident and wanted to denounce him. So he was forced to flee from Huangjue Temple and embarked on the path of the insurgent army. So Zhu Yuanzhang knew all too well what the chaotic world of the late Yuan was like, including the current Ming world. He does not think that the sea is calm and the river is clear. The following style has a rough he knows clearly, for which he has killed many people, and will kill more people in the future. Now that he has suddenly made a trip to the afterlife, he has seen the prosperity of a small town under a mountain, the well-organized atmosphere of life, and the pro-people style of the local government. Is there any magistrate in the world who isn't rude? What kind of government office doesn't want money? What kind of cop would be so polite to you? The huge difference made Zhu Yuanzhang only feel that it had overturned his perception, so he also realized the problem. That's poor information. Zhu Yunfeng was a modern man. He knew ancient history and everything about them. On the contrary, Zhu Yuanzhang they knew nothing about modern times. This is Zhu Yunfeng's advantage. He'll be able to sit back and negotiate a good bargaining chip right now with that advantage. As for Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, they didn't even know what the value of the chips they gave was. For example, what is the price of a tael of silver in later times? And what is the price of a tael of gold? Nothing. In this case, they wouldn't have any initiative. It was almost like they had to listen to whatever Zhu Yunfeng said. It was too much of a disadvantage. So the priority now is not some rush to get into national affairs, but to understand what's going on in the afterlife. One must at least have a clear idea of latter-day prices. Otherwise all of Daming's rivers and mountains would have to be sold. Can we bypass this Zhu Yunfeng? Well, Xu Biao mused. Or is there another option besides this Zhu Yunfeng? Unfortunately, no. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. That stone tablet was fixed in Zhu Yunfeng's house. If the stone tablet moved, then the function of two-world shuttling would be invalidated, something he had verified. So there wouldn't be any way for them to get around Zhu Yunfeng. The main thing is that they go to the afterlife without an ID card. That's a black household. What was going on with the black family he knew all too well. You can't get out of the house. You can't communicate with people. And once you're caught by the officials in the latter days, things will be exposed very quickly. Thus they had to rely on Zhu Yunfeng and could only rely on Zhu Yunfeng without any choice. And the most extreme idea Zhu Yuanzhang has not been without thought. For example, killing Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk, commandeering his home, having Zhu or another son of the same age impersonate the two, and then slowly making explorations of the post-apocalyptic world. But this idea was only ventured and quickly dispelled by Zhu Yuanzhang. For one thing, Zhu Yunfeng lives in the village, surrounded by the descendants of the Zhu family. How could he not notice that the person had disappeared? Is not the person and how can not be detected? At that time a call to the police. They will have to rest. Secondly, it is said that the latter days is what the era of advanced network. What cameras, monitors, cell phones can monitor everywhere. Zhu Yuanzhang also saw the computer and cell phone with their own eyes. If such an extreme approach was taken rashly and discovered by that whatever surveillance network, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, when the countries of the latter days sent out large armies, wouldn't he, Daming, be easily wiped out? Even if he moved the stone monument on the Daming side so that people couldn't come over. The idea of planning to utilize the knowledge, materials, and technology of the latter world would go out the window. What's more, there was no way for him to bring back to Daming the stone tablet in the latter days. With the advanced technology of the latter days, hell knows if they have the ability to solve the problem of not being able to teleport after the tablet is moved. Therefore, although Zhu Yuanzhang had several times thought of killing Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk in the process of contacting them, he extinguished these thoughts after careful consideration. This was something that had been considered from the earliest days when Zhu Yuanzhang was tied up. Only then Zhu Yuanzhang didn't have any other options. The only choice was to work with Zhu Yunfeng. There is no other way. He shook his head and said, I thought I was wise for a lifetime, but I didn't think that in my old age. I was taken by the children and grandchildren of the later generations to hold my lifeblood. It really just makes people unwilling. It can't be helped. The reason the latter days are the latter days is that they are naturally stronger than today. Xu Biao also said, as father said, one of their atomic bombs of any kind can wipe out a city with hundreds of jinns. Our Ming has no ability to resist. We can only rely on him. So be it. Then, when we go over there, let's not talk about those messy matters of state first, but let's sidestep and talk about prices with that kid. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said, it's just that something like this can't be cleared up in a day or two. If we don't ask that kid directly, I'm afraid that it will take a long time, perhaps years to plow through it. Well, Xu Biao also sensed the difficulty of the problem. They didn't want to be easily taken by Zhu Yunfeng, so they had to have some understanding of the latter. But want to have a certain understanding of the latter, just by side, it would have to monkey around, and also cannot get around Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng was not a little cutie. It was impossible not to know what they were thinking, and thus it would still be easy to be taken by the other side when the time came. The result is a paradox in the end. What a head-scratcher. Then open up. Xu Biao gritted his teeth and said, he asked for a price in the sky. We still have to return the money on the spot, tell both sides concerns and talk about it. Then it will be much better by and large. And I believe he understands what we mean. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, this little slicker is not simple. I'm afraid that this guy won't agree so easily. There's no way around it. Xu Biao also said with a sad face, if there is a way, why should I be subjected to others? But even though father is the emperor and child is the crown prince, what can be done about him? It can only be so. Perhaps being more sincere is not a bad thing. Alas, so be it. Xu Yuanzhang long sighed. Unfortunately, I heard the boy said what crossing. Said modern people may cross to the ancient times and cannot go back. If this is really so would be the best. To my Ming, never mind what have to give me obediently spit out. Ilwan Si has a lot of ways and means. Nay, he can still go back, but not pinch the door of our life? Cannot go back. That means there is no way back. To my Ming, you are a dog of the Ming. We Zhu Yuanzhang let you do what you have to do. Do not listen to the words. Then Ilwan division of the imperial prison waiting. A variety of torture. Always be able to pry open your mouth, but can go back on behalf of the retreat. And Zhu Yuanzhang also need the latter developed technology products to quickly grow his Ming. Not to mention, what guns, cannons, airplanes, tanks, atomic bombs listen to people greedy. So Zhu Yuanzhang will not be able to show what the emperor's majesty in this matter. Also cannot use force on Zhu Yunfeng. Even people kicked him below, slapped him, punched him in the face. A punch to his own son punched all over the face of the blood. He had to let Zhu Di keep calm. That is not even a little bit of revenge dare not report. This kind of feeling of being held by people let Zhu Yuanzhang then feel that he has worked hard for most of his life. From a wandering four sides of the beggar, a Huangjue temple miserable monks, it is not easy to climb up to today's position of 9 to 5. Already the world's power at the peak of the time. Look up again. Well, people from heaven. One becomes the bottom of the social ladder again. This sense of discrepancy gave Zhu Yuanzhang the feeling of wanting to be angry, but not being able to do so. It's suffocating. Chapter 23, Killing a few officials of the Ministry of Ceremony to boost the fun. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao chatted some more after that, and in the end, they could only reluctantly choose to have a frank exchange with Zhu Yunfeng. There is no way. It's an unanswerable question. You want to get up to speed quickly with post-apocalyptic technology, then you can't get around Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng had the power to choose whether to cooperate with them or not. They didn't. So the underlying logic here is that from the very beginning the status of both sides is not leveled. And it can even be said that Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son belong to people's dispensable role. Without them, it doesn't affect people's lives. With them, people can profit from them. But if they wanted to try to control Zhu Yunfeng and make him their cowhorse to beat the workers, then people also had ways and means. The most direct strategy was to not cooperate and move the stone monument as soon as they never appeared. In this way the initiative was naturally in Zhu Yunfeng's hands and not on their side. Therefore Zhu Yuanzhang and the others could only sigh when they considered this matter. This old Zhu family descendant seems to be a little too smart for his own good. The most outrageous thing is that this problem is actually not Zhu Yuanzhang thought of. He is accustomed to being the emperor, and he is accustomed to giving orders, and he instinctively wants to tell Zhu Yunfeng what to do, and he has not thought about the joints of this at all. It wasn't until Zhu Di was also beaten up by Zhu Yunfeng later on, and then they were arranged by Zhu Yunfeng to go into the bureau, and when they came back, first there was a change in attitude and various hints of win-win cooperation. And after he found out that there was nothing he could do about it, that Zhu Yuanzhang was made to realize that there was something wrong with it. So the logic here is still implied to him by Zhu Yunfeng, and everything about himself is being manipulated by Zhu Yunfeng, including letting him into the bureau and giving him a lecture on how powerful modern times are, trying to muddle through. So be it. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and said, "Today that kid is still talking to me about what cooperation is to benefits. I think he also understands our situation. Then do not do those curves and roundabouts. Directly with him to pick up the words open. A lot of things are also good to do." Aha. Zhu Biao said, "Father is hungry. I'll have the imperial cuisine prepare food over there now. You've reminded me to have the royal kitchen send it to your mother first." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, "We are two big men. It's nothing to be hungry. You didn't have a night's rest last night, so go and sleep for a while. I'm going to take a look at the Zhangji, and then call out to you when the imperial catering room sends the food to you." "Thank you, father." Jubilee yawned and got up from her chair. Zhu Yuanzhang did not say it is okay. As soon as he said it, he felt that his eyes could not be opened. His brain is dizzy. After all, he, like Empress Ma, has not slept all night from last night until now, and he has been worried and scared. When he watched Zhu Biao leave, Zhu Yuanzhang went out of his study and summoned Mao Chang, asking him to call Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong. For Zhu Yuanzhang, the day is actually more regular. Get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. After a little wash to go outside the noon gate to open the morning court to listen to politics. The end of the morning court will be on the morning class. Read a book, to grow a little knowledge, or read a few folders. By 6 or 7 o'clock it will have a breakfast and then be ready to summon some ministers to the Qianqing Palace to discuss policy issues, and will have the things to be discussed today ready. To 7 to 11 in the morning basically meet with the heads of various departments, such as the right and left prime minister, the left prime minister of the central committee, the metropolitan governor, the general secretary of the general department of the general secretary, the minister of the 6 ministries, etc. The prince will be on the sidelines to supervise and participate in the political process. By noon there would be a break of half an hour to an hour, and then in the afternoon the summoning of ministers for meetings would continue, and it would not be until about 5 o'clock in the evening that they would go for a walk, or summon the royal son for a test. After 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, still dealing with political affairs, reviewing folders until almost 10 o'clock or so, either go to find Queen Ma to chat, or with today's flopping consort betting, and then go to sleep until about 11 to 12 o'clock. Basically, he only slept 5 or 6 hours a day, but he was so energetic that he was able to take care of almost all of his political affairs, and could be described as a standard workaholic. But this recent period has been different, because more than 10 days ago, that is, on September 24th, the state of Kampa came to pay tribute. Hu Weiyong and others do not report to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang knew about this matter is very angry, so the central book of Hu Weiyong and other people scolded a big meal. Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang were the right and left prime ministers, as well as the governor of the Jiangsu province, and now the Daming was not yet the period of the cabinet that came later, but the period of the Jiangsu province. In this period of the central ministry of power is very big. The overall national political affairs, the 6 ministries also belong to the central ministry of the province. The chief of the central ministry of the right and left prime minister can be said to be the power of the dynasty. The left prime minister Hu Weiyang is a person under the top of 10,000 people. Right now on the Daming side it was October. According to the lunar calendar, Zhu Yunfeng side is in November. According to the solar calendar. So the time is on the eve of the outbreak of the Hu Weiyang case. Now Hu Weiyang was reprimanded by Zhu Yuanzhang due to the incident of the emissary from Chamcheng, and as a result, Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang put the blame on the Ministry of Ceremonies, and Xu Mengyan, the Minister of Ceremonies, said that it was a problem of the Central Committee of the Book of Changes, and that it was none of his business. Both sides blame each other, let Zhu Yuanzhang more angry, so they temporarily first imprisoned yet to deal with. In accordance with the usual time, Zhu Yuanzhang will call the left Prime Minister Hu Weiyang, the right Prime Minister Wang Guanyang, Duke of Xianguo Li Shanchang, Duke of Chaobo Li Wenzhong, Tongzheng Bingjang, the Royal Historian Chen Ning, and the 6 departments of the Shangshu, etc., to the Qianqing Palace Hall, talk about today's political issues. But after the outbreak of Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang, he never called them, and did not dispose of them. At present, all the political affairs of the Central Book Province he did alone, even if the discussion of political affairs, but also called the rest of the ministers to come, Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang as if not these 2 people. History in this matter Zhu Yuanzhang has not been gripped, just the Ministry of Rights officials involved in the killing, not a few days on the Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang and others released, but it was also from this period that Zhu Yuanzhang began to be suspicious of Hu Weiyang and others. So in December 1st given death Wang Guanyang, to the beginning of the 13th year of Hangwu to Hu Weiyang conspiracy as the reason for the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the first big case, Hu Weiyang case. Now as in Zhu Yuanzhang imprisoned Hu Weiyang and Wang Guanyang time juncture. Now Zhu Yuanzhang is not necessarily already thought of to deal with the left Prime Minister Hu Weiyang and the right Prime Minister Wang Guanyang, and then abolish the Prime Minister to strengthen the centralized power. It was just that he had heard Zhu Yunfeng say that he would later kill Hu Weiyang and the others, so he had some ideas. Soon, after about 2/4 of an hour or so, Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong came over. These 2 men, one of whom is currently premier of the Jiangsu province with the rank of Pingzheng Military and State Affairs, and the other premier of the Datu province with the rank of Counselor of Military and State Affairs, are the nominal supreme governors of the government and the military. Just Li Shanchang is getting older, no longer so concerned about the state of affairs, although nominally the highest governor of the Central Book Province but does not intervene in specific matters, and Wang Guanyang is a person who goes with the flow, so that Hu Weiyang in the Central Book of the province to sit big. After the 2 came over, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was sitting on the dragon chair in the main hall of the Qianqing Palace and was reviewing the Zhangbiao, stopped the brush in his hand and looked down on the 2 below. They entered the hall and bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang. Greetings, Your Majesty. No kneeling, because in Hangwu 4 years in December of polyoxyethylene nonylphenol, Zhu Yuanzhang in view of the military and civilian salute, still follow the Hu custom, drinking feasts and wine, more to kneel as a gift, was ordered by the Ministry of the Central Book of the Province and the Ministry of Rituals to set the officials and the people of the ceremony of bowing. The officials in charge complied with the order to set up a corresponding system, so all Hu rituals are forbidden to be used, but that is in front of Zhu Yuanzhang rulemaker. The following officials see the higher officials should kneel or have to kneel. The reason for this is that Zhu Yuanzhang was born at the end of the Yuan dynasty. The southern Song dynasty has been destroyed for many years. I have not seen the etiquette of the Song dynasty, but only seen the Mongols all the time to ask the Han people to kneel. Thought naturally so inherited the Mongolian Yuan kneeling system. When Daming was first founded, the Daming Hui Dian stipulated that, when discussing political affairs, all officials kneeling when they are asked to do something, when they are ordered to rise, they will do so. Therefore, in the beginning, the Ming dynasty copied the kneeling ceremony of the Yuan dynasty. As a result, in the 4th year of Hangwu, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that before the Song dynasty, subordinates did not need to kneel when meeting their superiors, and only then did he change it. But the problem is that the kneeling ceremony has been deeply rooted for more than 100 years from the Yuan dynasty to the present. Plus the kneeling ceremony has been practiced for 4 years in the new dynasty, and all the officials have already gotten used to it. So if they change it again, the lower level officials may be satisfied, but those higher level officials enjoying the kneeling of other people may not be happy. The result is that in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, the rule maker, everyone abides by the rules, except for especially big rituals that require kneeling. The rest of the time just arched to Zhu Yuanzhang. When they went down to face those lower-level officials, they, the higher-ranking officials, instead enjoyed the privilege of kneeling, so that the bad habits continued until the end of the Qing dynasty. At this moment, the two of them arched their hands, and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "Be free, Your Majesty." Li Wenzhong is the nephew of Zhu Yuanzhang, and so Zhu Yuanzhang said after exempting himself from the salute immediately opened his mouth and cared, "I heard that in the morning the outside of the Qianqing palace collapsed. Didn't hurt Your Majesty, right?" Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, "No harm, just a small matter. You see I am not well?" Li Wenzhong looked over and although he was far away, he still saw Zhu Yuanzhang's panda eyes from being punched by Zhu Yunfeng, and his cheeks were also blue and purple, and was momentarily horrified. "Your Majesty, isn't there a wound on this body?" Li Shanchang also looked at him rather surprised. "Minor injuries, no big deal. Not even close to when I was born to die." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. He knew that it would attract the attention of the two, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this. Today, I summoned you all here, not to talk about political matters, because I have something else to say, so you all sit down first." The main hall is equipped with chairs on both sides, because usually Zhu Yuanzhang asked the 100 officials in accordance with the Song dynasty etiquette. In the Qianqing palace deliberations, everyone arched his hand after salute. Zhu Yuanzhang will let them sit down, so the permanent kind of tie-shirt chairs, easy to sit and chat. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong then sat down on the left and right. Only after they sat down did Zhu Yuanzhang say, "I asked you all to come here to talk about Hu Weiyong." He murmured, "I have heard that Hu Weiyong is bossy and dictatorial in the Jiangsu province, and that the affairs of the country, he wants to report on them, and does not want to report on them, and does not report on them, and does not even put me, the emperor, in his eyes?" These words scared Li Shanchang, quickly stood up from his chair and respectfully said, "Your Majesty's words are serious. Hu Weiyong even if bold, and how dare this? This time the matter is indeed the Ministry of Rights did not follow the regulations to implement. The Central Book Province simply do not know about this matter. Weekdays the size of the government minister and Wenzhong has been in the review and comment, coupled with a lot of things have been sent to the General Secretary. Many times directly bypassed the Central Book Province. They are completely unaware of So it is." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "Then the culpability lies in the Ministry of Rights. Since the Ministry of Rights below, the officials involved are beheaded. Hu Weiyong and Wang Guanyang will be released." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Shanchang was sweating profusely, but he still stood, not daring to sit down. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said, "Alright, sit down first. Today's political affairs I'll stop chatting for now. You guys saw the big pit outside when you came in. What do you think?" Li Shanchang's eyes turned and said, "The Ministry of Public Works is not to blame, when the accountability, and should quickly let the Ministry of Public Works to repair the big pit. Forget it, it has nothing to do with the Ministry of Works." Zhu Yuanzhang then thought about it and said, "This palace is when I was the king of Wu personally supervised the construction, presided over the construction of the Sincerity of Bird died 4 years ago, with the current Ministry of Works and what has to do with it. Many people say that Zhu Yuanzhang was murderous, but he was actually more reasonable when he killed people. For example, he killed the officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies because he felt that the Ministry of Ceremonies had not done its job, and it was their duty to receive the emissaries from Changcheng, and their failure to fulfill their duties had caused a diplomatic accident, so they should be killed. There was also the case of Hu Weiyong, who had too much power in the phase, and who concocted the Hu Weiyong case when he wanted to strengthen the imperial power. The later cases of Empty Seal, Guohuan and Lan Yu all had their own reasons as well, either because they felt that their power had been offended, or because they were killing corrupt officials, or because they were paving the way for their grandchildren. And there's little justification for killing Ministry of Works officials now, because the Nanjing Imperial Palace was not built by the Ministry of Public Works. There was no Ministry of Public Works at that time. It was he who personally supervised the construction when he was the king of Wu, and Lu Bowen presided over the construction. Although the back of the palace and repair many buildings, but the overall outline, including the Qianqing Palace, was built at his time, and now Lu Bowen are dead for more than 4 years. Go to account for the current Ministry of Public Works is indeed more outrageous. So today, the mood is still good. So first kill a few Ministry of Rights officials to help the fun. The Ministry of Industry officials will let them off the hook. Your Majesty is wise. Li Shanchang knew the way to save his life and immediately followed the pole and said, "Then fill in the landfill and repair it first. This pit I think it would be of great use to put there, and mending it is not necessary." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, "I intend to repair it and make a small underground palace. Let the Ministry of Works send someone to do it later." "Yes, Li Shanchang did not dare to ask why Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to make a dungeon out of it. He only knew that if the emperor said so, he had to listen to it. Are there any remaining major events today? And what other movements are there on the side of the northern Yuan? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. Back to your majesty. Today. Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong then talked to Zhu Yuanzhang for a while about the political affairs and also the military aspects to be talked about today. It wasn't until noon when the food was delivered from the imperial kitchen side that today's meeting was considered over. Chapter 24, Zhu Yunfeng's Downward Spiral? At the beginning of the afternoon before the hour, that is, around 1 o'clock, inside the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, who had just had lunch, once again came to the study. Zhu Bei took a nap at noon, and when the food was ready on the side of the imperial kitchen, Zhu Yuanzhang had someone call him up. Having just eaten a full meal now, the lack of sleep combined with the concentration of blood in his stomach after eating caused him to still be a bit sleepy, yawning as he walked, having to slap his face to force himself to wake up a bit. On the contrary, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't have a bit of fatigue on his face, and had even been reviewing the Zhangji, and although he hadn't rested much since the morning, his spirit was very exhilarated. He was already an energetic person. And now that he knew about the afterlife, naturally his mind was full of things about the afterlife. This time, Zhu Biao was called over with the intention of letting him supervise the country for 2 days, because to openly and honestly negotiate with Zhu Yunfeng meant that he needed to stay in the modern era for a while, or at least figure out what cell phones and the internet were, so it's likely to go for 2 or 3 days at a time. And the underground pit would be called over to the Ministry of Works in the afternoon to send someone to repair and organize a dungeon out of it, so he wouldn't be able to get in and out anytime he wanted. Zhu Yuanzhang sat on his desk in the study and said to Zhu Biao, Biao, I'm going to go over there later. The river and mountain will be entrusted to your hands in the next 2 days. Don't slack off. Don't worry, father. Zhu Biao instinctively responded, then reacted and said, Father will go over now? I'm in a hurry. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. I am now desperate to understand the afterlife. Desperate for a way to make Daming rich and strong. People are always curious and explore the unknown. As a matter of fact, not only Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao was also curious to know what kind of world the world behind that stone tablet was. But Zhu Biao, in a rare moment of calmness, said, Father can't go now. He must wait at least 2 days. I know what you mean. We can't show too much eagerness, or else when we talk with that Zhu Yunfeng, I'm afraid we'll be dominated by him, and the back will also be unfavorable to us. Zhu Yuanzhang was not a fool, but added, but I am not made of clay, so naturally I have some ways to deal with this brat. After thinking about it, Zhu Biao said, as the old saying goes, those who are good at war, make the best use of the situation. This matter is not trivial. It is related to the entire Daming river and mountain. It is better to be cautious, and the child thought that the best way is to let him come over. Let him come over? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said, pressurizing someone with power? I'm afraid he'll have a rebellious heart. It's not about power over people. It's about sincerity. Zhu Biao explained, child just before resting thought a lot. Think to talk about a mutually satisfactory conditions. It is necessary for both parties to be frank and open better. But in the latter talk, it is inevitable that he will have a kind of occupy the heart of heaven and earth. The mind is naturally invincible, but may give birth to disagreements. The only way to let him come to Daming, the two sides can be good with some. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. This phrase is commonly understood to mean that whoever negotiates on whose turf is in a better position to do so. After all, not everyone is Guan Yu, able to go it alone. Most people go to negotiate on the other side's turf and are naturally a head shorter in their mindset. And then the outcome of the negotiation is likely to be won in the other side's favor. But if you can pull the other side to your side of the turf to talk about it, and you want to talk about it genuinely, the outcome will be much better. The current situation was that Zhu Yunfeng was naturally taking the initiative in the negotiations, and if they added in the right place, right time, and right person, then they would not have any ability to fight, and would have to be led by the nose by Zhu Yunfeng. So in order to ensure fairness and impartiality, it was necessary to snatch this heaven and earth, so that it was also able to maintain a balanced and equal stance with Zhu Yunfeng. After all, even if the negotiations don't work out, they have the ability to fish out of water. Hearing Zhu Biao's analysis, Zhu Yuanzhang thought it made sense and said, in that case, I'll invite him over for a visit, and I'll be able to have a good talk with him then as well, said with a meaningful smile. He was used to being overbearing, and when he went to the afterlife and was beaten and scared by Zhu Yunfeng, he did lose a lot of momentum, but when it came to his Daming, it was not up to him. Zhu Yunfeng, however, Zhu Biao said, father must not. What? Zhu Yuanzhang was puzzled. This is a matter that child feels is best talked about by child. Jubilee said. Why? Because child has received compliments from Zhu Yunfeng. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it and realized what he meant. He had previously told Zhu Biao about all the things that had happened after crossing over, including the fact that Zhu Biao was a relatively benevolent crown prince in Zhu Yunfeng's eyes, and he, Zhu Yuanzhang, had already been labeled as brutal and murderous in Zhu Yunfeng's world. People like to be around good people and don't want to deal with mean people, so by inviting Zhu Yunfeng to Daming, then the heaven and earth that was originally on Zhu Yunfeng's side was transferred to them. This would offset Zhu Yunfeng's innate advantage of having poor information about the latter and put both sides on an equal footing. And the one who stepped in was not Zhu Yuanzhang, it was Zhu Biao, whom Zhu Yunfeng had a slight favorable impression of. Then even if Zhu Yunfeng came over, he would not be rebellious because he felt that Zhu Yuanzhang was using his power to suppress him. It must be said that Zhu Yuanzhang's 20 years of careful cultivation has not been in vain, and Zhu Biao, from being the son of the king of Wu to the present-day crown prince of the Great Ming, has a rather masterful grasp of the human heart. Perhaps this is why he can stand in the position of the prince for more than 20 years. So that the dynasty and the countryside praise, even Zhu Di the ambitious can only hibernate in his heart full of fear of the reason. If father thinks there is no problem, then this is the arrangement. First hold off for 2 days. Let the Ministry of Works repair that ground pit. Child personally supervise the construction. It is estimated that it can be repaired tomorrow. The day after tomorrow child go over and invite Zhu Yunfeng to come over to have an interview with him. Jubilee said. He was afraid that Zhu Yuanzhang would be afraid to invite people to come, and with him as a guarantee, Zhu Yunfeng estimated that the possibility of being willing to come over would be very high. Well, so be it. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and then said, "Will you just go ahead and take care of that ground pit? I also just happened to take care of the political affairs that have piled up today, and I didn't go to the morning court. There's still a bunch of things for me to work on. Then the child will take his leave." Jubilee then got up and said, "Go on." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, looking at Zhu Biao's departing back. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes first showed relief, and then flashed a flash of heartache. Why should I, who was such a good prince, shrewd and capable, intelligent and organized in whatever I did, and who took good care of the kingdom on his behalf, die young? God is so unfair. Fortunately, there is a stone tablet in the pit that can travel to and from the afterlife, so even if you are seriously ill, you can go to the afterlife for treatment. This is perhaps the best of all possible worlds. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang turned on the workaholic mode and quickly dealt with the political matters that were delayed this morning. On his side, Zhu Biao came to the outside of the Qianqing Palace and urged the Ministry of Works to build the underground palace. Most of the time in the Ming dynasty to repair the palace of the palace is actually not under the Ministry of Public Works, but that was after Zhu Di. In the period of Zhu Yuanzhang is still under the Ministry of Public Works camp repair. The reason is that after Zhu Di began to improve the status of eunuchs, repair of the palace work slowly moved to belong to the 4 divisions of the 8 bureaus in the internal make the supervisor, and then successively renamed as the Palace of God Supervisor as well as the Internal Official Supervisor, is the predecessor of the Internal Official Supervisor. The Ministry of Public Works is responsible for other state projects, such as building rivers, digging canals and the like, and is no longer responsible for the civil engineering construction of the royal family, including the royal tombs and palaces. Now the Daming Emperor gave an order. The Ministry of Public Works and the size of the officials as well as the Camp Renovation Institute will have to hasten to bring all the manpower and materials, including the site of the Ministry of Public Works supervisor of a minister, the master of 2, and then it is the workers and craftsmen 40 or 50. That ground pit was not big, just an irregular round pit with a diameter of about 4 zhang, that is, about 13 meters, and a depth of 1 zhang and 3 feet, probably about 4 meters, which could not stand many people at all. Now under the personal supervision of the crown prince, the workers and craftsmen all went in, some repairing the walls, some filling in the floor, and others patching up the floor above. We had a torrential downpour last night, which was much lighter by this morning, and had pretty much stopped by noon. There was a lot of water on the ground and in the pits, and the craftsmen were so busy draining, filling in, repairing walls, and patching bricks that it was a miracle that a basement prototype was made in a very short time, and even had floral patterns carved on the sides. 2 days later, under the overtime work of the craftsmen of the Camping Repair Institute, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, they had repaired a basement according to Zhu Biao's requirements. At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang also convened many ministers in the Qianqing Palace to discuss state affairs, and all of them were very curious when they passed by that pit. Just even though curious, but no one dares to ask Zhu Yuanzhang why to build a dungeon out. Hu Weiyang and Wang Guangyang have just been released, and now honestly dare not speak. Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong are not talkative. Although Zhang Bingzhang is the chief official of the Department of General Affairs, the power can reach the sky, but the lowest status, because all of them here are above the 2nd grade. The left and right prime ministers of the central book province are all the first grade. Li Shanchang and Li Wenzhong are also the first grade, and the 6 ministers are the second grade, and he is the only one who is the third grade. And the 6 ministers are careful. The day before yesterday, the minister of the Ministry of Rights Xu Mengyan was beheaded, and not only the minister of the Ministry of Rights, but also 2 ministers of the Ministry of Rights also lost their heads. The newly appointed secretary of the Ministry of Rights, Zhang Chip, was previously only a Ministry of Rights Longzhong, so it is clear that the Ministry of Rights has suffered a catastrophe this time. How big it is. So the big officials are careful not to ask questions, and the small officials are even more afraid to speak. People just asked for political advice as they usually do. By mid-afternoon, Zhu Bei reported to Zhu Yuanzhang that the basement had been repaired. Zhu Yuanzhang was overjoyed, and then dismissed the crowd, and let the many attendants out of his sight. Before bringing Zhu Biao to the outside of the newly built underground palace, it was seen that at this time the dungeon had been refreshed. The original pit had been repaired, the sinkhole above it was patched with wooden planks, and the entrance to the dungeon had been padded and a door panel added to prevent rainwater from getting back in. Upon opening the door panel is a step tunnel from top to bottom, flanked by palace lamps with candles lit to illuminate the entire dungeon. Dugong area is not large, for the time being did not put what furniture. The original yellow mud floor repaired flat, paved with floor tiles. Both sides of the rammed earth wall is also plastered with ceramic tiles. There are exquisite murals on it. If it weren't for the fact that there was no coffin in the center, it would look more like some powerful person's crypt than a dungeon. Looking at the appearance of the underground palace, Xu Yuanzhang said speechlessly, "The Ministry of Public Works is trying to build me a bedchamber?" Xu Biao then said, "Father, make do with what you have. The Ministry of Works has not repaired the underground palace, so it will have to do." Xu Yuanzhang. He scanned his eyes and noticed the corner where the stone tablet was placed. The location of the stone monument had been watched by Xu Biao, with 1,000 instructions not to move a single bit. Not even a brick wall had been affixed around it, and now the monolith lay peacefully and quietly in the corner of the dungeon, with even a fence circling it next to it. "Father, shall we go there together?" The two walked to the stone tablet. According to the previous plan, a trip was made by Zhu Biao to invite Xu Yunfeng to come over, and Zhu Yuanzhang would not go over. But Zhu Biao was still the first time to cross. The mood is a little nervous, standing there very hesitant. Xu Yuanzhang had already had many experiences of coming and going, so he smiled and said, "Well, then I'll take you on a trip over there, and you'll be free to come and go in the future once you're familiar with it." With that, he led Zhu Biao to the fence and crouched in front of the stone tablet. As he took Zhu Biao's hand, he could clearly feel the stiffness of his son's palm, and heard Zhu Biao say, "I really don't know what kind of world the afterlife is. You'll know when you go and see it." Zhu Yuanzhang gave a soothing cry, then touched his right hand to the protruding orb. Zhu Biao even closed his eyes nervously. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing happened. It was exactly the same as before in the Qianqing Palace. When Zhu Biao opened his eyes, still in the underground palace, he wondered, why didn't he go over? Those Ministry of Works guys. I'm going to kill them. They must have moved their position. The killing intent in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes skyrocketed as his anger value soared. Xu Biao said, "It can't be. I've been keeping an eye on it, and father has come out to look at it a few times before to make sure that it hasn't moved from its position. And those craftsmen don't even dare to go near this monument. Try moving it first." Zhu Yuanzhang at this time is like a geek without internet at home. Do not know whether it is the operator's problem or the cat's problem or the router's problem or the line problem. From time to turn off the router and the cat, or to rip out the various network cables and plug them in again. He moved the stone tablet slightly, not daring to exert too much force, and then when one didn't work, he moved it a little more, and after tossing and turning for almost half an hour, the stone tablet returned to its original position. Father and son were already sweating profusely and their backs were cold. Their eyes and faces had changed from disbelief and anger in the beginning to uncertainty and panic, because they discovered a fact. That is, no matter how much one moves the stone tablet does not respond. This means there are only two possibilities. For one thing, there was no way to travel to modern times when the monoliths on their side had moved and they couldn't find the original location. The second is that the modern side of the monolith has moved and can't connect to this side. Could it be that this is Zhu Yunfeng's way of giving us the slip? The anger in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes intensified. Chapter 25, Charcoal roasted Zhu Yuanzhang. Is there a reaction? Not yet. Does it work or not? Oh, I can't get to it. Let's try it first. At this moment in modern times, in the cellar of Zhu Yunfeng's house in Zhujiaping, Shangfeng Mountain, Lansha Town, the grandparents and grandchildren of Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu are also sweating profusely. The day before yesterday, Ji Hyuk took a day off and went to work yesterday and today. leaving only Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu at home. Since Zhu Yuanzhang didn't come over for 2 days, Zhu Di got a little anxious. Although Zhu Yunfeng said that it was Zhu Yuanzhang deliberately hanging him out to dry, but it is not to hang out for so long. There is always a bit of news. After all, that stone tablet is able to travel to and from instantly, and it is more convenient to go from the Qianqing Palace to Zhu Yunfeng's house than to go to the Jiaotai Hall. So this afternoon Zhu is going to go over to the Ming side to see what's going on and ask what's going on. As a result of coming over, Zhu realized he couldn't go back. Both were dumbfounded. After determining that Zhu hadn't moved the stone tablet, Zhu Yunfeng thought of a possibility. It's dead. To be precise, the monolith ran out of energy. Because Zhu Yuanzhang valued the stone tablet so much, it was inevitably impossible to move it. So the only scenario left was that there was no energy. Obviously, it was impossible for this matter of traveling through to be without energy consumption, or else this monument wouldn't have been put away for hundreds of years without anyone ever noticing it. And according to the law of conservation of energy in middle school physics, energy neither arises nor disappears out of thin air, it is only transferred from one object to another. Suppose the energy is preserved in the monoliths, and it so happens that two monoliths are at a spatial node that enables one to travel back and forth. Then when traveling, the energy in the stone tablet can convert people into energizers to transmit to the ancient times, so that in the process will inevitably have the problem of energy transfer occurs. If this hypothesis was valid, it would be able to explain the current situation and why the stone monument hadn't had the function of spatial traversal before, because in the beginning of the Ming dynasty its energy has been automatically exhausted, so that even if the later old Zhu family found its existence in the palace, but only as an ordinary object, and finally taken out of the palace by Zhu Jianjun, Zhu Yunfeng believed that Zhu Yuanzhang, who was now in some parallel universe, had found the tablet for some reason and had activated the space node, utilizing it to come to the modern era. But the energy kept in the tablet itself was now running low, and with the many times it had traveled back and forth over the past few days, it ran out. This is very awkward. Zhu Yunfeng had to know exactly what the energy kept inside was. The first thing that comes to mind is definitely electricity. After all, it's the only thing that has the most exposure to energy in life. The rest of the chemical, thermal, mechanical, light, nuclear, magnetic, wind, solar, and other energies sound a bit off the charts. You can't just take the tablet and put it in the sun, blow it in the wind, or boil it in water. Thus Zhu Yunfeng was now charging the stone tablet. Used a portable charger, the kind of thing you use to fire up a car battery when it's dead. This thing is what Zhu Yunfeng keeps in his car. Yes, he has a car, the old Toyota Camry. His dad bought it in '07. It's been 17 years now. Later, his dad changed cars. The old car was thrown to Zhu Yunfeng usually down the mountain to use, but since he doesn't drive much, and the wiring is aging and basically dies after a couple days of sitting, he has to have this on hand. Recently the car had a problem with a broken tank, worn out brake pads, air conditioning not cooling, emulsified oil, etc. So it was dropped off at a garage in town owned by a relative who was working on it. This portable charger was left at home. Now Zhu Yunfeng is using the -2 crocodile clips, clamped to the top position of the stone tablet, trying to see if it can be charged. Sure, Zhu Yunfeng was also skeptical about whether he could fill it, because this monument is an ancient product, and there is no power connector. Completely unaware of the location of the charge, can only be like a car battery to fire? Directly clamped monument to see if it can be useful. Peek, Lao Si, where is everyone? Pippi, what are you doing here? Are they down there? It was at this time that Ji Hyuk's voice came from the upper part of the cellar. In the past 2 days, Ji He also did not live in the Poverty Alleviation Office dormitory, and every day after work, he ran to Zhu Yunfeng's house, and Zhu also became familiar with, and his name became Lao Si. After all, he and Zhu Di cannot have direct blood relations. On the contrary, putting aside the historical age, according to the actual age of the words he is still 5 or 6 years older than Zhu Di, so in this regard naturally also much more casual. Here it is, Zhu Yunfeng shouted. What for? Jai poked his head out of the cellar opening, then climbed down from above. Pippi squatted there at the mouth of the cellar above, poking his doggy head out to curiously survey what was going on down there. He was a dog, and had no way to climb down the wooden escalator, so he could only squat up there and watch. The lights in the cellar were on, and Ji Hyuk saw Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu crouching by the stone monument, and there was a portable charger charging the monument next to it. I guess it's out of energy, and I don't know if it works or not. Zhu Yunfeng had a difficult look on his face and said, if it doesn't work, second ancestor will probably have to stay in modern times for the rest of his life. Zhu was numb. As good as modern life was, he was a black man here who didn't even have an ID card. Without the support of the great Ming, Zhu Yunfeng did not support his ancestors. He estimated that he would have to pick up his ancestral craft to learn from Zhu Yuanzhang to go to the streets to beg for food. And in the Ming dynasty, even if 1,000 bad, that is the status of the noble prince. The future may also ascend the throne. Comparing the two, of course he wanted to return to Daming. The bias stone tablet doesn't work anymore. Thinking of the discrepancy, Zhu Di wanted to cry for a while and wanted to die. You're a ghost if you can charge this thing. Ji Hyuk looked at the little charger with contempt. Then what to do? Zhu Yunfeng spread his hands and said, "This is all I have." "Wait a minute," Jai said, climbing out of the cellar. He came back in a short while with a charger in his hand and said, "Use this one. It's strong." "What's this?" When Zhu Yunfeng looked over, it was a long white line. "New energy charger." Ji Hyuk said, "You're that only 12 volt, can be charged on the ghost to come? Use my this, strong. How much is that for you?" Zhu Yunfeng asked. 220 volts. Standard for household appliances. Jai Hye said triumphantly. His car was a new energy vehicle, but it didn't charge much at Zhu Yunfeng's house, because usually in the unit or dormitory charging, after all, the new energy and then how to save money a month has to be a few $100s of electricity. There is no need to grips Zhu Yunfeng home electricity, or grips the country is better. So Zhu Yunfeng does not know much about his charger. How do you charge this thing? Zhu Yunfeng wondered. This one of his at least has 2 alligator clips. This one of the other has to have a dedicated charging port, right? The one with the jack on it is suitable for a variety of situations and can also charge your cell phone. So pull the cord off and see what kind of connector it is? It's a triangular plug. Try it then? Wait a minute. You didn't learn physics in junior high school for nothing. Since this is a 12 volt, the alligator clips and hitch wire must be 12 volt. Even if this 220 volt can be connected, must not be short-circuited? Even if it doesn't short-circuit, there must be a voltage converter inside, and the output power is still 12V? Ji Hyuk momentarily forgot about this. Said, then what to do? My father used to be an electrician. I remember they have electrician pliers. Can withstand more than 1,000 volts of voltage. It's not the pliers. The one you have is insulated and resistant to electricity. The pliers would have needed to be conductive. You can charge it at home with a 220V regular charger jack. That's to conduct electricity. I'm talking about the cord. Zhu Yunfeng pointed to the hitch wire and said, this wire is only 12V. Connecting to a 220V circuit, this wire will burn up. So the regular wires in the house should be able to conduct, right? Ji Hyuk raised his head and looked at the cellar, that chandelier line. The voltage of the hitching wire is 12V, but the electricity at home is usually 220V. Replace the hitching wire with the line at home is not on the line? Can you change? Going to town to find an electrician? Let's see. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly remembered that the fourth uncle used to be an electrician, didn't he? When he thought of this, he got up and said, my fourth uncle worked as an electrician before, so I should be able to ask him to see if we can replace this wire with a 220V one? I suddenly had a bold idea. Ji Hyuk gave a dawning smile, his right index finger pointing to the sky, his eyes filled with wisdom. Sure enough, 3 single guys with nothing better to do are bound to refresh an idea king. Zhu Yunfeng wondered, what idea? It's such a pain in the ass to change wires, and there's the risk of exposure. What do you say we put 2 pieces of iron into the socket with one end attached to the monument? Or just pull a piece of household wire down and put the end of the wire on this monument? Jaya's wisdom-filled brain came up with a bad idea. Zhu Yunfeng, almost pissed at that time, bounced up from the ground and said, nervous? How dangerous nah. You want to eat the seat, just say. A little carelessness, the wire hit the body. We all have to cool. With that, he put away the portable charger and huffed and puffed his way to the fourth uncle's house next door, leaving Zhu and Ji Hyuk wide-eyed where they were. When I came to my fourth uncle's house, I told him what happened and found a reason to say that he had an appliance over there that he wanted to charge with a portable charger because the charging jacks didn't match, but the cord was only 12 volts, so I wanted him to help me change the cord. Uncle Four laughed when he found out and told him that even if he changed the wires, it wouldn't work because since this kind of plug is matched with 12 volts, the probability is that it has a voltage regulator function and the output electricity is only 12 volts. The principle is the same as the cell phone charging cable. 220 volts at home is AC, while the cell phone charging cable is about 5 volts DC. The charging head will have the function of regulating the voltage. So the probability is that that plug is also 12 volts. The same cannot be used. Zhu Yunfeng asked how to do. The fourth uncle said that he had a discarded washing machine cable and plug. General household appliances is about 220 volts. Connected to the alligator clips can be used, but that would be very dangerous. Previously the alligator clips were only outputting 12 volts. Now they jumped up to 220 volts in one leap. And this old washing machine cord has a higher current of 20A, which is a lot of power. A high voltage does not necessarily electrocute, but a current of 20 A is dangerous, and an accidental electrocution could kill him, so he should not risk doing so, just Zhu Yunfeng insisted, and in the end, the fourth uncle could not stand his request, so he went to the warehouse to find the abandoned washing machine plug and took it out. How to pick it up is also simple. It's when you cut the entire portable charger off and only keep the 2 alligator clips. After that, connect the 0 wire and the fire wire inside the washing machine cable to 2 alligator clips respectively, and use black tape to fix it. Then you can use it. Fourth uncle gave him another pair of insulated gloves, and repeatedly explained that it must be safe, and even the last fear of explaining or problems, they intend to go over to the operation themselves. Or Zhu Yunfeng said that there are friends at home who are watching, and it took a lot of persuasion to persuade him to stop, otherwise the matter of the stone tablet might have to be exposed. After returning home, Zhu Yunfeng put on insulated gloves, and rummaged through the box to find an outlet plate, wired down from the utility room outlet, plugged the washing machine into the outlet plate, and then clamped the alligator clips on the monument. I'm open. Jai stood by the outlet plate, which had a switch that energized with a push, and the outlet plate's electricity is also 220 volts, and when energized, the alligator clips, which were only 12 volts before, will instantly skyrocket close to 20 times the voltage, and the current released will be horrendous. Open up. Zhu Yunfeng had pulled Zhu to stand farther away. Jai flicked the switch. As the light on the outlet plate came on, there seemed to be a surge of invisible energy toward the alligator clips. But nothing happened. The 3 men were just crouching in the cellar, about 2 meters away from the monolith. The stone tablet still lay quietly, without any particular change due to the input of electricity. Are you sure it's working? Ji Hyuk watched for a while, and 2 or 3 minutes had passed with no response from the monolith. I suppose. Zhu Yunfeng was a bit uncertain. The 3 men were like dilettantes, and Zhu Di said with a difficult look on his face, what if it doesn't work? Then you'll be a black man here. Zhu Yunfeng scratched his head. You can support your ancestors. I'm your direct ancestor. Zhu was on the verge of tears. He was only 19, not yet crowned as an adult, but at this prepubescent age, there is already a sense of loneliness of having been uprooted from one's hometown and having never been able to return to it. Is this the kind of pain he should be suffering at his age? Good boy. In the future, if there is a bite of food from me, there will be no shortage of your old four. Don't worry. Zhu Yunfeng hugged and comforted Zhu, who was crying in pain, and even changed his name. After all, a no-home Zhu Di that is equal to the vagabond, and then have filial piety cannot put the vagabond as an ancestor for naught. I was going to say before, isn't that thing a rock? Why does it charge? Oh, Jai felt a little contrary to science. Zhu Yunfeng, however, said, are you stupid? That iron is still iron ore. Have you heard of tourmaline? Many stones are able to conduct electricity. This thing is not necessarily marble. The internal structure before cracking and analyzing, who cannot say? I see. Then I don't write novels. I don't have as varied a knowledge as you do. Jai snapped his boogers. The two were chatting, when suddenly white light flashed in front of their eyes, followed by a mournful scream that cut through the sky. Ah! But the scream quickly came to an abrupt end. It seemed that the muscles contracted and twitched because of the enormous current, and it was impossible to make a sound. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Zhu Yunfeng's hand speed was strangely fast as he pressed the socket plate switch. It was followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and a burning smell could be vaguely heard in the air. The 3 men crouching on the ground had their mouths open, stunned in place. It was seen that Zhu Yuanzhan was lying on the ground, convulsing, spitting white foam out of his mouth, and his entire body was about to turn into a charcoal roasted pork head meat. Dad! Zhu Di let out a heartbreaking howl and flew over to lie on top of Zhu Yuanzhang with the sadness of a dead father. Chapter 26 Equality, Mutual Benefit and Respect. Air. In the cellar, Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk looked at each other, and the people were dumbfounded. Things are moving so fast, this plot is so overwhelming that you can't even react to it. And before they could make a strain, the white light flashed again immediately afterward. Brush. Right in front of him appeared a purple-robed young man in his 20s with a tall figure and a handsome face. Curiously surveying the basement, he saw Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk squatting on the ground in front of him and wondered, who are you people? Where is my father? Air. Ji Hyuk pointed to the ground and hesitantly said, if old Zhu is your father, then that's under your feet. Purple-robed youth, a low head. See, Zhu is raising his head to look at him, while the foot is still lying on the individual. He stepped on the person. Look at the body of the big red clothes. Seems a little familiar. Dad. Zhu Bei was also confused and hurriedly got down from Zhu Yuanzhang. Then, like Zhu Di, he knelt down on his knees and shook him and shouted, what's wrong with you, father? What's going on here? That latter sentence of his was shouted at Zhu Yunfeng and the others. This shout was to wake up Zhu Yunfeng and the others. The two woke up as if in a dream. Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly said, "CPR. Quick! CPR!" With that, he rolled and crawled to Zhu Yuanzhang's side, pressed down on Zhu Yuanzhang's chest, and then began to keep squeezing. "What are you doing?" Xu Biao saw him pressing his old man's chest and asked with a grimace. Although his father's death would be beneficial to him, allowing him to ascend to the throne immediately, he was a man of filial piety and naturally did not want his father to really die. Next to Zhu Di also face bad. For him, Zhu Yuanzhang did not die. There is still a hint of possibility to become emperor. After all, in case Xu Biao is incurable and there's no forensic medicine back in the present, then according to the degree of Zhu Yunju's wastage, there's a high probability that Zhu Yuanzhang will forcefully choose him as the heir so that he can legally become the emperor. That's why both of them didn't want Zhu Yuanzhang to die. "Don't talk, don't disturb him." Ji Hyuk also came over and advised. "This is CPR. Old Zhu was struck by electricity, which in layman's terms means he was struck by lightning, but the electricity is not as great as lightning, but it's still dangerous and first aid must be administered. 220 volts is the maximum voltage for domestic use, while the safe voltage for the human body is 36 volts, above which the threshold is dangerous. This level of danger varies from person to person. However, because the static electricity on a person can reach thousands or even hundreds of thousands of volts, but the current is so small that it can do little harm. However, the current of household appliances is a different story. Basically, the current of most household appliances has the potential to electrocute a person in terms of power output. Of course, it also depends on the duration of the electrocution and the physical condition of the person electrocuted. Generally speaking, in the case of Zhu Yuanzhang, who was only electrocuted for less than a second, the probability is that he will be fine. But in case of a bad heart, causing cardiopulmonary arrest, it could still kill you. So once the electrocuted person has palpitations, dizziness, numbness of the limbs and breathing difficulties and other symptoms, it is necessary to immediately seek medical attention, or use cardiac resuscitation and artificial respiration to help restore the heartbeat. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was not actually electrocuted to cardiac arrest, but only the muscles were electrocuted to numbness. Nerve endings were electrocuted to disorders, resulting in convulsions and foaming at the mouth such as epilepsy-like symptoms. As long as you get out of the power hazard quickly and rest for a while, you'll be fine. As a result of being pressed so much by Zhu Yunfeng, his ribs felt like they had broken too, and he couldn't help but open his mouth with difficulty. Don't press it. I'm about to die from your pressing." Zhu Yuanzhang was on the verge of tears. He realized that he had come to modern times to suffer. "First time over, a flurry. The second time I came over, I was arrested and taken to the station for a serious education by Uncle Hat. The third time over, inexplicably hit, only feel the soles of the feet from the sharp stabbing pain, then unconscious, and then also pressed by Zhu Yunfeng's chest almost cracked. His really painful tears fall down. Alive, alive, Daddy's alive." Zhu was overjoyed. Quick, respiratory distress and artificial respiration. Ji Hyuk noticed that Zhu Yuanzhang was panting heavily, but his lungs were like a broken bellows, and his throat was making hoarse noises, so he couldn't even speak. "Going to go you go." Zhu Yunfeng looked disgusted. The ancients could not clean their teeth even though they brushed them. Brushing your teeth won't solve the problem of tartar completely, so accompanied by bad breath is a given. "What's artificial respiration?" Zhu asked. He doesn't want pops hanging around. It's just mouth-to-mouth outgassing. Zhu Yunfeng held Zhu Yuanzhang's head and took care of his mouth and nose secretions first. Then he opened Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth and said, "Come on." "Ha?" Zhu was dumbfounded. But it was only a 2-second hesitation, and for the sake of the throne it was still necessary to close his eyes on it. It was all about gritting your teeth and preparing your mouth to go up at that moment. Zhu Yuanzhang is really going crazy. The way he felt now was that his whole body was numb. His limbs were weak. He couldn't speak, and he was at the mercy of others. But looking at the old for that stinky mouth surging up, and do not know where the strength, but also live medical miracle. Right hand a slap hit the past. Pop. Zhu was hit in the eye. A series of things happened so fast that next to him, Xu Biao watched it all dumbfounded, only to feel that he had just come to the afterlife and his worldview was collapsing. "Rabbits! You're going to turn the tables." Zhu Yuanzhang finally regained some strength and gritted his teeth as he angrily cursed. "All of you, get the hell out of my way." For a while, Zhu Yunfeng, Ji He, Xu Biao, and Zhu Di all backed away a bit and stared at each other wide-eyed, while Zhu Yuanzhang just lay on the cold concrete floor of the cellar, breathing heavily. It all happened too fast. Zhu Yunfeng was still charging the stone tablet on his side when Zhu Yuanzhang came over and directly electrocuted him. Even they themselves did not know what was happening, and then they could only begin to give first aid to Zhu Yuanzhang. Who could have predicted the situation that has now come to such a pass? What the hell is going on? It was Zhu Biao who slowly calmed down and asked, "Why did my father become like this?" "The tablet is out of energy." Zhu Yunfeng smiled sarcastically and explained, "We were charging the stone monument. Who knew that you guys suddenly came over?" "Charge?" Zhu Biao frowned and said, "What is that?" "It's a matter of physics," Zhu Yunfeng said. "You can simply understand it as a source of power. That is, the lightning in the sky. We can already utilize the lightning as a power drive to make it power. Anyway, I can't talk to you for the moment. Do you see any lights above your head?" Jubilee then looked up and saw the incandescent light in the basement. Zhu Yunfeng said, "A lamp is a light that is driven to glow by electricity, which is converted into light and heat energy." "Well, that's probably what it means." Zhu Biao only felt clouded. Next to Zhu said, "Big brother, this is the power of modern science and technology. I've been over here for 3 days. I can see such wonders everywhere, and now I know half of these things. Anyway, it's just that the electricity can glow. Let's look at the thunder at night. And doesn't that lightning shine like day in the palace? They keep letting the electricity appear. It can keep glowing." "Okay." Zhu Biao then realized what modern technology really meant. It's actually possible to turn lightning into your own. No wonder my father said that in later times an atomic bomb could destroy a city of millions of people. He couldn't imagine this thing before, having no knowledge of this kind of weapon, only thinking that divine means were nothing more than that, but now it seems that one is still shallow. I'm afraid that the technological power of the latter days is slightly better than the means of the immortals. At least he had only heard that Thunderbolt could manipulate thunder and lightning, but not that Thunderbolt could keep a lamp lit all the time. Let's carry the old ancestor up to rest and relax first. Zhu Yunfeng saw that although Zhu Yuanzhang had recovered, he was still panting heavily. So he said, "There's not much of a cure for being electrocuted. Once you're electrocuted to the point where your heart stops, you'll die on the spot. But as long as you don't die, it's often nothing serious. Just rest and relax, then carry father up first." Zhu Bei and Zhu Di exchanged a glance, and the two of them assisted Zhu Yuanzhang to get up. However, the first thing that Zhu Yuanzhang was electrocuted was his legs, and he could not exert any strength at all in his feet, and he almost fell down just as he got up. The main reason was that he stepped directly on the monolith when he came over. Also his feet were at least wearing a pair of shoes, although they were uninsulated cloth shoes, but there was barely a cushion. Otherwise the odds are that both legs are going to be crippled. Seeing this, Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk had to go up and help. The four of them, 2 lifting their legs and 2 lifting their arms, lifted Zhu Yuanzhang up like the 6 immortals of Peach Valley lifting a man. Pai Pai blocked the mouth of the cellar. Zhu Yunfeng also had to drive Pai Pai away, and then carried Zhu Yuanzhang to the utility room, and then sent to the living room sofa to lie down first. After everyone had managed to settle Zhu Yuanzhang down and everyone had caught their breath and rested for a while, Zhu Yunfeng then looked Zhu Bei up and down and said, "You are Zhu Bei, right? Precisely this palace. You are Zhu Yunfeng?" Zhu Biao slowly recovered from the panic he had just experienced and sat down calmly on the chair, looking curiously at the large golden dog next to him. Peppy Puppy crouched down beside him as well, peering at him with the same curiosity. Unlike Zhu Yuanzhang, who usually did not call himself I but I, Zhu Biao, unlike Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a founding emperor of peasant origin, still retained his former custom of calling himself I, but with a courtly meaning. When he was a child, Zhu Yuanzhang was already a high-powered Wu Wang. 13 years old became the crown prince of Daming, and therefore received education tends to court education. In front of outsiders claiming to also say that the East Palace came from this palace, but he also calls himself I in front of his family. This point Zhu Di later became the emperor is also the same. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di issued the imperial edicts rarely have I, or I mostly. Even the later Ming emperors inherited this, except that I was used more often, and I was also used in private occasions, such as when Ming Muzong Zhuzai Diao complained to Gao Gong that they bullied me. For example, Ming Muzong Zhuzayan complained to Gao Gong that they bully me. I'm Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng stared at him curiously. Seeing this, Zhu Biao wondered, is there anything wrong with this palace? That's not true. In fact, I was going to say it before. You guys are different from Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and Zhu Di in the TV series we watched. And now that we've actually seen the real people of history, I'm sure I'll be curious to take a look. Zhu Yunfeng then explained. It's just like when you guys go back to ancient times and see Emperor Wu of Han, which is different from the heirloom portraits. So of course you'll be curious to take a look. So it is. Zhu Biao smiled and nodded. I heard my father say that you are a smart person. I think you should understand the intention of this palace. How is it? Then let's talk terms. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Zhu Biao then said, this palace would like to invite you to make a trip to Daming. Many times it's better to make a trip over there in person, to see Daming, and perhaps make a decision. Don't you think so? To Damien? Zhu Yunfeng then hesitated, Thoughts of going to Damien quickly ran through his mind. Traveling to ancient times to take a look. I guess a modern person is curious to see, but by and large, it's just a look, and it's unlikely to stay in antiquity for long. After all, compared to modern times, the ancient times, whether in terms of medical care, economy, food or ease of living, it was all one heaven and one earth. And it's not that Zhu Yunfeng can't go to Daming. He definitely wants to take a look over there. Just what about security? He was curious about what Damien was really like. Not going to die. Zhu Yuanzhang had been beaten by him before, and now he was being electrocuted. Comparable to going to the north of Burma, just short of pulling out his waist. What if he gets annoyed and finds himself in trouble when he's in his territory? So after a moment's hesitation, he exchanged words with Jiho in dialect. She sang, going or not? Go on. Ji Hyuk said carefully, I just casually looked at it twice before, and I'm still very interested in Damien to go and see it again. Are you stupid? Zhu Yuanzhang has been screwed over by us. What if he gets angry and wants to kill us? It's not a big chance, but what if he wants to torture us? Zhu Yunfeng worriedly said, even a 1 in 10,000 probability can't be easily risked, and we can't go together, or then the road is gone. Surely we have to go one and leave one, then bring some life-saving guy stuff. Guns? Can you get it? Can't get it. That's no bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So what kind of life-preserving gadgets can I bring? And something legitimately powerful? Chainsaws, electric batons, mace, Ji Hyuk said with thieving eyes. Buy directly online. SF will arrive tomorrow. Legal and powerful. Zhu Yunfeng said breathlessly. Damn. I'm almost like northern Burma here. But it's not much use. Right. People have bows and crossbows. The chainsaw is even more powerful to shoot you into a hedgehog. Then a bulletproof helmet plus tactical mask plus body armor and a tactical undershirt. Available online as well. Military fans are super into it. Ji added, and compound bow. Compound crossbow is illegal. But compound bow is not illegal. Order today. Designated SF. Tomorrow. Put in the ancient times as the descending blow-off. Zhu Yunfeng had nothing to say. Does Jai think he's Iron Man? Helmet, mask, bulletproof vest. Hand with a chainsaw. Waist with electric baton and anti-wolf spray. Behind the back of a compound bow. Iron Man cannot carry it. Well, have you thought it over? Xu Biao watched them muttering and speaking in a dialect he couldn't understand. It was actually a struggle for one of them to communicate in Mandarin and the other in Hanggu Zhenyun, but at least it was very barely intelligible. Now speaking in tongues, that's like listening to heavenly books and not understanding what they're saying at all. But look at the expression can also guess a few points. The other party just began to hesitate, as if there is no bottom, but the opposite side of the fat man said a few words. Zhu Yunfeng became confident. Is not there any dependence? The old ancestor is like this. Let's forget about it today. And the stone monument doesn't have any energy left. In case we can't get through it will be troublesome. We still need to study it. But we can talk about the basic conditions first. And in a couple days when the old ancestor recovers, we'll negotiate a specific cooperation. Zhu Yunfeng thought that the Daming side still had to go, no matter if it was necessary today or later. Then there was no need to keep refusing. But it's still a good idea to be prepared with the safety measures that should be in place. So it's just a sloppy deal. So when the time comes, do some online shopping and arm yourself to the teeth before you go to Damien. It's also fortunate that back in the countryside you can still save some money every month. Or else these sets would cost at least a few $1,000s, which you simply can't afford. Aha! Xu Biao thought about it and thought it made sense. So he nodded his head and said, how is the base contract then? It's simple. It's about reciprocal relationships, equality and mutual respect. Zhu Yunfeng's expression was serious, and he said earnestly, it just so happens that everyone is here today. Old ancestor, second ancestor, and Prince Yiwen. So let's all come together to be witnesses, and adhering to the principle of enhancing further understanding between the two sides, engage in a frank and friendly exchange. What do you think? Chapter 27, Zhu Yuanzhang's complaint. Relationships of reciprocity, equality, mutual benefit and respect? No one in the room spoke. Xu sat down next to him and looked in each of the faces. He had been staying at Zhu Yunfeng's house for the past 2 days, and originally wanted to pose as a king, but was educated by Zhu Yunfeng. It's not technically education. It's just taking him on his cell phone and checking the computer and TV. As a result, just these 2 days had already made him more and more cautious from his initial lofty mentality. Flick the switch and the electric light above your head comes on. The small tin box-like cell phone could see a lot of things that made him feel shocked. The picture on the TV was that clear. The computer is even more varied and colorful. Just like Lu Laowai entering the Grand View Garden. She is full of humility and eagerness to learn from this strange and unknown world. But at the same time, Zhu also realized that this world seemed to be completely different from his previous world. As for what's different, again, I can't say. Right now, it would seem to be possible to feel a glimpse of the difference. I know that in ancient times there was a strong hierarchy, with commoners, rich landowners, powerful officials, and then princes and nobles, moving up the ranks. Zhu Yunfeng continued, but I was born in the new era and grew up under the red flag. In our place, there aren't that many rules anymore. There are still some hidden subterfuge rules, but most of the class differences have been wiped out by the great man. We don't have to kneel at the sight of officials. We don't have to bow down to the powerful. And we don't have to flatter the landowners, officials, or aristocrats. If I am angered, I am the local official and the richest man's father, because today, the powerful don't have the power of life and death over us, and even we can have the power of life and death over them. We have gotten used to this way of life of equal dialogue, and are one not applicable to the ancient one, and two very disgusted by it. Even if you are ancient royalty or my direct ancestors, I will at most treat you the way I would treat my ancestors and not kowtow to you like feudal royalty. He looked at the three, his face calm and serious. This is not about whether I know the rights or not. It's just seeking common ground. It's the same as when Sun Guifei died, the old ancestor forced Crown Prince Yuan to use his first mother's rights to serve the funeral. That's the rights that you think but not ours. I hope that you can understand. Shu sort of understands what the difference is today. That is, there is no longer a strict hierarchical distinction between up and down. Although they were high up in daiming, in modern times they were no different from ordinary people. But Zhu Yunfeng is ultimately going to rely on the Great Ming to get rich. If the strict hierarchy was still in place, it would be impossible for Zhu Yunfeng not to kowtow to them 3 times, even if he ignored the fact that they were in a high position of power. How about being their ancestors? However, Zhu Yunfeng's tone and attitude was only more respectful at the beginning, and after that, he was just as if he was already on an equal footing with them, making Zhu feel uncomfortable. And for Zhu Yunfeng, it's a matter of principle. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was his ancestor, it had been so many years that the new era had long since lost its reverence for imperial power, especially since he didn't travel to ancient times, but rather Zhu Yuanzhang traveled to modern times. Then when in Rome, you'll have to honor my side. It can't be that in the modern world, the feudal emperors are gone, and I, a good young man of the new age, still have to kneel and kowtow to others. It makes so little sense. So this was a request that Zhu Yunfeng had thought about long ago, and it was also the bottom line of the covenant. Is this age even like that? Xu Biao was moved for a moment and said in surprise, you can actually grasp the power of life and death of the powerful and noble? Can't talk about it, but it's pretty much the same thing, mainly depending on whether or not there's a handle on it. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. A while ago, one of our deputy county magistrates drank too much and got into a car accident, was recorded and sent online, and now has been removed from his post. There are also a lot of local question and answer programs. The hosts can point at the noses of those big officials to question or even scold. This is the central government to give the people and the media the right to supervise. A lot of the officials fall from grace as the people's report and the media's exposure. And now in this era it's much easier to catch the corrupt officials, can be much easier than before. Zhu Biao and Zhu Di were at a loss. The people and the media's right to monitor? What does that mean? The deputy prefect. You can understand it as the ancient county magistrate, who drank too much and violated the rule that you can't drink and drive, and was seen by someone who passed the news on, and was dismissed from his post by his superiors. The media is the person who writes the news and passes the information on, similar to the DD newspaper, only the Diyun only serves the officials, while the media serves the entire population. Zhu Yunfeng leaned on the sofa. Pippi came over and wagged his tail, so he stroked Pippi's doggy head with his hand and said, our world is actually quite easy to understand. That is, the country and the government is focused on the people, and prioritizes the interests of the masses. The task of the officials is to develop the local area, and if they commit offenses, if they are found out by the people, there will be the loss of their official hat. As for the kind of extermination of the county magistrate in the Ming dynasty period, breaking the family prefect by now, that has basically been impossible. He continued, modern officials do not have so much power. A long time ago, there are officials can pinch the people. Now, well, the network era, be recorded to lose the official hat. A while ago there are a few very hot events. Civil servants' brutal demolition. The results were investigated by the above. The officials are also very careful. Are all officials like that today? Now Zhu Yuanzhang, who was still lying down and resting, couldn't sit up, medically miraculously sitting up, leaning on the sofa and looking at Zhu Yunfeng with unbelieving eyes. He had seen firsthand what it was like at the end of the Gen. Those Mongolians not to mention. Even if the Han Chinese officials treat the people that is like pigs, cows and horses as completely inappropriate people, So Zhu Yuanzhang himself is also very clear about what those officials are virtues, but also precisely so, he killed the officials do not have any guilt psychology. As long as encountered someone impeachment, often do not ask questions, the first impeached officials slaughtered before. This has resulted in a number of wrongful convictions, such as the Hu Weiyong case, the Lan Yu case, the Dao Tong case, and so on. Among them Hu Weiyong and Blue Jade is not wrongly accused first put aside, but was implicated in these two cases of many officials, and even Hu Weiyong and Blue Jade are not familiar. Inexplicably impeached and killed, is really an undeserved disaster. Nowadays, hearing that there is actually an official who can be well restrained and supervised, and even the people take a cell phone to record the official's behavior, can decide the world of this official's career. For Zhu Yuanzhang, it has simply subverted his cognition, is the world that he cannot imagine and believe. Bold and courageous there must be, but it did not take long to be investigated. 2025 is fast, which still have the courage to top the O. Now when the official who is not in the establishment of a pro-people image, even those civil servants, as long as they do not want to promote, to the leadership of the superior that is the top of the bull on the top of the bull, cursing the mother does not matter. Zhu Yunfeng shrugged his shoulders and pointed at Ji He. He's the township civil servant. You can ask him, if he doesn't want to get promoted, point at his boss's nose and see if he dares. Zhu Yuanzhang then looked at Ji He who was on the side. Ji Hyuk bristled and said, if my boss dares to be greedy, not to mention scolding him, even beating him is light. If I have evidence in my hand, and report it to the top, he'll have to kneel down and call me father on the spot. I said yes. Zhu Yunfeng hands spread out and said, what era still engage in the old feudal that set? Our world young people's thoughts and values have been molded of. The network is heavy-handed. Everyday key politics. There is no longer too much fear of the power. You imperial power also have only one name. That is, the remnants of the feudalism. So under this system, it is destined that we have no fear of you. Just as if you, old ancestor, now that you are an emperor, would have fear of other ancient emperors? Unrealistic. Everyone in our world is a dragon, especially the young people. There is no old feudalistic thinking about ancient feudal dynasties, and it's not only contemporary social rules, but also international rules. He looked at the crowd and said, equal dialogue and mutual respect is our country's foreign policy. No matter how big or small the country is, friendly exchanges and win-win cooperation between countries is the way out. Just like now, putting aside my status as a descendant of the Zhu family, you guys represent the great Ming, and although I cannot represent the present, I am able to have all the advanced products of the present. If you want to introduce these to your world, you need to help you realize it through me. Then our conversations should be equal and help each other. Otherwise you treat me like a slave. Why should I spoil you? This is not a threat, just a statement of fact. It's also because you didn't flaunt your status as royalty and ancestors here in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a frank and sincere exchange like we are now. This is our way of cooperating, and it's also the foundation treaty, so I hope that we can all abide by it together. And a win-win cooperation is the way out. After hearing what he said, the three Zhu family fathers looked at each other. Zhu Yuanzhang is aggrieved. Mind you, wouldn't he want to try to flaunt his position as emperor and ancestor? There's no chance of that. The first time they met, they were beaten up and kicked in the crotch so hard that they almost didn't break their children. The second time we met, we encountered a dog thief, and had to deal with the police station, and time was running out, so how could we have the time to play grandpa with you? The third time was even worse. The talent just came over and was electrified numb, and is still lying here. If it were a normal situation, he would have slapped this descendant of his family hard? How dare you beat up your direct ancestor? Father is right. You are a smart man, but I thought you only wanted to ask for money. But I didn't realize that the regulations of this world are like that, and no longer fear the powerful. Xu Biao sighed. When he discussed with Zhu Yuanzhang, he was only able to perceive Zhu Yunfeng's request to try to have an equal dialogue, and at that time, he had talked about whether to answer or not. Now it seems that they were the ones who were shallow, and that people didn't even try to talk down to them. It was also fortunate that they were able to acutely realize that the initiative was in Zhu Yunfeng's hands, not in theirs. And ultimately the father and son decided not to apply pressure with imperial power and ancestry, or else the opportunity to change the fate of the great Ming would have been lost by now. After Zhu Biao finished speaking, he also looked seriously at Zhu Yunfeng and said, in this matter, I promise you that father can also promise you, because this was originally a decision we made after deliberating. Ha, little brat, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed coldly and said, several times before in the words pinpointed me, is not it that you want to be equal with me? Am I such a narrow-minded villain? Do I need you to go through all this trouble? Zhu Yunfeng hesitated. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? True story. You are not a villain. But you do seem a bit narrow-minded. Asshole. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious, made a gesture to get up to hit people, but his legs are still numb now. And when he got up, he directly flung himself onto the coffee table and fell down. Father! Father! Zhu Bei and Zhu Di were shocked and rushed up to assist them. Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly went to support him as well. Old ancestor, if you want to hear the truth yourself, don't blame me for being unfilial. You little brat. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth. Genetically speaking, it's not in your favor to say that Peak is a little brat. Jai couldn't help but chime in. This time, including Zhu Yunfeng, the four Zhu family members' unkind gazes all turned towards him. Ji Hyuk winced and shrunk his head. You guys go on. You guys go on. Just pretend I don't exist. Okay. Xu Biao helped Zhu Yuanzhang up and said, Father is not feeling well right now and needs to recuperate, so we will go back first. We agree to your request, and hope that you won't go back on your word either. We will wait for you over there in a couple of days to formally talk to you about the cooperation contract. Okay then, I'll see you guys off. Xu Yunfeng then gave Ji Hyuk a wink. At that moment, Zhu Di and Zhu Biao helped Zhu Yuanzhang to return to the cellar again. This time, Zhu Yuanzhang was a little frightened at the sight of the monolith, but with Zhu Yunfeng's repeated assurances that he hadn't turned on the electric door switch, he was still assisted by Zhu Biao to leave. The only ones left at the original location were Zhu, who had been left behind in modern times, and Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk. The cellar was soon empty, and Ji Hyuk looked at the crocodile mouth clip that was still clamped to the stone tablet and said with some curiosity, Peak, I've actually always had a question. What's the problem? You're saying that since this monolith isn't paranormal and needs electricity as an energy source to teleport, how will the monolith over there accept it if it's powerless? I think there's a possibility. What? Charging on this side and receiving energy on that side too? Listen for yourself. Is this science? I think science. The principle of wireless charging, you know? By charging on our side. Maybe we've created a radio wave charging the monolith over there as well? Xu Yunfeng scratched his head. He writes novels to learn a variety of knowledge. Know a little bit of everything. Naturally can speak a little bit of everything. After all those years of pushing around haven't been for nothing. Ji Hyuk looked at the dragon and phoenix stone monument. In addition to the top pair of dragons and phoenixes, there were also the rest of the dragon and phoenix pair carvings scattered below, with the same kind of dots in the center, and couldn't help but say, the one on top can be teleported, and the ones below, do you think it's possible? I tried. It doesn't work. Maybe it's not fully charged. Then try charging it for a couple days. Zhu Yunfeng was just as curious. Curiosity can easily kill the cat though. But again, it's a source of human progress, isn't it? Chapter 28, Heavily Armed. Buzz. Prickly pull. With the chainsaw switch turned on, the sharp chain flew, filling it with a grimace. Inside the backyard of Zhu Yunfeng's house, wood shavings flew across the room, and the bullthick wood was easily split into two pieces, leaving Zhu next to him with his jaw on the ground. You tell me how dangerous this thing would be if it cut into someone. Zhu Yunfeng turned off the switch and lifted the chainsaw up with one hand, looking up and down at the chainsaw blade that was flashing with cold light, revealing a satisfied smile. He originally thought that the chainsaw would be very heavy. It is estimated that dozens of pounds. I did not expect to buy a blade chainsaw online is actually only 2 kilograms, and the price is also very cheap, only a few $100s, too cost-effective. Xu said, yes, what are you doing buying such a dangerous thing? As you all know, I'm a farmer who farms, and even though I can't even grow vegetables, it makes sense to buy a chainsaw to chop wood around the house, doesn't it? Zhu Yunfeng waved one hand. He realized that he really knew nothing about modern technology. When you play the game, you feel that the chainsaw must be very heavy, but you do not know that nowadays the chainsaw is lightweight materials. Some small handheld chainsaws are even only 2 or 3 kilograms. There are also compound bows, made of carbon fiber with infrared aiming, weighing just 2 kilograms and slightly more expensive, almost $1,000 or so. The most outrageous is even that it can be fired in bursts, with either arrows or steel balls, with a small reserve arrow box that fires a second arrow immediately after drawing the bow and shooting it. As for stab-proof clothing and pants, composite face masks, and impact-resistant motorcycle helmets, that goes without saying, the quality is off the charts. Zhu Yunfeng tried it with a chopper, and the anti-stabbing suit, helmet and mask couldn't be cut through at all. The defense was amazing. The only bad thing to get is the wolf spray and electric baton. Directly search the online shopping platform No Buy. Until later search pepper spray and wolf weapon came out. The electric baton can release a powerful arc of 10 centimeters, and the chilly water can choke a person to death if he holds it down and breathes air. With these things, Zhu Yunfeng was confident that even if he flipped out with Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, he would be able to kill his way out with a chainsaw in his hand and run back to modern times in that pit of earth. although there were many possibilities here, such as the other party suddenly storming out and snatching the chainsaw away. The 2 bottles of chili water he'd bought were something that could be hidden in the chest pockets on either side of his tactical undershirt, and when pressed down with his chin, no one could stand for 10 meters around him. And he has a helmet glass cover plus a face mask double layer of protection to perfectly insulate him from pepper spray. And then it's a breeze whether he's grabbing back his chainsaw or taking a big hit with his electric baton or compound bow. Can only say that modern technology products, even if it is only cold weapons, in ancient times that is also a descending blow. A person to kill through an army certainly cannot do it. Physical strength and power does not support, but to do to 1 against 10 or even 1 against 100 is still easy. Sure, 1 against many doesn't mean slashing wildly with a chainsaw, but first spraying the air with pepper spray, as long as there are a few extra bottles of chili water on hand. With the exaggerated spiciness of modern chili water, and the fact that chili peppers hadn't yet been introduced in the early Ming dynasty, squirting chili water in the air would have made it impossible for the ancients to withstand the sickly spiciness. If you are in a more closed environment like indoors, I guess a few hundred of them would have to have drool, snot and tears running down their faces, and they wouldn't be able to see anything at all. After that, just harvest whatever you want with a chainsaw, compound bow, or electric baton. The only downside is that it's expensive. The most expensive thing in there was the stab-proof clothing and pants, a set actually costing about $3,000, followed by the compound bow and 50 steel balls, 20 pure carbon arrows with triple-bladed barb-type arrows totaling more than $1,200. Then Lin total chainsaws, pepper water, electric batons, helmets, masks, dozens to hundreds of ranging, a total of more than $5,000. Zhu Yunfeng's little deposit all tossed out. Alas, it's not a good thing to know your old ancestors too well, and get yourself into trouble. Zhu Yunfeng sighed and carried the chainsaw back to his house. He hadn't killed anyone before, and he didn't know what would happen when he flipped out with old Zhu, but the defenses that should be there are still there. After all, this is a man to go to the knife and chopping board for me for the fish. The ancient and not today's such a legal society. Zhu Yuanzhang under the command of him to be accounted for there. The main thing is that the royal family abounds in father-son conflict. Zhu Yuanzhang is also a for the sake of power at all costs. Who does not know whether he will be in the negotiation of which sentence did not say well so that he suddenly turned his face mercilessly. Even if Zhu Yunfeng is very esteemed ancestor, but esteemed to esteemed, just like He Gong How Long, did not meet before blowing the old ancestor is great. Really want him to meet Zhu Yuanzhang. It is still necessary to be prepared for everything. It comes down to this. There is a gap between the emperor and the emperor. If he had met the likes of Liu Bei or Li Shimin, he would have been able to push his way through. If you meet your own old ancestor, you can only think of your ancestor's heart in a small way, considering that he has killed many times in his temperamental reign. After returning to the house, Zhu Yunfeng organized the information and equipment he was going to bring with him this time, and Shu followed behind him, asking cheekily, "Today is going to pass. Are we still watching the drama? Second ancestor, it's not that I'm talking about you. This is the time for us to do great things and watch dramas every day." While putting the assembled compound bow in the bag, Zhu Yunfeng said, "When I go over and talk to old ancestor Prince Yiwen and them about the conditions, in the future, the Great Ming is going to dominate the world. Although it is possible that you won't be able to be the emperor of the Great Ming, it's just as well that you go to build a country overseas. What's so great about overseas? It's still good to see the Great Ming style." He. Zhu was a little too happy to be there. These days he actually had nothing to do, so he followed Zhu Yunfeng. And Zhu Yunfeng didn't know what to make him do, let alone teach him something, so he could only teach what he was good at: eating, sleeping, and playing the computer every day. Anyway, he had 2 computers at home, and Ji Hyuk went to work during the day and wouldn't be back until 5 or 6 o'clock every day after work, giving him plenty of time to play alone, and he could teach him how to get it on the side. But Zhu Yunfeng is using the computer to write a novel. Zhu playing the computer is not much sense, cannot play the game, that also has to be he will so watching TV is the best choice. And it's still a drama with Zhu's storyline that Zhu Yunfeng specially prepared for him. In the past few days, Zhu has been chasing the Ming dynasty to the 34th episode, although he did not quite understand the role of the most Sun Ruowei in the end, but it does not prevent him from watching with great interest, and from time to comment on a few sentences inside the costume and the plot and so on. You still have the nerve to be happy. You don't look like Mr. Wang Sweki, that's your problem, you know. And how interesting the first half is, and how much the second half makes people's blood pressure go up. And when you see the wooden earth fortress you'll know how much your great-grandson is going against the grain. Zhu Yunfeng joked while continuing to pack his things. Although he didn't talk too much about the history of the Ming dynasty with Zhu in the past few days, he also gradually became acquainted while teaching him things in fragments. Today's Zhu Di is not the later that old Ming Qingzu, but a 19-year-old not yet crowned youth, although receiving is the old Zhu family military education of horseback riding and fighting, but in the cognition, insights, as well as concepts are not yet so fixed in the molding, it is easy to transform. What's more, he didn't think of himself as an old ancestor himself, after all. A 19-year-old couldn't imagine himself having a descendant older than himself, so it was rather easier for two people of the same age, who were only a few years apart, to hang out together. After getting acquainted with each other, there is no longer the initial constraints and caution between words. Shu Di said uncaringly, anyway, there is no great-grandson in the future, do not know it. Now I am open to see, when the emperor, what is good. Day-by-day exhaustion of individuals, before may not have a choice, was forced by Zhu Yunju. Now it is difficult to say. The big deal is to you here a hide. Zhu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and said, I haven't looked for you to gnaw on the old. You first came to gnaw on the small. I am now penniless, poor, only a body of righteousness. On the 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Don't want me to take you to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Make do with what you've got first. That doesn't matter. I'm fine here watching TV every day. Chu hemmed and hawed. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and began to put his equipment onto his body. The stuff was bought the day before yesterday and basically arrived yesterday. Only the chainsaw arrived this morning, and he took Jaya's car down the hill in the morning, picked up the delivery and went back to the garage to get his broken car back. That old Toyota Camry all repaired spent more than $1,700. The body is poor, or fine gee he borrowed $2,000. The bottom line is that the remaining 200 or so, 200 of which are still charged, because these 2 days have been charging the stone tablet. The home's electricity bill dropped old fast. 220 V 20A voltage current, can release 4 degrees of electricity per hour. Just 2 days' time swallowed more than 500 degrees. Put Zhu Yunfeng heartbroken, tears are falling down. But there's nothing to be done about it. Just like gambling, Zhu Yunfeng has thrown all his hopes of getting rich into daming. Even the novel has been cut off for a few days. The readers are cursing every day. And if the daming side doesn't give him a chance, he'll have to lose all his money. Skin. When the equipment on his body was put on, Zhu Yunfeng touched Pippi, who was wagging his tail next to him, and said, be good and wait for me at home. Pippi doesn't talk and rarely barks, and still maintains an angelic smile. It is a follower. Unless it goes out and locks it up at home, it will follow wherever Zhu Yunfeng goes, and only the cellar it will not go down. Zhu bristled. Does it understand when you talk to it? Don't underestimate dogs. Smart dogs understand human language, believe it or not. Zhu Yunfeng pulled out his cell phone and looked for a border herd blogger on a certain sound and randomly clicked on a video. Shu probed and saw the video of the owner telling the border collie to do whatever he wanted, even going downstairs to buy groceries on his own. The ability shown by that black and white dog simply stunned Zhu's jaw. Right. A dog is a dog. A border collie is a border collie. And even though my Pippi is a golden retriever, he can still be ranked in the top few in dog IQ and can understand some commands. Zhu Yunfeng said smugly. He has pets of both extremes. Pippi is sticky as hell. An egg cat is just high and mighty, and you often don't see the cat during the day, only coming back at night for some cat food and water. Obviously neutered and unlikely to go into heat, they just love to go out and make waves. But there is an advantage to having a clay cat, and that is that it is easy to keep, so just prepare the cat food and water, and leave it alone. Although the hyena can be a threat, he is smart enough to climb trees and houses without worrying about his safety. And Pippi, the follower, was annoying at times, following him around 24 hours a day. Inseparable. That's exactly why Zhu Yunfeng used to live alone, and when he was lonely, he taught it some commands, and he learned them in a good way. That cell phone of yours, when are you going to get me one? Shu saw how easy it was to operate Zhu Yunfeng's cell phone, and he knew what it was these days. No money, nah. When I come back this time to get money from the Deming side, then I will give you the whole thing, Zhu Yunfeng said as he stroked Pippi's head. Well, if that's not possible, I still have some gold there. Who is with who between our grandparents and grandchildren? The second ancestor. You can rest assured that this small matter is wrapped up in me. By the way, how much gold do you have there? While the grandparents and grandchildren were bull ting, the sound of a car came from outside, and soon the door to the hall was opened, and Ji Hyuk walked in with a somewhat lost look. Seeing his disoriented appearance, Zhu Yunfeng gave up jerking the dog and stood up wondering, what's wrong? It's okay, you were waiting for me? Yeah, I can't go over there until you're back. Said I had to keep one on this side. Okay then, you go over there. Jaya's eyes were red, as if he had been crying. Zhu Yunfeng was confused and asked, what's going on? Why are we still hiding things from each other? Ugh. Ji Hyuk sighed, sat his butt on the bench in the hall, wiped the corners of his eyes and said, Grandpa Fawn left this morning. Zhu Yunfeng froze. then also sighed and said, "The old man is over 90, almost 100 years old. It is also considered a happy funeral. The government has supported him for so long, and has not treated him poorly. Well, the township government side will help deal with his aftermath. That is, when I went to his house in the morning, it just so happened that he was on his deathbed. Before he died, he kept saying that he couldn't forget about Nanking, couldn't forget that his mom, dad, and sister had died under the Japanese invaders' knives. Aren't you going to the Ming dynasty? Help me talk to Zhu Yuanzhang and tell him not to engage in a massacre, not to hurt the innocent, but also to exterminate Japan." By the end of his words, Ji Hyuk was already gnashing his teeth. Zhu Yunfeng didn't say anything, just patted his shoulder and said, "Well, I know." He let out a deep breath, put his mask and helmet back on, and said to Zhu, "Let's go." Second ancestor. Zhu Di looked at Ji Hyuk, and then looked at Zhu Yunfeng. They were speaking in dialect, encrypted calls, and although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he felt that the topic was heavy. The two came to the utility room and went into the cellar. The charger in the cellar had been taken down and put away for a while, for fear that there would still be electricity on the monolith when it was used, and touching the orb was the same as touching the electric door. It was at this time that he had to travel to Daming that Zhu Di said curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, an old grandpa's gone." "It's Jaya's grandfather?" "No." Zhu Yunfeng walked to the stone monument and touched the orb. Just a survivor, but he witnessed Japan's shamelessness and inhumanity. White light flashed, and Zhu Yunfeng disappeared into thin air. Chapter 29, Coming to Ming Dynasty to Negotiate. There is a saying that for every page of history books we turn, there could be hundreds, if not tens of thousands, of people passed over in a single stroke. Master Fong Jitong is not from Hunan, but from Nanjing, Jiangsu Province. In 1937 A.D., the Nanjing Massacre. The old man was only 11 years old and saw the Japanese invaders rampage and his parents and family die in the war. He was carried by his mother in a large wooden basin and pushed into the Qinhuai River, where he hid in the basin and went northward down the river into the Yangtze River, finally drifting all the way to Laopuku. At that time, the Nanjing evacuation, many soldiers did not have a boat to cross, had no choice but to use wooden planks to make rafts to cross the river, the results of drowning countless people. Mr. Fong, a child, was spared to cross the river, is also a miracle. After that, Mr. Fong was adopted as a godson by a Kuomintang veteran, and ignorantly became a Kuomintang soldier, who fought in the Battle of West Hebei in 1943 at the age of 17, and in the Fourth Battle of Changsha in 44, and once killed a few Japanese soldiers, which was considered to be avenging his parents' deaths. By 1949, when Hunan was liberated, Master Fong's unit revolted, and since he had spent some time in Hunan and there was no one left in his hometown anyway, he eventually chose to settle in the area, marry and have children, and has been anonymous ever since. It was not until recently, more than a decade ago, due to the loss of his son at an early age and the loss of his wife in middle age, the old man was alone and lonely, and was designated by the local government as a target of precise poverty alleviation, and it was only slowly that a lot of past events were unearthed. That's why Mr. Fong was also treated as a war veteran. Not only does the Poverty Alleviation Office help, but the local government also pays condolences from time to time to ensure that he is clothed and fed. Zhu Yunfeng hadn't actually met the old gentleman, but their town belonged to the Red Town and had produced a founding general as well as quite a few patriots from the Republican era. That's why the town would put up a character record of the heroes of this town who had resisted the Japanese invaders at the entrance of the town. Elder Fong was among them, and he would see him every time he passed through the town. So although Zhu Yunfeng had not come to his door to bother the old gentleman, his heart was full of admiration for him. I did not expect that such a war veteran and a survivor of the Nanjing Massacre would pass away today, and it is also very emotional. White light flashed, and Zhu Yunfeng's originally complicated mood slowly calmed down. Xu Biao came once in the morning, and both sides agreed on a time, and the first time he traveled through time and space, he only felt slightly dizzy, and then with a flash in front of his eyes, he appeared in another place. This is the underground palace built by Zhu Yuanzhang. Lanterns are lit on both sides, illuminating the entire palace. Although the dungeon was small in size, it was quite delicately decorated, giving Zhu Yunfeng a sense of the beauty of the lower crypt. He raised his head and saw that the underground palace was about 5 or 6 meters away from the stone monument outside, and Xu Biao was quietly sitting on a chair reading a book, seemingly sensing the incoming person. He raised his head and saw Zhu Yunfeng, and an odd expression instantly appeared on his face. After all, right now Zhu Yunfeng was fully armed, with a bow on his back, a chainsaw in his hand, and a helmet and tactical undershirt on his body, and at a glance, he was full of defenses. Zhu Yunfeng? Xu Biao asked tentatively, The mask was worn on his face to make it impossible to see his face. And if he hadn't made sure that there was no one else available at the stone monument, coupled with the similarity in stature, he would have even suspected that Zhu Yunfeng had already been exposed. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. It's me. You are? Xu Biao looked up and down. I'm afraid that the heavily armored warriors in the army are nothing more than that. Hasn't it been winter lately? It's cold in the mountains. It's going to snow soon probably, so it makes sense for me to just wear something thicker, right? Zhu Yunfeng patted the tactical undershirt on his chest. Tactical undershirts aren't really worth much. The better ones are only $200 or $300. And the key thing is that they have a stab-proof jacket and stab-proof pants over them, and then a fall jacket and pants, thus making them look bulky. Also, now that it's snowing in the north, it's not going to be easy for the people this winter. Is this the one in your hand? Xu Biao did not suspect. After all, Zhu Yunfeng was wearing thick as thicker, but not steel armor, only the chainsaw in his hand. The sharp chain looks full of lethality, so that he was full of doubts. Are you sure this is the kind of thing you can bring as a guest? It was at this time that Zhu also teleported over, his silhouette quickly solidifying as Zhu Yunfeng glanced back at him and said, as I said to second ancestor before, I'm a farmer who farms the land, so it's a reasonable thing to carry a chainsaw on you, right? Big brother, this guy is just afraid that father will be unfavorable to him. I am also a war general who has been on the battlefield for a lifetime, and later on, I have also repeatedly crushed the northern Yuan. How did I give birth to such a life-hungry and death-fearing offspring? As soon as Zhu returned to Daming, before in the modern era did not have the bottom of the air was born, a moment of ridicule, said, he did have to be careful in the modern era, not daring to offend Zhu Yunfeng, fearing that if anything went wrong, resulting in him not being able to return in the modern era, he would have to rely on Zhu Yunfeng for his meals. But after returning to Daming it was different. He was the high and mighty king of Yen, the fourth son of the Daming emperor, and his heart was naturally filled with pride. Zhu Yunfeng then raised his hand and said, Standard old lady Mrs. 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 Uncle, I would like to report that the second ancestor, after ousting your son, Zhu Yunxiu, from the throne, cancelled the throne that Zhu Yunxiu had given to you posthumously, and also relegated your other sons to the status of plebeians and imprisoned them. I'm Nima. Humph. Xu Biao let out a cold snort, making the temperature inside the underground palace seem to drop a few degrees. Big brother, don't listen to this kid. Zhu shrank his neck. For his elder brother he was filled with fear. Well, don't let the future generations make a fool of themselves. Xu Biao flung his sleeve and said, Yunfeng, come with me. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped up the steps. Zhu Yunfeng looked back at Zhu Di with a smug smile. This old ancestor of my family still wants to pin down himself after arriving in Daming? That would be too whimsical. How much black material is in my hands? Don't you have any idea in your heart? You're such a miscreant. Xu came over to wring Zhu Yunfeng's back waist want to pinch him. The results found that simply cannot pinch. Tactical undershirt binding hard. Cannot help but bare his teeth and said, I really doubt that you in the end is not my Mrs. 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 Son, how to net harm to your ancestors? Second ancestor, don't blame me. It's probably hard enough for you to be the emperor in the future, but I've already helped you find a way out. We have to be on the same side. How can you turn your elbow to the outside? Who exactly is your grandson? What do you mean by turning your elbow to the outside? You don't know how many generations of my descendants you are. One over here is my own father. One is my own big brother. So you're saying who is the outsider? Then how come it didn't occur to you that it was your own big brother when you revolted against your nephew, cancelled your big brother's pursuit of a grant, and wrote little essays to smear your big brother? Humph. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Even if it's true, that's for later. My big brother will always be my big brother. Okay, okay, okay. I'm an outsider all right. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di tossed their words in whispers, and as they spoke, they also walked out of the underground palace and arrived outside. The first thing that greeted me when I came out was the cold, harsh north wind. Shangfeng mountain top of the wind than this, colder than this. In previous years, often the mountain did not snow, but the mountain has been full of white heads, everywhere frozen into frost. But the winds of Mount Shannon are not as hollow as this one. The rolling hills of the mountains and the dense jungle made the wind so cold that it could blow one's bones apart. And the wind here is particularly magnificent, as if the waves were raging, giving the impression of a mountainous landscape. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and looked around. It was dusk in the afternoon, just before nightfall, and the sky was slightly cloudy, leaving only a brilliant evening sun still shining in the west. He was in a huge square, which was paved with stone bricks and stretched all the way to the south. Autumn wind. Around the empty, Only the north is a piece of alabaster built a small platform. The platform around the railings such as the Forbidden City in Beijing, as carved dragons and phoenixes. From the platform steps down, more than 100 meters to the south for a palace door. And above the platform can vaguely see the towering palace glazed tile roof, as well as the four corners of the arch flying eaves. Although it is evening, the light is relatively dark, but still solemn, all show luxury. This is the Great Ming Palace? Looking at this palace that only felt vast at first glance, a sense of solemnity unconsciously arose in Zhu Yunfeng's heart. It's an emotion that can't be felt in the Forbidden City in modern Beijing, because today's Forbidden City has long since become a place of interest. Chinese and foreign tourists can freely enter and exit the tour. There has long been no royal family and the palace, and now the Nanjing Imperial Palace is a true imperial palace of the Ming Dynasty, even if the surrounding area is not 3 steps opposed, 5 steps opposed, everywhere guarded, but the towering walls and the ancient people around, all in the description of one thing, this is ancient times. Yunfeng, how's it going? Xu Biao stood beside him smilingly and said to him, is our daming majestic? Well, it's certainly grand enough. The solemnity that had risen in Zhu Yunfeng's heart quickly receded, replaced by a sense of pride in pride. What about even feudal dynasties? To their well-informed modern eyes, it was nothing more than a larger cage. Ancient civilization was brilliant, but compared to the new China under the leadership of the great man, it was only a short-lived splendor. And compared to today, it is not even close to 100,000 miles. Therefore, it is precisely because we have seen the brilliance of ancient civilization that we can realize the hard-earned success of today, and we have long lost our fear of the ancient times in our hearts. Let's go. I'll take you to Qianqing Palace. Jubilee walked ahead. Xu Yunfeng followed him and looked around. Because the underground palace involves confidentiality, Zhu Yuanzhang has screened everyone out, so when he got on that alabaster platform, it was empty around him, not a soul in sight. Floating out in front was a huge palace, and Zhu Biao introduced, this is father's bedchamber, the Qianqing Palace. Saying so, he led Zhu Yunfeng to step into the palace. The first thing that caught his eyes was a large hall similar to the opening of a morning court, with spacious places on both sides that could accommodate at least 20 to 30 civil and military ministers standing. The main hall is directly opposite the door. There is a high platform. On the stage of the golden yellow dragon chair placement, both sides of the screen and side doors can be accessed. Xu Yunfeng curiously surveyed the magnificent temple and said, this is the Golden Palace, isn't it? What Golden Palace? Jubilee wondered. Habitual name, the official formal name should be the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It seems to be the place where the emperor has his morning court. Zhu Yunfeng said casually. To the morning court? Xu Biao was even more puzzled and said, father does not attend the morning court at the Qianqing Palace, much less at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but at the noon gate, he said while also pointing to the southward direction outside the hall. The Hall of Supreme Harmony is then inside the noon gate. From the Hall of Supreme Harmony to the south, past the Gate of Supreme Harmony, and then a little further south to the noon gate. I'm lonely. Xu Yunfeng scratched his head. Since he doesn't write Ming historical novels, he just knows about the history of the Ming dynasty, but not much about the details. After all, you look up these details that mean little to you in writing a novel about the 3 Eastern Han dynasty, so it's a joke to not research much about specific architectural information. In fact, 14 emperors of the Ming dynasty have used the Qianqing Palace as their bedchamber, including Xuanji and Kangxi of the Qing dynasty, until the Yongzheng period moved their bedchambers to the palace of Yangxin to end the political significance of the Qianqing Palace. But here is not just the emperor's bedchamber so simple. Qianqing Palace in front of a large hall can accommodate 6 departments above the secretary of the senior officials to open a small morning court, the left and right sides of each side of the side halls, warming pavilion, the back of the hall is the bedchamber, study, passages, and what the world knows as the Golden Palace, or the Hall of Supreme Harmony is actually the place where grand events are held. For example, sacrifices, the emperor's enthronement, the emperor's wedding, enthronement of the empress, the order of the generals to go to war and so on. In addition to the 3 major festivals of the year, the Festival of Longevity, the New Year's Day and the Winter Solstice, where the emperor receives the congratulations of the civil and military officials. The noon gate is the place where Zhu Yuanzhang went to the morning court. Basically he is so diligent, decades as one day to toss the capital large and small officials, rain or shine, so that hundreds of middle and senior officials every day at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to come to the meeting. Waiting for the general meeting, Zhu Yuanzhang will only continue in the Qianqing Palace to call senior officials over and then open a small meeting. Basically, the noon gate is the place where Zhu Yuanzhang learns about what's going on around the country, while the Great Hall of the Qianqing Palace is the place where major policy resolutions are made, and both are important hubs where Zhu Yuanzhang has a firm grip on the power of the Great Ming. and you can't have one without the other. Come on, this way. Xu Biao led Zhu Yunfeng to enter through the side door on the right-hand side of the dragon chair. To the right of their entrance, to the left of the dragon chair, was Zhu Yuanzhang's bedchamber, and to the left of their entrance, to the right of the dragon chair, was the western parlor. Across the west wing was the west warming pavilion, and then the study. However, Xu Biao did not lead Zhu Yunfeng to the study, but rather to the west warm pavilion, which was likewise the place where the emperor rested and occasionally summoned his courtiers. Many TV dramas of the Ming and Qing dynasties in later times have shown this, and the warm pavilion is not large, estimated to be about 10 square feet. The left-hand side of the door is the warm pavilion, and there is a bed similar to a con-like bed placed against the wall. The bed was covered with fur blankets and feather-filled pillows, sewn with gold thread and silk, very luxurious, with a coffee table in the center, and if not for the fact that all the utensils were made of expensive materials, the whole situation would have looked like a northeastern hotbed. And straight after entering the door is a corridor. The corridor is separated by a beaded curtain. Looking along that curtain, vaguely seems to see the room is filled with bookshelves. Near the bookshelves there is a table. Behind the table seems to be sitting a hazy figure. Obviously, this negotiation would be held by Xu Biao and Zhu Yunfeng in the west warming pavilion. And naturally, there was another pair of ears listening to them in the study that was only separated from the west warming pavilion by a wall. Chapter 30, The Law of Treaties. Sit down. The west warming pavilion was warmed with charcoal pots. Xu Biao gestured for Zhu Yunfeng to take a seat, while he himself grabbed the seat that was into the warm pavilion, giving the side that was against the study to Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu, who was following behind, brought a chair in from the outside side hall. Zhu Yunfeng scanned around and also noticed that behind him was Zhu Yuanzhang's study next door, and he could vaguely see a figure inside, so he put the chainsaw on his right hand against the inside position, before sitting up and said with a smile, "The royal family does not seem to have as many rules as I thought, just like ordinary people." Xu Bing smiled and said, "Royal is also a family, but also to live. To say a word not to avoid words. Father is also the origin of the people. Father and son, husband and wife should be harmonious. The use of etiquette, and for the noble well. In the whole of ancient times, it's only us, the old Zhu family in the early Ming dynasty, who can often talk openly between father and son. But I have to correct you on one point, Master Tai Bo. And that is that I don't think there is any need to avoid the identity of the old ancestor." Zhu Yunfeng sat on the sofa at the other end of the coffee table, opened the motorcycle mask and said, "The worst time to do around begging Cloud Monk. In our latter days to interpret this matter as a beggar. So there is the opening of a begging bowl, the ending of a large country said. A bowl in the beginning and a country in the end?" Xu Biao thought about it, felt interesting, said, "This description is also quite apt. Although the father pretends to travel around, in fact, is also around to make fasting and begging, it is not to say wrong, that's for sure." Throughout the ages, many emperors and generals came from noble and famous families. Only old ancestor came from a humble background, yet he eventually gained the world, which is actually something to be proud of. Zhu Yunfeng joyfully said, "It's also one of the reasons why the old ancestor, despite his many shortcomings, was highly rated in later generations, and could even be recognized as being steadily ranked in the top 5 on the list of emperors through the ages. Such experiences are cardinal, and all the more reason why they need to be vigorously proclaimed." Hearing his words, only a wall away from the study, is pretending to read the folds. In fact, ears perked up, listening carefully to the warm cabinet next door to the movement of Zhu Yuanzhang, corners of the mouth slightly upward. He was enjoying this bragging of Zhu Yunfeng very much, because Zhu Yuanzhang himself has never denied his origins. This was stated many times in the Edicts of Succession, the royal instructions of the emperor, as well as in some of the edicts and letters that were written. For example, "I was a clothier in Huayue. I started to be cold, and followed the sky to the yuan. I started to walk since I entrusted myself to the velvet stream," and so on. Even Song Lian, a great Confucian scholar, also believes that for thousands of years, among the successive founding emperors, the only one who can rival Zhu Yuanzhang in terms of the rightness of the country is Liu Bang, Gaozu of the Han dynasty. Compared to the ancients such as Han Gaodi, it's get the right of the country. 2. Teachers also said, he said, "Do not look down on the old man. Zhu Yuanzhang cannot read and write, is a cattle rancher, but since ancient times, the army cannot out of Li Shimon's right." Followed by Zhu Yuanzhang year, visible evaluation of the high. So Zhu Yuanzhang has never avoided the fact that he has been a coward boy. When the Cloud Monk, dry beggar. Instead, he often talks about it to emphasize the orthodoxy of his kingdom. The only thing that made Zhu Yuanzhang a little dissatisfied was Zhu Yunfeng's line about having many shortcomings. "What do you mean? I started out as a beggar but ended up with the world, and I still have so many flaws? Then why did I, a beggar, Take over the world? Why not the big families, the gatekeepers and the powerful? So did father, and he has not shied away from the past since. Xu Biao said. It's just that those of us who are children naturally still have to be hidden for the honored one. With that he added, better get down to business. After saying these words, including Zhu Di, all three members of the Zhu family, father and son, had a visibly more excited look on their faces. They were curious as to what Zhu Yunfeng could do for the Great Ming to make it strong for 1,000 years. Seeing the change in Zhu Biao's face, Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, well then, let's get down to business. Saying this, he took off the backpack he was carrying behind him and said, I haven't even updated my novel in the past few days. I've been making plans for Damien, and I haven't even had much time to sleep. Hard work. This sentence of hard work from Zhu Biao put Zhu Yunfeng in a particularly good mood. He felt that the other party was gentle and polite, filling people with good feelings, so it was no wonder that he was favored by the 100 officials and everyone else. Zhu Yunfeng unzipped his backpack and pulled something out of it and said, it's just that the time is a bit rushed, and it might not have been done thoroughly enough. Basically there are a few immature opinions. It doesn't hurt. We're all brainstorming together. Xu Biao saw that Zhu Yunfeng took out a stack of paper from his backpack, which was still printed at the print store this morning when Zhu Yunfeng went down the mountain. First things first, before we get down to business, there has to be an appointment. Covenant? Yes. Zhu Yunfeng put the stack of paper on the table and emphasized, a lot of what I said is objective. There must be words in it that disparage the old ancestor. For example, many of the policies that he and the second ancestor formulated pushed the Great Ming into the abyss of extinction, and if it wasn't for the efforts of Yu Qian, Zhang Jiuzheng, and others to save the day, the Great Ming had already perished a few times, so you can't be angry when it comes to your sore spots. Xu Biao subconsciously looked in the direction of the study. The warm pavilion had lattice windows, and his eyes looked through Zhu Yunfeng and saw that behind Zhu Yunfeng behind the lattice windows, a figure did not make any move. He then put his mind at ease and said, this is natural. All people make mistakes, and father is not perfect, so there are naturally oversights. That's good. Zhu Yunfeng nodded and turned over the first page of the printed paper folded up and said, first of all, the first article. First of all, to clarify the relationship between us, the dialogue relationship between us is based on equal treatment, mutual help, collaboration and win-win situation. Focus on development. Do you have any objections? No objections. This was something Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao had discussed long ago, and it was their only option. Well, then the next is the second one, the duties and responsibilities between us. I will help you build Daming stronger and guide you on how to dominate the world. Correspondingly you will also give me benefits, thus accomplishing mutual development and progress. Do you have any objections? No. This one is even less objectionable, as it is a common understanding and a basic requirement for cooperation between the parties. The third rule, on the basis of equal dialogue. What I hope for is to be able to talk sensibly and not be righteous, including the old ancestors. All of them must listen to advice. What is the meaning of this article? Jubilee didn't understand. It's very simple. That is, you can't have me saying things that are right and you guys being stubborn and doing harm to yourselves. As the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. You guys still have a lot to learn, and I have more experience and guidance than you guys when it comes to theories on modern development and politics and economics and agriculture and education and all that. So I don't want outsiders telling insiders what to do. Zhu Yunfeng emphasized. To put it bluntly, the old ancestor was just a peasant. What does he know about ruling a country? Even if you have your own reasons, you should still say them to me so that I can help refer to them, instead of being bent on having your own way. Can you do that? When these words came out, Xu Biao first froze, then immediately looked at the study, which was silent for a moment, and a cough came out. In the middle of that voice, it seemed that a little bit of anger and unhappiness could still be vaguely felt coming out. Disagree. Xu Biao hurriedly said, although you have learned about the Great Ming from history books, how do you know what the real Great Ming was like? And how can you realize the difficulties of your father? At that time, according to the method you said, what if it causes turbulence in Daming? Zhu Yunfeng smiled. Of course I have my ideas. All preconditions I will also start with your interests in mind. That is, to maintain the old Zhu family Jianshan of the Ming dynasty. After all, I am also a part of the old Zhu family. But to my understanding of the old ancestor, he is a person who likes to dictate Qianxiang, only engage in what he feels is right, but cannot see the future. Simply put, it is the old ancestor beggar origin, is indeed 1,000 years, but it is also the status of low status. There is no insight, resulting in the vision is not long-term. Do a lot of policy is to open the historical retrogression, not in line with the current national conditions as well as the development of the global era, and the result is the harm of the Ming dynasty and mountain. He continued, That's why based on this, I hope that old ancestor will listen to my advice. Under the prerequisite that I guarantee the stability of the Great Ming River and Mountain, I must not take the liberty of making unauthorized decisions and messing up policies. Of course, I can actually guess that the old ancestor's dissatisfaction with this article is because he is afraid that I will seize power. After all, if the policy is formulated by me, then the power of the country will be in my hands. And for the old ancestor, that would definitely be something that cannot be tolerated. But what the old patriarchs must understand is, what power can I seize? Is it because you dislike the modern living conditions? Or do you like the fact that it's easy to get beheaded in ancient times? It doesn't make sense for me to come to ancient times to seize power. I don't have that condition and I don't have that possibility, so my role is to give you as a staff, to provide advice as well as practical ways to operate, as well as to provide a large number of technical material support, which is very critical. I must also have a huge industry in the modern era. It would be even more unlikely to come to the ancient times to seize the power of the country's development. Planning has always been in your hands. I have always been just a think tank. At the end of his words, the corners of Zhu Yunfeng's own mouth could not be restrained from rising. That last sentence is the point. Seek benefits for our old Zhu family is not false, but also have to let me Zhu Yunfeng rich. First rich to drive the backward Ming dynasty well. When you guys bring over tons of valuable antiques, he'll be able to build his business empire along the way. As for the source of the antiques and why gold was not prioritized had also been thought of. Their family had a genealogy as proof that their ancestors had once been descendants of the Zhu family, descendants of the royal family. At that time, all kinds of antiques handed down before the Ming dynasty will have the origin examination, to determine that it is an ancestral thing. After that, as long as the interests of all the descendants of the Zhu family named descendants of Zhu Jiaping united, and promised to share the money or shares to them, then it can plug all the mouths of the people. In contrast to gold is now very expensive, a gram worth $700 or $800, but a large number of gold source proof is very troublesome. Can only be like a thief selling stolen goods everywhere looking for gold stores, each shipment of a few pounds, but also have to be wary. The same cannot be said for antiques, as the price of a perfect Yuan blue and white or Song dynasty official kiln porcelain can reach hundreds of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Get 7 or 8 antiques of great value, and with a little luck you could even have over $1 billion in cash flow, to the current price of about $700 or so a gram of gold to calculate. A caddy is 350,000. More than $1 billion is almost 3,000 pounds. Playing antiques is not much higher than gold to money. The key thing is not to be afraid to check. Zhu Yunfeng before in the forced to check. Like this kind of unknown gold want to sell too difficult. Can only go around to find the kind of gold recycling store. A one-time shipment of 1 or 2 pounds is the limit. The shipment of too much will be suspected of being stolen goods. And nowadays it's all about online payments. Cash is no longer utilized. And a bank card that frequently receives a large amount of property in a short period of time can be monitored and investigated. So messing with gold is not even close to messing with antiques. After all, the source of your antiques is passed down from your ancestors. So many years the antiques have been preserved can take the Zhu family descendants do not dare to pull out in the Qing dynasty period this set of rhetoric to explain. As for the Republic of China did not pull out can also be understood as a large number of fields at that time ancestral heirlooms can be squandered. And the chaos of the world of gold and the world of antiques. Then take out a large number of antiques out on the market is not a good thing. But gold is not a Ming dynasty antiques. Will be found out you are the Zhu family descendants and full of people. It is impossible for more than 300 years Zhu Jiaping a little gold cannot flow. If you really want to be investigated by the officials, you may have to go to jail for just one large amount of gold of unknown origin. Thus, these days, Zhu Yunfeng, in addition to making plans, is to study how to get money from the ancient times. The first choice is the antiques. With genealogy and clansmen as the backing, there is no controversy. It's just that while antiques are a lot of money, they are slow to come in. Need to ask a large number of experts to identify the authenticity, and wait for an expert endorsement to go on the auction house. May take a year and a half. So the first thing to get money is definitely antiques, but the initial stage of the business, you can first take some gold on top as startup capital, waiting to step into the right track. After the antiques, there are channels to sell in a big way. Cough cough. This time, 3 coughs came from Zhu Yuanzhang's side. Xu Biao nodded and said, "Good, this one will satisfy you as well. Then sign and seal." "Have you got a jade seal?" Qin Shi Huang that the state seal was lost in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, but the Great Ming has its own jade seal. "You all sign stamp the jade seal. You can't disavow it," Zhu Yunfeng said with a smile. Of course, he knew that even if he signed, pressed his handprints, and stamped the jade seal, it would still be a piece of waste paper for Zhu Yuanzhang. Because the binding power of this thing lies in the fact that the makers of the statute have enormous power, and by that power they bind others to obey such a statute, in the same way that a law is a law. But precisely because of the immense power they have, they are also able to ignore regulations. Just like Zhu Yuanzhang issued so many gold medals to avoid death, but basically issued one to kill one. Not much use. So it seems ludicrous for a bad writer to make rules for a feudal emperor, a rule maker, who himself likes to go back on his word, even after signing this covenant. For Zhu Yuanzhang, it seems no different from signing a piece of toilet paper. However, it is said that the teacher has a name. There must be such a note before Zhu Yunfeng can carry out the next work. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang could ignore it, but he had a way to restrain it. That's closing the modern channel. You break the rules, then I won't play with you. Go play with your own eggs. Perhaps this threat seems to the onlooker as if it were a child's playthings, and the thought of it is breathless. But if that's the only amount of thinking you can do, you're no different than a child. Because that's the way it is sometimes in national affairs. You need to know what your opponent cares about and has in mind to be able to threaten with a certain characteristic approach. Zhu Yuanzhang cared about the Daming kingdom and the throne of the old Zhu family, and the loss of modern times, the loss of Zhu Yunfeng, then means the loss of the future of the great Ming. The great Ming will remain caught in the cycle of feudal dynasties, the road to extinction. Therefore Zhu Yuanzhang, as long as he was not stupid, should have understood that at least until he thought that Daming was strong enough to turn the tables on Zhu Yunfeng, he had to abide by such rules and did not dare to fall out with Zhu Yunfeng. On the contrary, Zhu Yunfeng, without you Zhu Yuanzhang, I am the same as living a modern life, just not a rich life, but the days can always go on, not to the point where it is not impossible for you. So in a way, Zhu Yunfeng in Zhu Yuanzhang is similar to rice, oil and salt, a kind of life necessities, and Zhu Yuanzhang to Zhu Yunfeng, similar to the daily needs of consumer goods or luxury goods. The lesser of the two is clear. This is also Zhu Yunfeng have the courage to be able to talk to a murderer without blinking an eye. A hand pinched the big knife, shouting kill all the Jiangnan million soldiers. Waste sword blood is still fishy, the fundamental reason for the butcher. As for whether or not Zhu Yuanzhang will lay hands on Zhu Yunfeng in the future when his wings are full and he has reached a point where he can unload the donkey, that is another matter. When the time comes, Zhu Yunfeng naturally has a way. After all, his basic disc is not in the Ming dynasty, but in the modern era. There are too many things that can be manipulated. It is not like being dressed in ancient times with no way back. Cough cough. Sure enough, 3 more coughs. This meant that Zhu Yuanzhang, as Zhu Yunfeng had expected, had already had to compromise with him in this regard. Xu Biao then nodded. Okay, I'll sign. 4th brother, go get the jade seal. Zhu Yunfeng smiled faintly. This is also considered to lay down the attitude of cooperation between the two sides in the future, a status of equal dialogue, rather than the status of emperor and subject. In this way, at least he was also able to greatly grasp the autonomy and the right to speak, not to be coy and obedient as a dog. Chapter 31, The Simple and Crude Way. The first page of the stack of paper in Zhu Yunfeng's hand was the covenant. Xu Biao signed it, pressed his handprint, and stamped the jade seal, which was considered to be the formal fulfillment of the contract between the two parties. When the jade seal was closed, there were 6 big words on it: Treasure of the Emperor of Daming. This is one of the 16 jade seals carved by Zhu Yuanzhang after he established the Great Ming and failed to find the jade seal of transmission, which is also the main seal for exercising imperial power. Basically all the edicts issued by Zhu Yuanzhang needed to be stamped with this jade seal. As for the other jade seal also have their own use, such as the deployment of troops is the Emperor Letter Treasure, reward ministers is the Emperor Line Treasure, the feudal lords is the Emperor Pro Treasure, and so on. And these jade seals by the internal messenger eunuch of the seal eunuch custody, and so on. Hangwu 17 years to build 12 supervisors. By the Shangbo supervisor is responsible for, in addition to Zhu Yuanzhang can use on weekdays, only the Crown Prince Zhu Biao and Queen Ma can move. Of course, this kind of use is only used to play and so on. Through the jade seal fake transmission of the imperial decree is still impossible. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang just gave Queen Ma and Zhu Biao great power, but not dead. Really, if the false transmission of the imperial decree, then he will be furious. After covering the jade seal, Zhu Biao put it aside and let out a long breath, then raised his head to look at Zhu Yunfeng and said, Yunfeng, having already covered the jade seal, can you now tell us how you are going to be able to strengthen my Great Ming? It's simple. Zhu Yunfeng put the paper away, then turned over the second page and said with a smile, history is actually a capper. And later generations saw the pros and cons of the policies from amongst the history books and made a summary. Although many of the systems of the old ancestor and the second ancestor tossed Daming around and left a lot of hidden dangers, however, many policies were still somewhat effective in the early days of the country. and were able to quickly restore production and stabilize the situation under the chaotic times that had just been pacified, thus giving rise to such prosperous times as the rule of Hangu, the rule of Yongle, and the rule of Rinxian. It can only be said that the system at that time corresponding to the situation at that time cannot be regarded as a mistake, but in the passage of time led to the rigidity of the system. The founding of the country at the beginning of some good policies to the country in the middle and late instead of turning into a scourge of Daming's bad policies. In a way, the old ancestor and the second ancestor can't all be blamed for the fall of the great Ming, but it is undeniable that the decline of the Ming dynasty and the old ancestor and the second ancestor to develop many bad policies are closely related to the old ancestor started in the end of the micro is a good thing, but also doomed to the eyesight sights cannot be long-term, or he himself felt that he had a long-term vision, and that he had formulated a policy that could maintain the Ming dynasty for 10,000 years, only to have it die and wreak havoc on the country and the people a few decades later. So I intend to start from two aspects. One is to help Daming establish a more good system, and analyze the disadvantages of it, and determine that it is a good system for this period of time, and after a few decades, it will have to be reformed and changed, and even how to change and the way to change have been prepared. Secondly, one must be thankful that space nodes can carry things, said he swept the list on the paper and laughed, can bring things, and there is nothing restrictive. It is the simple mode. With my help, 5 years to complete the second industrial revolution, 10 years to enter the era of informatization, 20 years to insert the flag of Daming all over the world. Zhu Yuanzhang in the room couldn't help but squeeze the pen in his hand when he heard him say that the system he had left behind had tossed the Ming enough. But it wasn't until he heard about the 20 years of world domination that his unhappy face barely eased. Oh, Xu Biao listened to these incomprehensible words he said and came to be interested. Tell me. Food. Zhu Yunfeng hit the nail on the head when he said, I actually wanted to talk about productivity, but I guess you guys don't understand, so I'll take something you can understand. Within 2 years, I'm going to double Daming's grain production. Double? Zhu Biao's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was pretending to review the Zhangbiao in the inner study room and was actually listening with his ears pricked up, stopped the pen in his hand. Next to him, Xu couldn't help but say in consternation, do you know what you're saying to yourself? Oh, second ancestor. Xu Yunfeng shook his head and said, you've been in my house for so long, why aren't you enlightened at all? You've seen it these past few days, haven't you seen anyone plowing the fields at our place? Xu then thought back. He had stood on the second floor balcony overlooking it. Zhu Yunfeng's house is on relatively high ground, and he was able to see at a glance a large depression in front of the house. Under the concave ground stretched more than 10 feet, enclosing the city in a circle of terraces. A rough look, at least 30 or 40 acres, and not just in front of the house, but behind it as well, with each house far enough away to be separated by fields. But the odd thing is that very little of those acres are plowed, and even when they are plowed, they are planted with vegetables and covered with weeds. If it were not for the ridge of the field and the circle of land that followed it, where traces of a field could be clearly seen, I am afraid I would have thought it was a wasteland, not a field acre. Think about it, why is it that there are so many fields around my house, but no one is plowing them? Is it because people don't eat? Zhu Yunfeng asked rhetorically. Although Zhu Biao had been to his house, he hadn't seen that kind of situation, and his gaze involuntarily looked at Zhu Di. Zhu Di scratched his head and said, could it be that the fields on your side of the family are all bad fields? He had heard that the yields of the fields in the mountains were not very good, especially in the midst of such deep forests, where the ground was full of rocks and the water supply was not guaranteed, far inferior to the plains or the lakeside. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, wrong, it's because the young people have all gone out to work, leaving only the old people at home, and the old people don't even farm much anymore. Old people don't even farm anymore? Zhu Di and Zhu Biao glanced at each other, both feeling a bit puzzled. Many elderly people are experienced in farming and live to grow old, even if some of them are not in good health. How can they all stop farming collectively? What kind of sense is that? Don't they all need to worry about their livelihoods anymore? Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two, Zhu Yunfeng actually knew that the probability was that Zhu Yuanzhang in the next room was also puzzled at this time. He didn't blame them for not thinking through the question, because it was a question that was not thought through in the latter days by a large number of people as well. There is a cognitive problem on the one hand and a common sense problem on the other. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others had a low level of knowledge about modern times and were completely unaware of how far modern technology had advanced and whether they could afford to feed that large a population. So they were very surprised and did not understand why the people preferred to let the land go to waste rather than to farm it. But I do not know the deep-seated reason for this is because of the increase in productivity, coupled with the efforts of Yuan and other scientific researchers. China's food production has steadily increased every year, and the self-sufficiency rate has reached more than 90%, which is able to feed 1 4 billion people. In such a situation, where food is cheap and plentiful in society, then young people will inevitably seek a better life in ways that are more profitable than farming. For example, going to work in a factory, working in a store, or studying hard to get into a good university to get a better job, earning money to be able to buy cheap food on the market to feed themselves without having to go down to the land to farm to fill their bellies. But such a phenomenon was unthinkable in ancient times because only the powerful, the rich and the landlords did not need to plow, and more than 99% of the people had to work on the ground in order to eke out a living. That's one thing they lack cognizance of. However, it is normal that the ancients lacked modern cognition and common sense, but even today, in the 21st century, after decades of 9 years of compulsory education, there are many people who lack such cognition and common sense, or these people are either bad or stupid. Because Zhu Yunfeng once saw a god certified as an associate chief physician of public health on Push. He said, China's annual rice production is only about 140 to 150 million tons, an average of 200 pounds per person. What is the concept of 200 pounds per capita? In old China, where people starved to death, there were still 400 pounds of food per capita. The respondent's question is really about whether the country's autonomous production of rice can meet the needs of all. Instead, he tries to use the per capita shortfall in rice production to prove that our food production is very low and cannot meet everyone's consumption of food. This comment directly amused the people below. Take rice production and compare it to per capita food possession throughout the Republican period. Is it true that we Chinese can only eat rice and not wheat, meat, eggs or dairy? And then there's the retired major general on the island who can actually state that the missiles have a 70% interception success rate, and that all three together would make the interception rate 210%. Don't even know how these two got to be DD and Rear Admiral. So there are times when some common sense things that the general public thinks they know are not always understood by others, or they are simply intentionally bad. Let's just say the forest is full of birds. However, it is good that the Zhu family father and son are not those retarded people in the latter days. Xu Biao quickly realized the problem and said, You said that the young people have gone out to work. This so-called working should not be doing work for the field owner. Of course not. Xu Yunfeng shook his head. Xu Biao thought for a moment and said, Since it's not work for the field owners, that means they have other livelihoods, and to be able to keep a large number of young men from even needing to plow, that means you have so much food that you can already let those young men do other work without letting anyone starve to death. Right answer. Now you understand. Zhu Yunfeng looked at them and laughed. Although our country has always retained the red line of arable land, but in fact, many places are only left with middle-aged and elderly people still retain the tradition of farming, most of which are in the northern plains, the southern mountainous areas due to the difficulty of farming and the lack of yield. Many middle-aged and elderly people have even given up arable land. Like in our village, the middle-aged and elderly people basically do not plant food anymore, and the top grain-producing areas in China's provinces are invariably the Great Plains, such as Heilongjiang, Hunan, Shandong, Anhui, Jilin, Inner Mongolia, and Hebei. The ancient land of fish and rice, Jiangsu and Zhejiang, has taken a back seat. So why is this happening? For the world today has developed beyond any of your imaginations. Men have been able to ascend to the moon, and the production of food has likewise reached a point beyond your imagination. I don't know how much grain is produced on an acre of land in Daming, but during the Three Kingdoms period of the Eastern Han Dynasty, even if corn and wheat were cultivated alternately in the north, the annual output was only about 3 stones, and there was a big difference between 1 catty at that time and 1 catty in our present time. According to the information I checked, the Han Dynasty, an acre of land a year output is equivalent to 257 pounds in modern times. Can reach 400 pounds is good land. Ming Dynasty a catty I checked, the equivalent of modern 596, 8 grams, equivalent to about 2 pounds in modern times, and in our modern times, ordinary rice, wheat, corn can basically reach an acre of annual output of more than 1,000 pounds. Hybrid rice in a season can be 200 pounds per acre. In our Hunan province can be 2 ripe. A year an acre can produce 400 pounds. In Hainan that kind of tropical area is 3 mature. Mu yield close to 4,000 pounds. The country is able to produce about 4 trillion pounds or so of grain annually, with 8 billion acres of arable land across the country. He looked at Zhu Biao's eyes and said with a slight smile, Then how much grain does an acre of land in Daming produce? And how much grain does it produce in a year? And how many acres of arable land is in the country? Xu Biao's face showed a stunned expression. Hesitantly said, acres should be 7 or 800 million. An acre of grain production which is not necessarily. Jiangsu and Zhejiang has always been the land of fish and rice. An acre of ordinary field annual output of only 2 to 3 stone. Good field can be between 4 and 6 stone. Thus a year of total production of grain the palace cannot be clear. Well, then simply do the math. The information I checked before said that a stone in the Ming Dynasty was 150 pounds. So if you do the math like this, a stone in the Ming Dynasty is about 180 pounds with the modern era. Zhu Yunfeng took out a pen from his pocket and did a simple calculation on the blank page on the back of the printing paper and said, that is to say, an acre of ordinary paddy field in the Jiangxia region of the Great Ming Dynasty produces between 360 and 540 pounds of grain a year. 7 or 800 million mu. Just to more to you count. According to 800 million mu to, each mu a year grain production also to high count. Just according to 540 pounds. That calculation was learned. The Ming year grain production is about 432 billion pounds. Then it can be learned that the Ming with 800 million mu of land, producing 432 billion pounds of grain. Modern 1. 8 billion mu of land, producing 1.4 trillion pounds of grain, converted to a modern average of 777 pounds of grain per acre of land. How about it? See the difference? He put his pen down after he finished speaking and raised his head to look at Zhu Biao with a smile. Zhu Yunfeng certainly no. The account is certainly not so calculated, because many places in the northern part of the Ming Dynasty is a mature and inferior fields accounted for the majority. Medium good fields as well as superior fields accounted for a relatively small number of. The average acreage is certainly not possible to reach 540 pounds, and our country is said to be 1.8 billion mu. In fact, a lot of fields are deserted, like Jiangsu and Zhejiang in the Song Dynasty is a grain-producing region. Jiangsu Suzhou, Zhejiang Huzhou has Suzhou Lake ripe, the world's feet, said, but today, Jiangsu grain production can only rank in the country's ninth annual grain production of only more than 30 million tons. Zhejiang is even lower, ranked 23, annual grain production of only more than 6 million tons. So if you really break it down, the difference would definitely not be the difference between an average yield of 540 pounds per acre versus an average yield of 777 pounds per acre. But most likely the difference between an average yield of 300 plus pounds per acre versus 1,000 plus pounds per acre. But even so, the disparity is clear. Don't look at an acre of 540 pounds and 777 pounds seems to be a small difference. But after the base is enlarged, a year of increased production is 1/3. How many more fields would have to be cleared in ancient times to achieve something like that? Thus, after hearing Zhu Yunfeng inquire about the disparity, Zhu Biao's expression moved slightly and said, naturally, it's a world of difference. Nice. Zhu Yunfeng smiled and nodded. The coffee table said, this is where the problem lies. If all the fields in Daming reach the degree of acreage that we have now, just ask you guys, can you double the grain? After this question, the room fell silent, and the only sound left was the ragged breathing of the three men. Chapter 32, My Grumpy Old Ancestor. Food is the foundation of a nation. Why did the early years of the Great Ming Dynasty have a more difficult time? It lies in the fact that although the chaotic world has been pacified, production has not been fully restored. The people's lives are in a predicament, and when they have nothing to eat, the country naturally cannot be stabilized. In the middle of the room, Zhu Yunfeng gently knocked on the coffee table, waking up the Zhu family father and son who were in a daze. As they looked back, Zhu Yuanzhang had already put down the brush in his hand and was quietly listening to Zhu Yunfeng's words afterward, while Zhu Biao and Zhu Di were both gazing at him, waiting for him to speak. Zhu Yunfeng swept around the faces of Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, then said with a smile, this is the main contradiction of Daming right now, and only if this main contradiction is solved, then whatever comes next, no matter if it's the development of industry or the development of the economy, or the synchronization of the economy, industry, the military, and education, etc., will be unimpeded. This includes the recapture of Yunnan, the northward extermination of the remnants of the Mongol Yuan, the large-scale development of the northeast, as well as the increase in the development of the commodity economy, the promotion of overseas trade, and most importantly, the construction of an industrial civilization. He said in a good way, if I had traveled to the ancient times myself, these things must have been very difficult to do, and it might have been necessary to take one step at a time and go through the various policies in order to achieve what I wanted. For example, first remove the country's ills, so that politics is clear and officialdom is in order, then lighten the corvée and reduce taxes, slowly recuperate and restore production. After that, adopt a more liberal commercial policy to speed up the circulation of domestic commodity economy, so that there will be a surplus in the treasury. Then rectify the military force, and when there is a certain amount of force in hand for self-protection, then formally start to engage in the industrial revolution, vigorously develop the coal and iron and steel industries, and then research the steam engine and engage in steam power, and finally move towards the second industrial revolution. The process would be very long, without the accumulation of an entire era, Without the application of mathematics, science, chemistry and technical materials, it would take a single traveler alone, perhaps 30 years, 50 years, or even hundreds of years is possible. But don't worry about that now. Zhu Yunfeng looked at the two of them and grinned. Your luck is too good. The stone tablet has no limitations. Modern technological products and developmental knowledge are readily available. This will greatly shorten the time it takes for the great Ming to become strong. As he spoke, he remembered an old friend. That high-achieving junior high school classmate, Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun was from the next-door side of Meishan town, not far from their Blue Sand town. But they didn't get to know each other until they were in middle school, because Zhu Yunfeng's dad was a college student in the 90s, studying in the provincial capital. After graduation, he was assigned to work in a state-owned enterprise in Changsha, and then went to sea to do business. Quite a family capital. Just because he was in business all year round, Zhu Yunfeng mom to see him in the hands of a bit of money, for fear that he derailed the choice of husband and wife. Husband and wife do not have a fixed place. It is inconvenient to take the child. So instead of being sent to a school in Changsha, Zhu Yunfeng was sent to a small school in the county starting in the second grade of elementary school and boarded with a relative who was a teacher. In contrast, Zhao Jun is from an ordinary family in Zhejiawan, next door to Meishan Township, where his parents work outside, and he completed his primary schooling in a rural elementary school. But Zhao Jun got very good grades and got into the best middle school in the county, the first affiliated middle school. Zhu Yunfeng grades are much worse. He and Ji Hyuk is in a small classmate. The two hung around to graduate from the county first elementary school, and then also came here together. Sure, Ji Hyuk's grades were relatively better than Zhu Yunfeng's, stepping on the score line to come in. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, was bought in and spent more than $10,000 of his father's school selection fee. When he entered junior high school, Zhu Yunfeng was in the same class with Zhao Jun. That guy was always in the top 3. And Zhu Yunfeng was also in the top 3, only in the bottom. Teachers often say that Zhu Yunfeng is very smart, but he just doesn't put his heart into his studies. Don't really blame him. His family was really rich when he was in middle school and high school. His dad was worth tens of millions of dollars and was covered in designer clothes, so he really didn't need to work as hard as others. And before his family fell apart and his parents divorced, Zhu Yunfeng loved history even though he didn't like to study. It just so happened that Zhao Jun also liked it, and although they had fallen out before and even fought, it didn't affect the fact that they slowly became friends later on, and the two of them discussed ancient times from time to time. They once talked about such a topic, how to develop and govern the country if they traveled to ancient times and became the emperor. It was too young and naive in its thinking. All I can think of is to kill all the traitors and reuse the loyal ones, and then work hard to develop technology at the speed of light so that the empire's flag can be planted all over the world. Needless to say, the teenage fervor and exuberance of those days is still fresh in my mind. When two people have the same idea, they feel like they hate each other. But now that I've grown up, I realize that what I thought at the time was really naive and superficial. What is a traitor? What is a loyalist? Is it really possible to tell the difference between loyalty and treachery? And what exactly should Reed do? Did the reforms consider whether they would fall overboard when they touched certain interest groups? Is technology that good again? You might not even be able to figure out the relationships in a class, let alone trying to run a huge country. Now look back at the time of the young himself, probably just a slight smile. Just as a young man does not understand the taste of sadness, the world is still far from enough knowledge. After graduating from junior high school, both Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk went to the relatively poor third middle school. Zhu Yunfeng still bought his way in and ended up paying to read a third book, and Zhao Jun went to the better first middle school, and I even heard that he later got into the history department of the NPC. Just no contact for a long time and no idea where he's been. If he were beside himself, he might even be able to approach him to ask for today's views on how ancient society should develop. I thought that with his talents in the history department of the NPC, he should be able to help himself a lot. Zhu Yunfeng thought, maybe when we get back, it's time to go through our phones and look for that nearly forgotten classmate book. Are you planning to bring back hybrid rice from modern times? Xu Biao's words interrupted Zhu Yunfeng's thoughts, pulling him back to reality from the midst of his thoughts. Zhu Yunfeng raised his head to look at him and nodded. It's not just seeds, but also fertilizers. There are only two ways to increase grain production. One is breeding, the other is fertilizer. The breeding aspect no longer needs to be considered. Modern technology helps you do it well, while fertilizer is the other key to increasing production. If all of these can be shipped, then it is foreseeable that Daming will soon leap from an acre yield of 300 to 400 pounds to 1,000 pounds, and the population will also see explosive growth. What do you need so many people for? You can barely feed them now. Zhu muttered next to him. Zhu Yunfeng shook his finger at him and said, wrong, very wrong. Population is very important because population represents the potential of the country. Only when the population is large, The potential is large. Of course, except for India. Once education, industry and economic development are popularized, the strength of the entire country will also see a rapid increase. You should be clear about one thing. The fact that Daming is strong is not that Daming has a large territory and more land. Rather, it is that Daming has a large population, larger than all the surrounding ethnic minorities, which is why it is able to suppress them. There is no doubt that the demographic dividend is a criterion for the growth of national power not only in modern times, but also in ancient times. A large population means more labor, more fields to cultivate, more food and soldiers to conscript, as well as more levies to build the Great Wall, build canals, and fight foreigners. The Central Plains dynasties, with the exception of Jin and Song, suppressed the foreigners at all other times, and the rest of the dynasties perennially thrashed the foreigners. This includes the Great Ming, which even in the late Ming was able to suppress the Mongols and the women. For example, the three major expeditions of the Wanli calendar. Until the end of the Ming dynasty, the Ming dynasty was destroyed by Li Zicheng's peasant insurgents, and the women took advantage of this opportunity to move south to dominate the Central Plains. The population therefore represents the cornerstone of the country. Now only 19 years old Zhu Di does not understand this reasoning. The future he became emperor will probably be clear. But unfortunately I guess the future cannot be the emperor. Food and population growth is only the first step. With the addition of modern technology, I intend to make a three-step plan for the development of Daming. Zhu Yunfeng spread out another page and said, the first step in the planning. I will set up a grain company in modern times to acquire a large amount of seeds and fertilizers, as well as other modern high-yield crops including corn, sweet potatoes, and so on to be shipped to Daming, so that Daming can double its grain within 2 years. The second step, while doubling food, is to start building an industrial base, and not the steam engine, which was a backward product of the first industrial revolution, but the same as in the early stages of the building of our country, directly from the second industrial revolution. In the third step, Daming's strong ships and cannons sailed toward the globe, shouting to them, open the doors, free trade, force them to buy Daming's goods, and let Daming ride farther and farther down the road toward strength. Of course, there are certainly many more details in every step of planning here. This includes institutional reform, economic development, educational endeavors, military forces, and scientific and technological research. For example, scientific and technological research doesn't mean that you start scientific research from scratch, but I bring modern technology in science and technology. You understand the principles and learn them, and then popularize science amongst the education, thus laying the foundation of science education and economic development. This is more simple and rough. Abolish the old ancestors' pitiful treasure banknote. I bring silver from the modern era. The modern silver price is as cheap as cabbage, with the price of gold difference of 100 times. You guys take gold to exchange, directly can earn 10 times the difference in price. And then the military development words are also simple. I will then find a way to get the principles of modern guns and ammunition, and then find a way to get how to make raw materials. Finally bring the knowledge to Daming, and then bring some lathes and other manufacturing tools, and set up a military factory in Daming, directly hand-rubbing to make guns. As for educational development, this is a bit more troublesome. There is no ready-made teacher. Like with teaching materials you simply cannot understand. I will first get a number of tablet computers, projectors and other things, charged, or with solar charging way to bring over. The next batch of elementary school to high school all the courses of the master teacher lectures. You then look for smart people according to the learning to abolish and then go to teach. 10 years of trees, 100 years of trees. This thing cannot be in a hurry, can only come slowly. Finally, it is institutional reform. The old ancestors pitched a very large number of systems, such as driving history backwards, closed-door lockdown, living life martyrdom, the division of feudal kings, the abolition of the chancellor system, the establishment of genui, the establishment of the guards, a large number of treasury bills, hereditary household registers, a large number of killings, harsh laws, and the rise of strains, which, in the end, harms people and has harmed them. But a lot of things in here can be studied. As long as the cake is bigger, it can greatly alleviate the conflicts, and it's okay for some systems to be messed with as the old ancestors like to do. So let's do it later. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a sudden bang from the inner room. Enough! Zhu Yuanzhang clapped his hands, then with his head lowered and grimacing, his hands behind his back, he angrily walked from the study to the warm pavilion, his gaze fixed dead on Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng was momentarily surprised, and his hand unconsciously touched the chili water button in the top pocket of his tactical undershirt, aiming the nozzle at Zhu Yuanzhang. If old Zhu wanted to move a sword or a gun, He would be forced to make a decision against his ancestors in order to protect himself. Zhu Yuanzhang's face had been filled with anger. He looked at Zhu Yunfeng's face and roared in anger. Your kid has been saying that I'm not from before. I tolerated it. But from the beginning to the end, is there any meaning? What have I done to make you belittle me so much? Could it be that I am the king of a country? The formulation of national policy is really so bad? What's more, a lot of what you said I haven't implemented yet. Taking what I haven't implemented yet to facepalm me. Slandering my ancestors like this. This guy can still afford to be a descendant of the Zhu family? Even changed my self-proclaimed name because I was angry. You should know that in front of their own families, or sometimes under the imperial edict, to Li Wenzhong, Su Da, Chang Yuchun, Tang He, Mu Ying, these closer ministers do not say much about me. Usually it's I and me, but now it was calling itself me. Obviously Zhu Yuanzhang was telling Zhu Yunfeng that he was the emperor of the Great Ming. It's His Majesty who says it all in the Great Ming dynasty. You're trying to teach me a lesson. You're not qualified. However, Zhu Yunfeng was also aggrieved. He began, old ancestor, really didn't mean to demean you. As a matter of fact. Then he pressed down the paper on the table and aggravated his tone. We have made an agreement. Rational dialogue, not righteousness. Above the seal of jade, the old ancestors cannot speak without honor. Covenant? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and raised his hand to strike. But seeing that Zhu Yunfeng had such a thick helmet on his head and such a thick tactical undershirt on his body, there was no place he could hit. So he aimed at the printing paper on the table. I've asked you to make an appointment to have a sensible conversation. Let you not be intentional. He stepped forward and snatched up the stack of printouts, making a show of tearing them, but suddenly thought that this paper has a strong plan for his damning. So he gritted his teeth and threw it to Zhu Biao next to him, then stood in front of the warming crib, fiercely slapped the coffee table in front of Zhu Yunfeng and said, I tell you, the above did not I approve read. That cannot be done. Pop. The small table was quite hard, unharmed by Zhu Yuanzhang's full force, but it made a loud ringing sound. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth and pointed at him. Come, what else do you have on you? Pull it all out, and I shall break it all for you. Zhu Yunfeng didn't have a durasteel on him, but he did have triangular barbed arrows, which he kept in the backpack containing his compound bow. He was tempted to pull it out, but he saw that Zhu Yuanzhang's right hand had retracted. The place where he had slapped the table had turned red, and was holding back one hand behind his back, forcibly enduring the severe pain as he shouted at him. If he really pulled out the triangular barbed arrowheads himself, it would not be good to say that it would irritate Zhu Yuanzhang into cutting him with his sword. Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but shrink his neck and remain silent. This cranky old ancestor of my own, too emotionally unstable. Although our Xiao Zhu is not someone who dares to fight with old Zhu, the cooperation has not yet been negotiated. The novel breaks more. Oh, the net debt is not finished. That deposit all bought chainsaw anti-stabbing clothes, these weapons and equipment, counting on the wool from the Big Ming with the wool back to get rich. If he angers old Zhu and the two sides cut off communication, the Daming side will definitely suffer the heaviest loss, but his side will not have a good time either. After all, the prerequisite for turning into the state and getting a state reward is the certainty of being able to cross over. Only let the town leaders to see with their own eyes, and then layers upwards. The town reported to the county reported to the city reported to the province reported to the central government may attract attention. But once he is at war with old Zhu and moves the Daming side of the monument to cut off the communication, then his piece of monument will be completely worthless. The country wouldn't believe such a thing, and there would be no place to cry when the time came. LOL. That's the sad thing about grown men. Chapter 33, Love the People as a Son. Zhu Yuanzhang? Inside the warm pavilion, silence fell because of Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden outburst of anger. At the critical moment, Zhu Biao stood out to Zhu Yuanzhang advised, Father, the child think yet do not need to be so big. Do not gasp bad body. Zhu Yuanzhang crossed his arms and exasperatedly said, It's not you he's been talking about before. It's you. He also turned his head to look at Zhu Di roared, This kid also said that you do the state policy harmed us Ming Jiangshan. You are on the side with the dead like a pestle? Won't you refute it? Zhu also shrunk his neck, not even daring to utter a word under his father's might. He commiserated. He was wronged. Although Zhu Yunfeng said that his policies harmed people, but the problem is that he does not even know what policies he actually made. How to refute? What's more, he was now in an awkward position, due to Zhu Yunfeng poking his nose into the fact that he had later usurped his nephew's position, and cancelled his elder brother's posthumous honor, and also relegated all of his elder brother's heirs to the status of commoners. As a result, he could not raise his head at all in front of Zhu Biao, and as soon as he met Zhu Biao's eyes, he remembered this matter. And how could he still take the initiative to talk about what national affairs? We don't dare to say. We don't dare to ask. Master Tai Bo. The old ancestor is too emotionally unstable. Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but complain to Zhu Biao. The state policy he formulated is harmful to people. Well, history has already proved this, so how come he still won't let people talk about it? Okay, you cut the crap. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang was already on the verge of full-blown anger, Xu Bei stood up from the cot and pulled Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, I don't think Yunfeng is a person who is aimless. This matter is related to the Great Ming's rivers and mountains. It is still advisable to learn from the later lessons. Why don't we listen to what he has to say first? After all, Father doesn't want the Great Ming to perish in the future, does he? Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang then huffed and puffed as he walked back to the study to yank out the chair, slammed it heavily on the ground, and sat down on his butt, saying, I'd like to see what kind of farts can come out of this kid's mouth. Seeing how angry his own old ancestor was, Zhu Yunfeng bristled. These situations were actually expected, because with his knowledge of his own ancestor, all those policies he made were bound to be compliments. While many of these are still unimplemented, most of them have been completed or have been belabored. For example, the mass killing of meritorious ministers, and then a month away, the Hu Weiyong case was used as a trigger to set off a meritorious minister's havoc. There is also the matter of establishing the Genie Way, which will be renamed from the current Yuanxi in 3 years. The rest, such as the feudal system, the closed-door system, the guardianship system, the issuance of treasury bills, and the hereditary household registry, have now all been enacted. Therefore, the policies that Zhu Yunfeng said are basically the ancient strategies that Zhu Yuanzhang has carefully planned and formulated for the Great Ming River and Mountain, and he thought that he could protect the Great Ming for hundreds of years without any worries. As a result, when it comes to Zhu Yunfeng's mouth, the left mouthful of a tossing Ming, the right mouthful of a scourge of the Ming River and Mountain, how can not let Zhu Yuanzhang angry? However, Zhu Yunfeng also had a reason to say so. It's true, those systems have led to many serious consequences. And if not for Yu Qian's rescue of the Ming dynasty and Zhang Zhuzhing's reforms, the Ming dynasty would have died long ago. It's too much when the truth is so not allowed to be told. Then let's talk about those strategies of the old ancestors and how they really tossed Ming out of existence. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang, whose face was becoming more and more ugly, then continued, remember how I told my old ancestor before that the demise of the Great Ming was caused by multiple factors? Xu Biao slightly nodded his jaw and said, I remember. And some of the national policies set by the old and second ancestors were one of those factors. Zhu Yunfeng said, let's start with driving history backwards and dividing the feudal kings. I would like to ask my old ancestor, why do we need to divide the feudal kings? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang said, naturally, it is to open up new territories for the Great Ming and continue to fight against the tyrannical Yuan. What's more, this division of vassal kings originally inherited the Yuan system. If you are determined to drive out the Hu cruisers, why do you want to inherit the system of the Hu people? Was there no system to follow in the Han dynasty before? This, and I'm afraid it's more than that when the old ancestor said that he opened up the frontier to fight against the Mongol Yuan. Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, with so many famous generals who can fight well, but you want to divide the heirs who have not even fought much, is it really to combat Mongolia? Zhu Yuanzhang choked for a moment, so he had no choice but to confess. That's right, I'm just trying to weaken the military power of those great generals. But has it ever occurred to the old ancestor that the military generals have threatened the imperial power with their hands? And is it possible that those feudal lords have threatened the imperial power with their hands? Zhu Yunfeng glanced at Zhu Di and said, the second ancestor should be very vocal on this matter alone. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Zhu's eyes widened and his body tensed as he sat there at a loss for words, especially after feeling the unkind gaze cast by his big brother. He felt a chill down his back. I have a say in this? What the kind of say do I have? I'll only have something to say if I really succeed in my rebellion and become the emperor, but now I'm only 19 years old. I'm not yet ready to rebel in the future, so how can I talk? My good great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson, can we not talk about this? Naturally, I've thought about it, Zhu Yuanzhang faintly said, but no matter what, that's still a descendant of my Zhu family. Meat rots in the pot. Well, there is no excuse for this, and you also let Zhu Yunju cut the clan in his later years. Just let him take his time and not allow him to be impatient, showing that you have long recognized this point. Zhu Yunfeng continued. However, the old ancestor should not have considered that once the clans are cut and the vassal kings rebel, is there a possibility that it could result in a situation such as the rebellion of the 7 kings or the rebellion of the 8 kings? Even if the central court can be pacified, will it result in the destruction of lives? Humph. So what? Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes. The people are dying? As long as he keeps his old Zhu family's kingdom, what's there to fear if more people die? Seeing that he didn't care, Zhu Yunfeng shook his head. In later years, Some people say Zhu Yuanzhang loved the people like a son, but precisely because it is the Zhu family. In-depth understanding of the history of the Ming dynasty, only to know their own this old ancestor think is what, but also to even the old ancestor to be on guard at all times. Let's not mention the hereditary household registration, the caste system inherited from the Yuan dynasty such as the Untouchables, and the dozens of times heavier taxes imposed to retaliate against the people of Jiangnan who supported Zhang Shicheng. In the 4 major cases alone, the number of people killed is conservatively estimated at over 100,000 people, and mostly those implicated. It has been said that among the 4 major cases raised by Zhu Yuanzhang, those victims who were implicated were not innocent, for the premise of woe is not as good as family is not as good as family, and those corrupt officials they embezzled and their families and friends were benefited. Should they not be punished when punishment is meted out? But Zhu Yuanzhang could do more than just kill the family members of corrupt officials, he massacred counties. The history of the Ming dynasty embellishes and makes no mention of this, but a number of scholars of the same period secretly documented these things. At the end of the Yuan and early Ming dynasty, Yu Ben's Huangming Chronicle recorded that the people of Shangyuan and Jiangning counties, which belonged to Yingtian prefecture, were with Hu Weiyong as a party, and massacred all the men, women, children and elders. There is also Zhu Yunming Wild Records Hanwu 23 years, the Beijing people for the rebellion, half of its half, to half of the relocation of the outside of the chemical, as well as Lu Rong's Miscellany of Beans and Gardens, 23 years of mass murder of the people of the capital. Even Zhu Yuanzhang admitted in his own letters patent as well as in Ming Taizu's imperial collections that at least 20,000 to 30,000 households, or more than 100,000 people in Nanjing, were unaccounted for after the massacre and the exile. According to the record of the actual records of Ming Emperor Taizu, because there were too many massacres in Nanjing, it led Zhu Yuanzhang to move tens of thousands of people from Beiping, Shandong, Shaanxi, Hunan, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and other foreign countries to fill the gaps in Shangyuan and Jiangning counties from the 24th year of the Hanwu era onwards. In November of the 28th year of the Hanwu era alone, more than 20,000 households of people were forcibly relocated from various parts of the country and moved into Nanjing to replenish the human households. Can Hu Weiyong really get all the people of the 2 counties attached to the capital to rebel against him? Apparently not. Coupled with Zhu Biao disobedient himself, not willing to give son Guifei where mourning this matter, make Zhu Yuanzhang even biological son, the first son to pull out the sword to cut this matter. It is enough to see that although Zhu Yuanzhang is a political creature, his temperament is very cruel and murderous, and his emotions are very unstable. In Zhu Yunfeng's opinion, the people can only be ranked 4th in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. The first one is the Damian River, the second is only Queen Ma and Zhu Biao, the third is the other children. After all, even Queen Ma and Zhu Biao's persuasion is not listened to. Had to massacre meritorious ministers to maintain the rule is enough to see this. And according to Zhu Yuanzhang's own imperial records of Ji Fei Lu, most of his sons did whatever they wanted in their fiefdoms and treated the people cruelly. As a result, Zhu Yuanzhang either just reprimanded or just shaved off the hair of the offending vassal king. No serious punishment at all. It is evident that his son is much more important than those people. Even though the history books repeatedly recorded Zhu Yuanzhang's remarks about valuing the people, he also rebuked his heirs for treating the people well. However, on the basis of deeds regardless of the heart, while saying that the people should be emphasized, they are in fact extremely cruel and tyrannical to the people. So it is inevitable that there is some inconsistency between words and deeds. To put it mildly, that is, Zhu Yunfeng has value to him, and can play a key role in saving the fate of the future demise of the Great Ming in the matter of the Great Ming River and Mountain that Zhu Yuanzhang values. Otherwise, a descendant of the Shu family for more than 20 generations, without any feelings, said to kill. After all, even his own nephew Li Wenzhong, who had followed him for many years, almost had a hard time escaping, and if he hadn't been saved by Empress Ma, I'm afraid he would have died under Zhu Yuanzhang's butcher's knife long ago, not to mention Zhu Yunfeng, his descendant. So that's what I'm saying about the real root cause of the demise of the old Zhu family. Ha! Zhu Yunfeng let out a long sigh. How? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed coldly and said, if a few people die, the old Zhu family will be gone? The Ming dynasty will be destroyed? So many feudal lords have military power in their hands. What is there to fear? Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, wrong, really wrong. What I want to say is that on the surface the worst result of the feudal system is that it leads to a category of the 8 Kings rebellion. But the deeper logic inside is actually that it makes the vassal kings around the world lose their sense of belonging to the Great Ming, and once the Great Ming is in a time of danger, these people simply won't think that there is a share of responsibility for the Great Ming's rivers and mountains, and thus they will watch the Daming's demise. What do you mean? Seeing that the situation was not right, Xu Biao quickly interrupted to ask questions, trying to distract Xu Yuanzhang's attention. It's very simple. After the feudal system, it will inevitably lead to the fall of the central imperial power, and those feudal lords will have the ability to rebel when they have military and financial power at the local level. Zhu Yunfeng spread his hands and said, then the central imperial power will inevitably cut the clans in order to solve this problem. After cutting the clan, how to treat the clansmen? Second ancestor's solution is to keep them. Take the country's money to keep a bunch of assholes. So long ago, centrifugal separation. Looking back at the history of the end of the Ming dynasty, the country came to the end of the time. Only a very small number of feudal lords are willing to contribute money and help Chongzhen. Most of the feudal lords are not concerned about their own high-up, Fu Wangzhu Chang's and family wealth. Mansions and fields countless. Chongzhen 13 years Li Zicheng attacked Luoyang. The then governor of Luoyang and the Nanjing Ministry of War hastened to Fu Wang's house, begging the rich Fu Wang can take out a part of the money as a military pay. Xu Changshan refused, and the Ming soldiers who were defending the city on hungry stomachs said angrily, King Fu was rich in the world, but he refuses to give out a single cent to us to fill our stomachs. So they angrily opened the city gates and King Fu was beheaded by Li Zicheng. Zhu Zhishu, the king of Shu, was so rich that at first he was able to take some money to reward the defenders, but Lu Zhibo, the governor of Sichuan, advised him to take his family's wealth out to recruit men to defend the city, but he refused sternly. As a result, Chengdu was overrun by Zhang Xinzhong, and all the family properties were taken away by Zhang Xinzhong. And what happens when you want money but not life is that you can't keep your money or your life. In the years that followed, Li Zicheng's and Zhang Xinzhong's military payroll expenses basically came from the Fu Wang and Shu Wang mansions. If this money was given to the imperial court, how could it be possible that the roving bandits could not be exterminated? And the end of the Ming dynasty was already chaotic. The officials were corrupt and incompetent, coupled with natural and man-made disasters. The court did not have silver, but also had to spend money to raise so many riceworms, which increased the expenditure of the treasury even more. So it can be said that the system of division and feudalization was one of the root causes that led to the demise of the Great Ming. He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and said seriously, the feudal system makes the vassal king centrifugal to the central imperial power, makes the officials and people of the guards and soldiers of the partition places centrifugal to daiming, and the increasingly huge expenditure on supporting the vassal kings has seriously dragged down the finances. Old ancestor, you say yourself, this feudal system is not to start the reversal of history, and is it not a scourge of daiming's rivers and mountains? Now you still think you are not wrong? Poof. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and said, it's all just your side of the story. A dead duck's mouth. Zhu Yunfeng bellyached, then said, then in that case there's nothing more to say. I'll go back and put together a list for you of how the Ming feudal lords scourged the Ming, so take your time to read it yourself. You! Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. Zhu Yunfeng wrapped his arms around his chest and turned his head away, not really wanting to pay attention to him. These words were supposed to be objective facts, and he did not mean to malign them, and he even said many things in a more euphemistic manner, like those vassal kings in their own territory how to scourge the people of Daiming, the late Ming dynasty hundreds of thousands of clansmen some rich family world, some poor. After the death of the Ming dynasty, all over the clan king claimed the emperor, small dynasty as many as 5 and so on things he did not chat. It can be said that the Ming dynasty, in addition to Zhu Yuanzhang period of the clan king is still a little bit of the role of the 9 sides of the town plug. The rest of the time are basically the Ming Jiangshan moth, constantly gnawing on the foundation of the Ming. But apparently lies don't hurt. The truth is a fast knife. Old Zhu felt that this was his handiwork that he was proud of, but now he was criticized by Zhu Yunfeng, so he was naturally furious. Zhu Standard Busy said, this is good. There are also the lessons of the aftermath. They can be consulted. Father, now the big mistake has not yet been cast. There is room for redemption. Must not be avoided, and bent on doing. Poof. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and stood up from his chair, saying, if you want to hear it you can hear it yourself. He returned to his study with a frown on his face. Zhu Yunfeng, as a latter-day person, must have had a lid on the policies he had made, so he did not doubt that Zhu Yunfeng's words were false. But as the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, was Zhu Yunfeng left a peasant origin short-sighted? Write a sentence harmful to the Ming dynasty. The faces really can not hang. Moreover, he did not think that it was necessarily his policies that had harmed the Ming dynasty. This was because he felt that these policies were the best means of preserving the Ming dynasty at the present time. If we do not divide the feudal kings, how can we reasonably gather back the military power of those arrogant soldiers and generals below? If we don't set up a guardhouse, how will we house so many large armies? If the people are not strictly controlled, not allowed to leave the local area at will, not allowed to hereditary household registration, So much so that roving criminals rise in all directions and the law and order is in chaos. What should be done? All these bright strategies have made the Ming dynasty as solid as ever. So how could they possibly harm the Ming? So this must have been the work of those corrupt officials down there, distorting his good intentions and putting his policies in place, leading to the demise of the Ming. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes increased. Zhu Yunfeng said that he went on a killing spree that led to the demise of the great Ming, so he would be even more likely to go on a killing spree and kill to the point of bloodshed. For those corrupt officials, they will have to be flayed to fill the grass. So under heavy punishment, we'll see which officials still dare to so fabricate and distort their own state policy, corrupt their own Ming dynasty. Chapter 34, To whom does the great Ming world belong? Yunfeng, go on. Father is also in a moment of irritation. Don't take it to heart. Inside the warm pavilion, only after Zhu Yuanzhang left did Zhu Biao open his mouth to appease. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head. I'll be honest. I really didn't mean to belittle the old ancestor. It's just a matter of fact. He's too cranky. That's not good. Zhu Biao laughed bitterly. Father was killed in a mountain of swords and is used to using rough methods, and I have advised him many times. It's still Uncle Tai who is sensible. Indeed, I told you that the great Ming should still be inherited by Uncle Tai. If you hadn't died young, how would the great Ming have encountered so many ups and downs? Zhu Yunfeng unabashedly appreciated Zhu Biao. Not that he was bragging about Zhu Biao, but that was just the way it was. If Zhu Biao does not die, there will be no Yasuniang. The beginning of the Ming dynasty will not be so many fluctuations, and the latter will not appear. Zhu Qizhan. This kind of contraption led to the Tumu fortress to make the Ming dynasty from prosperity to decline. Sure, a lot of things can't be predicted. Perhaps in the hands of Zhu Biao, the Ming dynasty would have entered the reign of Ren Xian ahead of schedule, but Zhu Xionying's early death was also an indisputable fact. If it just changed Zhu Biao's fate, allowing Zhu Biao to ascend to the throne, Zhu Xionying still died young, and allowing guys like Zhu Yunzhu to continue to ascend to the throne, then the outcome of the latter is also hard to say. However, seeing his direct descendants bragging so much about Zhu Biao, next to Zhu Di was a bit unhappy. Are you my descendant or big brothers? Flattering him the whole time? Or why don't you just recognize him as your ancestor? Just in his heart, dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to attack. After all, he had later done something to apologize to his big brother, and now he couldn't raise his head in front of him, so much so that he didn't dare to say much. Aha! Zhu Biao nodded lightly and said, then go on. What are the other drawbacks of those strategies of father? These state policies were still very useful in the early Ming period and served to maintain the rule, but then the system was rigid but not adaptable, which is what led to many consequences. Zhu Yunfeng said, to put it simply, it means that this country has a super high degree of centralized power but a very low degree of efficiency in governance. I don't know if you can understand the meaning of centralization and efficiency of governance. That is, power is highly centralized, but the means of exercising power and the speed of the process of exercising power is very low. Alas, it is troublesome to talk to you, and you do not understand many modern terms when they are spoken. Looking at the confused expressions on Zhu Biao and Zhu Di's faces, Zhu Yunfeng had a very hard time. Their cognitive level was so low, or they did not yet have the concepts of modern political science, that they did not understand what was meant by centralization of power and administrative efficiency, and he had to spend some time explaining it to them slightly. So it is. Hearing Zhu Yunfeng's simple explanation, Zhu Biao and the others then understood what was meant by administrative efficiency and centralization of power. After explaining the problem a little bit, Zhu Yunfeng took out another small book from his backpack, then flipped it open and continued. I've studied the problem of Daming for a long time before, and I found that its demise was very similar to a country in our latter days. That country was very powerful. Even on the last day of its dissolution it was still the strongest military in the world, and was strong enough to destroy the world. But its 5 million strong army couldn't protect it, because it did not perish by a foreign invasion, but destroyed itself. Destroyed himself? All three men were amazed at how in the world there could still be a country that destroys itself. Yes, Zhu Yunfeng said, that country's ailments are very similar to the late Ming dynasty, with the same serious corruption, internal parties, economy controlled by oligarchs, and the lower classes suffering from material deprivation and hardship. However, they themselves have huge reserves of resources, and if they were to develop properly, they could not fail to revitalize themselves. But unfortunately the country didn't see a great man emerge, only a bunch of assholes. And the country run by a bunch of assholes eventually fell into self-doubt and deconstruction, and collapsed. Zhu Biao and Zhu Di looked at each other. Even such a strong kingdom would collapse. Things are really unpredictable. Zhu Yunfeng looked at the small book in his hands and continued. And the result of all of this is actually that everyone in that country has lost their faith and confidence in this country. Simply put, It means that all of their nationals as well as those who are in power, including them, no longer agree that this country should exist. How can there be a country like this? Xu Biao couldn't help but say. It's still reasonable for the people to disagree, but shouldn't those in power feel that this country is theirs? No. Xu Yunfeng shook his head and said, they were complacent about selling out their country, everyone lying on its body like ghouls drawing sustenance, and in the end burying the country with their own hands to bring about its destruction. It's amazing. Xu Biao and Zhu Di are dumbfounded. This has exceeded their cognition. Even if the child emperor Shi Jing ceded the 16 states of Yen Yun, that is also to borrow troops to establish the Hojinate. How can there be a country where those in power only think of selling out the interests of the country all the time instead of thinking of governing the country well? Don't be surprised. Damien is about the same. Zhu Yunfeng laughed and said, the old ancestor allowed power to be highly centralized in the hands of the emperor by abolishing the prime minister and establishing the cabinet. But the fact that he was able to keep up the intense work for decades and keep the Daming administration running at high speed doesn't mean that later emperors could do the same. And the result was that the power was rapidly allowed to be held by eunuchs as well as by the cabinet-led civil officials. He also said, however, the eunuchs and civil officials fell into the infighting. Many mutual constraints. The system began to rapidly ossify. The administrative efficiency has become very low, and the officials also began to corruption. The results with the same country, and ultimately collapsed. Although unlike that country is not their own hands buried, but a series of their own people's tiresome operation, but also the root cause of the demise of the Ming dynasty. Why would it be the same? Xu Biao frowned. Zhu Yunfeng sighed. To summarize, it is one sentence. Those policies of the old ancestor and the second ancestor made Daming lose its sense of belonging from the top to the bottom, including the emperor of Daming, who didn't think that Daming was his river and mountain, which is why I said that the similarity between the demise of Daming and the demise of that country is very high. Including the emperor of Daming? Zhu Biao was stunned. Next to him, Zhu was also puzzled. Returning to the study, Zhu Yuanzhan's eyes widened even more. What do you mean? His policies led to even the emperor of Daming feeling unattached to his kingdom? Is one's own policy really that bad? Yes. Zhu Yunfeng laughed bitterly. In later times, some people say that the great Ming died from corruption, from natural disasters, and from foreign enemies, but if you really look deeper into it, you'll find that these are all objective factors. And that the real biggest reason is actually that no one in the great Ming dynasty, from the top to the bottom, knows who the empire really belongs to anymore. Xu Biao hurriedly asked after him, what is going on? It's very simple. Just now the feudal system has been mentioned. The vassal kings are a group of pigs being raised. In the early Ming dynasty during the time of the old ancestor, they had military power and a large number of fiefdoms, so it quickly caused the vassal kings to rebel, and the second ancestor succeeded in his efforts to pacify the country and became the emperor. Xu Yunfeng gave his own ancestor another slash, then continued, the second ancestor learned his lesson, so he cut off the military power of the vassal kings, but didn't dare to really dispose of all of them, so he could only keep their fiefdoms and cognacs, so that they could feel at ease and be rich, and for all the Zhu family clansmen would be issued with a salary, so that they would be clothed and fed without any worries. In this way, the clansmen had no power but were rich in their hands, causing them to just play hard to get and have children, and by the time the late Ming dynasty came around, the population had reached 200,000. According to the Wanli Rikyuzu, the book of the rising of the 10,000 calendars, the annual salaries to be paid out to so many people were astronomical, but the clansmen would not be grateful to the Daming court. They thought it was their due, the honor of their ancestors, and that the court often deducted their salaries because of lack of money. Then as the clan is still restricted, cannot make their own way of life, so the bottom clans naturally won't think that the Daming court belongs to them, and will even be cynical about the Daming court, and don't give them food to eat and don't give them a way to live. In the shoes of Taibao master, you face such a dilemma. Will you have a vested interest in the Daming? That's quite a put-down. Xu Biao looked at the slightly trembling back of the one in the study inside and had to say, no, that's it, but the bottom clans won't. What about those upper clans? Even less so. Xu Yunfeng shook his head and said, those feudal lords felt that, saying that I have millions of acres of land. In fact, all of them are folded silver calculation. I was never able to send people to verify. Participate in politics is even more want of fart to eat. Every day in addition to at home to give birth to a child. Nothing can be done. Even the city cannot get out of the city. And even want to sweep the graves of their ancestors are not allowed. Jingda 16 years, Rong Wang Shizi Zhu Hoshuan, the second son of Fu Ning Wang Zhu Hoshi wanted to go out of the city to sweep his late mother, Lu Fei. Wu zone to the ancestral system is limited. Shall not be concerned about their personal feelings. Zhenghua 16 years, Zhao Wang Zhao please go out of the city for his mother's funeral. Emperor Xianzong ordered Zhao Wang is not allowed to go out of the city, can only go out and return. Wanli 23rd year. Jin Wang Minchun sparse begging to go out of the city to visit the ancestral tomb was rejected by the Ministry of Rights. Ming history expert Prof. Zhao Yi in the Ming Dynasty clan room and Ming Dynasty clan room population and Zhonglu problem said, Zhu Yuanzhang do not trust others, believe that only the children and grandchildren are the most reliable. So the more than 20 sons were assigned to all parts of the country to lead the troops for generations to defend the royal family, the clan screen internally, to eliminate traitors to suppress rebellions and revolts, and externally to defend against foreign invasions of foreign tribes. The intention can be said to be not good and bitter, and the thinking can be said to be not far-reaching, but this is a double-edged sword. In the final analysis, or the complexity of human nature and greed, mastered the military power of the princes refused to be contented and contented, not move on the ambitious and stupid, want to rebel as the emperor. The emperor's hands hold heavy military princes are also doubtful and difficult to rest assured. So the development of the emperor and all over the military princes into a hostile relationship, the first king of Yanzhou D rebel success, after the king of Ningzhou Qinhao, Anhua king and other rebel failure. This completely contradicts the good original intention of Zhu Yuanzhang's feudalization. The last is to cut the clan, the feudal king's military power all removed, and add a series of restrictions tied to death. The two kings may not see each other. The prince even out of the city to walk around and play are not allowed. Not allowed to be an official. Not allowed to serve as a soldier, not allowed to farm, not allowed to do business, nothing is allowed to do. More than 200 years down to the hundreds of thousands of royal family clans suffocated into a prisoner. Any ability to do this, there is no way to protect the family and defend the country. There is no way to protect the family and defense of the country. In the end of the Ming dynasty by the bandits and Manchu Qing dynasty slaughtered, it can be said that vassal kings are like criminals who have been imprisoned. Tell me, even if I am well dressed and well fed, but I have no freedom, and I am restricted in everything I do, will I feel that my heart belongs to the court of daming? He looked at Zhu Biao, then his eyes swept back to Zhu Di to issue a soul torture. Zhu Biao was silent. It seems that you should have the answer in your hearts, and this is still the clan of the Great Ming. For the people, much less to the Great Ming. Shu Yunfeng shook his head and said, first of all, not to mention the Ming dynasty, the feudal lords brutalized the people, the officials brutalized the people, and even the generals also brutalized the people, killing Liang and risking their honor. Even the court is also on the people of the tyrannical levies, taxes, especially Liaodong area, so that the local born in Liao better than walking in. Who said? Prof. Gu Cheng said in the history of the peasant war in the late Ming dynasty that the kings of the royal family, Shu Wenwei, eunuchs, bureaucrats and landlords were occupying the land, resulting in serious land annexation, coupled with the continuous natural disasters. The people were in dire straits, and the children and youngsters and solo travelers were nowhere to be found when they went out of the city. After seeing the people outside the door cooking human bones for pay, cooking human flesh for food, I realized that the people before them are eaten, and the people who ate it also not a few days face red and swollen, internal hair dry heat and died. Domestic originally natural and man-made disasters constantly. The people cannot live. The Great Ming but also non-stop levy Liao pay. On the contrary, those gentry is exempted from tax. The scholar enjoys the privileges. The people see such a situation. You say they will have a belonging to the Great Ming? The room had been quiet and no one had spoken. Then there are the soldiers. Soldiers as soldiers to fight in order to support their families, or in order to serve the country. But the soldiers in the Ming dynasty have pay? Didn't starve to death even good. The stipulated money and food arrived less than 1/3. The above greedy most of it. What do I have the right to be born into death? The guards are even more rotten. The guards of the officers and soldiers can only be regarded as the superiors of the beaters or slaves, usually to the superiors of the hard work labor, but also no wages to receive. That a little bit of the meager salary is all greedy away. Did not rebel is good enough to maintain the Ming? Prof. Wang Yuchuan pointed out in his book, The Military Cantonments of the Ming Dynasty, that many of the soldiers of the guards of the Ming Dynasty were forced to serve as military servants, and that they could not be exempted from military service, although their duty should be to protect the family and defend the country, but in fact is the lack of personal freedom of the human household. To the emperor and superiors have a strong feudal personal affiliation, master-slave relationship, became the means of production of a few people, the superiors of their exploitation of them inordinately, so that they're suffering. You say that the guard soldiers care about your Ming dynasty and the country? Then come the squires, who will say that I deserve everything today, that I worked hard to get into the Lifu and Jinshi, and attracted the people to contribute, so why do I have to pay taxes? What does the death of the court have to do with me? Prof. Zhang Xianqing pointed out on the abuse of official and gentry privileges and exemptions in the Ming dynasty that the official and gentry classes were greedy and used all kinds of means to break through the legal limitations and practiced unlimited privileges and exemptions outside the law, shifting taxes and levies to the people. For them, the death of the court was just a change of master, as long as their interests were guaranteed. There are also the civil officials. The civil officials will think, the Jiangshan is surnamed Zhu's, so what has it got to do with me? My salary is low, and I live in fear every day. The eunuchs and the geniewei have bad thoughts about me every day, and during the time of the great ancestor, they went on a rampage to kill the civil officials, and slaughtered them as if they were dogs. A term as an official is only a few years. Promotion is also very unfair. Capable people can't get promoted. Those who can are traitors of all parties. I might as well embezzle more money and buy land earlier to enjoy my life. Why do I have to tire myself out to do something for the Ming dynasty and mountain? Prof. Zhaoyi said that the massacres of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di and the contradictions within the ruling class they caused made some people hold a non-cooperative attitude towards the court, which in turn resulted in a lack of talents during this period. The evil consequences of Zhu Yuanzhang's massacre had been fully manifested in the Jingan rebellion, while Zhu Di, while massacring most of the civil officials and military generals, had deterred the group of ministers from devoutly obeying the path of the imperial power and cooled the enthusiasm of the 100 bureaucrats in defending the imperial dynasty. Under Zhu Di's lustful authority, many people were reluctant to become officials. This shows that during the early Ming period, the civil official group already had a great conflict with the imperial power, thus causing a huge rift between the civil official group and the emperor. After that, it is the military generals, who have a low status and are impeached every day. A little carelessness will be killed. Qi Jiguang has been a rare and famous general in the late Ming dynasty, a famous national hero in our later generations, but it is such a hero that needs to bribe the civil officials and be a traitor to the civil officials in order to be reappointed. Isn't it a kind of sadness? The rest of the other military generals, the civil officials lightly reprimanded, or said kill kill kill. Mao Wenlong is not a good thing, but the location is very critical, can effectively hold back the Hojin. The result was Yuan Chenghuan arbitrary execution. You say the military generals will be loyal to the Ming? The same is true for the nobility. The ancestors followed the great ancestor to fight. The result of unloading the mill to kill the donkey was slaughtered in half. The rest are also being raised by the imperial family of pigs. One has no power and two have no obligation. With the clan king of the clans is no difference, but it is clear that those feudal lords are rich. The emperor to raise money to fight the bandits and Liao Ping when not looking for the feudal lords to be. The first thought is that they are happy to do it? Finally, there is the emperor of the Great Ming. Since the Tumu fortress, the power of the military generals has seriously declined, and the group of civil officials has rapidly risen and begun to form a party, and all of them are very cleverly grouped together to fight against the imperial power. The emperor then had to reuse eunuchs to fight against the clerical clique, but the emperor was confined everywhere. You can't even recognize your own father. You must call yourself a nephew. If you want to go out, you can't. You must stay honestly in the palace. Want to change the heir also cannot. Must be the first eldest son, but also every day by the civil officials pointing their noses. Then the emperor of the Ming dynasty, what power? It would be better not to go to court, or stay in the palace to practice immortality and be a carpenter. Speaking here, Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, it can be said that the emperor of Daming himself did not take Daming as his own Jiangshan. Jiajing seeks immortality and asks for help. Wanli does not go to the court for more than 30 years, and Tianqi plays with wood in the palace every day, and this is the reason. He naturally did not do nothing in these few days, but carefully prepared to study the history of the Ming dynasty, and bought a lot of various Ming history experts' works and papers on the internet to study, and did a lot of homework. For example, Prof. Zhao Yi's books on the clansmen and the Ming dynasty system, Prof. Gu Cheng's books on the Ming peasants, Prof. Li Xinfeng's books on the guardian system, Prof. Fong Ziyuan and Prof. Guo Peigui's books on the Ming officials, and so on. These books can be said to be full of dry goods. So Zhu Yunfeng benefited a lot, so he recorded all of these roots in his own small book and summarized them into a problem book. And through the study and understanding of these books, Zhu Yunfeng himself also summarized the fundamental reason for the demise of the Great Ming. That is, including the emperor, the various strata of society lost their sense of identity with the Great Ming, thus jointly creating the destruction of the Great Ming. The actual basis of this theory is that by the end of the Ming dynasty, the ideology of society had changed dramatically from the ideology of feudal society. For example, a large number of people from all walks of life quickly fell to the Manchu Qing dynasty, which had entered the country. There were also thinkers such as Gu Yanwu, Huang Zongxi, and Wang Fuji who railed against feudal autocracy. It can be seen that the Ming dynasty is the same as the Mao bear. To put it simply, it is unpopular. To put it bluntly, it is actually skeptical and disapproving of the whole system of its system. And this content will give Zhu Yuanzhang and the others a huge shock of information. And indeed it is. Basically, every time Zhu Yunfeng spoke of a class, the faces of the three Zhu family members, father and son, turned ugly. After listening to Zhu Yunfeng's words, Zhu Biao's face was already ugly, because he realized that Zhu Yunfeng was right, and that if he were to be in that position, the same would be true, whether it is when the people of the clan, or when the civil ministers and military generals, and even when the emperor, to be so confined everywhere is restricted. Then what is the point? Why don't you just be a monk for a day, and just get on with it? Why has it come to this? Why has it become so? Zhu Biao couldn't help but mumble in pain. Zhu Yunfeng knocked on the table and said, the answer is simple. It's the rigidity of the system. From top to bottom, all the systems are all rigid and unchanged. Just because of that damned ancestral training. It is a rule laid down by the old fathers that the people are extremely harsh when they go out on a journey, and that they have to watch each other to such an extent that everyone is in danger, and that the court treats them like pigs and dogs, and slaughters them at the slightest mishap. The soldiers of the guards were born to be the guards. What kind of household registration in the future still can only do such things? Cannot see the hope. There is no upward ladder. Or the old ancestors set the rules. The fact that the clansmen and the nobles were raised to be pigs was a rule set by the second ancestor. The establishment of the East Chamber, which allowed eunuchs to meddle in state affairs and led to party disputes between the eunuch party and the Donglin party in the late Ming dynasty, was also a consequence triggered by the rules set by the second ancestor. Civilian officials were butchered at will. Their paychecks were so low that they couldn't even afford to feed their families. And while it may be a wash to say that they were forced to embezzle, from an objective point of view, the low incomes did put the civil officials in a quandary. Hai Rui is a great Qing official, the highest when the second grade. As a result, poor. His mother's birthday can only buy 2 pounds of pork. His mother died, even the funeral have no money to handle, or a friend to help only to take care of his mother's aftermath. And even the basic security of life cannot be done. What is the point of being an official? The military generals, needless to say, are suppressed and restricted at every turn. Even as an emperor, molesting a courtesan is sprayed as the death of the country, and everyone has to take a high-pressure education and restrictive approach to him, which still stems from the ancestral system. It can be said that the entire Ming dynasty is synonymous with rigidity. The old and second ancestors have fixed all the social classes, what they were before, what they will be in the future. Every person is born already planned, and being poor becomes a lifelong thing. Then they will naturally lack a sense of identity with this country. Everywhere, including the emperor, was regulated by the so-called ancestral law. Ancestral laws cannot be changed, and everyone seems to have a yoke on them, being held back from each other, resulting in the whole of Daming being locked up by an invisible chain. So where did this chain come from? He turned back, his gaze looking behind him to the location of the study, where a figure sat in it, slightly hunched over. But the meaning among Zhu Yunfeng's gaze was already self-evident. Chapter 35, The Need for $10 Million. Zhu Yunfeng came to Daming, and since he wanted to take some initiative, he naturally had to come prepared. And after his research and analysis, it is the rigidity of the system that is the root cause of the demise of the Great Ming. After all, say corruption. Has there ever been a more corrupt government in the latter days than the American Empire? Those officials can reasonably and legally accept any political contributions while in office. After leaving office, the official goes to work for a business that makes political contributions and takes bribes in a more reasonable and legal way. There's also $6 million for goats, $90,000 for lug nuts, and that huge military spending is embezzled every year. When it comes to natural calamities, which period of time in the past dynasties has not been plagued by calamities? The Third Little Ice Age was from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms to the early years of the Northern Song dynasty, and Song Rinzong was still able to manage a heyday at the end of the Little Ice Age. It says that treachery is rampant. The Northern Song dynasty is full of treacherous ministers. 6 big treacherous ministers. The result of the Southern Song dynasty can still survive for more than 100 years. Say foreign invasion. This one makes even less sense, because it's not like Ming was destroyed by the Manchus. It was destroyed by an internal insurgency. It can only be said that the invasion of foreign enemies led to the need to spend a lot of money on this matter and accelerated the demise of the Great Ming, rather than saying that foreign enemies were the decisive factor in the demise of the Great Ming. Therefore, in the final analysis, the rigidity of the whole society, the system is rigid and old. All the people up and down the country have lost the sense of belonging to the Great Ming, and all the people lack the sense of identity to it, which is the fundamental reason for the demise of the Great Ming. Even to put it in a funny way, because the sense of identification with the country and the nation became low, It gave the Manchus an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And because the invasion of foreigners strengthened the identity of the country and the nation, there was an awakening of nationalism at the end of the Qing dynasty. And so many movements created the later generations of China. Let's just say that history is ironic enough sometimes. Zhang Zhuzhen once tried to change all that. He did it while in office. As a result, he was liquidated after his death and returned to the pre-liberation era. Then why is the Deming system so rigid and inflexible? Isn't it the result of the many policies formulated during the time of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di? So later generations also said that the Ming seemed to die in Chongzhen, actually died in Zhu Yuanzhang. This is not unreasonable. Sure, it also just seems to make a certain amount of sense, but in reality it's still an issue for the future generations of children and grandchildren. After all, when Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di formulated these policies were policies conducive to maintaining the rule of the state at that time. And how could they have anticipated the impact of these policies on the Ming later? The fundamental reason is still that the later successors did not adapt in time and rigidly adhered to the immutable laws of the ancestors, leading to what happened later. Therefore, when Zhu Yunfeng was speaking, he had actually been emphasizing that although the old ancestors' policy had tossed the Ming behind him, it was beneficial and positive at this time. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang's self-esteem cannot hear others say that his policy is not good, grab the few poor evaluation not to let go, resulting in anger. Now Zhu Yunfeng's words made the Zhu family father and son think that perhaps he was right, but Zhu Yuanzhang could not pull his face, while Zhu Di was not qualified to speak. Only Zhu Biao had always maintained a friendly stance with Zhu Yunfeng, so he couldn't help but be the first to speak up and ask, is there no solution to these? If these current state policies are cancelled, can we avoid future demise? This thing is not easy to say, because I also said just now, the old ancestors set these strategies mainly to maintain the current situation of Daming. Only later deadlocked on the ancestral system led to the rigidity of the system. Zhu Yunfeng put away the question book and spread his hands. Now if these state policies are cancelled, no one can say if it will lead to any chaos within the Great Ming. Xu Biao stayed for a moment. This is not neither in nor out, but I have an idea. Zhu Yunfeng smiled. What way? Xu Biao was like seeing a life-saving straw. It's still the same saying, seize the main contradiction. The main contradiction of Daming is that the cake plate is too small. Not enough for everyone to eat. Only by expanding the productive forces and increasing the cake. This situation, even the worst system, can alleviate all the social contradictions and make the whole country a thriving place. Zhu Yunfeng nailed the essence of the problem. The reasoning is this. As long as you have unlimited productivity to keep up with, even in a slave society, it doesn't matter what happens as long as everyone is fed, clothed, and has good living conditions. Isn't that what is happening in America today? In a capitalist society, the American people can't even get help or protection from disasters. Even U.S. officials have threatened that disaster relief is our party's obligation, that the United States of America owes you nothing, and that if you have no water or electricity, it is because you are weak and lazy, and you have to find your own way. It can be said that the whole American society has all kinds of ills: redundant military spending, rampant corruption, social disorganization, proliferation of guns, low law and order, and riots in all directions. But after so many years, the U.S. empire is still as solid as a rock, and although there are signs of decline, it is still the western pole among the superpowers of the earth. What is the root cause? The underlying logic here is simple. That is, after the fall of the woolly bear, the United States became the global hegemon, harvesting the world's wealth by military and financial means. The dollar's unlimited money printing, which has a global underwriting anyway, is the equivalent of the entire planet feeding the Americans. In this way, even though the gap between the rich and the poor in the United States is extremely wide, the harvesting of global wealth by U.S. currency as well as the financial capital markets has resulted in immense wealth for the entire country. Even a little soup coming down from the fingernails of those rich classes and powerful people would be enough to feed the lower class Americans. Even homeless people can receive free food on the streets to keep people from starving to death. So in a way, the cake just has to continue to get bigger, and then even more of this country's internal problems can be mitigated or glossed over. But Zhu Biao obviously didn't understand what productivity was and what cake was, and said in a confused manner, productivity? Cake? What does this mean? This aspect of the concept is still cumbersome to explain to you, and can be simply understood as the ability to create food and wealth, which means that the more money and food there is on the market, the more stable the country will be. Zhu Yunfeng said, think about it, if there is enough food and everyone is fed, then wouldn't there be no rebellions? If the salaries of officials were high enough, wouldn't there be less corruption running rampant? Of course, it is only a reduction, not an eradication, and greedy people are certainly not in the minority. but for those who want to be useful and ambitious, as long as the country can guarantee their livelihood, then there will definitely be many officials who will choose to devote themselves to governance and construction, without being so serious that even if the consequences of corruption are so severe, stripping the skin and filling it with grass, there will still be countless people who come forward. And the clans? These people would have eaten the biggest part of the Ming dynasty's expenses, but if the money in the Ming treasury were 10, 100, or even 1,000 times 10,000 times as much as it is now, their bit would be just a drop in the bucket. There is even less to say about the Squire group. These people are the state's moths. Most of the wealth of the entire Ming dynasty flows to them, but if there's enough food and money, the wealth they occupy won't affect the country's overall resources at all. In the event of a natural or man-made disaster, the country is not left without money or food. By then the people will have food to eat, work to do, and a channel for upward mobility, and the officials, honored nobles, clansmen, and gentry will have a share of every interest group. So how can you say that this country will fall? Is there any water? Get a cup. Talk so much, are thirsty. Forget it, the water will not be drunk. It's better to talk about business first. By the end of his speech, Zhu Yunfeng felt his mouth dry up. Suddenly, somehow, his mind was thinking about how he seemed to have miscalculated. I came fully armed and ended up forgetting to bring water. What if the other guy gets the wrong idea and poisons the water? So after saying this, he regretted it a bit and said, that's why the first step of planning I did before was to make Daming's grain increase rapidly, and then let you guys use gold to exchange silver from our modern times to get a lot of money in grain. So it is. Zhu Bei came to a realization, then looked at Zhu Di and said, fourth brother, why don't you go get some water? I'll be damned. The expression on Zhu's face had been colorful. The heart murmurs, am I the ancestor or is this kid the ancestor? I'm so high up in the hierarchy, I'm a 26th generation old man, and I'm pouring water for a junior? It's so unconscionable. And big brother, you are also too unassertive. A junior let you do what you do. How a little bit of the ancestors have not been the same, but it's impossible not to. For one thing, he had the lowest status, being a son himself in front of Zhu Yuanzhang and a younger brother in front of Zhu Biao. Secondly, the news of Zhu Yunfeng cannot be leaked. Now only their father and son have seen Zhu Yunfeng, and then his Queen Ma knows this matter. The rest of the outside attendants, eunuchs and court ladies are not clear. Of the 4 people who knew about this, the one with the lowest status was still him, Zhu Di. So he couldn't let Empress Ma pour the water. Could he? So bellyaching aside, I finally got up and went to pour the water. Zhu Yunfeng had wanted to stop it, but thought better of it and just didn't drink it myself when the time came. Only when Zhu Di went to the next door to pour water in the empty slot did Zhu Biao look at Zhu Yunfeng and said seriously, since that's the case, then I'll leave everything to you Yunfeng. Said he long sighed and said, father is not easy. The country has just been built. A lot of work to be done. Outside of the strong enemy, the people's livelihood is not peaceful. Father is also often worried. You are both the descendants of the future generations, but also for the Ming dynasty to contribute to a force is. This is the right thing. As the saying goes, harmony makes money. Sit down and talk about it to talk about the effect. They say that the next generation is close to the next generation. So many generations did not see how close. Not moving to lose their temper and shoot the table, what is the use of it? Zhu Yunfeng purposely increased the volume of his voice, making Zhu Yuanzhang, who had hardly calmed down in the study room, so angry that he broke the brush in his hand, and his face was on the verge of red warmth. It's just that. Then again, it's no use just talking about it. You still have to have the money. Then Zhu Yunfeng threw a wink to Zhu Biao, rubbed his right index finger with his thumb, and said with a smirk, without money, you can't buy seeds or silver, and you can't open an agricultural company, so there's no way you can help Daming grow. Zhu Biao mused. How much is needed? $10 million is required. Zhu Yunfeng put up a finger and said, this is just at the beginning. To get the company up and running, more startup capital may be needed later on. After all, opening an agricultural company in our part of the world is sure to lose money, and those losses will need Daming to help me underwrite it before I can do so. This. Zhu Biao looked puzzled. Zhu Yunfeng was then a bit unhappy. Master Tai Bo, this is already the most basic request. If this point cannot be met, then how can we revitalize the Great Ming? It's not that we can't give it. It's just that we don't know how much the $10 million of your modern day is worth, as in how much gold is needed. Zhu Biao was in a difficult position. In fact, he had discussed this issue with Zhu Yuanzhang a long time ago. Zhu Yuanzhang is also clear that Zhu Yunfeng wants nothing more than riches, and this riches to him is. But the trouble is that they don't know modern prices, and naturally they don't know how modern money should be converted in proportion to ancient money. In case Zhu Yunfeng lionized, or used this information gap to make himself rich, and thus do not care about the things of Daming, will be in big trouble. so they've always needed to get a handle on that. However, in just a few days, they still have no idea about modern times, and thus have no decision at the moment. Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, not much. According to the gold, it's only about 30 pounds, but you have a better choice. Just give me a yuan blue and white porcelain. Songru Kiln Celadon is also fine. I'm not picky. His eyes had narrowed into slits with laughter as he said this. Yuan Qinghua and Songru Kiln Celadon and the auction house market price can reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Good quality can even reach hundreds of millions of dollars. This if you get it back. It really get rich. Just to Zhu Yunfeng's surprise, after he finished his sentence, the room once again fell into silence, including Zhu Di, who had already brought a cup of water over and was standing in the doorway, as well as Zhu Biao in front of him. They were all looking at him with an odd look that made him puzzled. What? Can't you? Zhu Yunfeng wondered. It should not be difficult to ask for an antique in ancient times. However, to his surprise, Zhu Biao simply shook his head and said, it's not that we can't. It's that we'll give it if we have it. We don't have any of these things. No? Zhu Yunfeng scratched his head and said, you are the royal family of the great Ming, eh? Don't you even have a porcelain? Zhu couldn't help but say, antiques together. I've heard people say that. Do you know why antiques are worth money? That's not clear. Zhu Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, does it have something to do with age and survival? Although I've never eaten pork, I've seen a pig run. He does not know much about the antique industry. The limited knowledge is to look up information on the internet. No. Inside the water is very deep. Naturally unknown. Zhu Di put the cup of water on his coffee table and said, good. And with the age of the relationship is small, with the survival of the relationship is large. You said these even in my Ming is extremely valuable things. The royals simply do not store. The market cannot be seen. Maybe stored in some people's homes in the cellar treasured up. Not to the public show. You say where we go to help you find? Zhu Biao also sighed, yes. Since the Yashan, the Mongolian Yuan destroyed my Han people for 100 years. A large number of precious things damaged. There are a lot of treasures were transported away by the Mongolian Yuan. Even if it is my Daming royal family, there is not much collection. Ah. Ha? Zhu Yunfeng was dumbfounded. He had heard that antique water was deep, but he hadn't realized it was this deep. I thought that after returning to Daming, I would be able to get some precious antiques to go back and get rich. It seems the idea still has some difficulties. Chapter 36 Antiques were worth a lot of money in ancient times. Zhu Yunfeng is not even a beginner in the antique industry, only a layman. But even layman, ears and eyes, look at the online news, also know which antiques are worth money. It's just that his lack of understanding of the industry made him assume that the older it was, the more valuable it would be. This is actually a misconception. Antiques that are really worth something can be valuable not only in modern times, but also at that time. For example, the bronze tripod of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. That is the royal family of the Shang and Zhou dynasty at great cost to cast out the ceremonial weapon. The ordinary vassals cannot have. At that time is the town of the state artifacts. There are also jade objects from the spring and autumn and warring states periods, when jade belonged to the aristocratic class of kings, dukes, great physicians, and scholars, and many of them were carried by celebrities. Like Chu Yuan is very much like jade, coupled with the erosion of the years, can stay in the spring and autumn and warring states. Jade is not much. A lot of major museums treasure. That certainly can be worth money. In contrast, the Shang and Zhou period of ordinary people to build their own pottery bowls and jars. Although the age of the old, there are not many survivors. But this thing simply does not have much historical value. Naturally, not very meaningful. There is also the Northern Song dynasty's Chongning Tongbao coins. Because of the issuance of large quantities, the amount of storage is also large. So there is a certain historical value, but not very valuable. According to the different quality, the market price is basically in the market from a few dollars to a few $100s. And Zhu Yunfeng Wan Song dynasty official kiln porcelain and Yuan blue and white porcelain belongs to the survival of less. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties is also extremely valuable wares, specifically for the supply of the royal family. That is naturally of extraordinary value. For example, the Yuan blue and white porcelain in the latter part of the world only 300 pieces, of which there are more than 100 pieces in the country, more than 200 pieces abroad. The survival of the extremely rare Song official kiln celadon is the same. Ru kiln porcelain only 60 pieces of the world, more than 100 pieces of kills, less than 100 pieces of official kills. The entire 5 official kills together are not more than 500 pieces of the surviving. Visible they're precious. Now the Ming dynasty has just been established. The financial resources are very limited. The treasury treasures are very scarce. Those precious antiques are even more few and far between. The most typical example is Zhu Yuanzhang son of Shu King Zhu Chun on the vassal. Zhu Yuanzhang rewarded some Jingdejun on the supply of porcelain to him. The results according to the later generations unearthed Zhu Chun burial artifacts. A lot of porcelain are flawed, such as a Ming Hanggu red glaze molded dragon dish belongs to defective products. Glaze color is not correct. The bottom of the glaze shrinkage is obvious, but still be rewarded to the Shu Wangfu. Enough to say that the early years of Ming Hanggu difficult, can only be defective products rewarded to the Zhu Chun used for daily use. Now the early Ming dynasty is not far from the Song dynasty and Yuan dynasty. Yuan blue and white porcelain and Song dynasty official kiln porcelain did not go through the Ming, Qing dynasty, Republic of China war influence. The survival of the latter is certainly much more than the later generations, but still the same problem. The Great Ming has just been established not long ago. These things have not been searched, so may folk still exist in large quantities. Just right now Zhu Yuanzhang they cannot get out for the time being. Shen Wang. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from the study. Zhu Biao's eyes lit up and said, "Right, there's also Shen Wang." "Which one is Shen Wang?" Zhu Yunfeng wondered. "Shen Wansan's son. Shen Wansan? Wasn't he copied and exterminated by the old ancestors? Who told you that?" Zhu Biao surprised, deigning before the establishment of Shen Wansan died. His son Shen Rong and Shen Wang and the father after the attack and destruction of Zhang Shichang, funded for the daiming to build some pavilions, city walls, steps, iron bridges and dams, then was rewarded by the father. They, Shen, being a great wealth in Jiangnan, should have these treasures at home. So it is. Only then did Zhu Yunfeng realize the truth. Although he knows Ming history, he is not as clear on the details as he is on the three kingdoms of the Eastern Han dynasty. So he watched the TV series and thought Shen Wansan died in Yunnan, but do not know Shen Wansan was born in the Yuan dynasty, died in the Yuan dynasty ghost, died at the end of the Yuan dynasty. About Shen Wansan money for Zhu Yuanzhang to repair the city wall prototype. In fact, his two sons, Shen Rong and Shen Wang, Shen family is not in the early years of Hangwu Zhu Yuanzhang copied and destroyed, but in the late Hangwu implicated by the Blue Jade case led to the decline of the family. So Shen Wansan even with Zhu Yuanzhang have not met. Now the head of the Shen family is Shen Wang. Shen Rong died in the 9th year of Hangwu. Right now some people in the Shen family are officials in the imperial court. Perhaps they can let them search for these treasures. It will still take some time to get the Shen family to help. It may take a few days of work. Do you want to go to the treasury first? Xu Biao suggested. Or it's okay to take gold for Ben first. Speaking of gold, Xu Biao obviously has some meat on his bones. The early days of the Ming dynasty financial resources are very tight. The number of gold in the treasury is not much. After all, Hu Weiyong bribed Li Shanshang, all the way from the Huquan commander to the prime minister only spent 202 gold. Based on 1 pound equaling 16 taels equaling 590 grams. That's 375 grams, or roughly 5 million. And Zhu Yunfeng asked for $10 million worth of gold at the drop of a hat. Twice that figure. Enough to buy 2 prime ministers. But Zhu Yunfeng was also disappointed to hear that he gave gold. After all, dozens of pounds of gold value with hundreds of millions of yuan Qinghua class of antiques compared to a lot worse. And also not good out. It's just that something is better than nothing. What if there's something else good in the Danian treasure house? So he had no choice but to reluctantly say, then let's take a look at the treasury. And if there's nothing good, we'll have to take the gold. Well, I'll take you. Jubilee stood up. An agreement of sorts. They paid for it, and Zhu Yunfeng contributed, buying grain and fertilizer as well as silver over from modern times to help the Ming rapidly increase its productivity. In this way the national strength of daiming will be developed in a short time, and there will be no financial embarrassment in the future. Father, my son has taken Yunfeng to the treasure vault. Xu Biao got down from his warm cot and walked into the study, arching his hand to Zhu Yuanzhang and said. Zhu Yuanzhang said impatiently, "Go." "Yes." Xu Biao then came out and waved his hand at Zhu Yunfeng. "Let's go." Zhu Yunfeng instantly became excited. "You've been working so hard for so long. Haven't you been working for this moment today? Though it's possible that you can't get any valuable antiques out of the Great Ming treasury, but get a couple dozen pounds of gold out of it. And that's getting rich. As for how to get out, we'll find out tonight. Now let's put the money in the bag first." At that moment, he packed up his things a little and shouldered the chainsaw again to keep up with Xu Biao. Zhu followed suit. The three of them came out of the warming pavilion in front of one another, and once again went to the Qianqing Palace Hall. Passing by the spacious hall, Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but look up curiously at the dragon chair, which was shining with golden light and filled with majesty. "This is the gold of the dragon's chair, so you can't take it." Xu Biao saw his eyes aimed at the dragon chair, said, "Not to mention that this chair is not pure gold to build, made of gold Nanmu wood, the surface coated with lacquer in the addition of a little gold dust only. No, I am just curious about what the dragon chair looks like. If this thing is carried back to sell, It is estimated to be worth a lot of money. The old ancestors sat on the dragon chair. That is very historical value, Zhu Yunfeng said casually. Next to them, Xu Biao and Zhu Di had black lines on their heads. Well, this kid even wants to sell the dragon chair. It's lawless. Can I see it up close? Go up and experience it? Xu Yunfeng subconsciously said, but then suddenly woke up, and hastily folded armor. No offense to the meaning of the old ancestor the Qing dynasty dragon chair is in the Forbidden City in Beijing, or experts from the treasury to find the Ming dynasty dragon chair. It may be the second ancestor handed down. That dragon chair, many tourists have sat on it, and we modern people are not very afraid of the royal family anymore, so it is just curious to want to see, experience what it's like. Ha! Xu Biao laughed. If this point of request, this palace to do the lord can let you go up to sit, not to hide. My father occasionally leave the capital. I supervise the state also often sit. Did not feel any special feeling. Big brother wait. Next to him, Xu couldn't help but stop it. What's wrong? My Ming treasury are open to this kid, then forget how even the dragon chair can let him go up to sit. In the final analysis is just a late generation of children and grandchildren, and not as big brother this supervisor. Let outsiders see it is not to the father, and big brother majesty is damaged. Oh, almost forgot. Xu Biao came to a realization and then said to him, then go out for a while so that no one can see. A puzzled expression appeared on Zhu's face. It's fine. The second ancestor isn't an outsider. After all, he's his own ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng waved his hand graciously, then ascended the imperial steps and came to the dragon chair to look up and down. This dragon chair is made of gold nanma wood, coated with gold lacquer, and the shape of the carving is incredibly fine. In the center of the hitching head carved a positive two sides of 3 dragons. Backrest in the top of the armrests carved with a total of 6 dragons. Armrests in front of the section there are 2 dragons standing teeth. Can be said to be lifelike. He couldn't help but sit down, and a cold touch came over him. A mediocre experience due to being too spacious and having no place to put either hand. It doesn't mean anything. After sitting for a few seconds, Zhu Yunfeng stood up and walked down the imperial steps. So cold even if the cushions are laid on top. It's still cold. It just feels hard. Next time I'll give you guys a whole few sets of sofas to come over. Ensure that it's more comfortable than the dragon chair. Then I'll have to look forward to it. Jubilee laughed. He felt like talking to Zhu Yunfeng. Unfortunately, it's not his own direct descendants, but the descendants of Senior. How nice it would be to be one's direct descendant. The 3 of them then went out of the Qinqing palace, and led by Zhu Biao, they headed towards the treasure vault. The full name of the treasure house is called the Treasure Hall, which was also inherited by the Forbidden City in Beijing, and remained there until the Qing dynasty, and in later times as one of the exhibition areas. But with the Qing dynasty treasures museum is full of different. At this time the Ming dynasty's Nanjing Palace Museum of Treasures is slightly shabby. After all, at this time Zhu Yuanzhang just founded the country. He himself is not a cultural relics enthusiast, did not in the folk big search for antiques and cultural relics, resulting in the treasures of the museum collection is very little. Basically, it was mostly tribute from various countries, such as Goryeo, Chamchung, Annam, and Po Nai, with ginseng, gold, silver, jade, emerald, ivory, and so on. In addition, there are also local tributes, such as the imperial porcelain of Jingdezhen, tea from all over the world, medicinal herbs from all over the world, silk from all over the world, and so on. Daming founding to this but 12 years, although the recovery of half of China, but there is Yunnan has not yet returned to the annexation of the father during his reign. Night and day, daily rest is not more than 3 hours, diligently governed by the Daming rivers and mountains. Xu Biao pushed open the door of the treasure hall, said as he walked, thus these 12 years, father only cared about the folk people's peace and stability, but few cared about that precious and valuable things. The library is shabby. I hope that Yunfeng can understand. Zhu Yunfeng stepped inside the treasury. What met his eyes was the first floor of the hall. There were many shelves inside the room, on which were placed many porcelains, teas, medicinal herbs, silk products and so on, all of which were tributes from all over the world. Do so for the convenience of access. Many of these tributes are living utensils, and all over the year to offer. If placed on the upper floors rather inconvenient to carry, and therefore are in the first floor. Zhu Yunfeng scanned around. These things are certainly worth a lot of money, but in the latter part of the world have to find people who know how to sell may be able to sell, which there are a lot of Ming dynasty Hanguo years Jingdezhen porcelain. It is estimated that in the latter part of the world should be able to sell a few 100,000 good quality to sell to the millions of people is not impossible. But there's a problem. That is, it's all newly made and not dated. It is estimated that in later times, even if it looks authentic, Without the historical precipitation of close to 600 years from early Ming to later times, experts will not consider it to be from the Ming dynasty, but from last week. What's the most valuable antique in here? Zhu Yunfeng asked directly after taking a look. He knew that what could be in the royal inventory must be things that had already been appraised, and there was no picking up the pieces, and since he didn't know anything about it, he might as well just ask. There were guards and eunuchs in charge of the treasury, but Xu Biao let Zhu Di go ahead of him and dismissed the men with his message. So at this moment, Xu Biao picked up the treasury ledger and said, "There are more than 200 tales of gold, some porcelains, calligraphy and paintings of the Tang and Song dynasties. Well, among them, there is also a pair of Su Dompa's raccoon stream sand 5 songs ink. This is all the gold in the hall treasury? There is no way. The source of the court treasury is either by offering, or by taxation, cannot be taken by trickery, and every year also reward a lot of gold and silver out. Father to the meritorious ministers a gift is hundreds of taels of gold. So much bestowed, naturally retained not much. I see. Calligraphy and painting even if. These things if there is preservation in later generations, I will have trouble to take it out. Later I will record the calligraphy and painting roster, then check online to see which have been lost, and I'll mess it up." When Zhu Yunfeng heard about Su Shi's real artwork, his harumph came out. How much would this thing be worth if we took it back? But reason prevailed. Paintings are not compared to porcelain. Porcelain is less famous, said the official supervision of the people. Only the difference between the official kiln and the kiln. Official kiln imperial porcelain is rarely exactly the same, but the latter dynasty has more imitation of the former things. Even if the official kiln imitations, as long as the official kiln is produced, is also worth a lot of money. On the contrary, celebrity paintings and calligraphy is not the same. If you take back a certain museum or a certain private collection, exactly the same must be scored out of the authenticity of the time. Don't antiques can't be sold. People still have to eat lawsuits, so to be on the safe side, it's better to bring some porcelain back first, and if the calligraphy and paintings are checked online at that time, to make sure that they have been lost in the later generations, and there is no trouble in this regard, he will then bring the things over. Then let's take a look at the porcelain. Although there are no Yuan Celadon or Song official kiln porcelains, there are a few pieces of Tang 3-color porcelain that are still good, all of which were collected from among the Yuan dynasty's inner treasury back then. Jubilee introduced. Okay, let's go check it out then. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. With that the duo went to the third floor. There is so much less stuff here compared to the first and second floors. The first floor is the tributes from all over the world. The second floor is the tributes from the vassal states. And only the third floor is the war trophies captured from the Yuan dynasty treasury. However, Zhu Yuanzhang fought the war with clear rewards and punishments, often seized and then rewarded out. So the collection is very small. Inside them are the early spring picture by Guishi, a court painter of the northern Song dynasty, the manuscript of Su Shi's 5 songs of Raccoon Creek Sand, and the stream bank picture by Dong Yuan, a painter of the 5th dynasty, among others. Other than that, it's a lot of books, engravings, and some porcelain. For books engraved books Zhu Yunfeng did not care. His eyes swept directly to the porcelain. There are Tang dynasty porcelain. There are also Southern Song dynasty porcelain. The value of course he could not see. But according to the principle that valuable antiques are very valuable even in ancient times, Zhu Yunfeng finally chose a roughly 48 cm high Tang 3-color camel pottery figurine based on Zhu Biao's suggestion. On top of that, he took 100 taels of gold, the total weight of which was about 10 pounds, and although it wasn't exactly heavy, with the equipment on his body, he could still feel his body stagnate when he carried it on his back. However, Zhu Yunfeng was in an agitated mood and did not feel much heaviness at all. Filled with the joy of returning home with a full load, he said, "Then I will go over first. If you have something to look for, just come over directly. I'll give you a ride," Jubilee said with a smirk. "You're welcome, Uncle Tai. Just let Zhu follow." Zhu Yunfeng was also all smiles. "That's fine." Xu Bei nodded and looked at Zhu Di. "Fourth brother, you go." His attitude toward Zhu Yunfeng was worlds apart from his attitude toward Zhu, and his tone of voice was much colder when he spoke to Zhu. Zhu Di slandered this pit ancestors descendants of the children and grandchildren divorced him and his elder brother's brotherly feelings, but did not dare to say anything, had to nod. And Zhu Yunfeng toward the Qinqing Palace Field Palace. Chapter 37, People in the Great Ming, just under the Dragon Chair. Xu Biao live in the Qingqian Palace, to the west side of the Jingyang Palace Gate, over the Zhengzi Palace in order to return to the bedchamber. And the Treasure Museum is located in the northeast of the Nanjing Imperial Palace of Yangsheng Palace. You have to go through the Yangsheng Hall, and then across the Yanghe Palace Gate, from the Ceramics Museum to reach the Hall of Qingsu to go back. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Recently Yingtianfu was having winter rain. Although the rain had stopped, the sky was full of gloom. Palace lamps were lit all along the Palace Gate Road, and figures seemed to walk by in the distance. However, the silhouettes were only vaguely visible, and seemed slightly different from what one would expect from a heavily guarded palace. Of course, this was because Zhu Biao had the guards along the way block off the passage, and everyone from the treasure hall to the Qianqing Palace was not allowed to come over. The guards stopped all the people outside, so Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng were able to pass through unhindered. The two strutted through the palace. Zhu Yunfeng returned with a full load, his right hand single-handed chainsaw, his left hand carrying a composite bow satchel. His back is also loaded with gold and Tang Sankai ceramic figurines shoulder bag. The mood of that is called a free and clear. When they were out of the jumbo hall, Zhu Di looked back at Zhu Biao, who was standing at the entrance of the jumbo hall looking out at their departure, and couldn't help but say sourly, "Big brother treats you really well." Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, "This is because Master Tai Bo agrees with my philosophy, and it's true that old ancestor's temper is too bad. It's time for someone to take care of him and cure him." Of course, Master Tai Bo is happy to see it happen. "You can control my father?" Shu said incredulously. "It's not about control, it's about facts." Zhu Yunfeng raised the chainsaw in his right hand and said, "The truth is in my hands. I have the initiative. The old man will have to listen to me, or else the great Ming will have to die. As long as you hold what he cares about, naturally, you will be able to make him compromise." "So what does he care?" Zhu asked casually. "What do you say?" Zhu Yunfeng looked at him like a second little cutie. Like looking at him. Who would have thought that the future winged emperor, at the age of 19, would speak so thoughtlessly? "Big brother? No. Mother? Neither. What about me?" Zhu Di had a disbelieving expression on his face. Zhu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and said, "It's the Great Ming River and Mountain. The Great Ming River and Mountain is the most important in the old ancestor's heart, followed by Empress Ma and Master Tai Bo, and your words will probably only rank at the back." Zhu Di also did not feel bad, said cheerfully, "Should have cared about the Ming dynasty and mountain. I can rank behind mother and big brother is also quite good." After he finished speaking he thought something was wrong and looked at Zhu Yunfeng with an unkind expression. "You grandson, you even badmouthed me in front of big brother before. What exactly do you want to do?" Zhu Yunfeng said breathlessly, "I've said it's for your own good. How's that for my own good? Remember what I said before, that you can't get out without Master Tabe dying? Yeah, isn't this just to find a way out for you? Way out? The probability is that you won't be on the clan in the future, but will often butt heads with me in the modern era. Do you think you'll be in a lower position if you're in control of modern resources? Seems like it. Even if you want to go back to Daming in the future, if you can't be the emperor of Daming, it's the same as going overseas to be the emperor." "Go overseas to become emperor?" Zhu Di scratched his head. "What's there to go overseas? That Annam and Kampa kingdom came to see the emissaries, like a group of monkeys." Zhu Yunfeng threw up his left thumb and said, "You're a good judge of character. In the future all the people in that area will be monkeys." Speaking between the two have passed through the Chengsu Hall. The right is the palace of 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 the Qianqing emperor. Far away has been able to see the entrance. They walked and chatted as night fell, and in the distance, the Qianqing palace was lit with candles, and vaguely they seemed to be able to see someone on a high platform outside the palace looking at them. The man stood with his arms folded, just overlooking the bottom, so Zhu Di hurriedly ran over to the high platform and bowed to him. Then the two of them said a few words, and Shu came back in a hurry. "What did the old ancestors tell you?" Zhu Yunfeng asked. "Tell me to keep an eye out over there. He's going to make a trip over tomorrow and have me come and get him then." "He wouldn't have come by himself? What do you say?" Shu similarly looked at him like a second little cutie, like looking at Zhu Yunfeng. Only then did Zhu Yunfeng remember what happened to Zhu Yuanzhang. "The first time I came over, a beating. The second time I came over, I was arrested and taken to the police station. The third time I came over, I barely got electrocuted. It's an old sin. How tragic. Thinking about it is a handful of bitter tears. No wonder old Zhu didn't dare to come over on his own initiative." Zhu Yunfeng sweated for a moment and said awkwardly, "Accident. It was all an accident. I didn't mean to do it." "Poof." Shu grunted coldly. "If it was intentional, the second time you came over father would have chopped off your head." Zhu Yunfeng blankly glanced at him as the two of them burrowed into the middle of the underground palace. The process was quick. Returning from the underground palace to the modern era was just a blink of an eye, quickly appearing in the cellar of Zhu Yunfeng's house. In fact, the two sides seem to be separated by more than 600 years of time and space, but in fact it is closer to go back and forth than to go to Uncle Six's house. To go to the sixth uncle's home still have to go around the home next to the fish pond. Go to Daming to the cellar a drill directly to Zhu Yuanzhang chambers. But now both sides are on guard. Zhu Yuanzhang came to this 3 times, suffered 3 times. Naturally cautious and careful a lot. It can only send Zhu Di to play the front. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, is afraid of the temperamental character of the old ancestor, and it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, although it is well prepared. But Zhu Yuanzhang really wants to lay down a deadly hand and sends a few thousand guards, and it is useless for him to have more chili water. So although it was close, it resulted in both sides not daring to string together much randomly, and it would take time for both sides to let their guard down before they could do so. Climbing out of the cellar, Jai was still watching TV in the living room, with Pippi sprawled out next to him. Hearing the commotion, Pippi got up in a whoosh and ran to Zhu Yunfeng's side, flicking his tail furiously, exposing his excitement like a small electric fan. Ji Hyuk was now much more emotionally stabilized compared to his previous grief, and when he heard the commotion and looked out into the corridor, he saw that Zhu Yunfeng and the others had returned and asked, "How's it going?" "Not bad. Things went fairly well. Came back with an antique and a few pounds of gold." Zhu Yunfeng touched Pippi's doggy head, then placed the chainsaw in his hand on the table in the hall, walked into the living room and took the duffel bag off and threw it on the sofa, making a heavy rattling sound. "But what you explained didn't help you for the time being. Antiques and gold?" When Ji Hyuk heard this, his eyes lit up and he walked over to open the backpack. The duffel bag was compartmentalized, with a layer of sheer separating it in the middle. One side had the gold, and the other side had the Tang Sankai ceramic figurines. That gold is not the official gold cast by Daming, but the tribute gold from abroad. The melting technology is not very good. It looks like an irregular shape. He pulled out a piece of gold and looked at it for a few moments, slightly excited, but then quickly put it back and asked, "Is it a bad deal?" "That's not true." Zhu Yunfeng sat his butt on the sofa and said, "It's me who feels that the time is not ripe yet. Now is the time to talk about conditions, not to talk about requirements. Only when the 2 sides cooperate on the right track, our influence is greater and we can influence the development of the world over there. Otherwise, before anything is done, letting old Zhu help destroy Japan, that's not very realistic." Didn't Zhu Yuanzhang want to open up the frontier? Kill to Japan? Jill wondered. "You don't understand the situation of the early Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty has just been established. The finances are very tight. Yunnan has not even been recovered yet." Zhu Yuanzhang had sent someone on a mission to Japan before, but the messenger was killed by the Japanese, and he couldn't do much about Japan, so he had to close the country and not allow trade with Japan. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, "According to this current kung fu, it is still necessary to raise the national strength of the great Ming first, and when the army is strong, and have the ability to be able to fight at sea, then talk about destroying Japan. So what are you going to do about it?" Jai Hye asked. "See for yourself." Zhu Yunfeng then handed over the plan. Ji Hyuk took it and soon saw the first planning step, providing seeds and fertilizers to Damien, and couldn't help but say, "Peak, providing seeds and fertilizers to Damien? Yes, the only way to quickly make Damien strong is to do so. Wouldn't that cellar be exposed?" "It can't be exposed. Let's move in 3. Are you kidding me? Relying on the 3 of us to move the seeds and fertilizers of the entire Great Ming? Do you know how many pounds it would take to move?" "I know, but surely not now. Straight to do the car to the mountain. When the hole bigger and then think of a way. For example, you can let their side to send people over to help. Anyway, in ancient times exposure should not be too much of a problem." "Okay, so what are you going to do for a few days?" "These days first try to find a way to buy seeds and fertilizers. Get 5,000 kilograms, enough for them to plant a few thousand acres to try the water. And when they're on the right track it won't be so troublesome." Zhu Yunfeng knew what he meant. How many bags of seeds and fertilizers would it take to supply the whole of Damien? It's estimated that rounding up their county and even the city's fertilizer and seeds won't be enough. And it's not even good enough for the whole province of Hunan. So many seeds, even if delivered to the door, directly to the doorstep, just rely on the 3 of them to move to the cellar. Have to move to the monkey years and months? But now just start certainly cannot directly on the national scale. But first test planting, see the effect. After Zhu Yunfeng returned home in the past 2 years, he had some understanding even though he was not farming himself, especially since I did the plan before and looked it up online. The average corn, rice, and sweet potato seed weighs just a few pounds, and planting an acre is basically just 4 or 5 pounds of seed. According to the seed information he searched on somewhere, conventional rice needs 15 to 20 pounds of seed per acre, while hybrid rice needs only 4 to 5 pounds. Corn and sweet potatoes are similar. Fertilizer is not fixed. According to the soil and fertilizer nutrient supply to calculate, some soil nutrient difference is relatively to be a little more. An acre of land often need to be 20 or 30 kilograms of various fertilizers. Some soils are high in nutrients, such as the black soil of the Northeast, and fertilizer needs are minimal, perhaps only 2 or 3 kilograms per acre, or even 1 or 2 kilograms on the line. Considering that the land in Daming has not been exposed to fertilizer at all before, the first time it is used it will surely increase the yield by a large amount. So using hybrid rice, corn, and sweet potatoes as the basis for calculations, then 4 to 5 pounds of seed per acre is needed, and 5 pounds or so of fertilizer should be about the right amount. So 5,000 kilograms of seed and fertilizer, at a ratio of 1 to 1, plus the fact that an acre of land in the Ming dynasty was only 614 sq.ft. It was basically able to grow 4 or 5,000 acres of land. The three of them only need to move things from the outside of the house to the cellar. The distance is less than 20 meters. Even if only 50 pounds per trip, 200 trips will be enough. The three people averaged 66 trips each. Tired for sure. But thinking about the Tang Sankai figurines and gold in my bag makes me feel very fulfilled. After all, the site now moving bricks a day have to move 2 or 3,000 pounds in order to receive wages. Some skilled workers have to move tens of thousands of pounds a day. Exhaustion only $200 or $300, which is not better than moving bricks 10,000 times. All right, Jai responded with a scowl. When the official apes were bulls and horses. Now that they have a chance to get rich they are still bulls and horses. Pure and simple bulls and horses. Let's eat first. Zhu Yunfeng commanded. Chi-Chi, you go ahead and cook. I'll go change my clothes. Good. Ji Hyuk nodded. Cooking was something he enjoyed. He was the one who cooked when he came to Zhu Yunfeng's house. Then I'll go up and watch the TV show. Zhu saw that there didn't seem to be anything for him to do, and his heart itched at the thought of the TV series. Afterwards, Zhu Yunfeng lifted the backpack loaded with gold and went upstairs with Zhu. Tomorrow he plans to go down to the mountain first to find a way to offer some gold, and after exchanging the money, he will go to inspect to see if he can set up an agricultural company. Otherwise their land alone is only 7 or 8 acres, and it doesn't make sense to buy so much seed and fertilizer. Going upstairs and changing his clothes, Zhu Yunfeng turned his computer on. There are so many things to check out right now, like what to do to circumvent the inspections to trade out the gold, what to do to get an agricultural company to rent the land, and check the records for all those celebrity paintings and calligraphy. After turning on the computer, I habitually clicked on the novel's website and read the readers' comments. He hadn't updated his novel in 6 days, and all those limited readers were cursing him for being a dead eunuch. Zhu Yunfeng sneered. Now that he has an outlet for his wealth, how much money does he make writing novels? It looks like a lot of collection. In fact, I'll go to see the pirated version. The genuine readers are few and far between. Every day, but also exhausted. Back pain, a disease. If it wasn't for living, a novel? Dogs don't even write. Shut down the fiction site and clicked on Pushy again. Because of the high intensity of searching for Ming Dynasty stuff in the past few days, Forrest has pushed some Ming Dynasty questions to him, and some people have invited him to answer them as well. One of the questions was if Zhu Yuanzhang came back to life after Zhu Di's reign and knew all of Zhu Di's deeds, what is the probability that the old Zhu will execute Zhu Di? There are already a few answers below, some of which say that after Zhu Di's accession to the throne, he was so powerful that Zhu Yuanzhang would not have recognized him even if he had come back to life in full blood, and he was executed as a fake. Some say the probability is 0, because Zhu Di became emperor is an established fact. Zhu Yuanzhang even if resurrected cannot find a suitable candidate, can only be wrong. Others say that the father-son drama is not popular in Demo, and that Lao Zhu would only be stealing the show when he learns the full extent of Lao Si's doings. Zhu Yunfeng look at this question is a bit interesting so put pen to paper and wrote, thank you for the invitation. People in the Ming, just under the dragon chair, but not after the reign of Zhu Di, but before Zhu Biao did not die, has told Zhu Yuanzhang what Zhu Di did. Zhu Yuanzhang not angry. Zhu Biao is very angry. The attitude of Zhu Di is very cold. The follow-up also need to be more observation. Too many people in the circle. Anonymity. And in the future, if Zhu Yuanzhang cut Zhu Di I will come back to tell everyone. A few moments later someone below replied, really TM can blow. Originally thought that I forced the king of bragging is already invincible. I did not expect that there are still masters. Whose ministry is this? LOL. How come no one believes the truth these days? Chapter 38, Ask Cloud Peak if you are unsure about something. After Zhu Biao watched Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di leave, he did not choose to return to his own Chengxian palace, but turned his head from Jingyang Palace to Jiaotai Hall behind Qianqing Palace, subsequently and from the Jiaotai Hall to take the palace road from the back of the Qianqing Palace into the study of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang just came back from the front hall, saw that Zhu Biao was already sitting on the chair in front of his study, and did not say anything, first returned to his desk and sat down. Father. Only after Zhu Yuanzhang sat down did Zhu Biao say, They have gone back. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, what do you think? It's true that modern people don't have much respect for our ancients. That Yunfeng kid. He even sat on his father's dragon chair for a bit. Jubilee said with a smile. These are all external things. It is only true that we can keep our Daming kingdom secure. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't care. If it is a courtier who wants to sit on his dragon chair, the 9 clans will not be protected. But Zhu Yunfeng didn't matter. Because Zhu Yunfeng was not from this era. One had no influence, and the other had no large army to shake his kingdom. So naturally he could not talk about threats. So it would be better to sell a favor and satisfy his small wish. Something that a wise emperor can carry out clearly. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. What I'm asking is what percentage of what Yunfeng says do you think you can trust? 10%. I didn't get the impression he was lying. Zhu Biao had roughly guessed what Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking. After all, Zhu Yunfeng said that so many systems Zhu Yuanzhang had implemented. And as a result, someone told him that this was the policy of the dead country. Then of course he was not comfortable in his heart. But your father and I are not willing in my heart. And besides, what he says is what he says. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I don't believe it. Zhu Yuanzhang face huffed. He is a person who wants to save face. So many policies that he has formulated have been criticized by Zhu Yunfeng. That is naturally very annoyed. In that case, why don't we go and take a look? At first I also hoped that my father would know more about the situation over there, such as prices, as well as their side of the history of the record for the Great Ming, but also can make reference. Jubilee said. He does not know what it means that practice is the only standard for testing the truth, but he knows very well that his father is right, and he cannot say that what Zhu Yunfeng says is what he says. This way the power of speech was completely in Zhu Yunfeng's hands. That's why they have to go over there often to see the world and open up their perceptions. Even learning something new would be good. Otherwise, when people Zhu Yunfeng said a few modern phrases, they were just like little cuties. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they looked at each other like little cuties? It's a given. I've already told your 4th brother to come and pick me up tomorrow, Zhu Yuanzhang said. He had actually offered to read the history of the Ming dynasty before, but Zhu Yunfeng said that he didn't have a history of the Ming dynasty and that he would need to buy it from the internet, and it would take time to send it over. But there is Ming history available on the computer. Only the computer can't be moved, and old Shu still has to go back to the Ming to sit in the court. After that it's all about cooperation, and it's not good to make demands without cooperation. Now it's different. Having already established the basis for cooperation, it was only natural then to visit the modern era as well, to learn about modernity and history. Saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned again and said, just that this imperial government can't be left behind. From tomorrow onwards, you will supervise the country as the crown prince and handle the affairs of state for my father. If they ask, you will say that I am sick. At that time, when I come back at dusk, you will then give me the zhengbiao that you approved today, and the day after tomorrow, you will go over there again, and our father and son will take turns to travel to the afterlife and learn new things. Yes, father. Shu Biao seriously arched his hand and saluted. He is still relatively good at supervising the state. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang in order to exercise him, but also often give him the zhang folds to approve. It's just that he doesn't have the final say. Often, he approved the zhangji, determined his opinion, handed over to Zhu Yuanzhang that. Zhu Yuanzhang changed the face of the whole. So this used to be more formalized still. Now, although it is also formalized, after approving the folders, or have to wait for the afternoon after Zhu Yuanzhang came back to give the folders to him, the content of their own approval will be greatly changed again. However, in Zhu Yuanzhang's absence, he had the highest temporary decision-making power as well as the power to transfer personnel. If something urgent comes up, it is not impossible to make a decision. So it's kind of a big deal. Zhu Yuanzhang was naturally aware of this, but there was little he could do. Daming needs someone to guard it, and it is not reliable to just let Zhu Biao and Zhu Di to study in modern times. After all, he is the current emperor, and being an emperor is also a great need to learn knowledge. Thus, he could only come up with this plan, taking turns with his son to be the emperor, and one person studying for one day, so that he would not delay the handling of state affairs. You go down first, Zhu Yuanzhang said. Zhu Biao was about to respond. His eyes suddenly noticed a list on the table, so he was surprised and said, Father, this is? Well, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and forgot to put the list away, but seeing is seeing. Anyway, Zhu Biao was going to the later world to learn knowledge, and Ming history was bound to be part of the study, not to mention that he hadn't exactly made a decision now. It is the list of those meritorious descendants who sold their masters in the last years of my daming. Originally I wanted to kill their ancestors first, so that they would not come out in the future with that kind of children and grandchildren scum, and wreak havoc on the rivers and mountains of our daming. But, Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, but Yunfeng said that this actually has nothing to do with them, and that the general situation is such that even if their ancestors are killed, there will still be others who will betray my Ming, and thus my father is thinking about whether or not to do this. Saying this, he said with a slightly bewildered gaze, they are all the brothers who accompanied me to fight for the kingdom, and when it comes to really laying hands on them, it is always a bit saddening to see them go, not to mention that among them there are also the descendants of Wenzhong. Zhu Yunfeng. That list can be more than just later Zhu Dijingwu sealed, but also includes many founding ministers' descendants. For example, old brother Su Da's descendants Su Wenjue and Su Yunjin, nephew Li Wenzhong's descendant Li Zusu, Tang He's descendant Tang Guozhua, and so on. The rest of the people are okay. There are 2 good brothers and a nephew in these 3. Killing which one is heartbreaking. So although Zhu Yuanzhang got this list of lords who surrendered to the Qing dynasty and Li Zicheng at the end of the Ming dynasty, he did not make up his mind to kill them, but was deliberating and thinking about the countermeasures. Now that Zhu Biao asked about it, it was sort of like asking him to give himself a reference opinion. But speaking of opinions, it actually has a lot to do with the fact that he can't be bothered to actually kill himself. Don't look at Zhu Yuanzhang's killing spree later, but part of it was because he wanted to maintain Zhu Yunju's power in order to stabilize the kingdom. The other part is that those nobles should have died. Apart from those lords and nobles implicated in the Hu Weiyong and Lan Yu cases, the rest were caught by Zhu Yuanzhang for their own crimes. For example, Zhou Dexing's son promiscuous harem, Zhu Liangzu corruptly accepting bribes, wantonly beating and abusing local officials, Hu Mei is also promiscuous palace, Liao Yangzhong is overstepping the dragon and Phoenix illegal and criminal, basically deserved to be punished. So when he didn't need to purposely go on a killing spree to maintain his rule, Zhu Yuanzhang still had a few feelings for his old men. Sure, there are feelings, but not many. Once these old subordinates threatened the Ming dynasty and mountain, or blocked the way of the old Zhu centralized power, even nephew Li Wenzhong, Zhu Yuanzhang will kill. The most typical is the case of Hu Weiyong. Zhu Yuanzhang needed to deal with Hu Weiyong and many officials in the dynasty to achieve his goal of centralization. However, Li Wenzhong saw that Zhu Yuanzhang had killed many innocent people through the Hu Weiyong case, and was so disturbed that he submitted 3 dead remonstrances to Zhu Yuanzhang, which angered him and led to his own near execution. It's just that there are no signs of the old ministry threatening his kingdom yet. The crown prince Zhu Biao is not dead. Zhu Yunju will not take the throne, and Lan Yu is not proud of his achievements and arrogant and domineering, threatening the ruling position of the imperial grandson. Thus, it is actually somewhat unwise to go on a killing spree like this without any reason when the Ming dynasty has only just been established for a short while and the regime has not yet been stabilized. At least Zhu Yuanzhang later opened the killing. That is also the first to kill Hu Weiyong, and then wait for the son of the feudal king to replace the local nobles, mastered the military power, and then slowly to Hu Weiyong as an excuse to start cleaning activities. So we can see that Zhu Yuanzhang killed Hu Weiyong in the 13th year of Hangwu, but 10 years later, that is, in the 23rd year of Hangwu, he used the case of Hu Weiyong as a reason to kill a group of nobles. Therefore, whether from a personal point of view or from the actual needs of the regime, it is not a good time to take action, or at least not a good time to go on a killing spree. Father, never. Zhu Biao heard that Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to kill up according to the list of the ancestors of the lords and nobles who surrendered and sold out the country at the end of the Ming dynasty. He was shocked and said, Yunfeng said that it was my father's mass killing that led to the centrifugal separation of morality, so that the lords and nobles and the 100 officials felt that this Ming world had nothing to do with them, and even led to the subsequent rampant corruption in the Ming dynasty, and the 100 officials betrayed the country with impunity. So since I knew that later on it was like this, why should I repeat the same mistake? Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Father, Zhu Biao wanted to persuade again. Okay, Zhu Yuanzhang impatiently said, I didn't say I would kill. Let's discuss this matter again. Wait until I go to the afterlife to observe history before considering this matter. Then I hope father honors his promise with Yunfeng, and if he really wants to start killing, make sure to inform him and my child. Zhu Biao knows clearly that he himself is difficult to persuade Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's stubbornness and bent is something he has long been taught. So take Zhu Yunfeng pulling the banner said, children are afraid that if he does not inform him. Angry Zhu Yunfeng, cut off contact with my daming. The future of the Daming River and Mountain. Zhu Yuanzhang was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, I know, this matter I promise you is, since you are already involved in political affairs, let's talk about another matter. Do you still remember the Jianzhou female Genghis Khan? Remember. Zhu Biao recalled when Zhu Yuanzhang said that he wanted to destroy the Jianzhou female Genghis Khan, but he hadn't noticed his father mobilizing his army in the recent period of time when he had been supervising the country. I learned that my Ming Jiangshan later for that Jiannu gained, quite annoyed, would have liked to send troops to slaughter them all, but the division without a name. If it is hastily slaughter, worry about the surrounding clans or afraid of the difficult, and through the remnants of the Yuan embrace, and therefore did not take immediate action. Zhu Yuanzhang mused. My son thinks, is there any way to find a reason to remove the Jiannu? It was something he had been thinking about lately. Although at first learned that the great Ming Jiangshan later was Jianzhou female true snatched away very angry. Even at that time, want to immediately send troops? However, the second time to go to the modern era back, but also slowly calm down. It was not true that old Zhu was cranky and bloodthirsty, but as a political creature, he could not kill for no reason, and even if he had to have his purpose. And the most fundamental purpose of his killing spree was to preserve the Ming dynasty of his old Zhu family. The case of Hu Weiyong, for the sake of centralization of power, is essentially to maintain his rule. Blue Jade case, in order to pave the way for the grandson to the throne. For fear that the emperor grandson Zhu Yunzhu cannot suppress that group of Blue Jade as the head of the honor generals, the underlying logic continues to maintain the rule of his old Zhu family. The rest of the empty seal cases and Guohuan case, apart from the Guohuan case which was indeed an anti-corruption case, even the empty seal case was a case in which old Zhu thought that those officials had offended his authority, because the empty seal case is essentially that he first himself also play so, that is, first blank paper stamped with a seal, when necessary, directly bring to use, but he could do that, but not allow his officials to play like that. So maintaining power and the rule of the old Zhu family's Daming kingdom was Zhu Yuanzhang's top priority, and the first thing he had to consider when formulating many policies after he became emperor. So are the Jianzhou female Jins related to the defense of Zhu Yuanzhang's kingdom? It's still true. It was at this time that the Great Ming was not actually fully unified. Yunnan is still in the hands of the remnant Yuan forces. The northern Yuan regime still exists, and not only have the two sides been at war, repeatedly exchanging blows at the borderline, but they have also been pulling in allies at the same time. For example, there is a strong political and economic connection between the Ming and North Yuan countries in Goryeo. There were also the Tubo tribes on the Tibetan plateau, the Anami states in the southwest, the eastern Chagatai Khanate in the northwest, and the Jurchen ministries in the northeast, all of which they fought for, including Jianzhou female true, also repeatedly harassed by the Mongolian steppe North Yuan forces, unbearable humiliation, which went south to defect to the Ming. That is to say, the Jianzhou women of this period really wanted to follow the big brother of the Ming dynasty. Only later, more than 200 years of history, Jianzhou female true slowly mixed a little fame. And finally at the end of the Ming dynasty when the backlash against the big brother, their own capture of the Han Chinese rivers and mountains. If Zhu Yuanzhang slaughtered the Jianzhou female tribe for no reason, then it would have caused great shock to the neighboring countries and tribes. When they saw that the Great Ming had even laid hands on their own little brother, they naturally felt apprehension and fear in their hearts. In layman's terms, it will affect the unification. Originally, Daming was pulling them in, getting them into Daming's camp and working together to mess with Northern Yuan. As a result, Daming played this hand of tawdry operation. Then it is easy to scare the neighboring forces to the side of the North Yuan, so that the Daming is surrounded on all sides, which is not conducive to the current situation of the Daming. So Zhu Yuanzhang had to take this into account and could not do whatever he wanted. This is likewise a quality that should be expected of an emperor. How should I reasonably get rid of the Jianzhou female truth? Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Xu Biao fell into deep thought. He just has different political views from Zhu Yuanzhang. It doesn't mean it's a cutie pie. Would sympathize with a hulkish power that would steal the world from them Han Chinese in the future. So he didn't have much of a problem with getting rid of the Jianzhou women. But old Zhu was right. Be a division. If you slaughtered someone's entire tribe without the name of righteousness, you would inevitably fall into disrepute and draw fear from the neighboring countries. But Zhu Biao thought for a while or did not think of it. So he shook his head and said, Father, the child is stupid and did not think of any good way. Well, then let me think again and find another reason. Only it can't be too perfunctory. It has to be legitimate. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't expect Zhu Biao to come up with a good idea. So he wasn't much disappointed. Father, although my child doesn't have any good ideas, Yunfeng doesn't mean he doesn't have any. He's from the afterlife. So he might have an idea. Zhu Biao suddenly said. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Zhu Biao added, tomorrow father can question him about it. And this matter can perhaps also be used as a test for father to give him, as a way to prove that he really has the ability to help father govern the kingdom well. Makes sense. Zhu Yuanzhang enlightened, laughed, my son is still intelligent, although I did not think of the way, but also know that know people to make good use of. This is the way of harnessing also, for the king does not necessarily know everything, but must be able to use people. Said he also some meditation, Yunfeng this person although I do not respect, but after all is our old Zhu family blood, and need to rely on us to solicit wealth, not to harm us. In the future if you do not understand things, can also ask him more. Yes, father. Zhu Biao was slightly pleased in his heart. My father was a man of his word in Damien. Even he had a hard time getting his father to come around. Except for his mother who could be persuaded a little. But now there was Zhu Yunfeng, and if he himself was able to join forces with him, he might be able to keep his father from being confused in many major matters. Chapter 39, Old Den. Are you polite? The next day, in the morning, Zhu Di went over to Daming to fetch Xu Yuanzhang. However, he came at an inopportune time, as both Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk were not at home. Zhu Yunfeng is okay. A non-hot internet writer is no different from a hobo, so there is still plenty of time. Ji Hyuk is an official ape, and unexcused absences are not acceptable. But he's planning to quit, even leaving aside the Tang 3-colored terracotta figurine. A bright 100 taels of gold is 7.45 pounds in proportion. Although the melting technology of the Ming dynasty may not be as good as modern times, perhaps not up to the point of 999% pure gold, but at least it should be 7 pounds. 7 pounds of gold. 3,500 grams. A while ago the war led to gold once reached 650 a gram. That is equivalent to about 2.3 million. Blinded Zhu Yunfeng and Ji He, that pair of titanium alloy dog eyes. How many years do you have to work to save up $2.3 million if you are a public servant? So last night, Zhu Yunfeng and Ji He discussed. One decided to become a eunuch, completely bid farewell to the network writer career. One chose to tearfully leave the love of the cause of poverty alleviation. The seed business alternative poverty alleviation. I have to say that Zhu Yuanzhang has found the right person. These two were both very well executed and were excited to get down the mountain at only 7 a.m. Zhu Yunfeng brought a little bit of gold with him, intending to get rid of the gold first, and then go to inspect the fertilizers and seeds, and then book a batch of fertilizers and seeds from the town to be sent to his home first. Ji Hyuk, on the other hand, went back to play the resignation report, and also had to go back to the county to study how to open the agricultural company. The two men split up, leaving Chu to guard the house early in the morning. After Zhu Di picked up Zhu Yuanzhang, the two were wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. Luckily, before Zhu Yunfeng left, he transferred an electronic copy of the history of the Ming dynasty to them on his computer, and taught Chu how to mess with the next page, so that they could kill some time. Technically, Chu has been in the modern era for 7 or 8 days, so he should know something, but in reality, you can only turn on a computer, turn on a light switch, and at most, you can move the mouse around and click around, and you can't even type. No way. He didn't learn pinyin. How could he learn to type in such a short time? So every time, it was all Zhu Yunfeng could do to help get it right, whether it was watching a TV show or reading information. Father, how's it going? By noon, the Shu family had seen the Ming Shi Benji Volume 2. Zhu's stomach was rumbling with hunger, but he didn't dare to complain. There were 2 computers, and he can only turn on one to accompany Zhu Yuanzhang to read the contents of Ming history that he had already read before. Next to them was a golden retriever who followed them around with his tongue out and giggling, waiting until Zhu Yuanzhang pondered until he saw the end of Volume 2. That is, the 13th year of Hangu, when Hu Weiyong plotted against the government. Zhu Di carefully asked. Although only the major events are recorded, and many of the minutiae are not detailed and are too brief, they are still sound. Zhu Yuanzhang subconsciously stroked Pippi's doggy head and said, "That's the way history books are. They only record the course of events, but never why they happened and what the reasons were. So those previous things that have been experienced, Zhu Yuanzhang knows why this is so. As for the later things he hadn't experienced, he could only make guesses and think about why that was the case. Sure, Hu Weiyong's incident he has roughly understood the ins and outs, including Zhu Yunfeng also told him, so it did not take too much time to figure out." Boom! Just then, the sound of a car engine roaring came from outside. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di were both on the second floor, and when they heard the sound they hurriedly got up and came to the second floor balcony to look down. They could have no identity in modern times and would be in big trouble if they were found out by the officials, so they had to be careful at all times. Good in the yard parked is an old white Toyota Camry. Zhu Yunfeng opened the door from above and got off. Each hand carried a large plastic bag, went to the side door. Pippi whooshed down. The duo also went downstairs, just in time to meet Zhu Yunfeng, who opened the door from the side door and came in. "Old ancestor is here?" When Zhu Yunfeng saw Zhu Yuanzhang, he strained to pick up the bag in his left hand and said, "Have you eaten? I packed a meal from town. Have some together?" As he spoke he had to lift his foot and lightly kick Pippi, who was thrilled not to see him for a while and had to come over for a hug. "Well, let's have some together then." Zhu Yuanzhang tapped his jaw. He heard Zhu Di say that the food over here was delicious, but he had yet to try it, so today was the day to give it a try. Zhu Yunfeng then carried the bag to the living room. "I didn't turn on the stove today because I had things to do. and packed 6 dishes at the town restaurant, purposely getting 3 lighter, harder dishes. Hunan people love to eat spicy. Zhu was really a bit unacceptable at the beginning. The first few days also everyday diarrhea, yelling to go back to eat. Until the past few days, I have barely adapted to the point, and have even vaguely fallen in love with the fresh, fragrant and spicy taste of Hunan cuisine. It can only be said that although the Ming dynasty already had stir-fried dishes, but in terms of the richness of the dishes and the degree of taste is still not as good as now. Let a person who is used to eating Ming dynasty dishes to eat modern dishes, certainly the latter is more popular. After all, times are advancing all the time, with all kinds of spices, chicken essence, message, ton of technology and ruthlessness, obviously not comparable to ancient dishes. Zhu Yunfeng put his right handbag on the side of the sofa, and his left hand big bag on the living room table, and served the dishes on the table, which were not packed in disposable lunchboxes, but in oversized lunchboxes, or he purposely went to the supermarket to buy them, because these 3 hard-cooked dishes of 1 elbow in sauce, 1 chicken stewed in a falling pot, and 1 steamed bacon were all things they could only get at New Year's Eve in their local area. The other 3 dishes were also unusual: a chopped fish head, a trio of soups, and a side of yellow tofu. It's basically just 1 tofu veggie dish and the other 5 are all meat dishes. As soon as I opened the bento box, the aroma was overwhelming, and the box was insulated and still hot, just in time for the fall and winter months when the white steam could be seen. It's all good food. Zhu's mouth was watering. Zhu Yuanzhan was shocked. Not shocked that the food smelled good, but shocked that it was 5 meat dishes in 1 meal. What a family! He wouldn't dare to eat like this even if he were emperor. Some historical records record that after he became emperor, breakfast was fried mutton, pork fried yellow cabbage, steamed pig's trotters and tripe, 2 cooked and fried fresh fish. For lunch, we have fresh shrimp with pepper vinegar, roast goose, white blood soup with garlic vinegar, steamed fresh fish, and more. But really that's all wild history. The official history of the real record of Ming Taizu recorded his daily breakfast only with vegetables, plus a tofu, dishes such as fried radish, fried leeks, fried greens and green onions and tofu soup. Lunch is not recorded, but by the standards of breakfast, lunch and dinner meals were not much stronger, all because of the lack of supplies in the early Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang is poor, accustomed to suffering, so even the weekday diet, but also more to the simple and not wasteful, meat and vegetables naturally will not be too much. When I came here, I saw that there were all kinds of chicken, fish, pork and beef, with different styles. Is this something that an ordinary family can eat? Yesterday, I heard the second ancestor say that the old ancestor was coming over today, so I organized some New Year's Eve food, so it should be quite sumptuous. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. Is this for New Year's Eve? Zhu Yuanzhan was sort of in a better mood, although he might not always have an egg to eat on New Year's Eve when he was a child. It was normal to think that this was the prosperous latter part of the world and that he could eat something good on New Year's Eve. Not usually want to eat, just do it is very troublesome, such as this chicken, to be stewed for several hours with the pressure cooker is fast. Is that I think the pressure cooker stewed out of the not good. Zhu Yunfeng took out the oversized lunchbox while he was there, then went to the kitchen to get 3 bowls, and returned to the living room to continue. Now that the pace of life is fast, there's no time to slow down and cook properly. I'm usually too lazy to cook myself, so I just finish the noodles, fry an egg, and then stir-fry a pork code. It's only when Ji Hyuk comes that he gets better, but it's just doing a chili pepper stir-fry, small stir-fry beef, and so on, and now pork and beef are cheap, thanks to Mi Shang. What the hell? What's he talking about? These things are normally eaten whenever you want? Zhu Yuanzhang then felt his head buzzing, and didn't even know how to sit down sparingly, picking up the bowls and chopsticks in his hands. So the food was food for a civilian family? He asked cautiously. Yeah, Zhu Yunfeng rightfully said. I know that the ancient times had a hard time. These dishes are not necessarily eaten every day by the rich and powerful, but the modern society is 2 worlds away from the ancient times, with abundant supplies, just like these dishes. If you make them at your own home, $100 or so would be about right, and I bought them at a restaurant and spent more than $200. Zhu Yuanzhang does not know much about modern prices and does not know what the concept of $100 or so is, so he asked, what is this $100 or $200? Is considered expensive? Depends on how you interpret it. For people who don't have a high income, meals like this definitely won't work because many people only earn $2,000 or $3,000 a month, like the doctors and nurses at the hospital in our town. The doctors are only $5,000 or $6,000, and the nurses are over $2,000. Zhu Yunfeng has already given Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di good rice. He also filled a bowl and sat down and said, but the local people do not take into account the case of rent, to ensure that meals have meat or no problem. Like our side of the pork is only 14 yuan a catty, a monthly salary of 3. 000. You can buy more than 200 pounds of pork. Chicken is also cheaper. The supermarket feed chicken $6 a pound. Want to eat better on the buy soil chicken meat? Rural free-range soil chicken is only 30 to 40 yuan or so. Once in a while to eat and not much. The eggs are even cheaper. Feed eggs 50 cents. Soil eggs are only a little more than 1 yuan. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. What a godforsaken world this is. When I was a kid, I didn't even have an egg to eat on New Year's Eve. A month's salary in this side of the world would buy 5,000 or 6,000 eggs. If the people of Daming could come to such a world, I'm afraid they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Father, eat first. Zhu wailed with chopsticks in his hand. He's all hungry. But how dare he start the meal if Pops doesn't move his chopsticks? Eat, eat, eat. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. One of our instructors said. Thundering rice. Even if you are busy, you have to take care of your body. The burden of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the Great Ming is still on your shoulders. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang thought he has not set up 2 Beijing 13 chief secretary? Where is the 13 provinces? But the Yuan dynasty was called the provinces. And he didn't care. Picking up his chopsticks and sighing, the life over here takes my breath away. If only the common people of the Great Ming could be like this, how good it would be. And then you won't have to worry about them rebelling against you. Will you? Zhu Yunfeng joked. Poof. Zhu Yuanzhang blankly glanced at him, picked up a piece of bacon to taste, put it in his mouth and chewed for a moment. His eyes lit up, and he nodded his head repeatedly. Delicious, better than what the imperial chef in the palace makes. Then later go to the kitchen to the palace imperial chef to get some 13 spices, monosodium glutamate, oyster sauce and so on. In fact, the practice of the imperial chef is certainly good, but the ancient seasonings are soy sauce, vinegar, salt and so on, certainly not as good as now. Seeing that he started to move his chopsticks, Zhu Yunfeng also started to eat, casually speaking in passing. Good, Zhu Yuanzhang answered, then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat slowly and methodically. He ate very slowly indeed, unlike Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng who wolfed down their food, not finishing the first bite and shoving the next into their mouths. Many young people nowadays don't chew and swallow slowly. Seeing the 2 of them acting like starving ghosts, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but say, eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. That's what the old man said. Reminds me of my mom saying the same thing. Zhu Yunfeng made a joke and threw the chicken pieces that were left with quite a bit of meat left on them to the ground, and Pai Pai had long since behaved himself and squatted next to him, waiting for the chicken to come down. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. The leftover chicken meat can even be used to feed dogs, which is really unimaginable in my Ming. Why do you have so much grain and so much meat here? In my Daming, beef is not eaten at all. It all has to be used for farming. Grain is the foundation, whether it's wheat or rice. These are the cornerstones of the country. And only if there is enough of these grains will there be enough food to make fodder. And more fodder will be able to be used to feed the livestock. Zhu Yunfeng emphasized. Right now our country is still importing a lot of grain. But most of the imported grain is not used for human consumption, but as fodder for chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. To ensure the basic supply of meat is the king, which is why the first step of my planning is to make more grain in Daming. I see. Your country is really a visionary. Zhu Yuanzhang had to admire it. That's, by the way, since we're talking about food, how are you doing with your previous planning? It's not a good idea. Zhu Yunfeng didn't stop for a moment as his mouth picked up the rice, and his hand was still pinching the food. Not a good idea? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said. Why? Because there's not that much stock. Zhu Yunfeng chewed and ate a piece of chicken. Vaguely said. I went to the seed station before and asked, and now is not the season to buy rice seeds. The seed station does not have much stock at all. Only in the coming spring will be a large number of into. And now there are only more than 1,000 pounds of hybrid and ordinary rice seeds. Fertilizer, but there are a lot of fertilizer. Because the winter can also plant vegetables. It's only 1,000 pounds. So what are you going to do? Things have come to a head. Eat first. People are iron and rice is steel. Eat first and then say, dinner? When Zhu Yuanzhang saw Zhu Yunfeng reaching for the food again, he was furious and hit his chopsticks that were holding the food with one chopstick, saying angrily, the matter is not even done. And you still have the heart to eat? How you a thing olden? Zhu Yunfeng's clamped bacon fell off the table and said in a bad mood, hitting someone's chopsticks at the dinner table is too impolite. Politeness? What courtesy do I need when it's about the world of Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang put down his chopsticks and said angrily, you still have the face to ask me how it is. Look at you first. You can't do anything even if I let you do something small. I don't blame him for being upset. It's too much of a mental gap. He was so full of expectations before. And then this? However, Zhu Yunfeng was also infuriated by him. What's the matter with you? Dang, it's not like they won't do it for you. Just because it's not good right now doesn't mean it can't be done. And can't you have a better attitude? That's the attitude you take when you ask for a favor? You yelled at me when I was in Daming. And now that you're in my territory you're still yelling at me. So didn't I go to Daming to be a grandson for nothing? Zhu Yunfeng said nonchalantly. It's not that it can't be done. Since I promised you something I won't fail to do it for you. But what's your attitude now? I owe you, don't I? I warn you I have my own way of doing things. You do not point fingers. Here is my home. Not you Daming. Not on a two-shot. Take your things and go back. Or I greeted. Around the uncles over to you twisted to the police station. Bang! Little brat you've turned against the world. Zhu Yuanzhang was enraged. Slapping the table and staring at him angrily. The horizontal flesh on his face seemed to throb twice. Try it if you don't believe me. You have to listen to me when you come to my place. Zhu Yunfeng was also not willing to show weakness. And similarly stood up, bracing his hands on the table and leaning forward with his upper body, glaring back with aggressive eyes. He could show weakness in Damien, as it was an away game. And although he was fully armed and not too far away from the ground pit, and it wasn't too hard to kill his way there, it was better to be careful than to be that impulsive. But in modern times, that is their own home field. If they show weakness again, they are bound to be taken by the old Zhu. How can they allow it? Besides, Zhu Yunfeng is such a person. If you talk to him nicely, then he will also talk to you nicely. If you push the envelope with him, then he will never spoil you either. Now old Zhu suddenly snapped. Zhu Yunfeng couldn't eat this loss at all. Even though I'm a grandson with dignity. You can't call me names even if you're an ancestor. This is a matter of principle and dignity. It was also a question of whether he would be subservient to Zhu Yuanzhang in the future, or whether he would have his own ideas. Chapter 40, Hushin Simulator. There was some tension in the room. The air seemed to freeze. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yunfeng's grandchildren are at war. These two are quite a bit incompatible. Zhu Yuanzhang came to his side. He had to be beaten, electrocuted, and suffered from the anger of Zhu Yunfeng. When Zhu Yunfeng went to the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang rebuked him angrily and slapped the table to beat him up and tear his things. Anyone who goes over to the other side of the family looks at the other in a bad light and has no concept of intergenerational kinship at all. Next to him, Zhu was reaching for his food, having only just happily caught a big, fat chicken leg on his chopsticks. Seeing this scene, looking around, biting the chicken leg was not, putting it back in the bowl was not. The whole person froze there with a constipated and difficult expression. Can't afford to mess with either side. One was his father, and the other was his grandson. But the problem was that the grandson was not someone he could hold. This is because Zhu Di's current status is that of an observer arranged by Zhu Yuanzhang in modern times. One might even say undercover. And he doesn't have any roots in modern times. He doesn't even have a household registration. He is a black household. Thus he has to rely on Zhu Yunfeng for everything in modern times, and look at Zhu Yunfeng's face. Food and lodging these not to mention. No Zhu Yunfeng to provide food and lodging, he had to starve to death on the street. The most critical is his cell phone. The longed-for cell phone hadn't arrived yet. So how could he dare offend Zhu Yunfeng? So at this moment Zhu Di that does not even dare to put a fart. Simply do not have the same courage as Zhu Biao dare to get involved in the struggle between the old father and grandson. Woof woof woof. Just at this time, Pippi's two barks broke the stalemate. It also seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right, and even hugged Zhu Yuanzhang's thighs like persuading a fight. Oof. Zhu Yuanzhang knew that in the modern world he couldn't offend Zhu Yunfeng at all, so he went along with the situation, stroked Pippi's head, and snorted coldly. Forget it for Pippi's sake, but I want a reasonable explanation. Set his eyes and noticed the next hand stretched out to keep clipped chicken leg posture of Zhu Di. A moment of anger flung him a slap, said, "Bastard thing. How do I have you such a son? Born of the descendants of such disobedience and unfiliality. Their own cannot control. Before you think your ability is not inferior to your big brother. Now it seems that you are worse than your big brother far away." Zhu was on the verge of tears as he received a big mouthful. "Dead old den. What's it to me? Zhu Yunfeng is my descendant. So he's not yours? You can't control him and you're blaming me. It's too much." Zhu felt aggrieved. All the chicken thighs clamped on the chopsticks instantly became unappetizing. What explanation can there be? It's just that there's not enough goods. And buying online not only has fewer supplies, but also has purchasing restrictions. So if you want to buy seeds and fertilizers on a large scale, you can only go to a brick and mortar store. Zhu Yunfeng said, "But I also thought of a way. You can go to find agricultural companies or agricultural cooperatives, as well as seed wholesalers to buy. There are many channels nowadays. As long as there is money, what can't be bought? It's just a matter of taking some time." He looked online before. A certain Ba wholesale market did not have to buy. A certain treasure and a certain Shishi have rice seeds, but the number of purchase limit cannot buy thousands of kilograms at once. So the odds are that this kind of stuff still needs to be transacted offline. And shipping alone is not a small amount if you buy it online. I see. Can do it on the line. The so-called people do not have faith. Since you have spoken out, took the things and money, you have to fulfill the agreement. Men cannot go back on their words. Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to moderate his tone, educated Zhu Yunfeng, and sat back down again. But his words made Zhu Yunfeng roll his eyes. Nice guy. Old Zhu actually lectured him to keep his word. You didn't think about trust when you gave the meritorious ministers a big free pass and then later went on a rampage to cut them down. This reminds Zhu Yunfeng of his parents. His dad once taught him to be more filial to his parents, and as a result, he didn't go home to see his grandparents for a few years after he got rich. There is also the mom once promised him as a child to take him on a trip if he got into the top 10, but ended up not honoring it, not to mention, but also lied to him with lies that the family has no money, and wait until he got into the top 3 and then go. But he himself is dashing around the country. Sure enough, each of these elders is double standard to a fault, lenient and strict. Phew. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang took the initiative to back down, Zhu Di also let out a long breath and hurriedly put the chicken leg into the bowl, pulled Zhu Yunfeng and said, Yunfeng, since you have a plan, why don't you tell us about it? Then there must be a plan. When Zhu Yunfeng saw that old Zhu actually endured, his heart did not have a little bit of smugness from disliking the emperor, but instead maintained careful vigilance. Politics is the art of negotiation, and this round the two sides are actually trading blows. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and tried to seize the initiative. Once he was allowed to succeed, then in the future, this modern household would be headed by Zhu Yuanzhang, and he would have to do whatever Zhu Yuanzhang told him to do. Zhu Yunfeng shot back, again fighting for that initiative. Zhu Yuanzhang beat up Zhu Di and made an example of him, while at the same time pointing the finger at him. However, Zhu Yunfeng did not move, because he knew very well that old Zhu would definitely regress, and as long as he had modern times on his back, he was invincible. But at the same time, he also knows better that Zhu Yuanzhang is not holding back because he is tough, but for the sake of the Daiming Jiangshan. Once one day Daiming's kingdom is solid and prosperous, he has no value to utilize, and if he runs to Daiming's side, he may really be very dangerous, but there wasn't much he could do about it. As a modern man, he has the pride of a modern man, such as those ancient emperors and generals, has been turned into history, is our fascinating old ancestor, representing the 5,000 years of China's bright culture. We are proud of their existence, but if they really come to reality, if they can't be transformed into working people, then they will have to beat you to death. The remnants of feudalism. The main fight is a leafy one, because we are used to living a life where we do not have to grovel today, and then let us go back to that kind of imperial society, where there is no guarantee of safety, and even the emperor and officials will move their heads at the word of command. I'm sorry, no one wants to go. If it was not forced by Zhu Yuanzhang into a ship of thieves, Zhu Yunfeng might have surrendered the stone tablet to the state. So in this situation right now, Zhu Yunfeng can only choose to go against Zhu Yuanzhang. This caused him to be wrung out inside. That is to say, I know that by obeying the old Zhu Yi, I may be able to make a good living in the Ming in the future, and I only need to be a dog for Zhu Yuanzhang, but don't want to be a dog. Besides, does being a dog really end well? I'm afraid that may not be the case. After all, he was Zhu Yuanzhang, not Li Shimin or Liu Bei. Late in life once Zhu Yuanzhang think you may threaten his Ming dynasty, a give death to the decree down, still cannot escape the fate of the miserable. In the final analysis, only Zhu Yuanzhang's own son has the qualification to be exempted from death for wrongdoing, and he himself is only a descendant separated by more than 20 generations. Where is the qualification to make Zhu Yuanzhang feel that he can treat him differently? Therefore, Zhu Yunfeng knows very well that he cannot be a wimp. He has to fight with old Zhu. Even if he goes to the Ming dynasty in the future, he has to make all preparations, and always have the ability to run away and counterattack. Otherwise you won't know how to die one day. The problem now is really that it's not time for plowing yet. The seed stations don't have much stock, and on our side of Hunan we have a 2-season rice, plowing in March and the spring, harvesting in June-July, and then plowing in July and harvesting in November. Zhu Yunfeng copied the chopsticks and said, the Ming dynasty side is also at this point in time, in the middle of winter, and definitely won't be able to plant until the beginning of spring next year. Considering the advanced preparation time, as well as the lunar calendar issue, you guys have to at least get a batch of seeds and fertilizers in January to start planting trials. When the first quarter determines that there is no problem with the harvest, then starting from the second quarter, I'll get a large amount of seeds and fertilizers from the modern era, and then the year after next promote them throughout the country, so that the Great Ming completes a new round of the agricultural revolution. There's nothing wrong with this plan, is there? Well, get to the point. Zhu Yuanzhang wiped the corners of his mouth with a paper napkin. Although he also found the modern meals tasty, he was not a person who craved for mouthfuls of food and was able to restrain his desires very well. My plan is this. First, buy up all the seeds and fertilizers in our town, and buy conventional rice in addition to hybrid rice, and then go to the seed stations in the nearby towns and buy up all the seeds as well, to make up roughly 10,000 pounds of seeds and fertilizers, and send them off to Daming as a test field. Zhu Yunfeng chucked a chopstick of chicken and threw it on the ground to Pai, and continued, when you guys do the test on your side, I will find a way to inquire about the seed channels from. Basically, by the coming spring, a large number of seeds and fertilizers will appear on the market, and I will be able to buy them in large quantities, and prepare for the Daming in the second quarter of the next year's summer and autumn planting. How do you guys feel about it? Well, Zhu Yuanzhang mused, as long as you can get that so-called hybrid rice and fertilizer on the line. Why do you need to have that so-called conventional rice? It doesn't yield as much as hybrid rice, right? It's true that the yield is not as good as hybrid rice, and the resistance to pests and disasters is inferior, but it costs less. Zhu Yunfeng spread his hands and said, hybrid rice can't be saved, and even if it is, it will lead to a drastic drop in the yield of the offspring, so after planting a crop you must always buy hybrid rice seeds. Conventional rice is a different story. I looked it up on the internet earlier and modern bred conventional rice has basically been pretty well established. The first couple of generations after retention basically don't drop in yield. It takes a couple of generations to see a drop in yield. It's just that some seed companies, in order to artificially increase costs and expand sales, will give conventional rice a technological and ruthless job, causing yields to plummet right out of the second generation. But there's still nothing wrong with most of the conventional rice that can be saved for planting. That's why a lot of farmers on our side of the border grow conventional rice and keep their own seed to cut costs. It's only illegal for large grain farmers to keep seeds. But you're in Daming, so no one can control your heads, so that you can continue to grow conventional rice even after you have it. In the future, if you want to promote rice on the Daming side, most of them still have to be based on conventional rice. Hybrid rice, then, can be planted alternately with conventional rice, and promoted in Guangdong, Hainan side. You can do 3 seasons of rice. He continued, basically, as long as my agricultural company opens up and leases all the land in our town, so that I can become a big grain grower, I will have enough reasons to buy a large number of seeds, and then when the time comes to carry out promotion trials on this side of Daming more than first, planting 100,000 or so acres, and then leaving behind the first generation of seeds to promote it to the whole country, and then after that, almost about 3 to 4 generations of seeds, letting my side help you to change the seeds, should be able to reach our initial goal. With conventional rice, can we do what we need to do to double the grain production of Daming in 2 years? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a frown. He does not care about hybrid rice and conventional rice who cost big and who cost small, only care about their yield. High yield. Daming Jiangshan can be solid enough, I asked before. Our modern conventional rice is also very powerful, although lower than hybrid rice yield, but a lot higher than the ancient yield. Daming a year of acreage of high-quality fields is only more than 500 pounds. And our side of the conventional rice, even if it is a very poor field, a year of 800 pounds is more than enough to produce. Some high-yield fields can reach 2,000 pounds. The average can also be in the 1,200 pounds or so. Zhu Yunfeng patted his chest and said, after using conventional rice to promote it in Daming, farmers can keep the seeds to continue farming, and subsequently reduce the import of hybrid rice to Daming, thus reducing many costs. If you calculate it carefully, you can save at least tens of millions of taels of silver per year. I am saving money for you all, old ancestor. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard that conventional rice could reach an average yield of 200 pounds a year, and also heard that tens of millions of taels of silver could be saved each year, his originally serious face eased a lot, and he quickly revealed a bright smile to Zhu Di and praised him. Good boy, Lao Si, you've given birth to a good descendant, and it's rare that you'll give this kind of consideration for your ancestors. In Old Den, Zhu Di's lungs were about to explode. You're the one who said it was ungrateful. You're also the one who said that filial sons and daughters are good, so I got slapped in the face for nothing? But how could he dare to turn the tables on old Zhu? He could only smile and say, Yunfeng is also a descendant of his father, and that is all because his father has set an example before him. It's just that there's still a tsundere in there. Zhu Yunfeng revealed a helpless expression. What's the problem? Zhu Yuanzhang asked busily. The biggest problem is the lack of money. Zhu Yunfeng sighed longingly. Do you know how much hybrid rice, conventional rice and fertilizer cost now? How much? Buy hybrid rice. It's more than 400 yuan an acre, counting only seed and fertilizer, not counting pesticides. Conventional rice is cheaper and costs more than $200, but that's the next best thing. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, The main thing is that I have to set up an agricultural company in the future. Otherwise the large-scale acquisition of seeds and fertilizers and no channels to use them will certainly cause suspicion. I open agricultural company. To our town a large number of fields to rent. And to contract these lands, an acre of at least a few hundred or maybe even $1,000 a year. Contracting a 10,000 acres a year down is a few million or even tens of millions of dollars, coupled with the seeds and fertilizers. The old ancestor you give that money is far from being enough. 100 taels of gold only can change 1.5 million it. It should actually be about 1.9 million. The original estimate was 2.3 million, because the old long time did not pay attention to the price of gold. Zhu Yunfeng realized that some time ago due to foreign war and soared to 650 yuan a gram or so of international gold prices, recently fell to 621 yuan a gram, and the gold stores in their towns, or rather including those national chains of famous gold stores are all in the same boat and are real ing black. The international gold price of 621 yuan a gram. They sell jewelry in these gold stores can reach more than 700 or even 800 a gram of price. Recycling price but only give 540 yuan. Zhu Yunfeng checked online. Although there are many online stores recycling price only to 450 to 480 or so, but there are also some stores to $580 recycling. Enough to see the recycling of gold this line of water how deep, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He did not have a gold sales channel, and did not understand how much the gold recycling price is in the end, and the town's small store would not check his gold source, so he could only choose to deal with a little bit of gold in the town's small store. I changed some money this time down the mountain and offered 300 grams, only to end up with 157k. In addition to the low recovery price, there are ancient gold technology is not as modern, slightly more impurities, purification and then to reduce a certain portion of the cause, resulting in the price is far from his expectations, but even so, he had to be greedy now. A Hushan simulator. 100 taels of gold could have been exchanged for $1.9 million, but now you're only greedy for $400,000. Yen Maoqing South Salt Patrol brought back 3 million taels of silver. Jiajing only share 1 million taels, which is not much more than the Yen party conscience. So Zhu Yunfeng straightened up and made one request, it had to be increased. As for the old Zhu finding out later that the price of gold and the various calculated costs and so on were different from what he had said, he naturally had his reasons. The height of corruption is 9 truths and 1 lie. The gold price on the surface is one thing, and the recycling price is another. As long as those 450 to 480 recycling price list on the internet to show the old Zhu, you can make up for part of the empty amount. Then compare the Ming smelting technology with modern gold purification technology, and exaggerate the composition of the impurities in it a little more, and again make up the rest of the empty amount. No matter how magical old Zhu was, he couldn't possibly understand smelting techniques. What's more, strictly speaking, this is not considered embezzlement, because Zhu Yunfeng is not an official of the old Zhu, and the two sides are cooperating, which should be regarded as a middleman to earn a difference in price. Thus, when the time comes, you still have to be taken easily by yourself. What about the terracotta figures? Zhu Yuanzhang was not bluffed by Zhu Yunfeng, but narrowed his eyes and asked, it should be worth quite a lot of money. Zhu Yunfeng said, has not sold it. This thing cannot be good to go out. Have to first ask the experts to identify the authenticity. Only a lot of experts to determine the authenticity of the goods to be on the auction, and also have to take the genealogy to verify and so on. It is very troublesome, and now can only get a little bit of gold to overdo it. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang said noncommittally, in that case, let's leave it at that and wait until there is not enough money. Until then, there is another thing I want to ask. Please speak, old ancestor, I will know everything. Zhu Yunfeng's attitude became more and more respectful. It's a living god of wealth. Chapter 41, King of Wu, Sugar-Coated Bombs. Zhu Yunfeng actually knows that antiques are the big head, and gold is just a small head. But it can't be helped. It's just starting out now and antiques aren't that easy to get out of the way. So you have to use gold as startup capital first. He was going to get some online treasure hunting professionals to give it a look after dinner, and then find an expert offline. If there's nothing wrong with the color and quality, send it to an auction house and you're not far from getting rich. So at this moment, facing old Zhu's inquiry, his attitude was much better. As long as old Zhu was not crazy, nothing to hit him with chopsticks or scold him and beat him up, he is able to calmly communicate and discuss with each other. After all, it's not like he's a raging maniac like old Zhu. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw that Zhu Yunfeng's attitude had also eased, he said in a deep voice, Jianzhou female Genghis Khan, what do you think should be done about it? Jianzhou female genitalia? Zhu Yunfeng was confused and said, the force of the early Ming dynasty was strong, and it shouldn't be difficult for a Guanwai fishing and hunting tribe to exterminate them. Difficult is not difficult, but today the old Yuan is still alive, is competing with us for the support of the neighboring clans. Jianzhou female Tru is not able to withstand the remnants of the Yuan infestation, south to defect to my Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, in order to buy the bones of a horse with 1,000 pieces of gold, I purposely set up the Liaodong division in the northeast and recruited the various tribes of the northeastern Jurchen, and placed them in Jianzhou. If I go back on my word and suddenly send out an army, I am afraid that it will trigger the fear of the neighboring countries, which will not be favorable for the friendship between my Daming and the neighboring countries. So it is. It dawned on Zhu Yunfeng that he really didn't know much about these things, also thought that Jianzhou female Tru at this time is not strong. The extermination of the extermination, and is not a difficult task. But that's not really the case. It is not difficult to exterminate the Jianzhou female Jins, but you have to consider the international influence. If Daming was already the hegemon who dominated the East, there was no need to think about this, and it was natural for him to practice hegemony. But Zhu Yuanzhang was still very wary of the Mongol Yuan, so he had to exercise some discretion in this regard. But listening to Zhu Yuanzhang, isn't this what that gentleman once said? Unite all the forces that can be united? Obviously old Zhu, though he didn't know the phrase, naturally had the political savvy of a politician and understood this. Now that the main enemy of the Ming was the Mongol Yuan, the Ming needed to bring the neighboring clans together to deal with them. If Zhu Yuanzhang annihilated the Jianzhou women who came to join him for no reason, it would inevitably cause panic among the neighboring clans, which would seriously affect the alliance of the Great Ming and would undermine the unity. Therefore, as a political figure, Zhu Yuanzhang is very clear that military means is the next best thing. Even if you want to use military means cannot be openly, only to find reasons. If there's no way to do it, forget it. Zhu Yuanzhang saw that he seemed to be in deep thought, so he relieved, such national affairs, and not a person like you. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Zhu Yunfeng say, this is simple. Simple? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened, just saw Zhu Yunfeng a little contemplation. Continued, soldiers bloodless deal with Jianzhou female real way I have a whole set of. Well, there are too many ways to play, I don't know which piece to talk about. This way, I'll organize a set of information for you later. Old ancestor, you can just watch and play by yourself. Ha? Zhu Yuanzhang opened his mouth wide with a question mark on his face. He racked his brain, did not think of the way. Zhu Yunfeng actually too many sets do not know which piece to speak? Is this the difference between ancient and modern times? It's unbelievable. And for Zhu Yunfeng, this is not really called a thing, just he knows there are 7 or 8 ways to play dead Jianzhou female real. You just have to go online and gather information about the exact process. Observe, for example, the great lack of virtue of the bandwagon to the colonies, or study the hegemony of the Moldy Empire, and you'll basically be able to learn how to play the extra chemical barbarians, even if the band calling in mold emperors that set of play out of the god of pure fire. Jianzhou female real gang estimate not only will not hate Daming, on the contrary, have to be grateful to the Daming, he also have to thank us it. Sure, in a way, the banding and moldy emperor routine was what the old-timers had left to play with during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. It is just that the ancient people's sources of information channels are very narrow, and a lot of knowledge is monopolized. And sometimes a family monopolizes the information of many books, and the bottom and ordinary readers simply cannot come into contact with it. Or some knowledge was lost a long time ago and only recently has it been slowly recovered through archaeology, excavation, etc. So naturally some knowledge cannot be conveyed. In contrast, modern society is not only able to tap into ancient knowledge, but also, in the age of the internet, to analyze and study in detail the means of international politics. What the average person is exposed to in a day online is probably what the average ancient person will see in a lifetime. This is where the difference between the messages manifests itself. Our world is the age of information technology, and a lot of knowledge may have been very difficult to access in ancient societies. But in the modern world, it's easily accessible on cell phones and computers. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's puzzled expression, Zhu Yunfeng picked up his cell phone and said, and nowadays, international politics are played with a higher level of sophistication, and although some of the tactics are inconvenient to unfold in ancient societies, they are enough to deal with the unenlightened savages. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his eyes wide and said, I will return to Daming at the time of you, so I hope I can collect it before that time. That's not good. I don't have a printer. Tomorrow I'll go to town and buy a printer to come. Organize the information and print it on paper. You take it back and read it slowly. Good thing too. Plus I have some. Stop. Zhu Yunfeng couldn't take it anymore and raised the rice bowl in his hand and said, let's talk about it after dinner. Zhu Di is also afraid to eat now, and also said, yes father. There is plenty of time after the meal. The food is getting cold. Okay. Zhu Yuanzhang realized that he was too eager. This would be considered the first time he had officially come over, and he was too eager to learn about this side of the world. Not only prices, but also science and technology, development, educational means, military power, and political ideology on this side of the world need to be understood urgently. He naturally wanted to fight for his time, but when you think about it, there's still plenty of time, and one bite won't make you fat, so it's good to learn slowly. At that moment, the three people which finished the meal, so many meals three people cannot eat, and even Pippi cannot eat less, still left half, was Zhu Yunfeng put in the refrigerator to eat at night. After eating and drinking, Zhu Yunfeng greeted Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son to go up to the second floor first to take a rest. He could see that Zhu Yuanzhang had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but having only just eaten, the blood was concentrated in the stomach, and one was prone to sleepiness, so he went to the second floor living room to sit down for a while first. The three of them entered the living room, and Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the location near the balcony sofa, and couldn't help but sigh. I was bound here before, and if it wasn't for Pai Pai, I'm afraid that I would have lived or died by now. When Pippi dog heard someone calling its name, it immediately raised an angelic smile and came over to Zhu Yuanzhang, wagging its tail furiously. Zhu Yunfeng rolled his eyes, knew that the golden hair is not reliable. I did not expect the golden hair so unreliable. Let it watch Zhu Yuanzhang. The results it actually handed the knife to the thief. That is, the other side is really crossing. If the real thief home can be a disaster. The mole. Zhu Yunfeng glared at Pippi, thinking that he would spank it hard later. Zhu Yuanzhang looked in his eyes. All of a sudden, instead of a comfortable mood, cheerfully said, Pai Pai, I appoint you as the guardian of the country's divine dog general. Later with me to go to the Great Ming to have fun. What the hell? Zhu Yunfeng opened his mouth wide in surprise. My skin has become an official? How many ranks? The first grade, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a loud voice. Awesome. Zhu Yunfeng was happy and said, I, Pippi, am also an official dog now, and will be commonly known as a dog official. When Pai Pai heard Zhu Yunfeng call out its name again, it turned its head still wagging its tail and grinned at Zhu Yunfeng, obviously not even knowing that it had been promoted. Dog officer? Zhu Yuanzhang sat down on the sofa, then froze, laughed out loud and said, well, dog official. Well said, Yunfeng, I also bestow you with the title of Duke of Zhen. Why? Hold back bad scold me? I am at least a royal family. The old ancestors do not give a prince as? Zhu Yunfeng joked. He actually knew it didn't matter if he joked about it. For one thing, he is indeed a clansman, and is not trying to steal Zhu Yuanzhang's throne, so there is no loss of interest for Zhu Yuanzhang in being named a prince. Secondly, Zhu Yunfeng's basic plate is in the modern era, as long as it does not touch Zhu Yuanzhang's bottom line, that is, to threaten the old Zhu family's imperial status as well as to harm Empress Ma and Zhu Biao, then the other things are just dispensable things. Sure enough, Zhu Yuanzhang indeed did not get angry, but actually thought seriously for a while and said, then I will make you King of Wu. The King of Wu? I'm kidding. Zhu Yunfeng also sat on the second floor living room sofa and froze for a moment when he heard his words. There were actually only 3 kings of Wu in the Ming dynasty. One Zhu Yuanzhang himself, one Zhu Yuanzhang's 5th son Zhu Shangtao, and the last one was Zhu Biao's 3rd son Zhu Yunji. After that there was no more King Wu in Daming. While Zhu Satal was enthroned in the first year of Hangu and changed to King of Zhou last year, Zhu Yunzhangwan was enthroned in the first year of Jiangwan and was abolished after Zhu Di's Jingwu. So the position of King of Wu is now lacking. Although the state name of Daming was not Wu, King Wu was, after all, a title once used by Zhu Yuanzhang, so it represented a very special meaning. In the Ming history has recorded in detail, Zhu straight trees in addition to Zhu Biao favorite son, followed by Zhu Di, Zhu Yuanzhang because Zhu Biao quarrel with him. For the first time to produce easy to save the mind, is to want to set up Zhu straight trees. After Zhu Biao died of illness, Zhu Yuanzhang also wanted to choose one among Zhu Di and Zhu Saozhou, and was dissuaded by the minister Lu Sango before Zhu Yunbao was established, which shows that Zhu Saozhou was deeply loved by Zhu Yuanzhang, and it is also enough to see how much gold Zhu Saozhou was established as the king of Wu. Now old Zhu actually wants to establish himself as the king of Wu. I have a golden tongue and will not play with you. Really? Naturally, it's true. Never a joke. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly became serious and said, Yunfeng, Biao also told me to be sincere with you, and why wouldn't I know that? But I have this temper, and sometimes I get angry when I'm in a rage. I don't really want to be like this, but I just can't control my temper. So don't blame me. You are my descendant. I treat you as my own. As long as you treat yourself as a Zhu family member, and treat Ming as the Jiangshan of our Zhu family, even if the king of Wu so what? Zhu Yunfeng froze again, and then barred 2 mouths. only slowly back to the taste said, well, I know the old ancestor. In fact, I am certainly proud of us Zhu family things. Just modern people's ideological concepts with the ancients are different. Really cannot stand the ancients that the class thought. A family does not talk about the two families. I will certainly do my best to help our old Zhu family. Daming Jiangshan is it? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head to Zhu Di and laughed. Worthy of being a descendant of our old Zhu family. You have a good seedling. Lao Si. I've forgotten how to point out the sangfroid before. Zhu laughed harder than he cried. Yes, yes, yes. Yunfeng people are so nice. Zhu Yunfeng also accompanied a smile. Ha 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 ha. The room erupted in laughter. It was as if everyone was happy all at once. However, Zhu Yunfeng was bellyaching in his heart. Oops. Old Zhu is trying to soften the blow by failing to do the hard thing. He was partial to eating it, but he was naturally aware of it. It's a sugar-coated version of Damien's imperialism, and a nebulous title of King of Wu. It seems that old Zhu is very clean. One's own basic plate is in the modern era, and this knighthood is inconsequential. Seal the reward to yourself and still win favor. Old Zhu's means of buying people's hearts is really brilliant. Sure enough, there's no fool who can be a founding emperor. Although the peasant origin, visionary indeed short-sighted a little, but does not prevent people high political skill. Previously, with his domineering nature, he wanted to pin down Zhu Yunfeng and take the initiative. Now that he sees that it is not possible, he can likewise take a step back and choose to change to another way to draw himself closer for his own benefit. This kind of vigor and the ability to bend the rules is really powerful, but it's good. Zhu Yunfeng also does not want to get too stiff with Zhu Yuanzhang. Even during the cooperation, it is not a good thing to choke each other all day long. Therefore, I am also happy to see this. At least there is an identity. In the future to go to Daming also convenient to carry out the work. Well, let's get down to business. After everyone had laughed for a while, Zhu Yuanzhang adjusted his seating position on the sofa, leaned on the soft and comfortable backrest, and said, what do you think about Hu Weiyang's matter? Yunfeng? The old ancestor is thinking about whether or not to do the same thing as in history. The Hu Weiyang case. Zhu Yunfeng guessed what he meant. Aha. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, actually, I've been thinking about this matter during this recent period of time. After thinking about it, Zhu Yunfeng said, it's simple. Feel out the underlying logic of this, and then see what you can do to maximize your benefits. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang busily said, tell me about it. The old ancestor launched the Hu Weiyang case. Probably not because Hu Weiyang really plotted rebellion, and he did not have that ability. Zhu Yunfeng said, aha. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. He had already read the history of the Ming dynasty and knew that his future crime for Hu Weiyang was plotting rebellion. But does he still not know whether Hu Weiyang can plot against the government? To have military power without military power. To have military capability without military capability. To be able to rebel on the ghost to come. So he himself knew that this charge he had given the other guy was a bit of a stretch. But since he wanted to go on a killing spree, naturally this was the only crime that was appropriate, or else he wouldn't have been able to implicate such a wide range of people. In the end, it's really about the old patriarch wanting to abolish the prime minister and increase centralization. Zhu Yunfeng said, then I would like to ask old ancestor. You already know that you yourself are able to increase the centralization of power and deal with state affairs by yourself, while the emperors behind you may not necessarily be able to do the same as you. In this case, do you still want to strengthen the imperial power? This issue is the core issue that determines whether Hu Weiyang dies or not. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time before finally saying, this must be so. I don't care what happens to the emperor behind me, at least in my hands. I can't tolerate the great Ming River and mountain to be colored by outsiders. Well, then kill. Zhu Yunfeng did not hesitate and said, although Hu Weiyang did not rebel, he basically deserved it. Lu Bowen was sick and sent him medicine, and after eating it Lu Bowen died. Jian Marquis Lu Zhongheng and Pingliang Marquis Fei Ju were reprimanded by their old ancestors for breaking the law. So they ran to Hu Weiyang's house to drink and spit out this matter, and there was collusion with the military generals to violate the imperial taboo. Later, he also secretly contacted Mingzhou Wei commanding General Lin Xian and secretly passed the Japanese. He was not wrongly accused. Sure, this is all things recorded in Ming history. Whether or not the old Zhu planted the charge against him is another matter. But the current situation is that Zhu Yuanzhang let him die. Whether he did or not, then it is all just a political sacrifice. Zhu Yunfeng will not save him, and there is no way to save him. Old Zhu's temperament he knows. The king of hell let you die on the third night. Will not leave people until the fifth night? Not his 3 words can easily change. What's more, most of all, Zhu Yuanzhang thought that this was a way to centralize his power, which would help him secure his rule over the Ming dynasty. It made even less sense for Zhu Yunfeng to block it in this situation. Because he can talk Zhu Yuanzhang, the most fundamental reason is in fact to help maintain the old Zhu family's Daming Jiangshan. All policies to maintain the Daming Jiangshan. Some policies will harm the Ming in the future, so don't engage in them, and some policies can benefit the rule, so why can't they be engaged in? This included the abolition of the Prime Minister and the establishment of a cabinet, which was itself an attempt to strengthen centralization of power. So he won't object in this case. The systems he really opposed were still mainly based on the irrational systems of caste domicile, slave guards, mass killings, martyrdom of the living, and so on, while the rest of the systems were watched to help change. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, since he had made a decision. His killing intent was all over the place, but the degree of this should be good. To kill which people? Need to achieve their own what purpose? The crime and evidence is also if the kind of ironclad facts, all to be fully prepared. Otherwise wantonly expand the scope, cause bad influence, then still will be more what I said before. Officials and people centrifugal to the royal family. Zhu Yunfeng said, historically, you massacred more than 100,000 people in Nanjing under the name of colluding with Hu Weiyong, of which more than 99% were innocent people. Such a mess will lose the hearts of the people and reduce the sense of belonging of the officials and the people of the Great Ming, and the example of the end of the Ming dynasty is not far away. How the hell do I do that? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. I can give two opinions. One is a thunderous force, rapid investigation, and then the speed of light characterization, so that people cannot react to the time. Immediately deal with the party of Hu Weiyong, and then proceed to reform after that, the abolition of the Prime Minister, and increase the centralization of power. Zhu Yunfeng put up two fingers and said, the second is not to engage in straggling, only investigate and punish the first evil, and also need to appease the 100 officials and the people, so as not to panic and cause some uncontrollable evils. There are really only two kinds of power figures at the core of the people who stand at the top of the country. One builds the country and the other destroys it. Old ancestor, although you drove out the Mongols and re-established the Han dynasty, in the course of exercising your power, you did not fully devote yourself to the building of the country, but inevitably caused a certain degree of damage to it. This destruction does not mean that you are destroying the Great Ming, but that you are step by step undermining the credibility of the Great Ming, that is, the degree to which the people of the world trust our old Zhu family's rivers and mountains, appointing and executing officials at will, treating the state as private property, exercising strict control over the state and plundering it, and engaging in a palace economy. Feudal society. Although imperial power is supreme and the emperor's power can break through the limits of the rules at will, but this kind of breaking through the rules should be done sparingly or avoided as much as possible, and even the emperor should abide by the rules he has set up, or else what is lost is the credibility of the Great Ming. He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang seriously said, if the 100 officials and the people feel that they are innocent people, but somehow cut off their heads, then the officials and the people who survived will only have resentment towards the Ming dynasty. The beginning of the Ming dynasty is this situation done too much, including the treasure banknote is likewise unlimited consumption of the credibility of the court, so that the people of the whole world are reduced to leeks to be harvested, the 100 officials and the people for a long time. To the end of the Ming dynasty, there is already no one willing to go to hell and back for the Zhuming River and mountain, and even the sadness of the Yashan mountain is not seen. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of you, old ancestor. Zhu Yuanzhang also looked at him, no comment in his eyes. This scion of my own family is good everywhere, just likes to preach, and all his life, he hated being lectured. Chapter 42, your antique is from last week. In the afternoon, in the face of Zhu Yunfeng's sermon, Zhu Yuanzhang, though somewhat unhappy in his heart, was seriously considering it. He had previously seen the historical record of Hu Weiyong's case and knew that he had later gone on a massacre, but before Zhu Yunfeng's sermon, he didn't feel in his heart that he had done wrong. He himself is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Whether it is the 100 officials or the people, they should all worship him as the Lord. He can kill if he wants to. And what kind of reason is needed? It was just that Zhu Yunfeng had a point. All things should be said to the purpose. Kill Hu Weiyong since it is for the collection of power. That implicates the innocent. Is indeed a branch of the festival. Although he couldn't imagine that killing these people would lay the groundwork for the downfall of the Ming dynasty later on. But since it is something that can be killed or not killed, it is just not killed. At that moment, he agreed with Zhu Yunfeng's opinion. Going back to have to deliberate on this matter and how to minimize the impact and accomplish my goals. This was something he didn't ask Zhu Yunfeng exactly how to do, because he was the expert in doing this kind of thing, and Zhu Yunfeng was just the person who provided the general direction. Therefore, only after determining the policy of only executing the first evil and not implicating the innocent did Zhu Yuanzhang formally begin to understand the modern era. Zhu Yunfeng began to popularize modern common sense to them. From the development of our country, political situation, energy power, small to the high and low prices, people's lives, salary levels and so on. One afternoon was certainly not enough time for Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di to learn too much, but just hearing about it made one fantasize. Originally, Zhu Yuanzhang was planning to go back at the hour of 5 p.m. However, his curiosity for new things prevailed, and thinking that there was Zhu Biao dealing with the affairs of state over there anyway, he planned to leave later. But talking and soon arrived at the next lunch point. 6 o'clock. Zhu Yunfeng went down first to heat up the food. Let them play with the computer themselves, through the computer to understand some information about the history of the Ming dynasty. When the printers arrive later, they will be given a printout of Ming, Southern Ming, Qing, and Republican histories, so they can take it over there and read it for themselves. Soon to 7 o'clock, Zhu Yunfeng ate and drank with Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, and then lay down in the second-floor living room to rest again. Tell me more. After Zhu Yuanzhang and others had finished their meals, they were not satisfied and wanted to continue to hear about modern life. However, Zhu Yunfeng took the Tang three-colored terracotta figurine out of his room and said, "Tonight you can just look at the historical materials. I still have things to do." "What is it?" "Gotta sell this." Zhu Yunfeng shook the Tang Sankai and placed the ceramic figurine on the table. Zhu Yuanzhang wondered, "If you want to sell, why don't you take it to the market? Why sell it at home? You don't get it." Zhu Yunfeng smiled and picked up his cell phone and said, "Nowadays online shopping is all the rage. Shoot something online, others like it and order it, and I'll just mail it over. But this kind of valuable thing certainly can't be so hasty. I'll find a few treasure appreciation experts to look at first. By then, as long as they are successful in treasure appreciation and determined that it's the real thing, surely there will be someone who will contact me. I don't care whether it's to find buyers with the internet, or take the treasure appreciation video to find the auction house. There are celebrities who endorse me, and then I'll be able to sell it for a high price." He checked online before, some time ago in Shanghai auction. A same type of 49 centimeters high Tang three-color horse pottery figurine, sold for more than 5 million. This one is in good condition and looks quite new, although it is 1 centimeter shorter than the Shanghai one, but I guess it is not much different. If you could sell it for over $5 million, you'd be a millionaire yourself overnight. Dad bankruptcy money family, although there are tens of millions of dollars, but that is counted in the company's property, family property, vehicles and so on the total price, but also in the bank loan a lot of money the cash flow may not have so much. Modern life is so unexpected, Zhu Yuanzhang said sourly. Then he added, "When are you going to get me one of these cell phones? I'll buy you one now." Zhu Yunfeng clicked on a certain treasure, searched for a more expensive, large-capacity Huawei, and said, "But there is no network over there in Daming. There is no difference between a cell phone and a brick, so when the time comes, I'll give you the next bit of information to see for yourself." "Aha." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "And mine. Shu said impatiently. "Don't worry, Zhu Yunfeng is now rich, and not bad for these 3 melons and 2 jujubes, then bought 4 cell phones, 2 flat panels, spent about 30,000 yuan. The order was completed. He clicked on a certain sound, and the entrance to the eyes was immediately a young lady in a passionate and hot dance. She was seen wearing a double ponytail, a white fluffy hair clip on her head, a bunny bra on top that showed off her long tiny waist, and just a pair of bunny white fluffy shorts on her bottom, along with long white silk. Hiss! Zhu Di sucked in a breath of cool air and stared wide-eyed, his blood churning as he watched, his mouth watering. Zhu Yuanzhang was also full of surprise, his 2 eyes staring at the beautiful woman, pretending to be serious. "She wears so little. It's indecent, right? What era? Do not pay attention to that feudal society's bad habits. This is called the freedom to dress. As long as you do not reveal the key position, show a waist, show a shoulder, show a thigh, what is nothing at all." Zhu Yunfeng casually responded, then took a closer look and said, "Ooh, this is the male maiden I'm concerned about. Nanlian? What Nanlian? No, he's a guy." Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanzhang's original excitement suddenly turned into silence. At the moment the two men's minds were fast becoming mush. It only felt as if his 3 views had been shocked and subverted like never before. "It's not that I've never seen a eunuch before, but eunuchs don't dress up like this. What's the difference between them and a woman?" Now they need to find a worse word than rites of passage to describe this. And most importantly, you're a guy too. So why are you paying attention to a cross-dressing dude doing such an alluring and gaudy dance there? For a while, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di both looked at Zhu Yunfeng with weird eyes. It's easy to know the sky, but it's easy to be a man against the sky. Ooh, Zhu Yunfeng didn't notice the two of them and swiped another video. This time it's a civil dance. It was seen that there was a civil official in scarlet robes inside, dancing to the tune of the Dija Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. and that sexy dance was nothing short of enchanting and seductive. The title is still Your Majesty. Please follow the rhythm of your loyal servant. If this fellow were in your Ming and danced like this in the Qinqing Palace, old ancestor, would you include him in your harem or what? Zhu Yunfeng joked. Zhu Yuanzhang only feels spicy eyes. No good sense, this fawn look at the face is a traitor. Out of the noon gate beheading. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yunfeng was overjoyed. The world is crazy. Zhu muttered. Rats as bridesmaids for cats. Zhu Yunfeng casually picked up the next sentence. Stop looking at this mess and get on with business. It's all out of sight. Zhu Yuanzhang covered his eyes, feeling that the ethics in his heart had collapsed. Zhu Yunfeng then searched for treasure identification experts. There are Quan Zi treasure identification, Dong Zi treasure identification, catfish treasure identification, cattle treasure identification and so on. These people are usually live in the evening. Look at it. Quan Zi treasure appreciation is online. So apply for a mic. Since there were many people applying for treasure appraisal, he waited for quite a while before it was his turn. Hello Izumi. Hello. Izumiko stretched her neck in the video and came over. Brother, what treasure did you bring? Zhu Yunfeng didn't show his face, but instead aimed the video at the Tang Sankai on the table and said, Brother Quan, Tang Sankai. Yo, good stuff. Let's see. Izumi looked up and down, and after a few moments said, Dude, open the door. Open the door. Pick it up and I'll take a look at it. Good. Zhu Yunfeng then picked it up and pointed it at various places to show Izumiko. Where's the brother from? Passed down from my ancestors. Something that was brought out of the palace. My surname is Zhu. I have a genealogy. My ancestor Chansha Ji Winesline. Yo, the clan of the old Zhu family. Not bad. Not bad. If there is a genealogy as proof, then it should not be able to run away. This is good stuff. It should be true. Yes? Zhu Yunfeng was overjoyed. The reason he takes antiques is because of the status of his ancestors. Our country is prohibited from trading in cultural relics from the Song dynasty and before, but artifacts are artifacts and antiques are antiques. Something that has been passed down from your family's ancestors and has a historical basis. That's your family's stuff. It's an antique and can be bought, sold and traded. But if you're digging it out of your own land, there's no way to prove it's your family's heirloom. Then I'm sorry. What's in the ground are national cultural relics. Once you dare to sell them secretly, you're breaking the law, you know? So relying on this identity, as long as there is no problem, he can get a lot of antiques from the Ming dynasty, and can be reasonably and legally auctioned. Getting rich is today. Well, it's really a bit fake. Tang Sankai is not estimated to be. It should be a piece of Ming imitation Tang Sankai, called Ming Sankai. Izumiko said with certainty. It's really a bit fake? Zhu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, Ming Sankai. It can't be. I see that this thing is exactly the same as the Tang Sankai on the internet. The imitation is definitely like and this imitation is very exquisite. Low temperature lead glaze made very good. Can be said to perfectly replicate the look of the Tang 3 colors. Belongs to the imitation of the top of the list. Quan Zi thumbs up. You look at this glaze. This material. Are good. The only problem is that the tire is too new point. The age on the feeling of people is not like the Tang dynasty things. Of course, I estimation is the Ming Sankai. The specific year also have to go on the instrument. Just the reason why the antique is an antique. That there must be because of the passage of time and produce changes. From the Tang dynasty to now more than 1,000 years. This Tang 3 color knew like 500 or 600 years of things. Historical precipitation a bit insufficient. It's over. Zhu Yunfeng man was dumbfounded. Because he was too much of a layman about antiques. It led to not even thinking about this in that regard. Now that he heard Izuko say that, he remembered something. That's over 600 years difference between Daming and his side. The most important thing about antiques is its historical value. In addition to its own valuable, the baptism of the ages is essential. You pull out a bronze tripod and say it's from the Shan dynasty. People take a look at the top without the slightest trace of age modeled. A glance for the new, even if it is made to be true, reproduced exactly the same. That is also last week. A difference of more than 600 years between Daming and his side means that the antique is 600 years short of its historical heritage. Because the Tang dynasty is also more than 600 years away from Daming. With the instrument to do check carbon-14 or pyroelectric light detection, 100% can only find that this thing is only 600 years old. Even if the instruments aren't always completely accurate, the 600-plus year gap between Tang and Ming can't have shifted that much. So to summarize, Tang Sankai, it's bad. I'd become Ming Sankai. As for that sushi inkwell, that's even more fake. Because porcelain may be able to minimize age wear and tear by being properly preserved. Paper, however, can not. Its natural evolution is difficult to slow down through the preservation. The brittle become brittle. the yellowing and yellowing. With an instrument, there will not be 1,000 years of history precipitation. Therefore, according to this conclusion, Sushering treasure roughly becomes the late Ming and early Qing dynasty imitation Sushur Raccoon River San 5 manuscript. Xu Yunfeng thought of this as a little difficult to strain. Cannot help but ask, Ming 3 color is worth money? A couple hundred to a couple thousand. Quanzi said regrettably, depends on whether the official kiln production. The official kiln will be a little more expensive. Worth tens of hundreds of also have. Just the Ming dynasty official kiln production of porcelain, although not necessarily all have the bottom of the paragraph. But the characteristics of all will use the sumo li Qing material. So this Ming Sankai should have rust spots. I just looked at it. There is no rust spots. The probability is that the folk kiln. This production, although exquisite, but the folk kiln then. Of course, there is still a certain value. Its craftsmanship is very great, and it feels that it has reached the point of the Tang dynasty Luoyang Tang Sankai official kiln, and it may be worth a little money. Zhu Yunfeng's heart had already cooled most of the way. Totally screwed. This gap of more than 600 years of history is not something that can be hidden by the real thing, and the year can be found out once you take the instrument to do it. Although there is no lack of craftsmanship in them, no one can guarantee that Ming dynasty craftsmen did not have the level and ability to replicate the craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty. As long as the instrument detection to determine the Ming dynasty objects, and Tang 3 color 1-to-1 copy, even if the process, the material is all exactly the same, can only be sold as a Ming 3 color. This value is more than a drop, is comparable to the big A stock market. 10 million in, $20 out. Zhu Yunfeng wanted to cry. Old Zhu beside him was surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "It's fake." Zhu Yunfeng also whispered back, "How can it be fake?" Zhu Yuanzhang was not happy. His voice unconsciously enlarged and said, "This is clearly I seized from the old Yuan treasury among the things. The bachelors have been identified. Can never be false. And this is?" Izumi heard a voice. "Didn't see anyone. Nothing." Zhu Yunfeng subconsciously denied it. "What late dollar treasury? Who seized it? Was it Zhu Yuanzhan?" Yet Izumiko felt alive and deliberately pursued the question. Zhu Yunfeng instantly realized that covering up would inevitably cause suspicion, and simply said, "Yes, my old ancestor, Hanwu the Great, said that this item was seized by him from the Yuan dynasty's treasure trove, and that it couldn't possibly be a fake." Said he pointed the camera at Zhu Yuanzhang, but not at his face, but at his clothes. He was still wearing the Ming dynasty dragon robe, or yellow regular clothes, with a red cross-collar jacket, with the dragon pattern clearly visible. Ha 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 ha, Bao Yu is whole alive again. Izumi looked away. Bad. It's the real Zhu Yuanzhang. This dragon robe is so similar. Which unruly person is impersonating me? Push them out and behead them. The following Idafa Hanwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang sent out a pop-up. Quan Zi, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, is that your father or your grandfather?" The dragon robe on his body is indeed a bit interesting, even though it's newly made. It looks very exquisite in shape and craftsmanship, but isn't it newly made? Zhu Yunfeng belabored the fact that if this thing could have been passed down to the present, it must have had its traces of historical years as well. But Zhu Yuanzhang is swearing by the establishment of this year's Shangyi supervision of the new weaving of a number of royal robes. That is to say, this clothing is only this year to make good, although it looks very real. But the new clothes and 600 years of vicissitudes of the precipitation of antiques, that the difference is even more enormous than porcelain. So no one believes that the Zhu Yuanzhang in front of him is the person himself. Zhu Yunfeng also saw this point. It is better to be a little more generous, so that people think it is a whole job. Anyway, it does not matter if you cannot see the face. "Brother, still there? Guess it was a blow. That's it then. Thanks to this brother, we have the next treasured friend." Seeing that no one was talking on Zhu Yunfeng's side anymore, Quan Zi asked twice, and seeing that there was still no reply, he hung up the connection. Only when he heard the sound of hanging up coming from him did Zhu Yunfeng come back to his senses and said with an ugly face, "Master, we have overlooked one thing." "What is it?" "Dating to now more than 600 years. Dating's antiques to now. Also less than 600 years of historical precipitation. So all the antiques to now, even if it is true, can only be said to be later imitations. Like this? You guys can actually tell how old an antique is?" Zhu Yuanzhan was also able to figure out the logic, but he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the age of this antique was something that could be seen. Those experts must have maneuvers to study, and no more instruments. Zhu Yunfeng said with difficulty, "Finished, the biggest source of money is gone." Chapter 43, Dad's Commitment. Admission to the Imperial Family. In the evening, Zhu Yuanzhang went back, taking away the packets of seeds and fertilizers that Zhu Yunfeng had brought back, leaving Zhu Di sitting there foolishly. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, was thinking of countermeasures. Undoubtedly, he is too ignorant of antiques, forgetting that the vintage of this thing, although not the biggest influence on the value of the standard, but a measure of the authenticity of the standard. A Tang Dynasty antique, even if it is made to be authentic, the year is only up to the Ming Dynasty, that will undoubtedly be labeled as a fake. So the idea of getting rich on antiques has become clearly unworkable, and it's just not realistic to get rich overnight with anything else. Only gold remains. Gold again faces the problem of bad bids, as well as large sums of money from unknown sources. Xu Yunfeng let out a long sigh and leaned on the sofa with his hands spread out. Next to him, Xu saw this and said, "Is it difficult?" "Well, kind of. Is there a solution?" "Yes. Since there is, what are you afraid of?" "Well, I'll make a call then." Xu Yunfeng got up from the backrest of the sofa and felt for his cell phone, hesitating for a moment, but still pressed out that call. "Hey Dad. What's wrong son?" A thick middle-aged man's voice came from over there. "Tell you something. Aha. Grandpa left me a bunch of gold. Do you have a channel to get out?" "Gold? Really? Really? I guess it was passed down from my ancestors, and I also found it by accident." "How many?" "Probably worth $10 million. "Well, then I'll be able to pay off what I owe." "Fine, I can pay your debt, but you have to give me all the rest." "Ugh." There was a long sigh there and said, "I'll take care of the rest of the debt Dad. You've helped me enough." Blanche. Xu Yunfeng was on the verge of tears. Sure enough, a father's love is like a mountain. Body slide. The father of this pitiful child. Old Zhu's family used to be broad. Xu Yunfeng's dad, Zhu Chengqing, as a college student in the 90s, left his job at a state-owned enterprise and went into business in Guangzhou. Starting in the millennium, he was first in the garment business and then moved into the passenger transportation business. There are buses at Guangzhou Bus Station, Shenzhen Bus Station and Changsha Bus Station, mainly doing passenger transportation business between Hunan and Guangzhou. At the peak of passenger transportation from 2008 to about 2013, he made a fortune and was worth more than $100 million at the height of his fortune. But after 14 years of business is not good, because the high-speed rail everywhere, the bus passenger transport industry fell apart. Xu Changqing also began to transform to do other business. Just do business with losses and profits is normal. Until 19 years ago there is barely a few tens of millions of dollars. Engaged in a door and window factory, but also do some offline store business. Talk about not making a lot of money, but hundreds of thousands of dollars a month or have. As it turned out, a well-known event happened in 19 years that completely changed the fate of the old Zhu family. After that incident, Xu Changqing's store all collapsed. The factory also closed down. Not only the family lost all the money, even the car and the house also offset into a lot of. Now Xu Changqing also owes a lot of external debt. To know Xu Yunfeng that Camry or Xu Changqing 7 years to his mother to buy, and then his mother changed the Volkswagen Touareg. Xu Changqing himself from Mercedes-Benz to BMW, and from BMW to Audi, are S-Class premium cars, Toyota thrown in the basement garage at home to eat dust. Xu Yunfeng 18 years to college. The end of the summer vacation at the end of senior high school took a driver's license. His dad bought him a more than 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz GLC. A family at the time is also the scenery. In the town is also a dignified figure. As a result, in 2021, Dad's side couldn't carry on, and everything was sold or mortgaged out. So Xu Yunfeng could only drive the old Toyota to get around. If it is not the old house is not Dad left that little bit of the idea of returning to the roots. In 21 years after the death of Grandpa, gritted his teeth from the already small savings, pulled out hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair this small building. I'm afraid that Xu Yunfeng do not even know where to go in the future. He hadn't wanted to find his dad when he ran into Zhu Yuanjiang crossing over this time, because he knows that although his father has contacts in Guangzhou, the probability of being able to bid on these gold of unknown origin, but his father owes a bottomless pit of foreign debt, when he still have to help him pay back. So Xu Yunfeng's consideration was simple. That would be to get the seed money through antiquing, then create your own company with a steady stream of income, and then just help your dad pay off what he owes. And Xu Changqing is also a person who has been a boss. Xu Yunfeng is not interested in doing business. The second is not much experience. In the future, you can also let your dad come over to help. You can also go to Daming more to see the situation. After all, it is their own father is not. As a result, the antique this road cannot go. Then you can only go to the gold this route. You have to help Dad pay back the money. Difficult? Just kidding son. Just then, Xu Changqing's mellow voice came again from over there, and he said, the money that Dad owes himself, Dad pays it back himself, and your money is what your grandfather left you, so take it yourself. Dad. Xu Yunfeng couldn't help but be moved. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay his dad back, but he had already signed a contract with Zhu Yuanzhang and the guys, and the money was needed for him to do the right thing. If you pay back your dad and go back to Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, you will obviously be looked down upon by Zhu Yuanzhang and the others. At that time, no matter whether it is the momentum or posture must be short. I am afraid that in the future, it will be taken by the old Zhu again, which is obviously something he does not want to see. So Xu Yunfeng hopes to at least leave a sum of money to complete the conditions he signed with Zhu Yuanzhang before they say, Dad's side will use the difference in the price earned by the middleman slowly pay him back just. But I didn't expect that Dad is still a bearer. Actually a penny are not going to want. After all, it is said to be passed down from the ancestors. Dad is also the Zhu family descendants, and is the eldest son of the eldest grandson of the line, naturally also be able to share the inheritance. It's okay, what are you going to do with the money? I'm going to start my own business. Got an idea? Yes, that's fine. You let it go. Someone will call you tomorrow. I guess he can come over in the afternoon. You can just deal with him face to face then, and the money will go directly to your account. Okay, thanks Dad. It's okay son. Xu Changqing side hung up the phone, and Zhu Yunfeng side. In fact, old Xu hadn't put much pressure on him. Due to his early years of business in the field, Xu Changqing basically did not educate his son, so Xu Yunfeng could be said to have been clothed and fed when he grew up, and until 2020, basically as much money as he wanted, old Xu would be able to give. Just with the business failure, and with the mother of the peaceful divorce, Xu Yunfeng himself does not want to live with his parents, and thus usually contact is very little. Often a month are not necessarily able to make a phone call. Now it seems, probably because he feels that he owes too much to his son, and thus even the money passed down from his ancestors. Xu Changqing did not intend to ask for it, but left it to his son. Well, Xu inquired after seeing that he seemed to be in a much better mood after the call. Zhu Yunfeng said, my dad fixed it for me. From what you're saying, it sounds like your dad has a lot of debt out there, and he's going to ask you to help pay it off? No, he was joking. Leave it all to me. Your dad's pretty nice. Zhu laughed. If my son had that much money in his hands, it would all have to be taken away. Well, when Zhu Yunfeng heard him say that, he suddenly remembered something. He hastily tapped his cell phone and called his mom. After 10 seconds or so, the other side answered. Hey, Mom, what's wrong son? Let me ask you something. Did Dad divorce you and pay the debt all by himself? There was silence on the other side for a few moments before he said, yes, I know. Xu Yunfeng hung up the phone and felt his nose a little sour. Used to hate Dad. Even if he hadn't spent much time with himself, he had given a life of privilege, only to quickly let himself fall from the clouds again, and got himself so poor that he was now poor. Only now do I realize that Dad's commitment. I'm afraid that divorcing Mom is also about letting the debt be carried alone. And most of all, he'd heard of his parents divorcing and then reorganizing their respective families and even having children. But he'd never met the other side of Mom and Dad, or his own half-brother or half-sister. Obviously, that's largely an excuse. After all, Dad was probably being chased around by his creditors nowadays, and he couldn't imagine his life if he followed them without that excuse. Dad, he really, I'm crying my eyes out. Ugh. Zhu Yunfeng let out a long sigh and said, I want to drink. Second ancestor, drink with me? Yeah, you got any booze at your house? Yes there is. My grandfather left the medicinal wine. I guess I can't drink it. Go to Daming to drink it. Do you have a royal residence? Okay then, come with me. Zhu then stood up. Zhu Yunfeng then got up as well, first carrying the Tang San Kai that was no longer useful. Afterward, we closed and locked all the doors and windows in the house, turned off the lights and computers and everything, filled Egg's bowl with water and cat food, put a leash on Pippi, and set out for Damien. The reason he brought Pippi was because Jiha had gone back to the county and didn't expect to be back for a day or two, and Pippi will bark if no one is home, tends to annoy the neighbors, and attracts the village dogs to bark with him to avoid trouble. The other thing is that Zhu Yuanzhang especially likes Pippi, and when he went back at night, he wanted to bring Pippi over, only Pippi himself didn't want to go, and that was the end of it. He wasn't going to go over there fully armed this time. A lot of words have been said, and Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude has eased. Zhu Yunfeng has been determined. Unless he threatened Zhu Yuanzhang's imperial power, basically he had no life over there, and even his power would be very great. So this time, just go over there and take Pippi with you to make Zhu Yuanzhang happier as well. The two men and the dog turned off the lights and went to the cellar. When he was ready to go down, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly remembered something, so he threw the dog leash and the backpack containing the Tang San Kai to Zhu and said, Wait a moment. What's wrong? Zhu asked. Got to bring the old man some gifts. Zhu Yunfeng scratched his head and said, Being a junior has to be courteous. Last time I went I was carrying so many things on my back that I couldn't carry them anymore. And since I didn't have any money on hand, I was brazen enough not to take anything over there. But this time I can't. Okay then, you watch. Zhu just stood still and waited with his backpack holding Pippi. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, went to the kitchen first and packed up some 13 spices and other condiments in a bag. Afterward, he thought about it and went upstairs to the medicine cabinet to get some anti-inflammatory and cold medicine. Although he sold some gold and had money in his hand, the cell phone tablet he bought for Zhu Yuanzhang and the cosmetics, perfume and such for Empress Ma were not delivered so quickly, and since he was in the mountains, even if he delivered it, it would only go to the town down the hill, and he would have to drive to pick it up when he arrived, so there really wasn't much in the way of gifts at the moment. Taking some spices and medicines, finally Zhu Yunfeng got some bacon and salami from the kitchen. None of it was valuable, but the gift was light, and he took the compound bow with him, even though he bought an entry-level compound bow for over $1,000. It was much better than the ancient bows and arrows, and he could take it to his old ancestors for fun. As for mass purchases, there is no need, because the principle of modern firearms is not difficult to find out. Later there is an opportunity to buy a lathe, buy a diesel generator, sent to the side of the Great Ming to develop their own. Doesn't it smell good to cross directly from cold weapons to the age of hot weapons? After preparing enough gifts, Zhu Yunfeng only rejoined Zhu Di. First put the things into the cellar, and only then carried Pai down, and set off towards Daming. The cellar board was also locked on the inside and could only be opened from the inside, making it 100% secure. With the flow of space, the two men and the dog arrived at Damien with a large bag. Coming out of Daming's underground palace, the sky had long since darkened, and it was now 4 minutes past dusk in the evening, that is, a little after 8 o'clock. The sky darkened, the palace lights were lit all around Qianqing Palace, and there was not a single person around. It was empty. Go talk to father first, Zhu said. Good. Zhu Yunfeng then led Pippi into the Qianqing Palace with Zhu Di. There is no one around the underground palace, but there are guards at the entrance of the Qianqing Palace, including Wang Dong, the supervisor of the inner envoy supervisor, and Mao Chang, the commander of the Yiluan division of the commander of the Imperial Army, who are all waiting outside. Many guards and eunuchs were very surprised to see Zhu Di appearing outside the Qianqing Palace with a stranger and a dog. Mao Chang hurriedly came over and arched his hand. Your Highness, what is this? This is my father's personally appointed His Highness, the King of Wu. Just go in and report to your father. His Highness, the King of Wu? Mao Champ was dumbfounded. Wasn't the last King of Wu the current King of Zhou? How come you've appointed a King of Wu so soon? And looking at Zhu Yunfeng, he's even older than Zhu Di, and I haven't heard that His Majesty has another son. However, the King of Yan was standing next to him, and he did not dare to be negligent, so he had to go in and report. At this time Zhu Yuanzhang was chatting with Zhu Biao. Today, I came back a little late, and the political affairs have not been dealt with much. Squeezed a day, and now it is too late to criticize, and I can only listen to Zhu Biao's report. You've done the right thing. Zhu Liangzu is really deceiving the king, if not for the fact that he has meritorious service. Inside the study, Zhu Yuanzhang was satisfied after listening to Zhu Biao's report. Today, the basic political affairs are pretty much taken care of, but there is one thing that is more important. That is, in the morning, Zhu Liangzu wrote a letter to impeach Dao Tong, the governor of Panyu, saying that he was arrogant and rude to his superiors. If Zhu Yuanzhang had seen this young, he would have given Dao Tong death, because he did so in history. But today it happens to be Zhu Biao who is supervising the country. Zhu Biao didn't listen to Zhu Liangzu's side of the story, but planned to send someone to investigate first. As a result, in the afternoon, Dao Tong's Zhang folders also came over, in which all the reports about Zhu Liangzu's illegal behavior in Guangzhou, making Zhu Biao very angry. However, he still did not dispose of Zhu Liangzu. After all, Zhu Liangzu is one of the founding ministers, and can even be barely considered as a Huaishi honored official. Although Zhu Liangzu was not the earliest fellow townsman of Huaishi who followed Zhu Yuanzhang, but since he surrendered to Zhu Yuanzhang he has repeatedly won battles, which is not as good as the 24 generals of Huaishi, but due to his Huaishi origin, he naturally is also one of the camps. Therefore, Zhu Biao suppressed the matter for the time being and waited for Zhu Yuanzhang to return to dispose of it. When Zhu Yuanzhang was informed of the causes and consequences, he let out a long sigh and said, "History has indeed changed." Zhu Biao was surprised. What's wrong, father? Today, after reading our Ming history at Yunfeng's, I learned that because I listened to the slanderous words of Zhu Liangzu, I killed a good official who was working for the people. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, Naiha Ming history did not record when this happened, only that it was the winter of the 12th year of Hanwu. I did not expect that it is actually today. It also coincides with me going to Yunfeng that today, or else it will have to unjustly kill good people again. Zhu Biao laughed. This is not to change the later mistakes, so that my Ming can walk on the right path. I think it is not far away from prosperity. It's not good to say. I came when Yunfeng's side of the antique thing is afraid of not good to do, said Daming away from the latter part of the world more than 600 years. This antique is also worse than this 600 years of the year. So much so that the Tang dynasty antiques in the latter part of the world is considered my Daming imitation of fake antiques. Cannot be sold at a high price, by and large, can only be used with the gold thing? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled slightly bitterly. He had heard Zhu Yunfeng say before that gold was not very good for sale, but antiques were different, with genealogy and clan endorsement, and if the price was precious, it could be exchanged for a large sum of wealth very quickly. As a result, this road does not work, and gold is more troublesome. If Zhu Yunfeng doesn't have a large amount of money in the modern era, I'm afraid that their plans will have to be delayed. I can only hope that Zhu Yunfeng can come up with a good solution. Your Majesty. Just at this time, Mao Chang walked in and said, His Highness the King of Yen begs to see him. Old Four is here? Zhu Yuanzhang wondered. Hadn't he told Lao Si to be based in modern times? How come he's back? So he asked, what happened to him? His Highness also brought a man with him, who was holding a big yellow dog, and said that he was the King of Wu, whom His Majesty himself had appointed. Mao Champ hesitated. Oh, thinking that it might be Zhu Yunfeng who had thought of a way out. Zhu Yuanzhang said, that's my personally appointed King of Wu. Let them come in. Yes. Machamp was very surprised, but quickly backed away again. I didn't expect that this kid actually dared to take the initiative to come to my Daming. It seems that getting along with it today has worked. In the end it's a brat. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said. Xu Biao curiously said. What means did father use? There is nothing to it. Hard cannot come to soft. Many times the way of the royal is so. Soft and hard to refuse is ultimately a minority. Xu Yuanzhang pondered. This kid came to Daming. Then this Procil Wu Wangpor also have to give him to cash before. So, tomorrow I issued an edict. Let the big Zongs Hangfu Sai to enter him in. Say as my second brother straight out of the air. This year only to find back the identity of the confirmation of the error. Yes, Jubilee should be down. Father, big brother, old ancestor, Uncle Tai. Just at this time, Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng walked in. At the front of the line was the big golden dog that was wagging its tail furiously, showing a big smile and couldn't wait to pounce on Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 44 Lao Deng explodes gold coins. Pippi. Zhu Yuanzhang sat behind his desk and saw the angelic smiling golden retriever. And immediately his love overflowed and he wrapped his arms around it. Zhu Yunfeng untied Pippi's leash, and Pippi rushed to Zhu Yuanzhang's side, wagging his tail vigorously. Wang Dong. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked Pippi's head and smiled from ear to ear, then shouted to the outside. Wang Dong, the chief of the internal envoy supervisors, walked in and said with lowered eyebrows, Your Majesty, have the Shanghai cook 2 meat bones and bring them over. Yes, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, then asked, Yunfeng, why did you suddenly come over? Xu Biao also smiled and said, Father was just asking me to enter you into the clan, saying that you are my second uncle's lost heir. Ha! Zhu Yunfeng was first stunned when he heard this, and then happily said, Then my seniority will go up. Is this appropriate? As he spoke he let go of the large bag of gifts he was carrying as well. Xu Yuanzhang laughed, No harm. This is in order to facilitate your walking and daming expedient. Not to mention that since you run for my daming, but also my Zhu family seedling, I since also will not treat you poorly. Thanks, old ancestor. I brought you some gifts. I have a bit of money on hand now, but the expensive gifts I bought are still on the way and not delivered, so I had to take some from home. Not anything expensive. Zhu Yunfeng took out the large bags of gifts and placed them on the table one by one and introduced them. These are condiments, used to improve the flavor of the dishes. These are standing family medicines that can cure general colds and fevers. And this is a compound bow. Said he picked up the composite bow pouch and put it on the desk. Modern composite bows are made of charcoal fiber or aluminum alloy. Very lightweight. Range and kinetic energy. Just a few pounds. The power is comparable to dozens of pounds of hard bow. This is what he checked when he bought a compound bow. Ancient bows are very heavy, often dozens of pounds. The Qing dynasty even appeared hundreds of pounds of big bow. Ordinary people simply cannot pull, at least the level of martial arts. Modern compound bows are a different story, weighing just a few pounds, while far exceeding ancient bows in terms of labor savings, shooting speed, range, and kinetic energy. The internet has said that the power of the modern high-precision manufacturing of 4 or 5 pounds of composite bow exceeds the ancient 60 or 70 pounds of bow 2 or 3 times. Exactly how much Zhu Yunfeng does not know, but he knew that as long as Zhu Yuanzhang tried it, he would love it. Well, you have a heart. Xu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Although it was heartwarming to hear about this bow, you still had to be happy to see it. Zhu Yunfeng continued. The main reason I came over today was to tell you that there is a solution to the money matter. Oh, how did it work out? Exchange it with gold. I found a gold sales channel can avoid being discovered. Zhu Yunfeng said as he took the Tang San Kai out of his other backpack and laughed bitterly. Negligence. Forgot about the dating issue. Or else I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. It doesn't matter. It'll solve the money problem. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't care. For the emperor, wanting gold is not difficult. He rewarded meritorious ministers. Each person is 200 or 300 taels of gold to start. At present, there are still tens of thousands of taels of gold in the treasury. And this is only shortly after the founding of the country, coupled with a large number of rewards for meritorious officials as well as the rest of the treasury's expenses, resulting in a small reserve. However, if he focused on collecting gold, not to mention tens of thousands of taels, even tens of thousands of pounds, he would be able to get them in a short period of time, and thus did not need to worry about this aspect. Zhu Yunfeng said, "Thank you for the old ancestors' understanding. As long as there is enough gold, the plan is guaranteed to be completed successfully. That is, now that you're here, have a seat." Jubilee invited him to say, "Okay, it just so happens that I have just the plan to tell you about." Zhu Yunfeng placed the Tang San Kai on the bookshelf and then sat down next to Zhu Biao, opposite Zhu Yuanzhang's desk. "What's the plan?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. "It's about agricultural companies." Zhu Yunfeng sat up straight and said, "My idea is like this. I intend to engage in agricultural development in our town. One is the planting industry, including rice, corn, wheat, sweet potatoes and so on. The second is animal husbandry and farming, including cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens and other conventional livestock. I calculated that by then the funds needed may be more than 10 million, at least 30 to 40 million. And this may only be the initial start-up capital. Want to make it bigger and stronger to spend more." Of course, he was afraid that Zhu Yuanzhang would think that he was here to ask for money, so he also immediately said, "After getting on the right track, it will take a lot less spending, and the main purpose of doing this is still for the sake of Daming being able to accumulate enough agricultural technology." Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang came to be interested and said, "Tell me in detail." When Zhu Yunfeng saw that he had indeed been aroused by his interest, his heart was immediately delighted. In essence, it's really about being an entrepreneur, finding a good program, and in starting to use the PPT to find investors. Then how to take this PPT and blow it out of the water is his skill. Zhu Yunfeng did not do the internet, no experience in this area, but it does not prevent him from seeing pigs running, so it is also easy to say. It's very simple. He laughed. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. And there's also a saying that it's better to have a father and a mother than to have your own. Just by me bringing you guys things from modern times, not to mention the fact that the stone monument has energy requirements. The number of times and quantities it can be carried are limited, and it needs to spend a lot of time and electricity to recharge. The mere fact that it's completely dependent only on modern supply, and you guys don't have your own industrial chain. Once something happens to the stone tablet one day, then all of this will be a fantasy. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly in agreement. Next to him, Zhu Biao also tapped his jaw. This is the old-fashioned way of looking at things. That's why it's crucial for Daming to develop the technology on its own. But you're starting from scratch, and even if I bring the technical information over, you're afraid you won't even be able to read it. Zhu Yunfeng then said, "Then why don't we actually do it? I'll open up the agricultural company, and then I'll figure out a way to get a purse company to sell the output of the agricultural products online, with the purse company placing the orders, but the actual outputs are sent to Daming for the purpose of providing supplies for Daming, who pays for them in gold. And I will also open a company in Daming that will specialize in agricultural production, such as the Daming Imperial Estate, and create a piece of land of my own that I can cultivate and raise livestock. Then recruited a group of technicians with extensive knowledge of agriculture to participate in my agricultural company. Modern farming and animal husbandry are very scientific methods, such as when to sow, at what temperature, at what intervals, the aftercare of sows, etc., are all learned. But whether it's equipment or seeds, breeding pigs, breeding cows, spending and other means of production, I can help you ship them directly to Daming. And what Daming needs is professionals who have learned these scientific planting and scientific breeding. So I will let these technicians in the actual operation of the time, in order to film the way the video left, when the time to take these videos sent to Daming, put on the Daming side of the Imperial Estate to those who are working in the Imperial Estate of Daming and the agricultural personnel to watch and learn. After they have learned, one by one, plus I will bring a large number of conventional and hybrid seeds from modern times, all kinds of high-yield rice, wheat, vegetables, and slowly reduce the proportion of hybrid varieties. It is estimated that it will take less than 2 years, the daiming will be able to quickly spread high-yield crops throughout the country, and the relevant technicians will be able to promote them, so that, in a very short period of time, the grain production, and meat, egg, and milk production explode, and there are a lot of benefits for me to start a company. There will be a lot of policy favoritism, and the government side will also help. Basically whatever I want they will try to help get it. In the future, if I can create hundreds or thousands of jobs for our county under my hand, the governor will have to coax me to donate supplies to the mountainous regions in the name of the company, such as books, medicines, clothing, etc. And I'll donate part of it, and the other part will be sent to daiming, and no one will be able to check it out. This way in the early stages I will be able to provide daiming with support in agriculture and education, and when it's on the right track, then in the future, when daiming is in agriculture, the modern era will only need to export fertilizers for daiming. In terms of education, it will directly be able to recruit students to start modernizing education. Finally, Zhu Yunfeng said with great confidence, and the industrial construction afterward is also this reason. When the agricultural company this road is determined to be feasible, I will then open factories and engage in industrial construction. We can still shoot videos for people to learn. I will provide the relevant equipment. Daiming will be able to start directly from the second industrial revolution. The development will be very rapid. It had to be said that the feasibility of Zhu Yunfeng's plan was very high. It's a bit like the 1960s when Big Brother Woolly Bear aided us, contributing people and equipment, then letting our personnel learn, and when the relevant industry chain matures, we'll be able to be self-sufficient. And the main thing is that the way is based on video learning materials, learning by watching, although certainly not as good as a live demonstration, but in terms of safety will naturally be much higher. Hearing Zhu Yunfeng's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was very satisfied. His biggest concern was exposure. In Damien he had one hand in the sky and didn't have to think about that at all, but sending people to the modern world. If the modern people find out what's going on and report it to the past, that would be a disaster. He was incapable of checking modern times and feared that modern forces would subvert his kingdom, so he had to hide and conceal himself. Video learning, on the other hand, is much safer, so he said with satisfaction, not bad. Of course, it's best to have someone from the daiming side to learn it personally, so that it's more efficient, because not all of the words from our side may be understood on your side, and it's best to have someone to teach it, or even to have him come out with a video after he's learned it personally, and it's best to teach it in the language and the way that is customary on the daiming side. Zhu Yunfeng said, much of agricultural knowledge is actually empirical and not particularly culturally demanding. A lot of agricultural knowledge is printed and distributed to farmers in the form of science pamphlets, such as basic agricultural knowledge, farmland management and protection, and postpartum care of sows. Only even then, it was still a bit too much to ask of the farmers of the Great Ming. Can't even read, let alone learn from unreadable science pamphlets. As for video learning, there are also difficulties with the language and the way it is done. So if a society daimyo comes to teach in person and gives one-on-one lectures, the results will be so much better than just reading pamphlets and videos. And this daimyon is perfectly capable of teaching 10, and these 10 and then 100, and it will spread rapidly. Just learn those basics and know how to plant and farm scientifically to increase production. After that it will continue this way to train skilled workers, and then the basic industry can be built. It is expected that within 2 years daiming will complete the agricultural revolution, and within 5 years the industrial revolution will take place. And it will not be difficult to accomplish the task of industrial construction aided by Big Brother Mao Bear in those years under the reliance on modern knowledge and technology. Oldest then, he stays in modern times anyway. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfeng's words, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di and said, Old 4, can you do this job well? Zhu Di was in a momentary dilemma. He's been addicted to playing on the computer lately, and he's especially playful right now, so I'm sure he won't want to spend most of his time learning how to garden. There was just such a slight hesitation. And then he immediately said, please rest assured, father. However, knowing the son is not like the father, that wipe hesitation or let Zhu Yuanzhang see out. Cold humming, Lao Si, do not forget your identity, after the world is again prosperous, but also just after the world, and you have nothing to do with it? Your roots in the Ming dynasty. You are the son of the emperor of the Ming dynasty is not the people of the future. If you only know the whole day is extravagant, do not think for the Ming dynasty in mountain anger force. See, I do not break your legs. Yes. Zhu Di was too coy to resist. Zhu Yunfeng was also furious as he watched his ancestors' fossilized appearance. Been beaten before too. Now being scolded as well. Why don't you dare to fight with Deng? However, before he could snap, he heard Zhu Yuanzhang ponder for a moment more and said, Yunfeng, old ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng lowered his eyebrows and said, Zhu Yuanzhang then said. As long as it is guaranteed that my daiming will not be detected by your future generations, you can do it your way, but what I must tell you is that once it is detected, I will immediately move the stone tablet, so as to prevent people from the future generations from being able to come to my daiming and overthrow my daiming's rivers and mountains. Okay, Zhu Yunfeng said. Don't worry about this, the stone monument is a secret amongst secrets. I will buy the surrounding land when I have the money, and overthrow and build it again, to make sure that it is foolproof. Then do what you want. Zhu Yuanzhang appreciated. Don't worry, old ancestor. The most feared thing about engaging in agricultural products is marketing. Now that we have daiming as the entire market, my company will grow rapidly and then drive daiming to improve across the board. Zhu Yunfeng patted his chest in assurance. With access to his dad's side of the family, he could confidently offer the gold for money. In this way it was able to form a complete trade chain with daiming. He opened an agricultural company on his side, bought seeds and fertilizers in large quantities, and while he was doing it himself, he got them to daiming. The acquisition of seeds and fertilizers can also be covered up through agricultural companies. The output of agricultural products are also sold to daiming, such as making a sales base in Shangfeng Mountain, which is nominally for e-commerce sales, but in fact are shipped to daiming. Just have someone from Zhu Yuanzhang's side send someone over to pick it up. For trading, the daiming side used gold to buy a large amount of agricultural products. Zhu Yunfeng exchanged the gold for money through a channel, and then used a purse company to pay the money into the company's account, perfectly turning it into legitimate income. The whole process has another name in the industry, money laundering. Sure, Zhu Yunfeng's operation is certainly legally compliant and provides plenty of jobs. It's just that the customers aren't modern people, so it's not a crime at all. It's just a reasonable means of avoiding the risk of selling gold. So it's not just a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win. That is to say, the interests of all three parties, daiming, Zhu Yunfeng, and modern China, could be satisfied. In a way, daiming can be understood as some foreign developing country with a family mind and relatively smooth politics. Our country exports technology and materials to him through foreign trade, and what is imported is not an ever-inflating banknote like the U.S. dollar, but a precious mineral like gold. This makes the pattern intuitively clear to understand. You could say that Emperor Qin Shi Huang touched the electric door like crazy, and everyone went numb. After hearing Zhu Yunfeng's assurance, Zhu Yuanzhang then said, as I recall, 100 taels is equal to 1.5 million, and 2,000 taels is equal to 30 million, right? Yes, Zhu Yunfeng nodded without blushing. In that case, let's draw some more gold from the treasury. Will 2,000 taels be enough? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Enough is enough. Thank you, old ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng was busy saying. He was very excited inside. I don't know what the channel collection price is on dad's side though, but today those gold stores like some Defu, some Fengxiang and so on are selling at about 800 a gram. The international gold price is 621 a gram, while the online recycling price is between 420 to 580, and the recycling price at the shady gold store in town is 540 bucks a gram. The channel dad introduced can't be lower than the shady gold store in town, right? Even if you just go by the recovery price of the shady gold store in town, which is almost $39, 82 million, he'd be able to rake in almost $10 million in the middle. Sure enough, in this business of life, it's better to be a middleman and make money from the difference in price. Chapter 45. Half of old Zhu's sons are. After coming out of the Qianqing Palace, the grandparents and grandchildren, Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng, hooked their shoulders and headed towards Zhu Di's royal residence. Pippi stayed with Zhu Yuanzhang and is now happily gnawing on a meaty bone. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yunfeng thought that all the feudal kings lived in the royal residence, only to realize that they also lived in the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang himself lived in Qianqing Palace. Xu Biao lived in the East 6 palaces of the Chengqian Palace, commonly known as the East Palace. The vassal kings like Zhu Di, who had not come of age and had not assumed the title of vassal, were unified to live in the Chuanha Palace, which was located to the east of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The north side of this place is the Fengxian Hall, and the south side is the Wenhua Hall, where the imperial son studied. Later Zhu Di moved the capital to Beijing and repaired the palace according to the overall format of the Nanjing Palace, and Chuanha Palace was inherited by the Beijing Palace. Just the name from the spring and the palace changed to the South 3, commonly known as the Ten Kings House. Still is not feudal prince residence. Ming Guangzong Zhu Chanluo suffered a coupling case. Happened here. The overall structure of this place is a bit special. Is a huge back to the shape of the word. The center of the mouth is the spring and palace hall. Around the hall and built a lot of mansions. The royal sons live in the back of the word between the outer mouth and the inner mouth. Zhu Di, as the oldest unseated vassal king by far, is already the boss of spring and palace. ignoring the watching eyes of the heavily guarded guards, leading Zhu Yunfeng back inside his own mansion in Spring and Palace in a familiar manner, clanging and knocking hard on the door. The one who opened the door was a young eunuch in his 20s, and when he saw him, he immediately revealed a delighted expression and said, "Your Highness, where have you been these past few days? Finally, you're back." "Naturally, I went out on an errand for father. And this is heir." Zhu Di wanted to introduce Zhu Yunfeng, but suddenly thought that just now, his old man had entered him into the clan, still under the name of his second uncle, Xu Xingsheng. In this way he and Zhu Yunfeng belong to the same generation, and between the same generation to age size called brother. To Zhu this year 19 years old, Zhu Yunfeng this year 25 years old to count words, then he still have to call Zhu Yunfeng Gigi? Zhu was silent for a moment. The promised 25 generations of grandchildren, how all of a sudden turned into cousins, the key to their own still brother. Mrs. The grandson has become a brother. Where can I argue? Day. Zhu Yunfeng seemed to have thought of this problem as well, and said in his old-fashioned manner, "Why don't you introduce this king to people?" Zhu Di rolled his eyes. This is calling himself this king? But he couldn't say anything. He could only reluctantly say, "This is my second uncle's lost heir Zhu Yunfeng. I went out on an errand to seek him out. Father has already appointed him as His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Why don't you call for him? Huang Yan has met His Highness, the King of Wu." The eunuch was busy arching his hand and saluting with a humble and respectful attitude. Hello. For the first time, Zhu Yunfeng felt a change in his status, nodding his head repeatedly, his face smiling broadly. He could be a human being himself. "Go and prepare wine and meat for His Highness the King of Wu. I want to drink freely with the King of Wu." "Yes." Huang Yan then hurried off to get ready. Zhu Di and Zhu Yunfeng then went straight into the mansion's lobby parlor. The hall is quite empty. Directly opposite the door hung an ancient painting. Under the painting on each side of the eunuch chairs in the center of a coffee table. Then there were 4 chairs on the left and right sides of the hall, potted plants in the hall, and ancient paintings hanging on the walls. The overall style is quiet and elegant, and the tables and chairs and benches are also yellow rosewood, which is exceptionally precious. Zhu Yunfeng saw these furniture. The brain thought of a problem, that is, the antiques will bring back from the Shangzhous to last week's. Wood is okay? After all, like incense wood, yellow rosewood, gold nanmu, rosewood, such as in addition to cultural relics, itself also has great value, but after thinking about it, he let it go, because he remembered that these woods are nationally protected plants, and the ones that can be circulated on the market are also basically those that have been passed down from ancient times or have a logging license. Even if you planted it yourself, if you cut it down privately, that's still an offense. He brought it back from ancient times, and when people looked at it, they saw that it was new, and they reported it to him at that time, and he had to go to jail immediately. Sure, he can also bring wood furniture from the Tang and Song dynasties. That way, even if less than 600 years old, can be identified as Ming or Qing dynasty cultural relics, to avoid the trouble in this regard. And the ancient jade category? It's a mineral. I don't think you can identify the year. You can only see it by the carving, right? Plus he has the genealogy to prove it, so as long as he proves it's something handed down from his ancestors, odds are he can still sell it out of the country. Just that way do not know the value of this aspect. And secondly, even if you sell at a high price, you still have to pull on the Shangfeng Mountain Zhu Jiaping all the Zhu family descendants to share the benefits in order to work. And regarding the matter of pulling on the clansmen to form an interest group, Zhu Yunfeng felt that he had still been too naive and thought things too simply before. At present, there are about 300 people in Zhujiaping, excluding the foreigners who married in. There are more than 200 children and grandchildren of the Zhu family name. Most of the rest are working, studying and doing business outside, and dozens of middle-aged and elderly people remain in the village. These people, in addition to a few families closer to a little bit of contact, the rest of the people Zhu Yunfeng neither recognize nor understand. Even after living in the village for 2 years, at most, he has seen people, not even knowing what word generation they are, and what kind of kinship they have with him. Once this kind of distribution of benefits was involved, these dozens of middle-aged and elderly people were all their own elders, and were definitely enough for them to drink a pot of soup. By the time they called their own family members back from outside, everyone would have to have a mouthful of soup, and the scene would be even more chaotic. The point is that a mouthful of soup is nothing, and Ben is meant to distribute it. However, the problem is not equal. The antique proceeds he must take the lead for the startup capital, and there is also the family size differences. A family of 3 and a family of 6 are divided into the same amount of money. It will inevitably lead to quarrels with each other. So while the whole antiquing thing is great, not only is it legal and compliant, but the money is huge. But there's too much hassle to follow. Even if Xu Yunfeng can get a lot of Tang and Song dynasty before the various types of wood furniture in ancient jade, take back as Song, Ming and Qing dynasty expensive furniture in ancient jade sales, harvest hundreds of millions of start, but also into endless strife only. Thus, after thinking clearly about this point, Xu Yunfeng broke the idea of taking antiques back, or honestly engage in gold to really, you're taking advantage of me. When he entered the house, Xu sat down on a chair with his butt and complained, have you ever been a grandson like this? That can't be helped. It's the identity given by the old ancestors. Xu Yunfeng laughed. Forget it. Xu grinned widely and said, seeing as you've been cooking me so many goodies these days, I won't say anything about you. Sure enough, my good Erzu, I'll be the first to get you anything good in the future. Xu Yunfeng patted his chest and said, when I'm rich, I'll buy you a mansion and a sports car in modern times, and find you a granddaughter-in-law. Well, count on you having some filial piety. Xu nodded, then felt something was wrong and was surprised. Wait, granddaughter-in-law? Never mind the details. Xu Yunfeng waved his hand. Xu Di laughed and scolded. You're right with Dad. You really are a little brat. Ha ha ha. Xu Yunfeng hemmed and hawed and smiled. It is really good to get along with Xu, and it is easy to become a brother from the grandchildren at a similar age. They were chatting on their side. Over there in the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were talking about things after Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di left. The study was brightly lit, and Pippi was lying at Zhu Yuanzhang's feet, gnawing on a meaty bone. Having a bone forgets its owner. While stroking Pippi's head, Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Biao, what do you think about the way Yunfeng mentioned? Sounds pretty good. Zhu Biao thought for a moment and then worried. I'm just afraid that there will be too many people. Well, I have concerns in that regard as well, but there really isn't much we can do and we need to look up to Yunfeng. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. He had no identity, no channels, and no roots in the modern era, and was completely in the dark, so he could only rely on Zhu Yunfeng to solve everything. So in the face of Zhu Yunfeng in front of him shouting what equality and mutual benefit, mutual respect, can only pinch the nose to recognize, but he also sent Zhu to keep an eye on it. Moreover, his identity is after all the Gold Master, and is Zhu Yunfeng's ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng wants to restrict him, but really cannot restrict, just to see his own mood. In order to the Ming dynasty can be tolerated one or two, but if the boy really stirred the nose on the face, then it is no wonder that he went out to teach a lesson. Although it is not so much as turning the other cheek, but if you are reasonable, the ancestor beating the descendants' children and grandchildren is supposed to be the execution of the family law. So I think that the kid would not dare to say anything. Just I see that kid truth is afraid not say all. This 2,000 taels of gold. In the end how much fall into the real place is difficult to say. Jubilee said. Zhu Yuanzhang mused. This is also the reason why we have to go and understand modern times. We can't let this kid have the last word on everything. But after all, it is the descendant of our old Zhu family, so take some in the middle. Xu Biao smiled and didn't say anything. He knew his father too well, treating corrupt officials cruelly indeed, but treating his own Zhu family members with tolerance. On the side of the second brother, Xu Qian. Last year, the second brother in the fiefdom of all kinds of unlawful things were reported. The father is indeed angry on the surface, but only sent an imperial edict to reprimand Emil, and did not do anything to the second brother. In the final analysis, or the father cannot really give up on the second brother under the heavy hand, otherwise it would have been in addition to the country imprisoned. And how can just order to rebuke some so simple? By the way, did old Four and that kid go back to modern times or where did they go? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly asked again. Xu Biao thought for a moment and said, he should have gone to the Spring Peace Palace. If he went back, Yunfeng should have taken Pai Pai away. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang then said, then go to Chuanha Palace to see what these two boys are talking about behind our master's backs. Good. Jubilee then got up. The two of them then left the Qianqing Palace and headed towards the Chuanha Palace. When he came to the Spring Peace Palace, this side Huang Yan had just served Zhu Yunfeng and the others wine and food. Huang Yan only came out of the hall, and then bumped into Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, who were visiting Lao Si's house at night, and he was so scared that he just kneeled down to shout. Zhu Yuanzhang said in a deep voice, silence, take me through the back door, don't let Lao Si find out. Yes, your majesty. Huang Yan hurriedly responded softly, then led them into the house through the back door. Zhu Yuanzhang waved off Huang Yan and stood with Zhu Biao behind the living room wall to eavesdrop, and from the side door next to him, he could walk directly into the hall. While in the hall at the moment, Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di, the grandparents and grandchildren, were sitting opposite each other at the table on the right side of the living room to eat. Ming dynasty wine and food were set up on it, so I heard Zhu Di put a chopstick of food into his mouth and clinked a glass of wine with Zhu Yunfeng, saying, why do you suddenly want to drink? It was just an instant realization of how hard it was for my dad. His family used to be quite rich and then they went bankrupt and got into debt. Zhu Yunfeng smothered a mouthful of wine. Felt that the degree is not high yet not good to drink, but the bitter wine into the throat hard for pain. Face full of despondency said, today, I realized that he for me and my mother, the debt all on his own back. No wonder in recent years he gray hair more and more. Is this a debt you owe? Zhu asked. No. Since your dad owes it, it's normal for him to pay it back. That's the truth. But when he was prosperous my mom and I enjoyed the money he made. And now that he's down and out and not only doesn't want a dime of my money, but he's helping me find channels to get out of gold. It's kind of hard to think that my dad is really nice. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. This feeling Zhu cannot be experienced. A middle-aged man in order to his wife and children. The pressure all on their backs to carry alone. When the son of today to know the truth. It is inevitable that some feelings. But this also intensified Zhu Yunfeng's desire to work hard to make money and help his dad get out of his debt career sooner. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, who were eavesdropping in the back, looked at each other and said that today. Why did Zhu Yunfeng suddenly come to daming? So there was such a thing in the middle. Come on, let's have another drink then. Zhu raised his glass. Drink. Zhu Yunfeng also said. To be honest, drinking here in you so meaningless. After a while to take you to the county to drink. The bar only have a sense of atmosphere. What vibe? You'll know when you get there. Then I'll have to look forward to it. Zhu's face was indeed filled with anticipation. A single Blue Sands town alone doesn't even come close to epitomizing it. Because the town was so small, it wasn't exactly bustling either. And he'd seen a lot of things from his computer. And aerial drone videos from big cities. But it's only on the computer. What would it be like to see it in person? Don't worry. Zhu Yunfeng smiled. Then suddenly remembered something and said. Fourth brother, are you really that afraid of the old ancestor? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao in the back both pricked up their ears to gossip. Zhu said, he is my father, can he not be afraid? You're too much of a loser. Why don't you dare to fight with the old ancestor? Zhu Yunfeng said casually. He recalled that Zhu Di had been slapped by Zhu Yuanzhang earlier and had been chastised and educated just now. It's still Ming Qingzu. When he met old Zhu, he was like a rat meeting a cat, and was easily pinned down. What do you call that? Zhu was dissatisfied. You're so brave. Why don't you dare to fight him? Zhu Yunfeng straightened up and said. I did it. Remember? Didn't you point your nose at him and curse him on my family's dining room? You even got slapped by him. Zhu Biao in the back looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in surprise. Zhu Yuanzhang will come back to tell him what happened. But this matter cannot be said. Zhu Yuanzhang bristled. Zhu Yunfeng, this kid, what is going on? Is not trying to encourage the old four against his old man? Zhu said. Then why were you so cavalier just now? Zhu Yunfeng looked at him strangely and said. I fought with old ancestor because he's rude and too emotionally unstable. He gets angry when nothing is going on and doesn't reason. What am I doing looking for him to fight when he's being reasonable? I'm not a psychopath. You're weird. You're the one who's being unreasonable. You didn't get the job done for me. So I'm scolding you a little bit. In the back, Zhu Yuanzhang's face was flooded with anger. Very angry. However, Zhu Di outside felt that Zhu Yunfeng had a good point. And he was surprisingly speechless. But feeling that he couldn't lose face in front of his children and grandchildren, he thought for a moment then asked rhetorically, You're not afraid of your father? I haven't even seen much of my dad, so what's the point of being afraid of him? Zhu Yunfeng spoke faintly. He did see less time with his father. Before second grade, he was with his grandparents. After second grade, he lived with a distant relative in the county. Mom came back to take him for a few years in middle school, bought a house in the county, and accompanied him from his junior year until he graduated from high school. During this period, Zhu Yunfeng only saw his dad when he was on winter and summer vacations, and they were few and far between, because Zhu Changqing's passenger transportation business is not fixed, sometimes in Changsha, sometimes in Shenzhen, and sometimes in Guangzhou, and because he has to be busy with business. Even if Zhu Yunfeng goes to his place on vacation, Zhu Changqing doesn't have much time to spend with him, and most of the time he gives him money to let him play on his own. It was even more so after college, when Zhu Yunfeng stayed at school all year round and didn't go home, needing even less. Zhu Yunfeng remembered that the last time they met, it was already this year's Qingming festival. Dad came back to visit his grandparents' graves, came back alone. His hair is much grayer than before, and his originally broad back is getting more and more stooped. So when father and son interacted there was never any bickering or name-calling. There was instead that not-so-familiar disconnect. You're making me envious with that statement. An envious expression really surfaced on Zhu Di's face as he looked Zhu Yunfeng up and down. Zhu Yunfeng pinched the bottle and wondered. As for that, I don't even know if you're envious that I'm not afraid of my father or that I'm a left-behind child. All envy. Zhu Di laughed bitterly. You do not know. Our brothers since childhood is by the father's strict discipline. A little careless, Not to beat that is scolded. Every day schedule is all arranged. There is no freedom. So miserable? No wonder once you guys left Nanking and ran to your own fiefdom you were taken off your feet like a wild horse. That second brother of yours, Chu Pei, 10th brother Zhu Tan, in, 13th brother Zhu Gue, of, and 25th brother Zhu Yi. These four together are known as the four great villains of the early Ming dynasty. Zhu Yunfeng thoughtfully said, and these four guys are only the most evil, killing hundreds and thousands of people, murderous reputation. The rest of Zhu Yuzue, Zhu Yin, Zhu Zi and so on are also not good things. The people of the scourge is also quite a lot. So when you think about it, fourth brother, you are simply regarded as a clear stream in the old ancestors' gang of sons. The character is not as good as the great uncle, but at least it is still actually a person. It is not unreasonable for you to become the emperor later on. Are they this vicious, killing so many people? Zhu was surprised. Yes, it is strange to say, the old ancestors' great talent, although killing a little, but other aspects in our successive emperors is definitely ranked among the top few male masters. How to give birth to half of the sun is not the gene is not too good, only inherited the old ancestors' killing character? Zhu Yunfeng casually said, then stared at Zhu Di again and said, fourth brother, don't be too happy. Although you didn't brutalize the people much, you brutalized a lot of officials and implicated a lot of innocents. So don't be as ferocious as your old ancestor. I can't even be an emperor anymore. Why do I still think about this? Besides, when compared to modern life, I feel that life in daiming is so meaningless. It's still much more fun to be in modern times. Zhu responded lazily. The anger on Zhu Yuanzhang's face in the back became even more raging and inhibited. Those two little brats. I can't believe I'm talking about myself so much behind my back. And it also yells at his own son for being some. They're going to all be. What's that about yourself? The old? Chapter 46, A Steep Thunder on a Flat Earth and Riches. Father, forget it. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang was red warm again, Xu Bei hurriedly pulled him out of the house and said in a soothing manner. Yunfeng was also unintentional. Humph. Instead, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't immediately seize, but just snorted coldly and twisted his head away. Xu Bei looked back at the Yan Wang residence. Then he also shook his head, smiled bitterly and followed Zhu Yuanzhang away. Zhu Yuanzhang walked so fast with a tiger's stride that Zhu Biao had to jog all the way to follow him. It is the cold winter months. Yingtianfu did not snow, but the cold wind blowing Zhu Yuanzhang father and son robes flap. Hunting. Xu Bei followed behind Zhu Yuanzhang without speaking. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, slowed down and sighed after a moment. Bill, do you think that my father has indulged those brothers of yours too much? Father is also for the great Ming Zhongshan worry. It's just that what they do still needs to be restrained a bit or two. Zhu Biao shook his head. He has historically helped put in a good word for both Zhu Zhu and Zhu Yuzue, but not now. Rather, later Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't stand their behavior any longer, so he had them recalled to the capital for some chastisement. Xu Biao was worried that Zhu Yuanzhang would kill them in a fit of rage, which is why he spoke out. After all, he was his own brother from the same mother. Although Zhu Biao was benevolent, the values of the ancients were too different from those of the later generations. Xu Biao would not chastise his own brother for the hundreds and thousands of dead people he had never met. What's more, Xu Biao himself is also clear that Zhu Yuanzhang doesn't want to kill those brothers of his, but just needs a step. Then he has to give this step. So often even as a crown prince, and the most securely positioned crown prince in history, there is a lot of helplessness. And how could it be otherwise for Zhu Yuanzhang? He wrote his own imperial records of Ji Fei Lu in the 20th year of the reign of Hongwu, and then he wrote down what those sons of his had done. But what's the point? He himself knows very well what those sons of his have done in the fiefdom, yet he just doesn't punish them. Therefore, even if Xu Yunfeng scolded those sons of his as, to say how angry is not so much, because he himself also scolded Zhu Zhu as something worse than a beast. What Zhu Yuanzhang is really unhappy is that Zhu Yunfeng can't appreciate his difficulties, and only knows to abuse his son as a group of people, without realizing that there was nothing he could do about it. Doesn't he realize that his sons are the herd? But if we don't let them go out to become vassals and guard the borders, who will defend his Ming dynasty? To the north, the Mongol Yuan were watching intently. There was also a storm within Daming. Those great generals with heavy armies on the frontier could revolt at any time. Who else could be stationed there but those of his own blood and bone, whom he could trust? Ugh! Xu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at the night sky, his eyes filled with sorrow. Obviously his own children and grandchildren descendants can appreciate his father's not easy, but cannot appreciate their own this old ancestor is not easy. It is ultimately a bit saddening. The moment. In the cold wind, Zhu Yuanzhang's thin body was full of depression. However, Zhu Yunfeng apparently did not know that his drunken words with Zhu Di were heard by Zhu Yuanzhang, nor did he know that Zhu Yuanzhang was sad in his heart. But even if he knew, he would not be more sympathetic to Zhu Yuanzhang's difficulties and would only look on with cold eyes. Because it is a reflection of the difference between ancient and modern values. There are always people who feel that they go to the ancient times or the people on top and can do whatever they want, and the rest of the people are just grass in their eyes. But I wonder how you would feel if you were to go to the ancient times one day and become one of the innocent people brutally murdered by those sons of Zhu Yuanzhang. Or how does it feel to become an ordinary citizen in Nanjing, and suddenly one day they say that you are colluding with Hu Weiyong and are going to be killed? In the final analysis, it is nothing more than a difference in position. Some people stood in the shoes of Zhu Yuanzhang, these emperors and generals, who treated the people like pigs and dogs in order to maintain their rule, while Zhu Yunfeng was born under the red flag and stood for the people. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhu Yuanzhang defending his rule, but defending his rule didn't mean that he had to kill innocents indiscriminately. When dealing with lords and corrupt officials, just execute those involved in the cases. What has it got to do with those innocent people, or even those who just live near the homes of those lords and corrupt officials and have not even seen much of them? It's fine for the feudal lords to guard the borders, but indulging them in wanton behavior is a case of the son not teaching the father. So Zhu Yuanzhang's efforts to maintain his rule are understandable, yet the wanton extension of the strain, the indulgence of the son's brutality, and the living martyrdom, the hereditary nature of the household that treated the people as a caste system, are stains that cannot be washed away. Also an emperor who fought the world immediately. Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang formed a world of difference. Sure, there is no denying that Zhu Yuanzhang was likewise a great emperor. Merit is merit. Fault is fault. One cannot deny his achievements in expelling the Vucruzers, re-establishing China, and restoring the Han dynasty because he killed too many people during his reign. Just for Zhu Yunfeng, it is precisely because he is clear about Zhu Yuanzhang's character that he is extra careful while maintaining his independence. After all, Lao Zhu's character is too domineering and says one thing, if one's attitude is not a bit tougher. I am afraid that in the days to come, one will only be a puppet on a string at the mercy of others. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di's drunk, in the middle of the king's residence, slept for a night. The next morning let Huang Yan wake up Zhu Di back. The two people came out from the royal residence and went back to the big square outside the Qianqing palace. The cold wind blew and gave them a shiver. Even last night's hangover sobered up quite a bit. There was no one in the square. The underground palace was off limits, and there were only soldiers guarding and patrolling very far away. Zhu Yunfeng took out his cell phone with no signal and looked at it. It was now more than 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still gray, and the Qianqing palace was lit with candles and illuminated. It's cold. Zhu wrapped his arms around himself and rubbed them together for warmth. He was still wearing Zhu Yunfeng's winter clothes, and it was colder on the other side of Shangfeng Mountain than here. But it couldn't help but be windy on this side. Where's my skin dog? And where's the gold going? Zhu Yunfeng asked. Big brother said he'd come by later, and Pippi and gold will get you there as well. Zhu shook his foot and urged, let's go over first. All right. Zhu Yunfeng nodded and then descended into the underground palace. No one around the underground palace dared to approach. This has been designated a restricted area. Trespassers die. And no one else knew the mystery of it, much less the function of the stone tablet. So seemingly being unguarded makes it seem like there's a risk of being discovered, when in fact that's not something to worry about at all. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di came out of the underground palace in a familiar manner. Just after climbing out of the cellar, Zhu Yunfeng's cell phone sent out dozens of ding-ding-ding sounds. He stood in the utility room and took it out and scanned it. It was all missed call texts. A number from the Canton area has been calling since last night, until after 11 p.m. With a couple of dad's calls in the mix. After thinking about it, Zhu Yunfeng called his dad back first, but could not get through, so he dialed that Guangdong number. Hello. The phone actually connected quickly, and a middle-aged man's voice with a Cantonese accent came from there. Zhu Yunfeng asked, which one are you? Is it Zhu Yunfeng? I'm your dad's friend. My name is Lu Dong. Just call me Uncle Dong. Are you at home now? Hello Uncle Tung. I'm at home. Okay. I'm still in Guangzhou. High-speed train at 7 a.m. I expect to arrive at your county high-speed train station at 11 a.m. I'll come get you then. No, just wait for me at home. I'll hang up now. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Yunfeng thought about it before sending a WeChat to his dad. Guess something's either up on dad's end, or he's not up yet, or something else. But gold is a big deal, and it's better to be sure of the other person's identity before doing so. However, dad's side has not yet returned the message. Zhu Yunfeng went to the kitchen first, looked at the refrigerator leftovers, warmed up to get a breakfast to eat. Zhu returned to the living room. The egg cat is lying on the living room sofa. See him also do not avoid people. Zhu happily went up to Rua Cat, lying on the sofa waiting for food. Zhu Yunfeng warmed up yesterday's stewed chicken. then took the family's hanging noodles and made a bowl of chicken noodle soup, and also fried 2 eggs, and served them up to his ancestor Zhu. Here's the chicken noodle soup. Smells good. Zhu was instantly energized and sat down at the table to wait for his meal. Zhu Yunfeng put the chicken noodle soup on it and laughed. Anyway, if you follow me, the emperor may not necessarily be able to become the emperor, but there will definitely be less delicious food. He. Zhu smiled broadly and then opened his mouth to eat. After breakfast, Zhu Yunfeng sent Zhu upstairs to watch a TV series. He looked at the time, almost 8 o'clock, so he called Ji Hyuk. It didn't take long for Ji Hyuk's side to pick up, and he said, "Hey, Akasan, how's it going?" "How's what going? Did you ask about the agricultural company for me?" "Asked. Good deal. More than enough AG companies in our county want to sell. You can just buy one. Is the bar that low on this stuff?" "That's for sure. Engage in this line of driving a Mercedes-Benz in. Bike out. Even if there is a state subsidy is also easy to bid or TR loss to you. Someone to take over." They smile. "Okay, you give me a whole one. How much you just say? I will transfer your card." "Okay, I'll go down and ask again." Ji Hyuk sighed, then hung up. He went back to the county to get his resignation, and also to inquire about the agricultural company. Zhu Yunfeng's plan is to first engage in an agricultural company and legally operate seeds, fertilizers, and related technologies in the company's name. This way, buying seeds and fertilizers in large quantities will not arouse suspicion. After that, when the agricultural company is on the right track, by importing the agricultural products to Daming and then selling them abroad in the form of online sales, as long as the tax return has been filed, the transportation and terminal countries behind it will not be checked. Just like the courier. You buy things online, send the courier over the country is not so idle that each courier output in terminal will be checked once. Zhu Yunfeng, on the other hand, online fictitious courier orders. The actual shipment is sent to Daming to go. Sure, to cover his tracks, he still sends a portion of his orders away to ensure that his company is indeed shipping produce out of state, thus covering the company's main business. When the agricultural products were imported to Damian, and gold was earned from Damian, it was exchanged for money and then started to be put into industry. The industrial approach is simpler. Just open a factory. All kinds of metal processing plants. Their county is a big mining county, not only rich in iron ore, antimony, manganese, graphite, copper, coal, lead, etc., and even gold. It is only later that the factory closed down quite a lot for various reasons and many workers were laid off and unemployed. But on the other hand, their county is so rich in industrial workers that it would be absolutely easy to recruit enough metal fabricator workers. After all, it is well known that there are enough talents in a county to start a country, and those meritorious officials like those of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang are typical representatives. And with a population of 1.2 million, their county has more than enough room to put together a few metal fabrication plants. With workers, precision lathes, and modern instruments, it's a piece of cake to hand-roll a modern firearm. Not to mention an anti-aircraft gun, because 2 laid-off workers tried it. The only worry is that in the midst of hand-rubbing the firearms, the police station will have a field day. So Zhu Yunfeng knew to think of other ways. As for what exactly, he can only when the time to think again. Cannot really let the workers hand-rub firearms, but that was by and large a relatively distant thing. Zhu Yunfeng was still thinking of first getting the agricultural company up and running, sending seeds and fertilizers and related technology to Daming, and completing the first step of the plan he had set for Daming before saying anything. At the end of the morning that is, at 9 o'clock, Zhu Yunfeng was on the second floor using his computer to look up information on forcing Hu, when he heard someone shouting downstairs, "Yunfeng, fourth brother, are you guys there?" Woof woof. The barking of the peppy dog came. A few moments later Pai Pai scampered up the stairs and ran to Zhu Yunfeng's side and rubbed himself violently. Zhu Yunfeng slapped it on the head not too gently and scolded with a smile. "Dogs, forgetting your old man when you have a bone." Yunfeng, fourth brother, panting and sweating, Xu Biao walked up and scanned around to see both Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di in front of the computer. Just like the 2 internet addicts. "Here you are, Master Tabe. Have you had breakfast yet?" Zhu Yunfeng asked. His house is too close to the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang and Xu Biao came over with no difference between the string of doors. Xu Biao said, "Eat up, you guys come down and help move things." "Move what? What else could it be?" "Gold, of course." "Gold?" Zhu Yunfeng was instantly energized. He had forgotten about it. It wasn't so much that he forgot about the gold, but that he forgot how much 2,000 taels of gold actually weighed. According to the calculation of the Ming dynasty, 1 catty is equal to 16 taels, and 2,000 taels would be equal to 125 pounds in the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty a catty is about 596 grams, so converted to modern weight units is 149 pounds, almost equal to 75 kilograms. Zhu Biao simply cannot hold. At that moment, Zhu Yunfeng gleefully dragged Zhu Biao, who was still watching the TV series, downstairs. Soon they came to the cellar. The things were sent to the entrance of the underground palace first by Zhu Biao, and when the people were dismissed, then Zhu Biao dragged them into the underground palace and came over by the stone tablets, but when he got into the cellar he couldn't drag it. At this moment, there is a very large sack by the cellar stone monument. Zhu Yunfeng climbed down to the cellar, turned on the electric light, and then walked to the side of the sack to open it. Just saw that it was yellow and full of irregular gold nuggets. The Ming dynasty had gold ingots, but the early Hangu treasury was empty, not much gold, so there was no casting, until the late Hangu began casting gold ingots. Later unearthed the earliest Hangu gold ingots are Hangu 23 years, by the king of Jin Zhu Yuliuzu in Shanxi Taiyuan let the king's house of the secretary for supervision made. That's why all the gold from the early Hangu years and nearer is of such irregular shape. But even so, looking at that large bag of gold, Zhu Yunfeng's heart fluttered and his eyes couldn't take his eyes off the yellow gold nuggets. He's kinda flat out, steeply rich now. Chapter 47 Rich, rich, rich. Okay dad, hang up then. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Dad Zhu Changqing's call finally came over. After determining that Lu Dong was Dad's friend who collected the gold, Zhu Yunfeng held down his excitement and waited for Lu Dong's guy. When AO noon, the sound of a roaring car suddenly came from outside the house, followed by Zhu Yunfeng's phone ringing. Zhu Yunfeng saw a local license plate Toyota Bajaj parked in his yard on the second floor balcony, which should be the car that Uncle Dong got off the high-speed train and rented locally. Hey, Uncle Tung. Yunfeng ah, I'm here. Where are you? Which household is your home? Lu Dong came down from the car, is a middle-aged man in his 50s, a brand name luxury goods. The hand also clamped a LV bag, also wearing sunglasses in winter. He got out of the car with his bag clutched in his left hand and his right hand on the phone, scanned around and saw 3 families by the fish pond. Zhu Yunfeng's family, the 4th uncle's family and the 6th uncle's family, and stood by the car to inquire. Apparently he also just got a location address from Zhu Yunfeng's dad, but he didn't know exactly which one. I'm here Uncle Tung. Wait here, I'll be right down. Zhu Yunfeng stood on the second floor and shouted. Lu Dong looked over and noticed him, so he smiled and nodded, hanging up the phone. You guys wait on the second floor. I'll go down and talk business first, and then I'll buy you goodies when I sell the gold. Zhu Yunfeng said to Zhu Biao and Zhu Di who were using the computer to learn the basics. Okay. Jubilee nodded. He spent the morning trying to learn to type phonetically. This allows you to search the software to find out what you want to know, including history as well as prices in this world. Zhu, on the other hand, is engrossed in watching a TV series, and the Great Ming style is slowly fast approaching the back of the line. He is currently watching the episode where his grandson, Zhu Junji, violently beat up Walla, and is enjoying it with gusto. Zhu Yunfeng can only give him a moment of silence, because the next few episodes are when Zhu Zhanji hangs up and Zhu Qizhen takes the throne, followed by the blood pressure-inducing Tumul Fortress. When he came down from the second floor he closed the second floor glass door to prevent Pai Pai from following him down, and then opened the door of the hall, and was seeing Lu Dong opening the trunk of the Baidao and carrying a suitcase out of the trunk. Uncle Tung. Zhu Yunfeng was busy going up to greet him. Lu Dong closed the trunk and turned back to remove his sunglasses. It turned out that he wore sunglasses not to pretend in winter, but because there is a big scar at the eyebrow. Looking fierce, not like a good person nah, but the person was very kind, and smiled as he walked over and said, "You're little Feng, right?" "Yes Uncle Dong, come sit in the house." Zhu Yunfeng greeted. He is not afraid of the other side. How? One is dad introduced should be reliable, and 2 above there are 2 helpers. It's hard to say how well Zhu fights, but Zhu Di does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Good. Lu Dong entered the house with a continuous nod. Coming to the living room, Zhu Yunfeng poured him a cup of tea and said attentively and politely, "Uncle Dong, are you here alone? Have you eaten yet? I'll cook for you." "Not a person. There are a few waiting in the town below. Uncle came over a trip to go. Afraid of people coming up trouble. Dinner does not matter. Later back to the town to eat. First talk about business." "Okay then, business first. Your father said you have a lot of gold here?" Lu Dong placed the suitcase on the living room table and sat down. His eyes noticed the marijuana bag that was placed in the living room. "Yes." Zhu Yunfeng then opened that marijuana bag, revealing the gold nuggets inside. Taking one out and handing it to him, it was passed down from his ancestors. "Let's see." Lu Dong took a look and nodded before opening the suitcase. Just saw that in the suitcase was an instrument that Zhu Yunfeng couldn't understand. Kind of like a small laboratory operating table, with a box on top and a display and a bunch of buttons underneath. Zhu Yunfeng knew that this should be an instrument for testing gold. He had seen chef alchemize gold before and knew that professionals had such equipment. The one chef used was called the Fire Eye Golden Gun, which he called the Fire Eye Rooster Gun. Obviously Lu Dong's instrument is better and more accurate than the Fire Eye. It was seen that Lu Dong put the gold nugget into the box, closed the lid, and then activated the button underneath. And in just a second, a bunch of parameters appeared on the display next to the button. Seeing the parameters, Lu Dong nodded with satisfaction and said, "The gold content is very high. The purity has reached 97%. Not bad, not bad. I'll look at something else," said and continued to put a pile of gold in the test. The source of these gold are folk collection. There are 4 in tribute. The purity varies, but basically can reach 97 to 99% or so. Impurities on the low side. The quality is very high. All gold quantities were tested and determined to total 77.9 kilograms with an average purity of around 98%. In addition to these 2,000 taels, there were also the 100 taels that Zhu Yunfeng had brought back from Daming last time. At that time, 300 grams were sold, leaving 425 grams, and with the 2,000 taels brought back this time, equaling 74,500 grams, the total would be 77,925 grams. Lu Dong was also surprised to see so much gold and asked, "Wasn't it said to be worth more than $10 million? How come there are so many?" "I didn't know exactly how much at first, I just estimated it." "That's fine. The goods have seen no problem. Xiao Feng, uncle is not going to beat around the bush with you. How about I take it for you at $610? $610? Zhu Yunfeng couldn't believe his ears when he heard this price. The international gold price is $621. The gold store's recovery price is only $540, while Uncle Tong actually gave $610. Is the difference so big? See his surprised look. Lu Dong thought the price said low. Explained, general according to the international price of gold minus $3 to $5 is the market price. But this is not 99% gold. To deduct a little impurity money, 610 is the normal price. Quite a few. So press 610. Zhu Yunfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly answered, fearing that the other party would back out. "You send me your bank card number," Lu Dong said. Good. Zhu Yunfeng then sent his card number to Lu Dong's cell phone. Lu Dong glanced at the text message, then first used his cell phone calculator to do some math, after which he clicked on the phone book to dial a number with a note of Governor Yen. A few moments later that side was connected, and he said to the other end of the phone while looking at the text message, "Hey, Lao Yen help me give an account to call 47.55 million over." "Well, it's a business transaction. The account number is..." "Good. Hang up the phone," Lu Dong said to Zhu Yunfeng. "You wait a moment, should be very fast." Was 47,534,000,250. The tail number and is 4 and 250. Not good to hear. Give you more 16,000 law. Thank you Uncle Tung for the atmosphere. Zhu Yunfeng likes to do business with such a fastidious person and is happy to do so. Ding. After a while, a verification code appeared in Lu Dong's cell phone, and he then sent it to Governor Yen. Banks are able to offer phone transfer services, but this decision is still in the hands of the owner himself, and the final transaction can only be completed if a verification code is sent. A few seconds later, the sound of a text message came from Zhu Yunfeng's cell phone. He pulled it out and his heart fluttered. Just see that the original balance of $67.31 has instantly become $475. 50,067.31. Individuals. 10. Hundred. Thousands. Million. 100,000. Millions. 10 million. Looking at the balance figure that he had never seen in his life, Zhu Yunfeng just felt his heart speeding up a lot, and his whole body was indisputably excited. The world of the rich is just unintelligible. Tens of millions of dollars in one phone call. Too damn exciting. Uncle, I've heard that large transactions will be monitored, and even though I'm selling my own ancestral gold, I won't be targeted by the people above me. After getting excited and then slowly calming down, Zhu Yunfeng remembered one of the most important factors and carefully inquired. Lu Dong smiled and said, "You don't understand." "Right. Large amount of money transfer is first of all the bank monitoring. Found that something is not right will be reported. Otherwise, the country does not know how many trillions of dollars of capital flow every day. How is it possible to monitor in real time to get in place? I called the bank. The side will treat this transaction as normal business transactions. From the root will not be reported to the regulator side. You are legitimate income. Rest assured that the use is." "Thanks Uncle." Zhu Yunfeng was thrilled and thanked him, which made him realize that the first supervision is actually the bank. and only the bank will report the account transaction abnormality if it finds it. For example, in the famous 9163 incident, it was the bank that first discovered the problem and reported it before it was investigated. So as long as it is resolved over the first hurdle, there will be no anomalies. Seeing that the deal had been completed and the money was already in his pocket, Zhu Yunfeng then opened his mouth and asked, "Uncle, there's something I want to ask you. You say, our town gold store acquisition price why only 540 ah, and see online many even acquisition price is only more than 400. Ha 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 ha." Lu Dong laughed and said, "Because those gold practitioners must create this illusion of low recycling prices, to deceive those who do not know how to sell to them at low prices. The formal channels, such as the major banks and gold institutions, are lower than the international gold price of a few dollars to recover law. So it is." Zhu Yunfeng suddenly came to a realization. These grandsons are so dark. After Lu Dong said this, the logic inside was clear. The gold industry is, after all, a transparent industry. A large number of practitioners who want to profiteer from it will have to do something about it. For example, the country's major gold stores' recycling price is low. In the internet to spread the lower recycling price, by those search engines to put their own recycling price on the front page and so on. Those who want to sell gold can basically only rely on the search engine search. But on this and cannot find a formal channel. It is assumed that the international gold price is the international gold price. The recovery price is lower than the international gold price is very normal. So the low price to sell to others. However, the fact is that those formal institutions are recycling at the international gold price. It's just that their channels are not available to ordinary people, or they are purposely directed to other informal channels. Simply put, the rest of the gold practitioners have formed a huge interest group. They through the control of the media, the network and other ways to cover up the channels of the formal institutions, so that the people cannot find the formal channels. They can only sell gold at low prices to them. Needless to say, these interest groups are truly terrifying. It is simply the same routine as the way the Jiangnan bureaucrats and gentry of the Great Ming Dynasty passed on taxes. The court of the Great Ming Dynasty collects 1/10 of the tax, and when they get down there, they make up names and pull in the gentry to pay the tax and make donations. The original 1/10 of the tax to be paid was raised to 3/10, or even half, or even 89/10 of the tax, forcing the people to sell their children and their families. Those gentry paid, the people can only follow the money. After getting the money, the gentry's money is returned as much as it is, and the people's money is divided into 37. So through the extra tax, not only can these gentry to pay their own tax to make up for, but also in this way passed on to the people, and even in the middle of the hand up and down to play wantonly embezzlement. When they got money from greed, they bought the land of the bankrupt people at low prices and made those people their tenant serfs. That is, today's society is developed and productive. Otherwise, all these gold practitioners don't know how many people they have to exploit and break up their families. Okay. Seeing that the transaction was successfully completed, Lu Dong stood up and said, "The matter is done. I should also go back immediately, so I won't sit down. Uncle Tung, eat before you go," Zhu Yunfeng said in a hurry. No. Gold, this thing real-time price changes a lot. Your Uncle East Hand took this batch of gold also want to immediately carry out processing. In case of a sudden plunge, Uncle may want to lose, so to immediately rush back cannot be delayed. Lu Dong waved his hand and said, "If you come to Guangdong in the future, call your Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong will entertain you. Then I'll see Uncle Dong off." Zhu Yunfeng was then resourceful enough to help drag the gold. It's too heavy, nearly 80 kilograms, cannot hold it at all, but only by dragging. Lu Dong was not polite and reloaded the suitcase's instruments himself. Then the two of them went out of the house one after the other. To the side of the bully car, Lu Dong first put the box into the car. Two people lifted before the gold lifted the car. Bang. Okay. Lu Dong closed the trunk and clapped his hands before looking at Zhu Yunfeng and saying, "Little Feng, Uncle." Zhu Yunfeng was very respectful. This was not only his dad's friend and elder, but also his god of wealth. Lu Dong said at length, "Your father is not easy. I am your father's brother. These years I also want to help. But your father does not want to involve me. He is a very righteous person. You now have money in your hands. Help your father-in-law." "I know," Zhu Yunfeng said seriously, "but I also know that this money is just a drop in the bucket to help my dad right now. So I have my own plans." "What's the plan?" "I'm going to start my own business." Lu Dong was silent for a few seconds, finally shook his head and smiled bitterly. "With your father a virtue, a few years ago your father was barely able to get by. The result is that he still intends to gamble, mortgaged the house and the car, borrowed a lot of money from the bank out, and finally failed to start up the business again, owed a butt of debt. You now also want to gamble. Entrepreneurship is not so simple thing. Now the general environment is bad. Your father that circle of friends. Just your Uncle East is doing gold business can still get by. Other people's situation is not good. Of course, he added at the end. Right now it's just your dad who's in the worst situation. He'll be much better off if you help him in this situation. Do you still want to go ahead and gamble? Aha. Zhu Yunfeng nodded without hesitation. It's a given. Because his back is against the Great Ming. Through the operation of this money in hand there is a constant flow of money. And if you take this money to dad to pay off the debt, you're committing fraud against old Chu, who could shut down the channel in a fit of rage, or even slaughter himself. So he can only take this money to start up the agricultural company first, to provide enough food for Daming in exchange for a lot of gold. In fact, the reason is the open source of the reason. Just rely on saving money is not save a million family money, only the money to money. Thus Xu Yunfeng will not help his father to pay off the debt for the time being, and so on their own bigger and stronger say again. All right. Seeing that he was so resolute, Lu Dong did not persuade him and said, then you do a good job. I will leave first. Uncle Tung, I have another question. Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly called out to him. Lu Dong walked to the driver's seat of the car and asked, what's wrong? Will this gold be checked? Zhu Yunfeng asked a more concerned question. Lu Dong laughed. You don't need to know about this. Don't worry. Uncle Dong is the one who does this. Of course he has a way to make them compliant gold. That's good. Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a while, then said, I'm relieved in this way. Then Uncle Dong, you take your time. Good. Lu Dong nodded and then got into the car. Zhu Yunfeng just stood on the side of the road and watched the bully make a U-turn in his own yard and then leave. He had meant to ask again, if he still has gold there, can Lu Dong help out? But in the end he held back, because Lu Dong thought that this was a one-shot deal. Zhu Yunfeng was just taking out some of his ancestral gold and selling it, but little did he know that more gold would be coming his way later. If Zhu Yunfeng asked such a question, it would immediately reveal that he still had a lot of gold there, even though Lu Dong is dad's brother. Who can say about such things as the human heart? So take this money and use it first, and when you make enough gold later on and have your own business team, then you can just give the gold directly to your dad and let him help with it. Chapter 48, Bird Guns for Cannons. First buy luxury goods. Done. After sending Lu Dong away, Zhu Yunfeng locked the door of his room and came to the second floor and said, Xu Biao turned his chair, leaned on the backrest, looked at him and said, the gold is all sold? Sold. How much was the exchange? 30 million or so. Zhu Yunfeng said without blushing. It's just a little less than $20 million of greed. So what are you going to do next? Jubilee asked. Xu Yunfeng then found a pen and paper and walked to the second floor living room table and sat down. Come over here for a moment. I'll give you my plan. Xu Biao and Zhu Di then looked at each other, then got up and also came to the table and sat on the sofa. Once they were seated, Zhu Yunfeng drew a circle on the paper first and said, with the money, first of all, I intend to acquire some objects for us. He pointed at Zhu and said, Old 4, you want a cell phone don't you? Zhu wondered, didn't you buy it for me? Yes, I bought it, but other than a cell phone, is that all you have to dream about? Not a luxury car? Zhu didn't make a sound for a moment before saying, I don't know how to use it. Of course I know you won't use it, but I will. Zhu Yunfeng then wrote the word Maybach in the circle and said, first spend $2 million on a whole Maybach. Xu Biao and Zhu Di. After finishing the Maybach, Zhu Yunfeng pointed at Zhu Biao again and said, Master Tai Bo, I remember you want the sofa, right? Yes. Xu Biao nodded and touched the soft sofa behind him. This is good. I can put a few in my palace. Sofa then. But in addition to the sofa, a watch. Another 300,000 Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin would be nice. Zhu Yunfeng wrote Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin again in the circle. Xu Bei and Zhu Di looked at him with question marks on their faces. It's been a while and they actually know what cars and watches are. Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanjiang also rode in the car, and the watch has been seen worn by others. But the problem is that you just have money, and you spend $2 million on a car and $300,000 on a watch. Is this a human thing to do? Father gave you gold to make a big career. You come to enjoy life first? You're really not afraid of father's chopping you, are you? After all, it was his own offspring. Xu couldn't help but say, Yunfeng, isn't it a bit too much for you to engage in this? Not too much. Xu Yunfeng shook his head repeatedly and said, the old ancestor and Mrs. Grandma's side also have to get some good things. You have no electricity and network, TV, computer, refrigerator, these meaningless. Or get some real. The elderly warm suit, Simmons mattress, high-grade silk down on the whole, as well as the use of rice paper brush is too troublesome. To give you the whole water-based pen, hard white paper. The old man is ambitious, to lay down a great mountain. Then I will give the whole batch of maps. The old lady also need to do a maintenance. Get some expensive skincare products. Of course, by the way, we should also match a few of us with luxurious suits and expensive clothing. Rich people's clothes all start at hundreds of thousands of dollars a piece. And if you want to become rich, you first have to learn to package yourself. As he spoke, he looked at Zhu Biao and Zhu Di with disdain. Look at the poor smell on you. What are you wearing? Lao Si? I bought a down jacket last year. More than $300 a piece. Suitable for your prince status? And Mr. Tai Bao, you go out to talk business wear Prince Gun Dragon robe? Zhu Bei and Zhu Di unconsciously spread their hands and scanned down at the clothes they were wearing. Zhu stayed on Zhu Yunfeng's side all year round, so the clothes he usually wore were Zhu Yunfeng's clothes. And wasn't it winter? Although there is no snow, but the south is very difficult to be wet and cold, so he wore a black down jacket, which is really not very good. Zhu Biao is with Zhu Yuanzhang daily rotation over, also not in this side of the permanent residence, so the usual clothes is his own prince clothes. In the Ming Dynasty emperor, prince and prince are wearing a dragon robe, called Gun Dragon robe. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao they do not wear this every day, wearing regular clothes, but they have to deal with state affairs, naturally need this aspect of the preoccupation. Now that we have money, we have to splurge and spend it, big time. Zhu Yunfeng perked up. He remembered watching the news in the past, saying that there was a big boss over in Xiamen, because he was too rich. A BMW X6 thrown in the underground garage for 10 years before he thought about it. When I went to look at it, I found it had been stolen long ago, so the story made the news. There is a news is more interesting. There is a rich woman in Beijing, the hands of more than 200 houses, due to too many houses led to the year casually bought a suite also forgot. 15 years later to think about it. By the time we found it someone had moved in years ago and didn't even recognize it as her house. This is only the kind of rich people who are worth a few $100 million. The kind of rich people who are worth billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars, can't even imagine what kind of life people lead every day. So Zhu Yunfeng is now steep and rich. That must get the style up. Zhu Biao was very disappointed to see this and said, I thought that after you had money, you would immediately start making efforts for the great Ming. How did I know that it would become so paper thin all of a sudden? Zhu also frowned. Yunfeng, you're going a bit overboard. Even if you like an extravagant life, you should at least pretend a bit. Wrong. Big mistake. However, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly laughed. Did you guys think that if I had money, I would immediately start spending with a vengeance and only know how to squander it? Isn't it? Zhu said. Of course not. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, as the saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. When you go out, your identity is all given to you. And in order to have a brand name and make people look up to you, you first have to work on your car and clothes and watches. Now this society is very impetuous. Snobbery is very much. You wear dozens of dollars of cheap clothes to go out and say you want to talk to people about tens of millions of dollars of business. People will not pay attention to you. This is the reality. Well, Zhu Biao mused and nodded. That makes some sense. He remembered those rich people in Jiangnan. Each body damask, silk, jewelry, make beads, roughly the same meaning. Once we get the lines and put up the deck, we can really start to get the business going. Zhu Yunfeng said, I'm going to have Ji Hyuk buy an agricultural company in the county first, and then talk to the county government side about cooperation, renting all the fields in our town as well as the surrounding towns, and then hiring people to cultivate them, and using this as an excuse to purchase a large amount of seeds and fertilizers and send them to Daming. What do you guys think about that? Well, that's more like it. Zhu Biao sighed in relief. He was really afraid that Zhu Yunfeng would start to turn bad when he had money, but it's certainly not that easy to open a company. When the time comes, various departments will certainly have to run. Anyway, now there are still 2 or 3 months before the coming spring. Let's not be in a hurry first. Zhu Yunfeng said. I took some samples for the old ancestor side. It's definitely not good to plant now. When the time comes, I'll find a way to get a few thousand kilograms of seeds and fertilizers over here first. And you'll get it first in the spring of next year. And then you'll start to make a big deal in the second half of next year. How about it? It's okay. Jubilee responded. That's it then. I'll call Jiho's side to check on the situation. Zhu Yunfeng put down the pen in his hand. Instead of a portal, where you can just throw something into it, the monolith requires a person to touch the spatial node with something in order for it to work. That's a big limitation. So it's still not that easy to give the Damian side a quick boost. But it's still possible to complete basic farming first. A few thousand kilograms may seem like a lot, but in reality a pickup truck can hold it all. And it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get a few thousand kilograms of fertilizer seed up front. Akasan, how's it going? Zhu Yunfeng called Ji Hyuk, and the call didn't take long to connect. Ji Hyuk's side said, asked a few. There are quite a few that want to sell. It depends on what size you want. How? The agricultural companies in the county are all half dead. Either the kind that cheat on subsidies or the ones that engage in farming. But the general environment is bad right now and they're all losing money. The ones with industries in their names are more expensive. And if they don't have any industries in their names, they can buy one for a few tens of thousands of dollars. What does the policy say? What departments do I have to run to if I make a bigger investment? How much are you going to pitch? $30 or $40 million. Then you still run what department? Let the governor accompany you to drink tea on the line. The following departments directly help you do it at light speed. $30 or $40 million to keep the governor company? Zhu Yunfeng was surprised. While he knows that investing in a place that is a local achievement and the local government will give strong support, but the governor, at least, has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so it's not like tens of millions of dollars will keep him company. Is it? You think it's still like before? Before the economy is good, tens of millions of dollars can casually pull the investment. That is at most a deputy governor or a certain director accompanied, but now the situation is not so good, especially tens of millions of cash flow, is not from the bank loan over. Investment in the local area that is splashy rich, that are political achievements, will certainly be enthusiastic. He said, some time ago the news read it, a city invested more than 50 million foreign businessmen, local driving illegal not fine, entertainment venues consumption is not subject to investigation, as long as you do not commit a crime, you walk horizontally in the county can be. Zhu Yunfeng immediately got excited and said, then our heifer sits in the airplane, the cow is more than up. You quickly contact the governor for me. Tease me. I can't do it off Ongsang. I'm just a grassroots civil servant. Where would I get the chance to meet the governor? Nor do I have that channel. I can help you contact the town government first, and then report it to the top. That's fine. You come back first. Tomorrow we'll go to the city. Get a limo. Change the clothes on your body, and then go to the town to talk afterward. Okay, I'll be back this afternoon then. Jaya's side answered. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Yunfeng was in an agitated mood. We the people are so happy. It is true that money is the master. Investment of tens of millions of dollars. The governor must be accompanied. At noon Zhu Yunfeng talked to Zhu Biao and Zhu Di at the dinner table about their next plans. The first thing is that they have to get a costume first. Otherwise it wouldn't be appropriate for you to go talk to the government about tens of millions of dollars of projects and dozens of dollars of cheap clothes and an '07 Toyota Camry. The next step is to approach the government side and get the agricultural companies out there so they can buy things in name only. The last thing to do is to pilot the stuff after it's been shipped there. Take the first step now. Maybach has a dealer on their side of the prefecture. Ordering one is nothing. It is Patek Philippe. Vacheron Constantin and other such luxury famous watch stores have no dealers in their city and can only go to Changsha to buy. But that's easy. There's nothing money can't do these days. Ji Hu came back in the afternoon, and Zhu Yunfeng said something about buying a car and a watch, and he was overjoyed. After choosing online for a while, Zhu Yunfeng chose a $370,000 Vacheron Constantin model 4010T with a gold and black dial. He also gave Ji Hyuk and Zhu a watch of more than $100,000 each on Patek Philippe and Piaget respectively. The reason why he bought it for the two of them was because according to Zhu Yunfeng's plan, this period of time would require him to go to the county to run around more. Then Ji He and Zhu would definitely have to follow him. And Jubilee just keeps house. In this way he is the boss must be all famous brand. Two followers of the line naturally cannot be bad. All must be arranged. Cannot fall off the chain. After all, in terms of status, Zhu Yunfeng intended to place Ji Hyuk in a position as the company's general manager. Zhu doesn't have an ID card, so he'll temporarily arrange a follower relative first. When we find a way to see if we can spend money abroad to forge an identity for him in the future, and then arrange for an entry record, so that Zhu can be transformed from a black family to a Chinese descendant. After choosing the watch Zhu Yunfeng directly called the dealer in Changsha. After paying the deposit, the dealer's side directly assured them that he would personally send someone to deliver it to them the day after tomorrow. Nowadays, many of such luxury dealers are not boutiques of luxury brands, but some self-operated stores with authorization. They don't just carry one brand. It's not uncommon for several brands to be carried together. So Zhu Yunfeng is not in 3 stores to buy, but in one store. All of a sudden came to more than 600,000 yuan of business. That naturally want to give as God like coaxing. Driving from Changsha to their side is basically a highway. About 4 hours by car. By high-speed rail is as little as 1 hour. Sending employees over a trip is naturally not a difficult task. Since he was going out to see the world, Zhu was very excited. But someone else had to stay at home. So Zhu Yunfeng had been teaching Zhu Bei how to use the electrical appliances. This includes turning the lights on and off, locking the door, and how the computer works. For the past few days, Zhu Biao had roughly just kept his doors unlocked. and during the daytime he came over with Zhu Yuanzhang, first using the computer to look up information on prices, history, news, and the like. If you eat and sleep, you will go back to Daming. From the underground palace to the Qianqing palace is only 20 to 30 meters away. Xu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang home is not far away. The only concern is the power. Exactly how much electricity the monolith can store and how many kilowatts it takes to cross it once is unknown. Therefore these days when he slept at night, Zhu Yunfeng would turn on the switch and charge the stone tablet first to prevent the energy from running out one day. The one I was looking at before was consuming 40 kilowatt hours per night, and with other appliances such as computers and lights, the meter was turning up smoke. Now have money is not bad this. First to the online loan owed the tens of thousands of dollars in a one-time repayment, and then to the home of a one-time charge of 2,000 yuan of electricity, to ensure that crossing the energy is sufficient. Early the next morning, Xu Yunfeng drove his old Toyota Camry, carrying Ji Hyuk and Zhu, in the direction of their city. Chapter 49, It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. So fast, so fast. On the highway, sitting on the passenger side, Xu felt like he was suffocating. He had never experienced this feeling before. The road on either side of him turned behind him in a flash. Things were changing rapidly. The whole thing felt like it was flying, and it made him so nervous that he almost forgot to breathe. Come on. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. This is considered slow. When you experience high-speed trains and airplanes, you'll know what Chinese speed means. Awesome, awesome. It's just that I feel out of breath right now. Zhu's eyes widened as the scenery on both sides overwhelmed him, and there were times when he was even afraid that he would suddenly hit the guardrail in front of him and get himself run right over. Seeing him like that, Ji Hyuk laughed and said, "You're not used to it yet, Lao Si. It'll be fine when you get used to it later." All right. Xu said so on his mouth, but his eyes closed, not to see the kind of speedy feeling outside, and the fear in his heart dissipated a few points. Soon the car was speeding down the road, and about an hour and a half later, it came off the highway and drove into the city. Their town was a long way from the county, about an hour on the national highway, and the highway was poorly cost-effective, but the county was close to the city, only about 70 kilometers away. It's an hour and a half from their town on the highway. As they got off the highway, they were greeted by skyscrapers, and they arrived straight into the downtown dubious Star District, with traffic and car noise on both sides. Zhu opened the window and kept his head tilted to look at the outside world, walking around, filling him with shock. His first impression was that there were a lot of people and a lot of cars. The road is full of cars and electric cars. It is the time to work in the morning. The wide road is crowded with commuting vehicles. More than 20 to 30 floors high office building people come and go. Ji Hyuk said to Zhu, "Old 4, how's it going? The modern world is truly breathtaking." Zhu couldn't help but marvel at it. Ji Hyuk laughed. "This is still just one of our prefecture-level cities. Our provincial capital Changsha is 7 times more prosperous than here. And international metropolises like the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are again 3 or 4 times more prosperous than Changsha, and 20 times more prosperous than us here. There is no nonsense about that, Jai. Last year their city's GDP was just under 200 billion, while Changsha has $1.4 trillion. The north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are basically around $3 to $4 trillion. The prosperity cannot be compared." But even that was enough to shock Zhu, because in Zhu Di's opinion, even this ordinary prefecture-level city in Hunan in front of him is much more prosperous than their capital city of Ming, Nanjing Yingtianfu, and this is just an ordinary city. If Changsha and even the north of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and how a scene. Zhu Yunfeng was in a traffic jam, and when he saw that Zhu only knew how to look outside all the time, he reminded, "Don't freeze, didn't I teach you how to shoot before? Take the new cell phone and try it." A few days ago Zhu Yunfeng bought a few cell phones and tablet computers online that arrived, and he stopped by to pick up the courier when he passed through town on his way down the mountain. As if waking up from a dream, Zhu hurriedly took out his Huawei cell phone and aimed it at those high-rise buildings to take pictures. In the midst of the traffic, Zhu Yunfeng passed more than 40 minutes before finally arriving at the center of the city near the busiest pedestrian street and city square, parked the car in the basement and took Zhu and Ji Hyuk straight to the high-rise clothing section of the commercial plaza. The luxury of high-end clothing brands in prefecture-level cities is relatively small. If in Changsha walking street that piece, what LV, Valentino, Gucci, Versace, Hermes and so on have everything. But unfortunately, there are not many big brands in their side of the house. There is only a family of mid-range and high-end men's clothing stores, so they temporarily chose this one, and went in to buy more than 10 dresses. This includes business casual wear, business suits and more. The sales clerk even complimented Zhu on his handsome long hair when trying on the clothes, which made Zhu Yunfeng realize Zhu's long hair problem. Before it was all tied up with a black leather band and made a ponytail. Let him cut his hair is probably not possible. After buying the clothes, simply take it again to the nearby high-end barber store to do a style. Damn, that's handsome. After coming out of the barbershop, including Ji Hyuk and Ju Yunfong, they couldn't help but curse when they saw Ju's current appearance. This kid's handsomeness has gone straight to Takeshi Kaneshiro, threatening to take over from Daniel Wu and Eddie Pang. He was seen wearing blue business loafers on his feet, black suit pants underneath, and a gray shirt underneath and a black blazer on top, with a ponytail at the back of his head. The point is that he's only 19, standing tall, with a hard line of face and a jaw full of scruff. He was overflowing with the aura of a youthful big wolf dog. In the mall before the time in the mall is still wearing Zhu Yunfeng's blue down jacket, hair messy tied, looking like a Sharpie, but it is not a big deal. Now well primped, do not know how many girls look back, and even have the courage to have come over to ask for WeChat. Handsome, add a WeChat, a beauty with 1.7 m height, long legs, and wearing black silk in the middle of winter came over. Go go go, he has a husband. Zhu Yunfeng, that angry an arm around Zhu, waved his hand to drive the beautiful woman away, all for him to stir up. Zhu Di is also that angry, eyes wide open. He watched the beautiful woman's eyes gradually become shocked and finally playful from her initial delight. Before leaving with a step and 3 turns back, he had often swiped at dancing ladies on a certain voice before, and was salivating over the big beauties. It is not that the beauty of dating is less, but the ancient beauty after all. There is no technology and ruthless work. There is no plastic surgery, makeup, beauty arts such as evil arts. The view is certainly much worse. Modern people have been on these evil arts some aesthetic fatigue, prefer natural beauty. But the ancients have never seen this battle. Natural shock. Nah, he doesn't have WeChat. Without an ID card, he can't register for anything. So much so that even if he sees a beautiful woman and they want to come up and get to know him, he has no way to communicate with them. What are you doing? Shu said angrily, she just wants to get to know me. What's wrong with her? Zhu Yunfeng blanked him and said, you give me honest not allowed to contact anyone. Do you have status? You been found out your father did not kill you? Hearing these words, Zhu shrunk his neck, then looked at the back of the beautiful woman's departure and said, are all women this proactive nowadays? It's an open world now, and everyone has the right to choose their own love. Zhu Yunfeng scared him, is too open, only know a few minutes can go to bed, lead to easy to get sick. You have to be clean, not allowed to go outside to play. Willow disease, heard of it? Yelp. Shu Di revealed a disgusted expression. Naturally he had heard of it. It was a common disease for women in greenhouses. It was said to cause ulcers there, scaring people to death. Well, hurry up and get on with your business and get back early. You still have to deal with the town tomorrow. Zhu Yunfeng patted him. In fact, it is best to go to Changsha. The need for the facade are all the best. A brand name clothing, expensive watches, jewelry, luxury cars, all primed, in order to let people see as the big boss look. Even those top tycoons have an image design team, just like Wang Duoyu in The Richest Man in Tomato, who will have specialized people to get him clothes and hairstyles. But for one thing, those who are qualified to have an image design team are worth at least a few $1 billion, not something that the average person can afford. Even when Zhu Yunfeng's family was the richest, with a fortune of more than $100 million, the most they could do was to shop at luxury stores and get help from senior stylists to design their looks, and it was impossible to think of raising a design team. Secondly, time is running out. After all, 7 or 8 days had passed since Zhu Yuanzhang had come over, and people had paid out money in negotiated terms, waiting for results. Although it wasn't bad for a day or two, Zhu Yunfeng also needed to make achievements right away to show people. Why else would they invest in you? So I'm just going to make do for now, and when things are more or less settled and the company is on the right track, I'll go to Changsha to primp and primp. By mid-afternoon, they had gone to one of the city's high-end luxury car dealers and ordered a Maybach S580, pay the deposit on the spot. After that they went to another store and rented an S480 for $3,000 a day to drive first. The dealer that also has a rental car business. But Zhu Yunfeng is worried that they are deliberately delaying the arrival time in order to earn more rent. So naturally, they have to rent and buy separately. When the evening came, Zhu Yunfeng took Zhu and Ji Hyuk back. He drove the Maybach himself, Ji Hyuk drove the Camry, and he bought quite a few other things besides the luxury car and clothes. This includes skin care products for Empress Ma, clothes and maps for Zhu Yuanzhang, and so on. The car stopped in front of the house, and Uncle Four, who was doing farm work in the vegetable field from afar, saw it and stood by the fish pond and shouted from more than 30 meters away, "Peek Siko, you've got a new car?" "Yeah, Uncle Four." Zhu Yunfeng waved and said, "You're busy." "Good good good." Uncle Four nodded repeatedly as he leaned on his hoe. After greeting Zhu Yunfeng, He didn't continue to be idle and called on Ji Hyuk to move things in with Shu. There are so few young people in the village now that you basically don't see anyone during the daytime on weekdays. And only a few old people occasionally plant some vegetables in the vegetable plots. It's only a little bit more lively on New Year's Day. But basically it's just moving around in your own house or yard and not coming out much. So for Zhu Yunfeng, no one would know even if he had a party at home. Not to mention strangers. However, because we are far away, and are all middle-aged and elderly, but more united, often something in the group greeted, hooting and hollering all will come. Last time I lived behind Zhu Yunfeng's house more than 100 meters away from the second uncle's house to dig a small pond. Shouted in the group. More than 10 people went over. Half a day's work on the digging, but also did not ask for money. Greeted Emil, turning the key in the door. Pippi's dog barked, followed by the sound of descending the stairs. Pippi in the front and Zhu Yuanjiang in the back, and saw them coming in with a big bag of things. Old ancestor, you're here? Zhu Yunfeng snorted and said, have you eaten? I'll cook now. I've eaten. A meal from your great-grandmother. Zhu Yuanjiang calmly sat down on the living room sofa. Today with Zhu Biao change of guard. By him to come over to understand the situation. Has already seen the history of the Ming dynasty to the 4th volume. This volume talks about Zhu Yunju. One of the paragraph in the 4th month of summer. Xiang Wang Bai burned himself to death. King Qi, King Gue guilty, abolished as a commoner. Repatriated Yan Wang Shizi Gao Qi and his brother Gao Su. Gao Sui returned to Beiping. June. Min Wang, too, guilty, abolished as a concubine. Migrated to Zhangzhou. Ji Yo, Yanshan guard 100 main household in Zhuang on change. Yan flag school in Zhuang, etc. Ambushed. Edict to let Yan Wang Di. Arrested Wang Fu bureaucrats. Beiping all commanders Zhang Xin rebel attached to Yan. See his blood pressure soared. Since he hadn't learned to type in pinyin, he didn't know how to use search software and would only press left and right to look at the previous and next volumes, resulting in him not being able to search for exactly how Zhu Yunju cut the feud. But just reading that paragraph is enough to piss people off. He forced the death of his own uncle, Xu Bai, and abolished his other 3 uncles, Zhu Li, Zhu Gue, and Zhu, too, as commoners. The key to this, even if actually stupid enough to put Zhu Di's sons all back, so that the original cast of Zhu Di can let go. What kind of counterintuitive operation is it that can do this? Zhu Yuanjiang can't imagine what kind of thing he has set up as the emperor's grandson. On a placenta is estimated to be stronger than this good za. Lastly, there's this Li Jinglong guy, with the superiority of the court's troops and horses, not to mention the successive crushing defeats. The defense of the city even opened the city to surrender. Zhu Yuanjiang read this volume of blood pressure miso to rise. Cannot wait to go back to strangle 2-year-old Zhu Yunju and 10-year-old Li Jinglong. Old ancestor has come at the right time. We've just gotten things set up on our side, so we can start the big job tomorrow. Xu Yunfeng put everything away and said, going out to talk business still requires a bit of a facade, and what you wear on your body has its own peculiarities, so you can only go out and purchase some things. It's okay, Bill told me, I can understand. Zhu Yuanjiang nodded. Xu Yunfeng then sent over the gifts he bought for him and said, old ancestor, these are 2 cell phones, one for each of you and grandmother Taizu, and 2 tablet computers. The cell phones just arrived today. I will download all the information about the Ming dynasty for you later, so you can read it on your cell phone. For the tablets, I'll download some Ming dynasty TV dramas for you, so you'll have a better understanding of the Ming dynasty. But TV dramas are just a relief from boredom and amusement. If you really want to read history you still need to look at historical materials. Aha! Zhu Yuanjiang responded. Xu Yunfeng added, I bought some walkie-talkies, projectors and point reading machines online. They should arrive in a few days. These things are still very useful. The walkie-talkies can realize short-distance remote communication. The projector can play knowledge lectures, and the point reading machine can be able to carry out basic education. I think Daming can carry out superior and refined elite education in the future, and concentrate a group of smart students to carry out modernized learning first, and then carry out universal education after they have completed their studies. Aha! Zhu Yuanjiang still looked calm. Seeing his lack of interest, Zhu Yunfeng was surprised and said, what are you doing, old ancestor? Just saw Ming History Volume 4. Zhu Yuanjiang said faintly. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu, who was in the process of moving things in, froze, because Zhu Di spent more time in the modern era. The history of Ming has been seen in the Benji Volume 15, the volume of Ming Xiaozong Zhu Yusong, so naturally he knows what Volume 4 is all about. Father, Zhu Di looked at Zhu Yuanjiang's calm face and carefully inquired. That was something the child did later, and it is not the same as the child today. Well, no offense, Zhu Yuanjiang said in a deep voice, you start is also forced to do. For the father angry is how to set up a so stupid Huang Dai son. If not you start. This Ming world is not the second world and Dai? Phew. Zhu Di took a long breath and said, yes father. Really can't blame me. This Ming history among the records are not detailed. There are the rest of the historical evidence to support. Zhang Wen, that kid is to force all your sons who are still alive to death. We can't do anything about it. All come over and sit down first. These things will be said later. It's still early for me to die. I can still live for 20 years. These 20 years are enough for me to govern this great Ming world. Zhu Yuanzhang patted the sofa and said, come over here and talk first about what you guys are going to do afterward. Yes, old ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng then shoved Zhu to join Ji Hyuk at the living room table. The arrangement of the couches in the living room was a U shape with 3 sides, 2 smaller couches on each side, a long sofa for the main seat, a table in the center, and a television set directly across from the main seat. Zhu Yuanzhang was now sitting on the main seat. There were empty seats on both sides of the long sofa, but no one dared to sit there. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu Di were sitting on Zhu Yuanzhang's left-hand side leaning against the living room with the door of the hall outside, and Ji He was sitting on Zhu Yuanzhang's right-hand side leaning against the wall. Only after he was seated did Zhu Yunfeng speak. It's still the same saying, it's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. If Daming wants to develop in a short period of time, it is definitely correct to develop grain first. But grain invention, seeds and fertilizers are indispensable. I intend to develop agricultural companies and fertilizer companies in modern times first, to first raise Daming's grain production, and then slowly transfer the technology and equipment to Daming, to set up some small-scale factories in Daming, and at the same time develop industry. He added, of course, this will certainly take a long time, probably a long time, because there are many things that are less convenient in modern times as well, but once the joints are open, it should work. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and said, tell me more about it. Good. Zhu Yunfeng then told him his plan in a nutshell. Chapter 50, the Agricultural Prosperity Program of the Great Ming Dynasty. In the past few days, through the information on the internet and letting Ji He help ask some friends in the Agriculture Bureau, Zhu Yunfeng roughly has the specific operation process. The first thing is that he intends to incorporate an agricultural company. There is no doubt about that. Only then could he reasonably and legally get a large amount of seeds and fertilizers so that he could find a way to ship them to Daming. But there's a problem. That is, some of the conventional rice currently on the market has been added to the technology and hard work by the seed companies, and subsequent yields are drastically reduced when seeds are retained. So he had to go for the kind of conventional rice seed that didn't have the added technology and ruthlessness. This seed is actually very abundant. Because technology and ruthless living are in a way conspiracy theories that do exist and have the technology to do so. However, it requires great technical support and cost considerations in itself, resulting in ordinary seed companies not being able to do so at all, except for large seed companies with their own research teams. And on top of that there are different varieties of seeds, even new varieties coming on the market every year, and it's impossible to put this technique to use for every variety. So in practice, the kind of seeds that are spiked with technology and hard work are often the highest quality, most sophisticated conventional rice seeds developed by large seed companies. For example, the kind of high-yield rice that yields more than 500 pounds per acre and that can be achieved depends on conditions such as climate, soil, fertilizer, and so on. There is no such thing as technology and hard work in ordinary conventional rice that yields about 1,200 pounds per acre. The seed companies will have to lose money if they can't keep up with the costs. Thus there are very many conventional rice varieties that can be saved for planting, just not for commercial use. For example, there was news some time ago that a large grain grower with more than 1,000 acres of land to save his own seed was sued by a seed company and was eventually ordered to pay compensation of $100,000 to the seed company. The logic of this is a legal question. Farmer-saved seed is self-propagated and therefore can be permitted. The retention of seeds by large grain farmers and agricultural companies is a commercial purpose that violates the law. Zhu Yunfeng, who runs an agricultural company and rents fields in large quantities, must be zoned for commercial use, and then he is not allowed to keep seeds. But it worked in Zhu Yunfeng's favor. After all, the place where he is going to keep his seed is in Daming, and the modern laws on the Daming side can't control it, so naturally it doesn't matter, so he can keep his seed as much as he wants. In this way, Zhu Yunfeng also had enough reasons and excuses to buy seeds and fertilizers in large quantities every year, and with the current level of science and technology developed conventional rice, even after the retention of seeds can ensure that at least 3 or 4 years will not be reduced yield. He rented a few tens of thousands of acres of land. Find a way to get a few tens of thousands of acres of seeds sent to Daming. Soon Daming side can get a lot of second-generation seeds, quickly to promote to the southern region. It's just that he needs to find the kind of conventional rice seed that is the most advanced and highest quality and doesn't have the added technology and ruthlessness to work with. And that's what he's going to have to address. The next thing is to buy seeds in bulk to comply with the state seed law for a license to operate, and to report how much you use. Agricultural companies, as an operating party, basically source their purchases from seed companies. The seed companies are often subordinate units of county, municipal and provincial agricultural departments. For example, the seed company in their county is under the County Agricultural Bureau. It's up to the Farm Bureau side to decide how much they want to buy, and it's up to him to deal with the government side. However, in Zhu Yunfeng's opinion, it wasn't a big deal. You have to report it. But how in the world can you not take the money that comes to your door? The fact is seed companies are in the business of losing money. Zhu Yunfeng rents a 10,000 acres, but wants 30,000 acres of seeds. The seed company can turn a loss into a profit. QD, only not willing to do it. As far as uses are concerned, basically they will turn a blind eye as well. Anyway, it's all about doing things for the development of the county, and as long as it's not illegal, a lot of things are actually negotiable. So in Zhu Yunfeng's opinion, the issue of seeds was not a big problem. It's perfectly fine to store it in a warehouse under the pretext of stocking up, as long as he gets the leases taken care of. The county can't wait for him to buy more seed and generate revenue for the county coffers. The last issue that comes to the forefront is fertilizer. According to the opinions given by agricultural experts that Zhu Yunfeng consulted on forced, experts believe that, in the case of our country, of the 300 kilograms increase in average per mu yield from 1949 to the present, the pure fertilizer factor accounts for about 30%, the pure seed factor accounts for about 20%, and the pure water conservancy factor accounts for about 10%. Other factors alone, tillage system reforms including no-tillage rotations in high compartment ridges, fertilizer and water management in set-aside rows, and pesticides, agricultural films, farm machinery, etc. 10%. The combination of multiple factors, including fertilizers, good seeds, the fertility and infertility of the soil itself, water conservancy, agricultural films, agricultural machinery, pesticides, and reforms in fertilizer and water management farming systems, accounted for about 50% of the total. Overall, fertilizers have contributed greatly to increased food production, and their contribution to increased production exceeds that of seeds. Good seeds may only increase yields by 10 to 20%, but fertilizers can increase yields by more than 30%, and even some barren lands can contribute more than 50%, because fertilizer itself fertilizes food. Black soils have sufficient fertility and fertilization contributes less than 20, whereas those soils are not fertile enough. The importance of fertilizer application is very high. It is only in recent years that the rate of fertilizer use in China has been declining year by year, and it has begun to shift from the heavy use of chemical fertilizers to the use of a combination of chemical fertilizers and organic fertilizers. The reason for this is the prolonged use of chemical fertilizers, which seriously overdraws the land and makes the originally fertile soil start to become infertile. The most typical is the problem of degradation of black land in the Northeast. That's why farmers in many areas choose to use chemical and organic fertilizers when growing staple foods, but have begun to shift to traditional farmyard fertilizers when growing vegetables. And the land on the daming side should not be as badly overdrawn as it is in modern times, and the effect of the initial use of fertilizers will be very impressive. And by combining it with high-yield seeds, the degree of increase in yield can reach a very high point. To put it mildly, it's just that the fertilizer thing isn't like seeds that you can save and consume as much as you use, and the demand is going to be very high. Zhu Yunfeng could not supply the entire daming market even if he monopolized the fertilizer in the whole county. Thus, Zhu Yunfeng's plan for Zhu Yuanjiang was to first get seeds as well as a small amount of fertilizer, and then it was time for him to get the technology of refining fertilizers from modern times in a local way. Though the earthen method of fertilizer refining is certainly not as effective as industrial fertilizers, it can at least increase grain production by quite a bit. At a later stage, when Zhu Yunfeng's agricultural company becomes bigger and stronger, he should be able to solve this problem by opening a fertilizer factory himself, or finding a way to get some equipment to go to Daming and build a fertilizer factory in Daming. In fact, according to Zhu Yunfeng's conception, he would later grow bigger and stronger, to create a grand-scale agricultural company as well as a fertilizer factory. The agricultural company itself has the ability to operate a seed company, and when it gets bigger, he doesn't need to get seed from the county seed company, but can run the seed sales himself. The same is true of fertilizer plants. Like the golden bumpers that were popular amongst the secondaries were private fertilizer factories that just went out of business. After all, whether it is a dry agricultural company or a fertilizer plant, private business is very difficult to compete. And if you cannot open the market, you face the risk of closure. And Zhu Yunfeng wasn't worried about that. His market wasn't modern times. It was daming. Basically, when he made the agricultural company bigger and stronger. After that, he could establish all kinds of processing factories along the way, thus delivering industrial capacity to daming. In a nutshell, it means that as long as I make the agricultural company and the fertilizer factory bigger, then supplying daming won't be a problem. And in the future, I'll build a fully automated facility, get a conveyor belt, and automatically feed things into the cellar. And you, old ancestor, just arrange for people to move them. After Zhu Yunfeng detailed his plan to Zhu Yuanzhang, he finally said, the only trouble is that with such a large production capacity, where does it go when it flows into the market? Disappearing for no reason definitely won't work. So I have to leave a portion of the production capacity behind, find a way to sell it myself, and also file a tax return. According to the information I've looked up on the internet, if there is only input tax but no output tax, the tax bureau will definitely investigate. Well, this is something you have to find a way to hide from the past. It is important not to expose the existence of our daming. If we let the modern people know that they can come and go to my daming, the daming is at stake, and I can only move the stone monument and cut off the connection with you, Zhu Yuanzhang earnestly urged. Ear to ear, this is his biggest worry. Zhu Yunfeng smiled bitterly. I can only think of a way to conceal it, just that I'm not too specialized in this area, so I might have to go to my dad for that. Shouldn't have to bother uncle, Jai said suddenly. What's wrong? Zhu Yunfeng asked. Ji Hyuk laughed. You know what the state is mainly checking for? What is it? Concealment of production capacity and tax evasion. That's why there is a big industrial mapping. A lot of requirements for environmental protection in terms of industry. Above the policy requirements to reduce production capacity, the following for the sake of the workers' rice bowl, can only conceal the report? Conceal the report involves tax evasion and tax evasion, so that there will be someone to check. Ji Hyuk spread his hands and said, the grain industry is not that strict in terms of environmental protection requirements, only requiring that no wheat straw be burned and so on, but I also concealed capacity. If I produce 100,000 tons of grain, reported 20,000 tons, which 20,000 tons sold out, concealed 80,000 tons, not the same will check? But you didn't sell these 80,000 tons. If there is no sales behavior, there is no need to pay VAT, and there are tax exemptions for agricultural products, and maybe even your 20,000 tons that were sold out are not taxable. So it is. Zhu Yunfeng then suddenly realized, but also worried that more capacity you cannot be sent to the market to digest, by the state to find out the unknown whereabouts of it. It turned out to be unfounded. It's actually normal when you think about it. Agricultural subsidies are now very high and there are various welfare policies in addition to tax exemptions. The state can't wait for you to grow more food. It's impossible to suppress it. Therefore, the relevant tax issues are very open, or even simply do not check. As long as you are willing to contract land to grow food, the green light of all the doors of convenience is wide open, and you can wait for Damien's second, third generation capacity to catch up and send it to modern times even if some of your capacity is now missing and not flowing into the market. Ji Hyuk also compensated. The expression of the straight point of view is that, if you first to the daming delivery of 100,000 tons of shelled rice as seed, daming side of the 100,000 tons of planted out, first all stay as seed, and then the national promotion to the second generation, so that the daming side of the grain production came up, and then your 100,000 tons of shelled rice to make up for on the line. Awesome, Akasan. Our two stinkers can top each other. Zhu Yunfeng also made sense when he heard it and said excitedly, it's more than that. Ji Hyuk proudly said, the scope of production of the agricultural company is not only planting, and animal husbandry and farming. You can also open a pig factory, cattle farms. The output of the food are not required to flow into the market, directly as feed, self-produced and self-service. As long as you did not cheat on taxes, who will check you? It would be basically fine if it was. Zhu Yunfeng immediately said to Zhu Yuanzhang, we a county certainly cannot supply the entire daming, but temporarily to daming as a seed company or no problem. A year supply of a few tens of thousands of tons, a few tens of thousands of tons of seeds after a crop of self-retention, should be able to immediately spread to the whole country within a year or two, and after that with a generation of 3 or 4 years to re-exchange the seeds, you can constantly ensure that the daming with modern conventional rice, hybrid rice seeds I also get you some, doubling the grain yield should be enough. Aha! After listening to his entire plan, Zhu Yuanzhang was still satisfied and said, not bad, since in the early days of daming, the economy was mainly in the south. Rice was the staple food, but corn, sweet potatoes, potatoes and the like had to follow, and those would be arranged as well. Good. That's the preliminary plan then. Zhu Yunfeng intended to make a final summary, but couldn't think of the words, so he looked at Ji He and said, Chi, you summarize. The summary is to optimize the industrial layout, improve the collaborative mechanism for the orderly transfer of industries in the Daming gradient, and promote the sharing of benefits between the place of transfer and the place of acceptance. Speak human. Get used to it. Ji Hyuk shyly said. It is to first use modern industry as the basis to ensure that food production increases by continuously delivering high-yield crops to Daming. Then through modern technology, the earthen method of fertilizer, to help Daming establish a basic supply of fertilizer. When the grain production is raised, the productivity on Daming's side expands, the cake becomes more, and the kingdom is solid. Yeah. Zhu Yuanzhang long breath, sighed. Daming first established the domestic natural disasters constantly, or meet the rain offenses, insects and locusts, and obscene rain and flooding and not harvest, famine and gin, between the lack of food and the dead, and now finally want to starve to death. That does. The next part of the sentence reads, but if you look at the dead who are in distress over food and clothing, are you not a man who is in a state of self-indulgence? Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Zhu Yunfeng could not help but slander in his heart. The old guy was bad. He succeeded in his own rebellion and became the emperor. And when he got into his car, he began to weld the door and racked his brains to fool the people so that they would not follow his example of rebellion. The original sentence in the letter's patent reads, even if the supply is insufficient, or if the rains fail, or the locusts and worms are in force, or if the rain is obscene and the floods do not bring in a good harvest, or if there is famine, or if there is a lack of food and the dead die, it is not the death of a soldier. If they are forced by the soldiers to throw themselves to the cliffs in fear, and die in the abyss of fire, and if they are embarrassed by food and clothing, they will not die in their own way. The meaning is that starving to death is not killed. If killed by others, either jumping off the cliff in fear, or into the fire, such embarrassment, it is better to kill themselves leisurely to enjoy. To summarize, don't rebel against his rule even if you starve to death. Now that he sees that the people have food to eat and will not rebel against his rule, can Lao Deng not be happy? However, Zhu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't break it down. He continued, these are only the first step of the plan, but we predicted that, in order to do big and strong in a short period of time, the follow-up may also need to invest a lot of money. Because this thing of doing agriculture is originally a loss-making business. Even if you smash money into it, it's still a loss-making business, so you can only make up for the loss through Daming's market. And if Daming's side only enters and doesn't leave it, our side will soon be finished losing money. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and said, you guys do it first, when you run out of money. Lao Deng is not seeing any rabbits. Zhu Yunfeng rolled his eyes in his heart, but still patiently said, I think we can fill it with brass and silver first. We make a big purchase of industrial copper and industrial silver. Set up factories to manufacture commemorative coins of a kind of copper coins and silver coins as a reason for making copper and silver coins for the Daming to make copper and silver coins to replace the current Daming treasury bills first, to stabilize the economy and the gold and silver exchange rate of the Daming officially priced at 1 to 4, and the actual 1 then 6. A large number of silver influx has risen, at most 1 to 10, remarkable 1 to 20, but the modern ratio of gold to silver is more than 1 to 80, and there will be a huge profit margin in between. So that you don't need to pay for it, old patriarch, and exchange silver for gold directly from the people. He continued, and in doing so, it would not make silver a tool for harvesting gold, because in ancient times silver itself had financial and monetary value. This will not only provide modern times with funds for development, but also stabilize ancient prices and boost the economy. This is also something that Zhu Yunfeng has long been considering, before just talking to Zhu Yuanzhang in general. Now since he wants to start formally doing business, it is natural to put it on the agenda. Good. Zhu Yuanzhang calculated that exchanging silver for gold was a deal that did not lose money and could indeed be done. So he nodded and said, so be it. Then I'll go down tomorrow, first with the town government side, and then put up the framework of the company. Zhu Yunfeng said, aha. Zhu Yuanzhang obliged. The more solid the Great Ming River and mountain became, the happier his heart naturally became. Sure, the most important thing is that the heir can't be a dumbass like Zhu Yunzhu. When I go back, I'll have to urge Bill to take care of his health. In the future, the standard but any illness must immediately come to the modern medical treatment, even if an accident, or cannot restore the standard. Passed on to the oldest 4 are better than Zhu Yunzhu this kind of stupid. Chapter 51, The Plan to Secure the Great Ming River and Mountain. In the evening Zhu Yuanzhang went back, and Zhu Yunfeng, Zhu Di and Jiha followed him. One comes with a big bag to help carry the gifts. Secondly, to move around more. Not only Lao Zhu's family often come to modern times, they also need to go to Daming often to be able to do so. Nowadays it's not as saber-rattling as it was in the beginning. When Zhu Yuanzhang first came over, Zhu Yunfeng and Jiha didn't know his identity, and the two sides fought and beat Zhu Yuanzhang up. Later on, he knew his identity, and since he knew exactly what kind of person his own ancestor was, Zhu Yunfeng remained vigilant. Even when he came to Daming, he had to be heavily armed, and had asked Ji Hyuk to stay over there, and as long as he didn't come back, he would immediately report to the state and fish with his old ancestors. Relations are now eased, and most of all, things have picked up on the modern side, considering that the two sides were on the right track with their cooperative endeavors. That meant that Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't unload and cross the bridge, at least until Daming was able to break away from modern-day dependence and embark on a path of strength on its own. After all, the flour hasn't even begun to be milled and the river hasn't even been crossed yet. Paid more than 2,000 taels of gold. Daming have not yet begun to reap the fruits of investment out of the flip. That is not a big loss? In a way, old Zhu had already paid the sunk costs. Now, even if Xu Yunfeng was painting a cake for him, he could only continue to invest in it with a hard head, or else it would be blood money. So based on this reason, Xu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk were quite relieved to come over without worrying that old Zhu would suddenly change his face. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when we arrived on the Damian side. It was dark and windy, it hadn't rained or snowed in the recent past, but even during the day it was overcast, and even bleaker at night. Only the lanterns outside the Qianqing Palace are hung high, reflecting the bright lights inside the palace. A group of people came out from the underground palace, and since there was a platform outside the Qianqing Palace, the underground palace was under the platform, and no one was allowed to come over the platform. So the guards standing guard at the entrance of the Qianqing Palace could not see them. It was only when they walked down the alabaster steps to the platform that the guards realized the crowd and hurriedly bowed down on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, King Yen. This is my nephew, King Wu Zhu Yunfeng. When you see him in the future, you may come and go as you please within the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang said to the crowd. Yes, many of the guards hurriedly responded, and they all scrutinized Zhu Yunfeng, memorizing his appearance so that they wouldn't fail to recognize the heavenly dignitaries in the future. Peek, you've become the king of Wu? Ji Hyuk's eyes widened as he whispered in Zhu Yunfeng's ear in their local dialect. That's a must, little red son. This king appoints you as the king's palace's great inner governor and chief of the inner guards. In the future you will be the Ji Sable Temple. In the future, following this king, you'll be able to eat fragrantly and drink hot water. Know it. Zhu Yunfeng made a joke. Q. Jai rolled his eyes. What are you muttering about? Zhu Yuanzhang had already stepped into the Qianqing Palace Hall and was about to head towards his study when he heard them whispering in dialect and couldn't help but turn around and glare at them. Being an emperor was like that. Especially a controlling emperor like him, who couldn't allow others to communicate around him in words he couldn't understand. Ji Hyuk said that the Great Ming is mesmerizing, and the imperial palace is very majestic. He wants to live here often in the future. As the chief eunuch of the Palace of Ceremonies with the brush, there is no problem with purification, and he said that it would be useless for the second brother to come anyway. Zhu Yunfeng immediately said with a smile, UINGR. Ji Hyuk carried the gift with both hands, so he gave Zhu Yunfeng an Iron Mountain lean with his fat body, bumped him, and huffed. You're the one who wants to be a eunuch. He. Shu smiled and said, that's a good feeling. Chi Chu, I'll personally send you to the purification room and make sure it's painless. You've gotten bad, too, old 4. Ji Hyuk exasperated. Well, you guys don't have a day in your lives. Xu Yuanzhang didn't have the good sense to say, this is the palace. All be serious. Lao Si has only been to the modern era for a few days now, and has also become such a cheeky person, really close to the ink. He didn't reprimand too harshly, though, because he knows exactly what is a proper occasion and what is a private little joke. There were no outsiders here, and there was no harm in the juniors teasing each other. However, if there were foreign ministers around, he would definitely heckle them, as it would tarnish the image of his emperor's majesty. So without damaging his majesty, there was no need to get on the bandwagon and offend Zhu Yunfeng for no reason. This kid is a soft food, but not hard. If too much to calculate, make this kid with their own bowl, but easy to let his own down. There is no need for this. It must be said that Zhu Yuanzhang is still very measured when it comes to human affairs. After all, once went a long period of time as a wandering beggar. If you do not learn to look at color to please the giver, and how can live to now? Old ancestor. In fact, Ji Hyuk is just looking at me as the king of Wuai candy. He also wants an identity. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang didn't seem to be too angry, Zhu Yunfeng said boldly, after all, if you want to come over here often, you still need to have an official identity in Daming. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and said, Yunfeng is the king of Wu because he is a clansman and can be crowned king, but Xiao Ji is not a clansman after all, so let's make him a duke of state. Duke of state? Ji Hyuk's eyes widened. Then he said excitedly, I'm a duke of state? How about that? Happy. Zhu Yunfeng said with a smile, we're also the duke of the state, so we must be happy. Ji Hyuk originally carried something and felt a sore back. More than 200 pounds of meat were saying that they were tired. Now all of a sudden the waist does not hurt, the legs are not sore, the waist is straight, the face fat shaking, overflowing with smiles, and all the body is full of energy. Seeing him do so, Zhu Yunfeng cried and laughed as he whispered in dialect, you're too happy too soon. What's wrong? This prince of mine and this duke of state of yours are all imaginary. Our roots are in the modern era and we can't threaten their status. Unlike those founding ministers sealed by our old ancestors, each of them has power and can threaten the imperial power. So don't get too excited. Void? Ji Hyuk thought for a moment and said, wouldn't that be better? Since we can't threaten Master Hangwu, wouldn't our position be more secure? Wouldn't it be nice to be a man of honor and daming in a reasonable and lawful manner? Ha! Akira, you're a ing genius. That makes some sense ha. Zhu Yunfeng seemed to be the same when he heard it. Their titles were imaginary, and it was because they could not threaten Zhu Yuanzhang that the other party was able to give princes and dukes so generously. But in a way, it's also true. Because the head after all, topped with the hat of the prince and duke, and will not be subject to Zhu Yuanzhang's suspicion. In the Ming is not horizontal walk, even if it offends other princes and lords. Prince sighed. Prince Xu Biao and his own interest in the same. Yan Wang Zhu Di is fast becoming his own little brother. Which prince to mess with him? Go up and beat up the old Zhu will not say anything. Hanshu needless to say, old Zhu is looking for a reason to slaughter them. If they mess with Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk, it will just give old Zhu an excuse to copy the family and destroy the clan. And officials. What was the status of officials in the Han Wu dynasty? Cows and horses are worse than that. Not to mention the old Zhu himself killed how many officials? Single his sons, and even those meritorious ministers and honored guests. All the civil servants as pigs and dogs slaughtered. If this were to go outside, any officials who dared to mess with him would die without knowing how. Thinking of this, Zhu Yunfeng also got excited and said with a heated smile, why didn't I think of this before? In the future, if we go out of the palace and walk on the street, the two of us will really be walking horizontally. Damn! I didn't think I'd be a state minister one day. Ji Hyuk was also thrilled. While talking they had already arrived inside the Qinqing Palace study. The house was brightly lit. Xu Biao was sitting behind Zhu Yuanzhang's desk and was reviewing the Zhangfu, and there was a bowl of silver ear and lotus seed soup on the desktop. Father, seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and the others coming over, Xu Biao hurriedly stood up and said, you guys are back. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang put his hands behind his back and said, what political affairs are there today? Nothing in particular. Recently it rained heavily over in Huguang and washed out quite a few dikes. I'm going to ask the Huguang Chief Secretary Sai to send someone to repair them. Jubilee said. Well, it is the time of agricultural leisure, so let the Huguang Sai temporarily draw corpses to repair it. Zhu Yuanzhang said faintly. Levies? Zhu Yunfeng put the gifts he had brought on the ground, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but say, this is another burden on the people. Why wouldn't I know that? But it's the middle of the farming season, and instead of being at home, the people should be contributing to repairing the dikes. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, which is not the case, old ancestor. As you yourself are from the people, you should also know that you can also go digging for some wild vegetables in winter, or find a way to go to the mountains to hunt some prey to sustain your livelihood. Zhu Yunfeng retorted, if you are directly conscripted as a corvée, not only will you be contributing for nothing, but you will also have to prepare your own food, which is a weight-bearing blow to the family, and many families will be broken up as a result. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Yuanzhang, in a rare move, did not reprimand, but instead asked rhetorically, so what do you think there is to be done? It's all in the mind of the finger to know that there is food for work. Ji Ho chimed in. Food for work? Zhu Yuanzhang's father and three sons looked puzzled. It's a word they don't understand. Fan Zhongyan has done it before. That is, hiring people to work and paying them for their labor, which can enliven the economy. Zhu Yunfeng sat down on the chair and said, I know that I say this belongs to standing and talking, because the court has no money and can only whore out the people's labor, but our side is on the right track. There will be money immediately, a large amount of silver over. The country immediately stopped the corvée, nationwide food for work, recruiting the people to work to pay. The whole country's economy can take off in an instant. This is not to mention Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Hyuk. Even a high school student in the latter part of the world knows that Roosevelt's New Deal is something that is in the high school history textbooks. On top of that, the Marshall Plan, after World War II, was so much more. And the reason why our country has developed so rapidly over the years. In addition to rapid industrial development, a large number of exports in exchange for foreign exchange, the country's frantic infrastructure, so much so that it has gained the title of an infrastructure maniac is also a credit, because infrastructure means countless projects. The emergence of a large number of projects involves countless laborers, and those construction workers will spend money when they are paid for their work, thus allowing the economy to develop and take off rapidly. So no matter what, infrastructure is always the best way to get an economy going quickly. Sure, the prerequisite is that the country is financially rich and the treasury has money, plus sufficient material conditions. That is, productivity is up to standard and there is no shortage of goods on the market in order to make it happen. Otherwise, if there is no money and there is a shortage of goods on the market, just printing money without productivity will only result in hyperinflation. And naturally, there will be no such thing as work for hire to make the economy take off. Before that, Damien certainly couldn't do it. But not now. If Zhu Yunfeng can make the grain on the market in Daming rapidly abundant, and also bring a large amount of silver, the food for work will work. In this way Daming can get silver from the modern era into the rapid flow of folk, so that the whole folk will be flooded with a lot of cash money. More money will be prosperous commodity economy. The economy will naturally be able to develop rapidly. So it is. Zhu Yuanzhang father and son are not fools. A simple listen immediately understand the reasoning. Xu Biao was heard murmuring, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be that in the future, there would no longer be a need to levy levies on the people, adding heavy burdens to them? Yes. Zhu Yunfeng nodded and said, ancient society was too fragile and taut. Starting from the Qin dynasty to today's Daming, heavy taxes and corvée duties have always been a yoke placed on the people's heads, and only by removing the yoke from the people's heads can the kingdom be stabilized. Think about it, is not the corvée and taxes, has never been the direct reason for the people to rebel? Many people say that the root cause of the Yuan dynasty's demise is too lenient, but in fact the Yuan dynasty is only lenient to the officials and scholars, to the people are not lenient. To build a yellow river let the Yuan dynasty fell, is not it? He added, only by loosening the shackles of the people and applying leniency, and by reversing the Yuan dynasty's leniency toward the bureaucrats and scholars and strictness toward the people, can the whole country prosper and be prosperous. It is only by being lenient to the people and strict with the bureaucrats and scholars that the whole country can flourish and prosper. It's the reasoning. Zhu Yuanzhang agreed very much, and he once said that Yuan had lost his grace, which also expressed this meaning. The Yuan rulers were too lenient with officials and scholars as well as landowners. They did not collect taxes directly, but adopted a system of contracting, leaving the matter of how much tax to be collected each year to the officials, the scholars and the landowning class, and never asked how these people oppressed the people, as long as they themselves could receive the tax they wanted. As a result, with the Yuan rulers being so lenient with those bureaucratic scholarly classes below them, the bureaucratic scholarly classes began to do a sustainable exhaustion of the people, that is, squeezing them to death. Various kinds of corvée taxes are endless. Repair the Yellow River levied more than 300,000 people, resulting in heavy corvée not to mention, but also to pay high taxes, that naturally caused the bottom of the people's resistance to the death, and thus the insurrection army rose up in all directions. In fact, just look at the end of the Yuan dynasty. There would be no bureaucratic scholar class in the insurrection because these people are the oppressors and naturally would not revolt, but would instead help the Yuan dynasty to suppress it. But apparently these Yuan dynasty lapdogs didn't with the peasant insurgents and were drowned in a sea of people. So Zhu Yuanzhang himself was well aware of the importance of corvée and taxation. Now when he heard Zhu Yunfeng's words, it was as if he saw the sun in the clouds. The whole person was clear, and he couldn't help but say, if this is work for food, then no one in the whole country will rebel? Naturally, Zhu Yunfeng said, the people have food to eat, money to earn, and an upward mobility path, so who would put their heads on the waist of their pants and rebel? Quick! Zhu Yuanzhang beckoned to Zhu Di and said, have someone go to the Shang cuisine supervisor to prepare a midnight snack, and then call your mother to come over. We're going to have a good listen and a good chat, talking about how to stabilize his Daming Zhanshan. Lao Shu cannot be sleepy. Chapter 52 Politics can be played this way? At 8 o'clock in the evening Queen Ma was still awake. Usually she waits until 11 o'clock, because Zhu Yuanzhang would sometimes go to her after work at 10 o'clock to have a chat. So during this time Queen Ma tends to read by herself as well, waiting for her Zhu Changba to come over to him. If Zhu Yuanzhang didn't come over, he would have sent someone over to say so. She was surprised when the Chamberlain eunuch Wu Ji came to Kuan-Ning Palace to tell Empress Ma that His Majesty had invited her over to join him for a late-night snack. Shigehachi was aware that she wouldn't be eating after dinner, and that she would be going to bed by the end of the hour. Why would she suddenly be asked to go over there against all reason? However, since it was Heavy 8 calling, Empress Ma did not hesitate much and immediately departed from the Jiaotai Hall to the Qianqing Palace. It didn't take long for Queen Ma to arrive. When everyone in the study saw her, one by one, they all rose, and Zhu Bei and Zhu Di bowed and saluted. Mother. Hello Grandma Teizo. Zhu Yunfeng also greeted politely. Ji Hyuk was then a bit overwhelmed and slightly embarrassed. So in the end, he could only say, "Good day, Empress Ma." As an outsider of the old Zhu family, if you go to a friend's house to visit, in the face of elders, then certainly say a uncle and aunt, or grandparents good. But the problem is that Zhu Yuanzhang and Queen Ma that generation is too anticlimactic. More than 20 generations. Ji Hyuk estimated to go to the supermarket downstairs in front of the rocking car to sit for a day cannot figure out. It was the first time Queen Ma had seen them, and looking up and down in curiosity, she saw a completely different attire from theirs, both in clothes and hairstyles that were vastly different from those of their time. She looked at Zhu Yunfeng and guessed who he was by the name the other party had given him. So she said, "You're Yunfeng?" "Yes Grandma Teizo." Zhu Yunfeng respected Empress Ma very much and bowed slightly. "I am your 27th generation lineage grandson. LOL. Empress Ma smiled and said, "I didn't realize that I was so old in my generation." "Good boy." As she spoke she came over and took Zhu Yunfeng's hand and said, "I heard that your ancestors once changed their surnames in order to survive. After our Ming died, the descendants of the old Zhu family must have suffered a lot." "Yes Grandma Teizo." When Zhu Yunfeng saw her kind appearance, he instantly remembered his own grandmother and couldn't help but say with a sour nose, "My ancestor fled to the deep forests of the mountains and was on tenterhooks like a bereaved dog." Queen Ma gently patted the back of his hand and said, "Is your family still around?" Zhu Yunfeng honestly said, "Grandparents and grandparents have passed away, but mom and dad are still around. Just divorced, and I usually live alone." Poor kid. Empress Ma was heartbroken and said, "This will be your home from now on. When you are homesick, come to Daming, come and see your grandma. In Daming, no one will bully you." "Thank you Grandma Zhu." "Okay." Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Come and sit down. This time the children have all come over, so I just stopped by to think that we could all have a meal together and talk about matters of state. Why do you always like to get involved in family matters?" Empress Ma glared at him in dissatisfaction and said, "Since Yunfeng is my descendant, he is my family. You don't treat him as family. I treat him as family. He is my grandson. I love and care for my grandson. What business is it of yours, sister you this?" Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't do anything about Empress Ma, so he could only laugh bitterly and say, "Who said I don't consider Yunfeng as a family member? He's also my grandson." Afraid that they would bicker, Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly said, "Ancestral grandmother, I've brought you a gift. Take a look." With that, he took out the gifts from the gift bag and introduced them one by one. There are elderly people wearing expensive winter clothing, brand-name skincare products, and some daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, facial cleansers, and so on, all of which are available. Empress Ma didn't think anything of it at first. After all, she was the empress. What hadn't she seen before? In fact, toothbrushes and toothpastes were available in ancient times. Only the animal brushes used, as well as the green salt gargles, were not as convenient as in modern times. There are also skin care products, which also existed in ancient times, such as pearl powder, honey, buttermilk, egg white, etc. And then add some herbs used to beautify and nourish the face. But when Zhu Yunfeng opened a box of skincare products and smeared the buttermilk white night cream on the back of Empress Ma's hand, after smoothing it out, not only did it have a faint fragrance, but even the skin was much more slippery and fair. He was suddenly surprised. For one thing, this is instantly effective and easy to use. Seeing this, Queen Ma was momentarily delighted, and said, "My child, this gift must be very expensive. I cannot take it." "Not expensive." Zhu Yunfeng laughed. "In our modern times, everyone can afford to use it." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand on the side and said, "The child's heartfelt wishes, just accept them." "Well then, I'll take it, grandmother." Empress Ma touched the back of her hand and really liked it, so she said, "Yunfeng, those who are elders have to return the gift." Grandma Zhu came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. "I'll have Jiner bring you back some gifts later." No, Zhu Yunfeng busily said, "Filial piety is what you should do as a junior. How can I still want something from you? And since grandma is young and beautiful, this gift is just icing on the cake." LOL. This kid. Empress Ma laughed her ass off, then blanked Zhu Yuanzhang. She really likes Zhu Yunfeng. Not only do they know how to be polite, but they have a sweet mouth too. Previously, when Zhu Yuanzhang came back from the modern era, he still huffed and puffed that Zhu Yunfeng was an unworthy descendant. Now it seemed that she was also largely aware of Shigehachi's bad temper and offended her grandson. After all, such a well-mannered child. Say he is not good. Ma Xiaoying also do not believe. Your Majesty, the dinner is ready. Just at this time, the inner eunuch Wang Dong stood at the door and said, aha. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, go to the side hall. The group then went from the study to the side room. Many palace maids walked in with plates of exquisite dishes and placed them on the table. Xu Yunfeng and Ji He saw all kinds of delicious dishes complete. But unfortunately there is no chili dishes. The taste is too light, not in line with the Hunan people's appetite. After all, chili peppers were only introduced at the end of the Ming dynasty, and at the beginning of the Ming dynasty there were only peppercorns. These dishes are made with the seasonings you brought over. I tried them earlier and they tasted pretty good, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. This time I've also brought quite a few condiments over for you, old ancestor, as well as clothes and such. Now that winter is getting colder and colder, we all need to take care of our health. Xu Yunfeng said in a hurry that he was not an uneducated person. When people are nice to him, then he definitely wants feedback. Now that old Zhu's attitude has eased up a lot, then naturally he can't screw with him on everything. Good. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yunfeng took out a small notebook from his backpack and continued. The cell phone I bought for you doesn't have a network here, so I'm sure I can't use it. But I can download some historical information in it for you to read. If the history is too long and not entertaining enough, I can also give you something else to read when you're bored. And when Uncle Tai goes over tomorrow, I'll ask him to bring it back to you. This thing in my hand is something I've organized to use against the Jinzhou women. Take a look. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang then picked up the small book. For Jinzhou female true he has been thinking of ways to get rid of, but has not been able to find a suitable reason. Before also asked Zhu Yunfeng. Xu Yunfeng said he has 100 ways to make Jinzhou female true disappear. Only later Zhu Yunfeng went to the city to spend a lot of money to go. The past 2 days did not give him a letter back. I did not expect that today actually brought back the organized approach. He turned to the first page and saw that it was actually a catalog. The catalog has these 5 main categories: economic control, ideology, education and thought, intimidation and coercion, and deterrence by force. Each one has as few as a dozen or dozens of strategies. And when you look at them all, it seems like there are literally hundreds of ways to go about it. Open a random economic control article and the first approach and there is economic harvesting. Yunfeng Zhu gave an example in the economic harvest. For example, one can declare to the Jinzhou female truth that we, the Great Ming, want 50,000 furs this year and are willing to pay a high price for them. And these Jinzhou women usually produce up to 20,000 sheets a year. So in order to get the order for these 50,000 furs, the Jinzhou ministries of female genitals went crazy hunting beasts, pouring out their families to put together these 50,000 furs. Yet when they had gotten it together, Damien declared that we had made a mistake in our estimation, and that 50,000 furs would not be needed this year. But if you are willing to sell, Deming can still buy it over at a low price. At this time, Jinzhou female Real has spent a lot of effort, invested a huge cost to obtain these furs. If not sold can only be smashed in the hands, and ultimately lost money. They can only be forced to sell at low prices to the Ming. In this way, Daming would have carried out a round of inhumane economic harvesting of the Jinzhou Jurchen, dealing a heavy blow to the Jinzhou Jurchen's economy and even all aspects of their lives. Because the Jinzhou female truth belongs to the fishing and hunting tribes, hunting is only one of the ways of survival, and their main way of obtaining is fishery. Due to the existence of Liasawa, Tohoku was more rich in fisheries at that time, so fish was the main food source for Jinzhou Jujin, and wild animals were a secondary food source. Daming this set up so that a large number of engaged in the fisheries of the female true people to give up the fisheries, turn to hunting, but the number of wild animals is small. Unlike the northeast fisheries resources, a net can hit a lot of fish, will inevitably lead to a shortage of their food storage. The entire Jinzhou female tribe, too, would be in decline and distress as a result. Seeing this strategy, Zhu Yuanzhang did not clap his hands, but first wondered, will this work? What? Xu Yunfeng brought his head over. That's it. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to this economic harvesting strategy of his and said, are they really that stupid? That's true. It's one of the Moldy Empire's top sets for harvesting the global economy, and it definitely works. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. It's not just the Moldy Emperor. Our old ancestor also knows this routine. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang wondered. Who? Pipe. Zhu Yunfeng said. Have you heard the story of Guanzhong's massive purchase of Luonix? Understood. Zhu Yuanzhang came to a realization and nodded. So that's how it is. The story of Guanzhong is included in Guanzi, Shiji, Guoyu and many other historical materials. To buy Luonix is to buy a large number of loose silk fabrics, so that the price of loose silk fabrics skyrocketed. and the people felt profitable and gave up farming to weave cloth, causing Lu food shortage and crisis. And in addition to buying Rui, there's also the trope of going to Chu to buy a deer. The high price went to Chu to buy deer, and the people of Chu then gave up plowing the land for food and began to breed sick deer. As a result, Chu was short of food, and Qi took advantage of the situation, and eventually Chu was defeated by Qi and lost a large part of its territory. Now that Zhu Yunfeng said it, Zhu Yuanzhang understood. It turns out this set is so deep, it's so insidious. Then he turned to one of the ideological pieces. This piece is about divisionalization schemes. For example, to establish a ruling class, but Daming had to name this ruling class to distinguish it from ordinary female jinns. And Daming supported this ruling class and allowed them to suppress the ordinary female jinns. This has resulted in sharp internal conflicts within the Jurchen people. And what is the meaning of this piece? Zhu Yuanzhang did not understand. Zhu Yunfeng looked at it and said, simple. Find people within the Jinren who are willing to genuinely defect to Deming. Then support them and overthrow the existing Jinren tribal leaders. Existing female Jinren tribal leaders in the tribe must be respected and trusted, while they rebels will certainly be hated by the rest of the female Jinren. In order to maintain their own dominance, these female Jinren supported by the Ming will have to hold tight to the legs of the Ming, dead for the Ming to squeeze the ordinary female Jinren. So let them fight internally. The Ming reap the benefits of fishing. And then there's this latter ploy, which I think could still work, called sustainability exhaustion. As he spoke on the spur of the moment, he flipped a few pages of the small book that was printed out and folded up on A4 paper in old Zhu's hand, pointed to it and said, we can design a political system for them, so that their economy, military, and politics are all dependent on Daming, and all of the upper levels serve Daming, while the lower levels are reduced to being absentee laborers and carpenters, digging and logging for Daming and giving them a little bit of food, just don't starve. In this way they can't develop either economically or militarily, and are slaves from generation to generation, i.e., they can't starve and can't fight back, which is equivalent to castrating them and making them the cattle and horses of Daming for the rest of their lives. This, including Empress Ma, Xu Biao, and Zhu Di. Some looked at each other in disbelief, while others sucked in a breath of cold air. That's too poisonous a ploy. They were trying to exterminate the Jinzhou women though, to prevent them from seizing the Han rivers and mountains in the future. But right now, this plan is not as simple as destroying people's families, but rather to eat them up and squeeze out the last trace of residual value, comparable to one like beheading. Quick and easy, give people a pain. What's the grudge? This is even more ruthless than directly destroying the Jinzhou female jinx. We have a saying in later times, the economic base determines the superstructure, and the superstructure reacts to the economic base. Seeing the jaws of the crowd, Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, a country's military power alone is not enough to support it. Politics, ideology and the legal system are what make up the superstructure, while the military is an extension of politics, and the economic foundation determines the solidity of these aforementioned buildings. Sometimes you don't need to go to war to destroy your enemy. You can do it in other ways. Even without bragging, it's perfectly possible to turn the Jinzhou female truths into Han Chinese, depending on whether you want to exterminate them, enslave them, or turn them into Han Chinese. After he finished speaking, he looked around at the crowd, enjoying the adoring and shocked looks from all the rest of the people, including Zhu Yuanzhang, except Ji Hyuk. Maybe they understand the setup of Tubby, but the ideology, the political system and all that, it makes them feel unfamiliar. After all, for thousands of years, their ideology and political system have been fixed in a feudal society, and their entire thinking is rigid, and they haven't all of a sudden jumped to the point of setting up an ideology and political system for others. Hearing Zhu Yunfeng's words was like opening an unfamiliar door to them, filled with freshness and treachery, giving them an unprecedented shock. So politics, it can be played this way? Testimonials. It's time to hit the shelves again, and the book will officially hit the shelves at midnight on the 13th, which is after 12 p.m. on the 13th. It's been 7 or 8 years since I wrote it, but alas, I had little experience and couldn't write before, and it wasn't until 2020 that I wrote Scheming Fury that I kind of figured it out a little bit, and then slowly get better. The last book of the Great Song was the best, and could even have been written better. It just didn't cool to the end after it hit the shelves, so much so that it lost a lot of readers, and now reflecting on it, it used to be that it was always about thinking in terms of reality. I think that given the virtue of those Song Dynasty scholars, when they realized that the protagonist was going to revolutionize them, they wouldn't immediately let him take the throne, but would try to block it. This, coupled with the characteristics of Song Renzong as an emperor, who was weak and forward-looking, is what created the drama that followed the shelves. However, for the readers, they no longer want to read this kind of book which is depressing first and then rising. They just want to see the protagonist killing all the way through. So it caused a loss of readers, and I don't have much chance to get a badge of average booking over 10,000. But it wouldn't have been. Old Zhu is not a soft-hearted, forward-looking person. If someone wants to stop the protagonist from getting to the top, then they have to see if old Zhu's knife is sharp. So there will be no upside resistance to this book. The only thing that's a bit of a problem is that some of the minor plot logic may not have been rounded off, such as the dog thief thing, and the protagonist's problems with building a company, agriculture, industry, and so on may have been troublesome, but there's not much that can be done about it. The overall plot logic demands it. I'll try to describe as little of the modern day as possible though, probably just a couple chapters of transition plot. For one thing, I'm not too familiar with these things, and it's easy to make mistakes if I write too much. Secondly, what the readers want to see is also not the modern plot, but the ancient plot, so the later plot is actually mainly based on ancient times, and it's also all about plots that people don't expect and are buried early on. So rest assured that there isn't any protagonist holding back later on. Because I portrayed the protagonist is also a lord who refuses to suffer, have revenge on the spot, all the way to let everyone cool in the end is. Some people also say that Damien has too much water in the early part of this book, and the plot doesn't have much development. There's not much that can be done. The first two sides were more cautious in their contact, plus a lot of padding and ambush was done, and the padding in turn affected the entire mid to late storyline direction, so it really had to be that way. When it hits the shelves, that's basically when the pace picks up and the ambush unfolds one by one, so we'll all know by then. In addition, this book began to send the 8th of last month, to now has been 35 days, an average of 6,500 words per day update speed. Update is not too little. After the shelves will be a big burst of more. After the plot will be more exciting. Please look forward to. Finally, please subscribe. Please monthly votes. Please reward. Snake thank you all. Chapter 53, what's he buying a chainsaw for? Subscription required. The next day, Zhu Yunfeng went down the mountain toward the town hall with Ji Hyuk and Zhu. Jai has resigned and is going through the process. It would have been normal that he would have been required to remain at work while the process was going on and then hand over to someone. However, he had delegated a colleague to help with his affairs for a bit, so now he also had the time to follow Zhu Yunfeng around. Under his contact, the town government side knew the news immediately and came over early to greet them. The obese man who was called by Yang Yi as Steward Su, was about 40 years old, obese, full of fat. If he was a little far away from him, it was estimated that even his eyes could not be seen, wearing a wide handyman's coat, but it was still bulging with meat stuffing, and on the back of his shoulders, they were all reflecting the reddish color of the flesh. Su Rong himself didn't even know how long he had been running. All he knew was that he had already surpassed Gongsun Zan's ministry of Yuan Jue and Zhang Chao suspects, and that he was about to arrive at Mengjin. The third attack on the mountain Huang Long learned smart. He is not on the order NPC. Turn to let have carry sunglasses players attack the mountain. Yellow turbans players summarize the lessons learned from the first 2 times, with a cauldron cover, sunglasses, masked scarf, earth bag into a scattered line rushed up the mountain. At the same time, Luotong was intercepted by 12 motorcyclists again halfway, but this time it was under the defense, but no one was injured, but was roaring and scurrying 12 motorcycles trapped in place and tired. That, you see, the two of us are also no one to look at. Why don't you let me and this fat man go down the mountain? Buttoning his fingernail caps, the pimply-faced teenager tried softly, and there were so many awkward implications in his tone. After eating the hare meat as well, Li Zhaoyuan thought carefully. Big Brother said that he would let me find the eye of the true and false change Linglong formation on my own, but I haven't been able to find it for so many days. In the end I missed those details? He thought about it and found nothing. Still a sawtooth beast? Swaying said in a hateful voice through clenched teeth while tightening his hands that were holding the lance, looking a little excited and a little nervous. Looking at the opposite side, that energy sword was still surging out. Yang Yi frowned. He wasn't afraid of that energy sword. It was just that this speed of the other party was really too slow. He was a little impatient to wait. That night, Mouseland stayed. And of course they did nothing but hold each other tightly. He, the powerful chi transformation pill is awesome. Back then I regressed 10 levels in one night, Tang Yidao exclaimed, as the night fog in London was still very strong. When Li Zhanghe slid downward with the downspout tightly clasped, when he was about to reach a height of more than 1 meter from the ground, he could not support himself any longer, and all of a sudden, his whole body detached from the downspout. A planet above the gods of light, a palace where Zeus, the god of light, and Hera, the queen of heaven, were located. The Dao pattern in the air flickered, and Fei Lian's heart dropped, assured that his sorcerer race's talent Wind Rush could be used. And this kind of spending really will smash the money to the limit, equal to you at the beginning. Will all the everything smashed to the level of cannot continue to smash the money he made cannot be copied. Not the lack of money, but the lack of materials. Some of the materials at the beginning of the monopoly of this kind of top tycoon Big Brother, or their own production, and then only for their own service. Well, what's going on? Seeing the good in the world. Camille grunted lightly before opening her mouth in a serious manner and asking, Group 8, Happy Lohan and Joyful Lohan, possessing the artifacts Vajra Ring and Vajra Circle respectively, both of their artifacts, one reinforcing the mental attack and the other reinforcing the sonic attack. It should be a more perfect combination. Just not that they're going to challenge that Bodhisattva. Why have you come to kill me? A pursued Slayer Emperor transmitted, as he condensed his black-colored battle sword to fend off the black-colored battle sword of the Dragon Alliance's Dragon Emperor while instantaneously escaping. For someone who knows the name of an actor from 60 years ago, that's not surprising. But for someone like Camille, it's impossible to hear of it at all unless it's a famous actress from across the ages like Marilyn Monroe. Could this be Jun Xian's wife and child? Mr. Mu was also laughing at this moment. The first child was twins, and Mr. Mu was very happy. This fear of Pig King saw the great Tang scripture demon monk has arrived. Their hands of the general's casualties are huge. The official army has launched a counterattack, so in order to save strength, ordered a rapid retreat. First withdrew to the wild boar forest, and then seek to annihilate the enemy's strategy. In this way, because of this scripture people arrived in time, only to save Fan Lihua's men. Looking at the look of smugness mixed in with that face full of flesh, Ching Nympho felt a wave of nausea. Boom! A move to fight to a draw. Rylate and Blake are not the slightest bit hesitant, but in a few breaths, they have already passed dozens of moves. It was only after Jiang Sen's comment that Rin Changfeng realized that the gun was indeed a bit abnormal. Although the color of the gun body was black, the sights on it were fake at a glance. The mayor also broke out in a cold sweat when he learned of the attack on the government building. He was busy taking a portion of the bomb police under his command and going to support them. He was also quite incredulous at the delay in the detonation of the bomb at the private school. Wang Sini said as she tried to pour water for Lin Pang, but realized that she didn't even have the strength to hold the water bottle. Yes, although they were reluctant, they understood that military orders were like mountains, and they would do whatever they were told, but they still had some complaints before. What do you represent? We represent China. Although these are words that are all too familiar to everyone, this can after all grow the morale of the soldiers. Chapter 54, Turning the Page, Request for Subscription. This is my dad, let someone call me the money. The specific investment amount for the time being, my dad said if it is not enough, it will be added later. Inside the conference room, Zhu Yunfeng lit up the balance in his cell phone. The figure of close to $50 million directly put the two town leaders looked at the eyes of the stars, only to feel that the world of the rich people cannot understand. That's directly comparable to 2 years of finances. Yeah. After checking the capital, the mayor cautiously asked, I wonder if it's just that I don't have the strength for 2 days. It's fine. It's just that I'm lying down to rest. Mrs. Taifu smiled and drank the bowl of medicine in one gulp. Su Hanxia busily took a piece of candied fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Of course I want to, of course I do. He Shumo smiled and nodded. She pulled Wan Qinru into the house and closed the door again. She brought Wan Qinru all the way to the living room. Su Halfsummer was always active in the mountains, so she was more agile. And the prince thought that September would also be as delicate as before, but he didn't expect September to be stronger than he thought. Palace overflowing with joy, although occasionally snow drifts, but the south is not so cold than the north. Wearing lighter reduce, the palace plum blossoms bloom in full swing, such as rouge like delicate. Dare I ask, General, what was the matter that was chanted earlier? Guan Yu's face was purple and red as he got up to ask Lu Tianhao. The closer to the Lu family the more dense the aura. Surrounded by a lot of wandering souls and wild monsters eyeing. Even set up the formation are signs of being broken. Jiang Xiuting, the compass on how to indicate here is not still hidden mystery. My head only to Jiang Xiuting's mouth. At this time Jiang Xiuting holding the compass. I can only pick his arm patting feet to see the compass on the display of the content. Grandma Gu has been spending all her time lately with her children, who are not yet of school age, teaching them to plant flowers and vegetables in the flower room. Well, either you leave them behind, or you stay with them. You choose one. Lu Tianhao's face flushed, and that was when he gave the expulsion order. Heart ripple. I wanted to say sorry. I'm leaving early, Belle said as she looked to me. However, the fact that he was only lightly injured in this collision was enough to show how powerful he was. Xiao Manyu, who had set up the killing formation, saw that Zhao Wuji was attracting the demons back, so she ordered the opening of the formation's life gate to allow the heavenly extremity sect to enter the formation, and waited for the demons to arrive to open the death gate to allow the demons to enter the formation. Wesley thought to himself that few things made him feel happier and more blessed than having her within reach. and this Qingyun sect has also experienced the Seven Veins martial arts 3 times now. And during this period, many things have happened. When Rumpel was unable to dodge, his body broke right through and a lot of blood flowed out. At this moment, this altar suddenly released blood-colored light, and in the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of the great demon god, the shattered body of the great Dangshur, as well as the smiling 3 smiles bound on the round platform, were all transformed into stone statues in general. Just as a gust of wind whisked by, the 3 statues were transformed into flying ash and scattered. This was something that saved his life. According to the Chinese medicine scriptures in his mind, these were long-lost immortal medicines. If he ate a few of them, he could definitely change his life by stepping into the Foundation establishment realm. Brother Tian, are we going to act tonight? Lu Lang heard the battle plan and a surge of blood came to his heart. He didn't want Fatty to suffer more pain inside. It was estimated that, when he fought with this monster, he hadn't been caught in a tricky situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to let this monster, 3 times, slip through his hands. I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue, but Mika and I have something important we want to ask of you. Wakaba-san spoke up. Is the Sin State going to be returned to a foreign land by now? What exactly is the secret inside? Some people on the city walls were whispering. They could only watch this scene but were powerless to stop it. Chapter 55 Setting up the framework of the company, request for subscription. On the following day, Zhu Yunfeng and Ji Haizhu drove to the county for the opening of the company. The efficiency of the county is very fast. Led by the prefect of Feng, Zhu Yunfeng first acquired a shell agricultural company, spending a total of less than $30,000. Then in the morning, the prefect of Feng personally took him in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Tax Bureau, Quality Supervision Bureau, Bank, Technical Supervision Bureau, Agricultural Bureau and so on, more than a dozen departments of the process all done. You know, if the general public, the VIP passage sees the same sight as the regular passage, the same open-mouthed abyss, the moment the frozen rocks came into contact with the flames, the internal structure quickly disintegrated, and Xiao Zifeng's body kept sliding out backwards, leaving a drag trail full of crushed stone powder. In this way, the red bug that Su Mu was facing screamed again. Its body first lurched, and the 2 forelegs of the foremost bug foot quickly stabbed at Su Mu. Chao Yu, who was relieved and paralyzed backward, wanted to spit out some words to blame Dan Peng, but like a frightened ordinary person, he only knew to fall to the ground and huffed and puffed. For this person who used a similar method to his own to blend in and seize control of Blue Sky Lake, Su Mu was a bit disgusted inwardly. San Haiyuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and took a few steps back with a twisted expression. Goddamn hard work. How about you work hard too? As a ransom existence of Yun Ming and Pu Che servant, but a good bait to lure snakes out of their holes. The revival of the organization naturally understands that we must not let them get away with the reasoning. Therefore, the entire hurricane on the ability of the elite, in order to prevent the 2 people to get out of what unplanned moths, is to give them enough face. A large hand burning with a blazing true fire flew out of the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens and burn the ages. You're so smart, young Li. I've only told you a little bit and you've thought of it all. When the time comes, you bypass the 4th bridge? Jean Hai asked. With a thud, a rather large cloth bag was thrown outside, illuminated by the light leaking through the doorway. The soft object inside the bag could be seen to have been deformed by the fall. The reason why he had come so early was not because he was quite impatient for the match, but rather, he had gotten up early to send Xin Feng back to the 4th star. On the other side of the frozen lake, I saw the lingering love for me in your eyes. So long, so thick. In that split second the lake of my heart was slightly swirling. I thought you cared. I thought you were the purest being. Holy, all of them are ING experts. At the very least, they are at the peak level of the 8th heavenly hall. I just don't know if they are that legendary 9th heavenly hall of gods. Wang Chang muttered in his mind. Let's go back to the Southern Spirit Kingdom first thing tomorrow morning. Ling Yue felt that the sooner she went back, the better, as there were still a lot of things waiting for her to go back and deal with. And Nangongyi had also been out for quite a few days. So it was time to go back. Mu Yu knew that it was easier for the abyssal sacrifice to advance than anyone else. He had seen it last time at the top of the snowy mountain. No matter what the exact reason was. In short, the abyssal sacrifice's advancement was many times easier than a normal person's. But even if that was the case, it wasn't a reason she could take a risk. The old man shook his head inside. The old man has been living in seclusion here for many years. I thought that my elder brother had forgotten me long ago. Is he well? The old man had a look of concern on his face. It seemed like they had a good friendship. I'm saying this for your own good. I don't want you to work so hard. I don't want you to be so tired. Is that wrong? Jing Xian asked doggedly with a frown. Your Highness, could it be that there is something important that you want to talk to me about? Lu Yujing changed her gentle tone and spoke frankly. With this information, Li Chuan could basically conclude that this 9th-level demon had obtained some kind of strange encounter before meeting Nyahan and the others. Our position is very demanding of the person being hired and may require you to give up a lot. How far can you go? The skinny interviewer in the 3rd position asked. Chapter 56, He Makes Good Sense, Requests Subscription. In the afternoon, Xu Yunfeng went back to the town. He stayed in the county to cooperate with Zhou Ting. First put up the company framework. Currently the company owner and finance Xu Yunfeng on one shoulder. He'd given Ji Hyuka credit, but most of the money was on his card, and with all the specific expenses to be reported, there was no need to worry about the money being spent frivolously. There's too much going on right now. The main problem is that the county company is a sign. The real base is in the town. As Adrian explains, Yu Ming and Bartlett's practical training enters the phase of holding. Therefore, purple jade rice was more often consumed by those cultivators who had not yet opened up their grains, or those who had already cultivated into a great power of the mouth and tongue. Meng Yanyu, on the other hand, took another bowl and placed it between the two of them, which held brine, cilantro, and so on. Ji Ruohua didn't say anything and just quietly listened. He knew that this old man in front of him, who looked unbeatable, actually contained an extremely powerful force within his body, the 8th product divine power. Meng Yanyu and Yifei naturally knew that although its name was unknown in the Jianghu, those who had the honor of seeing Bu Qianhui use this set of feats were not in the minority. As for Bu Qianhui, his name is Dao Hua Ho, and the flower here is naturally the flower of the 8 flowers, which shows that Bu Qianhui relies on and values this martial art. Zhong Yunshan is also a Qiantang person, with Li Yi's current reputation naturally recognized at a glance, so that he was puzzled. Step Qianhui immediately felt a giant python attack, but did not panic. Now he has been forging Bone Realm, although in Marrow Washing Realm some gap, but the 3 people surrounded by still have the strength. They took it seriously as a joke, which made Ji Ruohua very helpless, but could not say it was his own problem, and could only agree to the name Hututu. In just 2 short hours, the Mongolian Empire's vanguard cavalry were all decimated by the Undead Legion at Lakma Slope. When Lao Jiu arrived at Lakma Pa, the Undead Legion had already finished cleaning up the battlefield, and after collecting the spoils of war, Lao Jiu rushed towards Lake Gilrath. She had also said that she was not going to wait for such a long time. If it took too long, once the reinforcements from the 3 gates arrived, what awaited them would be their demise, and she didn't want to see that happen. Don't scream. It's not good if the neighbors hear it. Hong Degang lowered his voice in warning, pulling Hong Chun Kang and dragging him outside. I'll come to the middle road to help you right away. At this moment, the playing mantis had also reached level 6. As an assassin, the output of the mantis could not be ignored. As long as Su Moore's time was able to find a chance to control Xiaoji's hijack, they would have a chance to complete the kill. The demon race originally had nearly 600 Dao Lords. The God-Demon War fell 133, leaving only 400 or so, and the ancestral dragon received more than 60% of the votes of the demon race, but only more than 200 votes, which is only 80 or 90 votes more than the ancestral phoenix. Facing the 6 devil Dao great gods, Yuan Shi met the enemy with the 6 great Dao arts of devil Dao, merit, chi, fortune, cause and effect, time, and space respectively, and easily grasped the situation and fully suppressed the 6 devil gods. If not for the fact that he would retreat with a whistling message, in less than 50 years, Yuan Shi would have been able to kill all 6 of them. Slowly taking a breath, the power of the 7 slayers forcefully suppressed the previously churning breath within his body. The signs of breakthrough that had long disappeared actually reappeared at this moment, seemingly evoking a trace of longing in Jing Tang's heart. The ghost flames quietly listened to their grandfather's words, and seemed to be hesitant, not knowing whether to believe what he said or not, but their flames weren't as strong as earlier, and seemed to have a much softer attitude. Yun Shishi said but kicked Luo also. Originally received a healing spell injury, some easing Luo also was kicked and spit out a mouthful of blood. Helplessly glanced at Yun Shishi. This girl must still be in revenge for their own just kicked her down the dungeon thing. Chapter 57, A famous teacher can only be convincing, request subscription. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a few seconds, then changed the subject and said, why did you suddenly come over? With that he touched Pippi's head again. A smile on his face, came by to debrief. Xu Yunfeng laughed, the old ancestor invested money. That is the angel investor. We have to report the progress to you. Aha! Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, tell me. The company has now organized. Luo Shu and Wu Ghost Real Person raised the price to over 300,000 at once, and everyone instantly ran out of moves. She could also clearly feel that her strength had skyrocketed, and she was becoming obsessed with the feeling. That girl, however, her eyes closed and a large amount of blood gushed out of her mouth, and she swallowed her breath in front of Sting just like that. At that moment, as if a switch had been flicked, a light, pale white light shone on the man from above. "Well, doctor?" Gu Lingyun rushed over and anxiously asked the doctor coming out of the operating room. Since Gorton didn't have the fortitude to stick with it, she needed to reach out for help. Just as Gorton had been taking care of her, she suddenly yanked Yenshu with one hand, patted up on her toes, closed her eyes, and kissed him on the cheek. The cold, soft touch stimulated the gnarled muscles around the teenager's body, while the 10,000 gods arcane pattern on his back became more and more obvious. On the other side, there was a man with a kitchen knife in his hand, gray hair, wearing only a pair of big pants, and his skin was as if he was an old man of 80 or 90 years loose. He was a pure science student in his previous studies and in his current job, always in charge of the design and creation of something real or virtual, but as for the content of the plot, he hardly intervened. She spoke so has been extremely implicit. The crowd present there is not know the reason. A moment also touched Lu Yunong's hidden pain. Within a long time, no one dared to speak out. "Why are you like this? Are you still being reasonable?" Yang Yue was also at the side, and when she heard Zhang Meifeng talking like this, she was suddenly furious. Everyone hadn't reacted to what was going on yet. The green peacock had already taken off in the air. The young man disappeared with it. Seeing the hall holding a teacup of people, Rujio's eyes quickly surged with surprise, but 2 or 3 days without seeing her realized that she had missed the family so much. After all, Tang Chen and his team's primary goal was to complete the mission given to them by Master Zhao, while David just wanted the arms market. The two were not in conflict with each other at all. As soon as Lin Boya heard that Bai Manli actually had an idea, he was like grasping the last straw, eagerly pulling Bai Manli's hand and asking. But today, facing Zhao Huarong, an expert who could suddenly increase his speed twice as much, he used this trick again. Li Zhong's order was, "I want to know in which nooks and crannies old Wang and his dogheads are hiding." This person was the top guard beside Tan Huan, and looked at Saffron standing beside him. He squinted at Saffron. That meant to inquire about Saffron. What is it going to be? The middle parallel class has an advantage. The real deep water is the upper road. Lu Qingshan against the line of the northerner, every step is like walking on thin ice. His Aowen is the signature. When it is also because of watching the world tournament hosts shouted a sheep to enter the pit of the Aowen. The whole process does not have any pause. The hand up and down, very stable and accurate knife. Chopper knocking the board issued by the collision of the sound uniform and pleasant. The two ate breakfast and went to look for the second dog as promised. Yesterday, they had already discussed that they would stroll around Tiger's Nest Town together today. Following Wu Yuan, he did meet old Mr. Pill and had moved his medicinal garden in Lingxi Wu Fu to this place, while Peng Hui and Lu Ming were catching bugs here, seemingly repaying the favor of healing them. Although he hadn't drank alcohol when he came to this world, a glass of concoction wasn't enough to get drunk with a normal person's physique. But the real situation now was different, and Minamoto Yorimitsu felt really dizzy. Chapter 58 Zhu Biao wants power, request for subscription. The division is famous. Teachers are famous. After Zhu Yunfeng left, Xu Yuanzhang sat on a chair in his study and contemplated for a long time. Zhu Biao in the room just quietly looked at Zhu Yuanzhang without saying anything. Both of them were thinking about what Zhu Yunfeng had just said. In fact, how could Zhu Yuanzhang not understand the reasoning behind the division? Otherwise he wouldn't have been a little apprehensive on the subject of the Jinzhou women, classifier for birds and certain animals, one of a pair, some utensils, vessels, etc. As Zhang Hao continued to roar, and intermittently came a few waves of people, but they are also asking for more people. As soon as they heard the $5 thought about it and left. With the ferocity of a man who had been seriously injured, Tatsuan took a bite. Iron teeth slowly lined up the flesh of her shoulder and approached the collarbone. In addition, Mordor University and several other universities, have tentatively reached an agreement on the management of the students. The next day to guide the decoration over. Zhang Hao's side also asked Li Gong over. The three sides met in front of the store. Demon race sins, who dares to fight with me? After coming to the front of the formation, a spiritual light flashed around the brown-robed youth of the Black Wind clan, and a circle-type silver middle-grade spiritual weapon emerged out of thin air, hovering beside his body as he looked around at the demon army and loudly droned. After suffering in high tension for so long, finally relaxing this taut string, mental and physical fatigue came together in an instant. They weren't able to hold out until the end either, and were defeated in turn by the sleepyheads, closing their eyes and starting to huff and puff. Dressed in a cool summer outfit, the dress showed just a bit of her shoulders and her hair was let down past her waist. It must be known that in this heavenly pit, spiritual chi was almost unusable, and the greatest reliance of the demons was their respective physical strength. Xiang'er, don't look. After resting for a while, I'll take you around this Jiangling mansion. Song Yuan rarely saw Lu Xiang'er's curious expression. and made up his mind that he would take her for a stroll after he finished his business. She didn't even know how much longer she was going to have to hold out. All of these drugs were formulated for various amnesia-inducing drugs and none of them worked. After looking over and over for half a day, the box also did not emit any light again, black and being held in the palm of Tianqing's hand. Now Tianqing didn't have any extra time to study it, so he simply stuffed the box into the 9 heavenly pagodas, and then held up the Xiangang sword, and began to figure out how he should get out from the black dragon's stomach. As far as the line of sight could see, 8 halos emerged above the array plate, which was the sign that the bloodline split inside had already reached 8 points of saint-level genius. I lightly laughed calmly and continued forward. I didn't go far. Suddenly I heard the sound of battle coming from the front, and the light of the ice mantle and blaze skills could be seen vaguely shooting across the sky. Obviously there were players practicing in front of me. Girl, today, it was only because grandfather invited you to the Wang Fu that he was able to bring her out. Li Xingzhou raised his head, clearly waiting for Lu Xianger's thanks. But just at this moment, suddenly this middle-aged man's originally undying face instantly became energized. Among those 3, the only youth who was able to see past this, his pupils also shrunk violently when he saw this. I pondered for a while. This way we can't let the divine race take Zben main city. This seems to be difficult. Now that the divine race has offered 5 funds for us to help, we were planning to help the divine race evict Zben main city, so that it would also be Burial Moon that could have one hand in Imperial City. A clear and incomparable whistling sound sounded, only to see that incoming trail of heaven being struck on the spot, breaking from it into 2 on the spot. However, this time that mid-air portal did not disappear, but continued to stay. In the past, Nia Peixia would never have opened a gift in front of others, but this time it was a different story, and since the gift was from Chui, he couldn't wait to see what kind of jade Shao would make the head of the Yun clan look at it. Could it be as good as his own? Chapter 59, Joke of the Ming? Give old Zhu some fun, please subscribe. What's the matter? 4. Why are you sulking here? Over there? While Zhu Biao was looking for Zhu Yuanzhang to ask for power, Zhu Yunfeng had already returned to the modern era holding Pippi. Pippi wouldn't go down the stairs, but actually went up them, stomping up the ladder. When Zhu Yunfeng and Pippi went up to the 2nd floor and were about to ask Zhu if he was having a midnight snack, they saw Zhu sitting on the sofa and sulking. His face was very hard, and with one hand propped against his cheek. The Wan Shengli's code of conduct, in addition to the blood can flow, head can be broken, hairstyle cannot be messed up. There is a most important is to scold people, do not reveal the shortcomings of people, do not hit the face. Dad! Ouyang Fair and Ouyang Qing, 2 sisters, shouted towards Ouyang Yi the first time they entered the house. Then without waiting for Zhou Bufan and Ouyang Yi to react, the 2 sisters had already jumped into Ouyang Yi's arms. He raised his head, thick remorse surfacing between his brows. His voice somewhat choked. Ji Yen, I'm sorry. In the past it was because I was obsessed and listened to you Qian Meng's instigation that I did something so cruel to you. More and more people noticed Qin Shuang's carriage. At this time driving the car is a middle-aged man. Life is simple and thick. Attention to the gaze of other people, but also just he smile, cannot be for the intention of very much. These words from this writer who started out in the Skype community make my blood boil with passion every time I think of them. Banjiro once again made a rock-sharp blade, gathering the power of his entire body and forming a large amount of sharp gravel around him, launching it towards the Chaos Emperor Dragon. Elder Gu slowed down, didn't even look at Elder Mrs. Gu or Lin Shuling, and walked out of the ward with hurried steps. Inside a certain hotel, Yifan finished his phone call and took a shower before lying down on the bed and huffing and puffing. Today, we do not want to mention those blown bull, push, and no more those brilliant dreams. The first step was actually to prepare to jump the 2 bins inside the city, but as a result of seeing the sky above this city, densely packed with parachutes, Wei Yishui gave up on this idea, and then prepared to jump the 3 bins next to the city, and it was clear that there would be no shortage of people here either. However, there was no doubt that Xian Lu was very mysterious and had always remained neutral, and had never interfered in the strife of the empire except for silently opening stores to make money and netting news from all sides. A cry resounded, everyone's eyes hastily threw toward the ruins, but it was found that the ruins actually revealed a Su figure. Gradually this figure became clear. The white male before just do not want to say the yins, but this time after being een, finally can be blatant een, right? Of course, this was not even the main thing. Now he wanted to know how to find the treasure and how to get out. You're saying I don't have any money? How dare you say I have no money? $1.5 million. Zheng Han was still young and exuberant, and shouted loudly at Su Yang's provocation. Okay, got it. Yang Fan nodded, got up and left the tunnel he dug out and returned to the ground. He then directly sealed the hole to prevent anyone from inadvertently discovering this hole in the ground. For people of his stature, playing with antiques is not uncommon in the business. but Zhu Guqing's eyesight is much poorer. From time to time, he talks about how he hits his eyes and always lets people cheat him. These things Su Yang often heard. Some of them also happen to people around themselves. So Su Yang maintains a silent condolence to Zhu Guqing. Although there is an upper limit value for quests to obtain contributions, but the upper limit of 5,000, that's already very high, okay? After this piece of black liquid emerges, the surrounding air is already in this instant can't contain the shaking up. Pungent odor is in this instant defiantly towards the surrounding swept away. What kind of person makes a scene in school? Z Feng gasped. When she came to the door, she really saw a group of Golden Dragon Academy students blowing gongs and beating drums as they walked towards the outside of the school. Chapter 60 Hand Rub Technology, Request for Subscription. Woof woof. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was giving old Zhu the next information, Pippi, who was originally lying there, suddenly barked. Yunfeng, are you there? A voice came from downstairs, the voice of Zhu Biao. Pippi stopped at the sound of a familiar voice and went down the stairs with a jump of joy. Zhu Yunfeng followed suit, and before he could go downstairs, he saw Zhu Biao coming up at the stairway between the first and second floors. Uncle Tai. Chi Wanbi tossed her hair and smiled a gloating smile, even wanting to call the other two aunts to come along and watch the fun. Nan Fanfan took the milk. For today's son, feel very warm, obedient, not make trouble Tao Tao, or very sweet. Su Qing slowly took a step and walked to the edge of the bed, gently pulling over a chair and sitting down, then pulling up Li Beizai's hand next to his face. 4 years ago, the White Wolf had always been different from other special forces. Other teams had a captain and were required to be absolutely obedient to their superiors. After the meal, Floating Light got up and walked behind Pei Lianjin, her soft hands resting on Pei Lianjin's waist. Lin Jiangnan smiled helplessly at his words. Her father was just being polite. After all, Qin Huai was the only son of the Qin family. The Lin family could not afford to offend him. The Kuan Pang Immortal Crane. What level is it? Even the sacred sect Zhou Yuanji, that can be defied the existence of awe. Why at this time it's suddenly so humble? Su Cheng ordered 5 or 6 spicy, explosively spicy dishes in one go. Dong and Z chicken, spicy Z chicken, red feeding shark's fin, hairline beef bai pai, fire palace AO tofu, and lampshade beef. Suddenly saw the peach blossoms flying outside in the fragrance, so he went along with the flying petals all the way. The crowd came over to pounce on Yanqingyu. They're on away from Yao Yao a little distance. Yanqingyu shocked between want to run, but found that he simply cannot move. The heart was horrified. Saw the stick to fall on their own, but found that the people who pounced on him were shocked away. Come here. He heard that Jilo had hurt his foot and slowly opened his eyes, a faint red surfacing in them. Now Xiao Jiaying, the only thing he can pray for is that Xiao Han's hand is a little lighter, so that the entire Xiao family in the Star Mang continent above the disgrace of the disgrace too heavy. After all, in front of his own disciple is also the person of the Xiao family. Xiao Xian busily said, Sisters sit slowly. I have been gone for a long time. Zong elder brother's side is accompanied by third brother alone. I will go over. Before leaving, he also deliberately looked at Yunlin. Yunlin don't head to ignore. Chang Xiaoshuan's face did not look worried, and he flung his sleeve and left. The danger was not lifted. On the contrary, Xiao Han, who was still secretly happy, suddenly heard the sound of rapid footsteps, and before he could react, he saw that several black-clothed men had already found Xiao Han's hiding place. 2 people all the way to the battle of wits, scaring each other. It is not easy to get to the place. Chaotic then immediately got a sound transmission note, hidden above the fox demon breath, and then casually burned. Fingertip in the air a sweep. Gotham nodded and raised the Jedi demon blade to the Fushi star in the sky, waiting for the moment of a miracle. However, just when he was on the verge of rage, Le Piao Piao closed her hand in time and quickly threw a wink to the ghost car. In the end, as a divine beast level spirit pet ghost car immediately quiet down. A serious waiting for the master to ride, as if just now bird is not it. Qi Guan and Rui Shui both heard that it was Saya coming. The two of them glanced at each other. Before they could exchange opinions, Saya had already walked in, that beautiful and demonic face carrying a high and mighty reserve. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake, the ground shook violently, to such an extent that it was as if the entire ground lifted up and fell down, and the solid ground turned into churning waves. At the same time, the top and side of the stone wall like cracked tofu, rustling down. If you want to say it's my fault, say it out loud. Are you tired of talking in a roundabout way? You're all good and aggrieved, and I've become the villain. Yunlin pouted in dissatisfaction and cast a sidelong glance at Huaxi. Chapter 61, Old Zhu lets Little Zhu help Big Zhu, request for subscription. Do you really intend to help Big Brother investigate Hu Weiyong? It was almost 12 o'clock when Zhu Biao returned to Daming. Zhu Yunfeng and Zhu are also going to bed. Both men on the second floor took showers. When Zhu Yunfeng finished his bath, Zhu didn't go back to his room, but lay on the sofa. Seeing him come out of the restroom, Zhu couldn't help but ask. Zhu Yunfeng said helplessly as he wiped his freshly blown hair with a towel. I'd like to. Zhong Yan only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and in the next second, Su Fan had already passed through her and arrived behind her. Now against the top guys like Black Andy, David Leah, and Giorgio Petrocchio, it's not like a joke to fight 7 fights a year apart, averaging 1 fight a month and a half. The ones on the second floor are all dead? Hearing the black man's words, the black boss's already dark face turned even darker. But not half a day's work. The murderer was caught. Catch the murderer is the Cherry Blossom Palace Pity Flower Palm Division. As for the Pity Moon Palm Division, I heard that it is in the protection of the Cherry Blossom Princess of the Fit, was assassinated by the assassin to give importance, a time, the whole capital everywhere in the discussion of this matter. Guess the murderer in the end is who is the person. The auction company is something that needs to be investigated, but it's not the most worthwhile investigation for you yet. Tang Feng dismissed Han Zhang's speculation again. Zheng Qian came close to Wang Feng, pressed his palm on Wang Feng's shoulder and continued. You think you can deal with me with a USB flash drive? Ridiculous. Tao Xianxian ordered an extra serving, and it seemed like it was too late for her to refuse, so she had to sit silently on the sofa, occasionally raising her head to look at Tao Xianxian's office. Like in boxing, Wang Jin kept patting and bobbing his head around, not allowing his head to stay in one position for too long, allowing David Chilla to get the opportunity to fully throw punches to aim. In August, he defeated the armies of the Wuwan and Yuan clans at the Battle of White Wolf Mountain in Luchang, in which Stepton was killed by Cao Cao's vanguard, Zhang Liao. Cao Cao swung his army in pursuit and collected and surrendered more than 200,000 people from the Huan Han populations. A golden aura flew out from within Yu Yang's storage bag. Bai Yufeng looked at the flying rat shadow with a shocked face. He had seen Master Bao in the 100 Flowers Valley battle, and he still remembered when he abused the Jin Dan. Instead, he ignored me and leaned himself towards the couch and fell asleep with his eyes closed, looking as if he was very tired. I sighed inwardly, but finally went soft and poured him a glass of water. At this moment, in addition to Su Zihang and the 2 nurses, there were 2 more young men in their early 20s in Jiren Hall, who should be medical students who were still in school. The 2 of them looked at Wang Su with a curious gaze, and then continued to busy themselves with the things in their hands. Tea is not very hot, but spilled on the hands are also a little red. In Aunt Mo's pair of looks like a pair of pampered alabaster hands conspicuous to the extreme. She slightly draws a breath of cold air, and bear the anger to pour a cup of serving again. I didn't pay any more attention to him, poured wine and drank it, and while drinking I was thinking about something, and before I knew it I was a little drunk. The big guys hadn't done a lot of land grabbing and knew how to handle the aftermath. Xiao Xian and the others escaped, and someone had already gone to surround them. However, Xiao Xiao came to this world with the ambition to become the vampire Terminator, so she didn't have any feelings for these death-defying people. If the other party didn't come to mess with her, she would just pretend she didn't see them. But if these people were blinded by longevity to lay their hands on her, she wouldn't be merciful either. In that case, does everyone still want to go shopping in the afternoon? The biggest crisis had been lifted, and Tang Dai immediately remembered the racy affair again. Wang Su, who was on high ground, chose a hidden place to re-ambush, while the other party's line was gradually exposed in the eyes. When An Wufeng saw the immortal nun, she was unconscious on the couch. Her face was like gold paper. Her face was emaciated, as if she had been lying in bed for a long time. Frail and heartbreaking. Chapter 62, The Party Controversy in the Early Ming Dynasty. All morning Zhu Yunfeng was busy, led by the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture and the director of the town's agricultural office. He looked at the town seed station, also inspected some of the town's deserted land, and learned something more about the town's current population engaged in agriculture. He organized all of this information, and since the company had not yet been formed, he had to do all of these things that should have been done by the people below him himself. Toward noon he called Jill and asked. Back in the old house, Mizai seemed to have unloaded all her burdens. Her expression was calm as she sat on the sofa, while I went to the kitchen to put those meals I had carefully prepared into the pot to heat them up again. After flabbergasted for a while, the crowd focused their minds on the immediate future. Whether or not they had been shortlisted and in the number 1 position, that was the point. As for the number 1 position that had already been attributed to Lin Feng, I'm fortunate to have gained it, but I'm not fortunate to have lost it. To reassure myself, old lady Chang Ngon looked at Empress Zhao's back, so angry that a fishy sweetness welled up in her mouth. Her fists clenched and unclenched, loosened and squeezed again, over and over again. She told herself that she had the dragon seed that could turn the Zhao family around, so it had to be endured. After entering August, the weather is tyrannical up, pouring rain a half a month without stopping, all over the flooding. The total number of affected fields more than 400,000 acres. Although the townships have exaggerated, but Lin bound these 10 days to non-stop visits to the townships. Cheongjo's flooding situation is very serious. This the old Taijun is old. Today to receive the holy decree mood is quite good. And then came such a thing. A time actually cannot speak. Listen to the eunuch so asked. Lips shaking non-stop. But he Yulu also said a word. Let my heart chills words. This has promised me the last request. After the cure, let me not go to find her again. The disease must be treated in the rice country. Linbound can imagine the day before yesterday in the observation of the performance shooting back. Lu Shida should be on this issue with Lin Mengda. Gao Zonting argued once. Just the opinion does not give acceptance. Only to turn around Lin Mengda, Gao Zonting directly to find their own. Listening to Han Bin's tone as if he had discovered something, Sang Sung Moon didn't dare to slack off, and hurriedly reopened the mission, and also purposely enlarged the window a bit so as not to prevent Han Bin from seeing it truly. However, at this moment, Luo Bei was able to judge that the Thousand Treasures Mahayana formation, an extremely powerful ancient formation, would not be able to play any role in intercepting the attack of the void-shattering divine Bao. I'm afraid, it was already late in the day. The sun's light also converged to the extreme, except for the distant west of the evening sun still dazzling attention. No one would think that this moment still belongs to the daytime, that around of some light and cold and a little bleak, but real hanging in the sky of a few points of the stars is the night before the opening of the curtain of the newspaper. At once, there were a few Jianghu people whistling. Over the course of a few days, there had already been quite a few Jianghu people entering the Evergreen Sword Sect's territory. These Jianghu people were naturally a mix of fish and dragons, with all the 3 religions and 9 streams. Suji left the 3589 factory. The day has been dark. Zhan Yuqing and other to invite Suji dinner. Was Suji refused? Chung Mingyu did not go. Has been in the unit of the conveyor room waiting, looked at Suji came out, rushed to meet the past. At the same time, the entire living world was also undergoing radical changes. Chaotic air currents tumbling at the edge of the boundary wall, and the earth was spreading outwards, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was surprising was that Raharu, before she left, twisted and gave her a piece of red coral, saying that she was thankful for saving her life when she was at the bottom of the sea. In Flower Shadow's memories, there was only her grandfather who was kind to her, and the one who saved her life. Mu Changning took out a few peach cores and similarly used his wood spirit power to spawn peach wood, surrounding the Li Lord's physical body with it, and then flicked his fingertips, a wisp of black and white intertwined flames falling onto the peachwood stake, which instantly ignited into a blazing fire. Chapter 63, Bridging the Gap. Inside the small building, a cold wind blew outside the house. Inside the house, Zhu Yunfeng closed the balcony sliding door, and turned on the table electric grill function to dispel the chill. At this moment, Zhu Bei, Zhu Di, and Zhu Yunfeng were sitting around the sofa, roasting a fire. Xu Biao looked at the simple mind map made by Zhu Yunfeng, and under the guidance of Zhu Yunfeng, the original foggy officialdom of the Ming dynasty suddenly felt as clear as can be. It turns out that, Jubilee's brain, the most detestable thing is that under the same roof, I actually didn't find out in the slightest when the two of them turned enemies into friends, and it's all developed to the point of talking about marriage, Xu Chengkai said bitterly. Xu Chengkai was now trapped in a kind of I treat you as a friend, but you want to be my aunt's helplessness. You can talk to me straight from now on if you have anything to say. The governor immediately copied the phone and started tracing it. Engaging in R&D is just too costly, and there is not enough capacity, so we can only expand the plant. In fact, our cars have always been not worrying about selling but only worrying about building, and the capacity problem has always been the key to hindering the company's development and profitability. Did he confess to himself? Or, still agreed to be with himself? Siener took her cell phone and followed some of what was going on online, and now she put it down to join the discussion. While Bastek was once again explaining the details of the mission to the Sea Viper crew in the room, Layla and Worm returned to the room after finishing their errands. The executives laughed angrily, truly exasperated by his arrogance, having never seen such an arrogant person before. What about the fact that the target this time may not be food, or the main target is not food, but a route? Shi Xianyi was skeptical. Old who immediately took out the map. The Biling Dam was wide, but there were 3 roads in the Biling Dam that could directly enter the core city of Yunhu County. 1 water route and 2 land routes. Curiously looking at Zhou Zikai, Tang Bingyu only felt that there were more and more mysteries on Zhou Zikai. Even if she had learned the piano, she didn't know that she would come to apply for a job as a pianist in this kind of Western restaurant, and she always felt that Zhou Zikai's way of negotiating with the manager just now was really looking marvelous. Even the venue is occupied by someone else. What kind of spring festival gala can he arm? Jia Tai was preparing to leave work when a master of ceremonies from out of town came to his door. This appearance can almost be said to be the glory of No 2, when it is really like what the spirit of the mountains and the spirit of the monsters mistakenly into the court. Even I also trance for a while. No wonder the saints seated on the temple is also nodded again and again, very satisfied. Secondly, the spirit vein resources here are dominated by cold ice, and unless Chen Yi can touch the star river above his head at the time of conjugation, there is no spatial Dao comprehension, and cold ice is not Chen Yi's future development direction. The crowd was shocked at the news, and after some tossing and turning, Kang Shi never expected that it was not he who was possessed, but the old ancestors manifested themselves. After tossing and turning all night, I deeply feel that I no longer blindly think it is better to go and see for myself. After all, this kind of thing is not what it seems. In case the two masters and disciples are really good people, it is not certain that they can also be used for me. The deputy leader of the Wild Wolf gang, Grey Wolf, suddenly died violently, and judging from the condition of the corpse, it appeared that Grey Wolf had messed with a strong demonic beast, and his entire body had been knocked apart by brute force. Zhou Yaqing's gaze changed for a moment, froze for 2 seconds holding the latte and took a sip. Not so bitter. As a result, Chen Yi's body gently shook, and his mana fluctuations instantly raised from the 8th level of qi refining to the 9th level of qi refining, and finally, it was still slowly climbing, stopping at a position close to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. It's not Luing Jie, it's the owner of another casino called Cheng Jifei, who is very famous in the area. Luo Cheng said. All colors were swallowed up by this boundless white light, and everything returned to nothingness and silence at this moment. If it isn't Captain Xiangli, but it's been a long time. What's up? Did you guys get more prey this time? Xiao Mo pretended to be unaware of Xiong Li's true identity and said enthusiastically, Chapter 64, Drive away old Zhu, and I'll be the emperor. Thanks boss. Boss get rich. After the semi-trailer driver ordered the collection, he cheerfully waved to Zhu Yunfeng and drove away. At the moment the yard has been piled up with plastic woven bags, the bottom with a plastic sheet to cover the snow, the top of the bag by bag piled up, some 20 kilograms a bag, some 50 kilograms, light from the car unloading down. Zhu Yunfeng also hired a driver and his co-pilot brother. 5 people relay all spent almost half a. Afterwards, Lu Zining began to pull a family affair with Zhang Xinyue, and Zhang Xinyue was also interested in flattering her. So one thing led to another. Both of them felt quite good and looked happy. To be a gong clapper sounded. The examination room and the supervision of the Shushin called a silence, began to sing examination rules, quoting the classics, shaking his head, straight sing in our time. So he was very polite and concerned, explaining to Fang Zhongyang all about some of Lu Yijian's recent actions. Such a person, once found that Chai Lin's take, is his Fang Zhongyang do gunman? Then minutes will Chai Lin pull out to retake the test once, Chai Lin original form, and then get rid of Fang Zhongyang by following the vine, so that he cannot take the examination for all eternity. Is not Lve Jian cannot do things? Luo Zhenren asked Xiao Tang about his birthdate. Xiao Tang slightly hesitant. The original Xiao family set brocade mastiff was born in the year, month, day and hour. 4 columns of dry branches written on paper, presented to Luo Zhenren. Since he was only on a raft, Hawkeye had limited room to move and could only be passively attacked by Hiroshi Luo's golden coins. Therefore, took the initiative to release the Wood Taoist, both to Zhang Sanfeng and Lin Zhaoying, 2 people. A very satisfactory account, but also to their own nasty cheap father-in-law. A good not a good karma. Anyway, the Wood Taoist does not have a son. He controlled the hands of the spectral mountain village. That is a very scary force. Alright, don't get into trouble. I'll figure it out myself. The Li family is very protective. Di Xiaowei doesn't want Xiao'er to get into trouble. Luvia State Zhang Di. This person, Xiao Tang, is known in the history of the scale of his flag rebellion, even stronger than Song Jiang and others. In the Xuanhai years, that Zhang Di has been able to gather hundreds of thousands of people, trapped state and county, and even hit the capital of the Song dynasty Tokyo Bienliang not far from the Jun state, and later was Long Legs General Lu Guanshi rate of the official army to be annihilated. When the country is in trouble, the body of the relevant talent should seize the feelings, at this time, such as if the table on the modest resignation, but will be impeached by the non-consideration. Now staring at her with a pair of grim eyes that didn't move, I'm afraid they were thinking about how to eat her alive, only to see these 2 big black faces surrounded by a screen full of 666, looking so weak and lonely. Tian Xing ignored it, and in his mind, he had already calculated his next plan of attack. In the morning here, he had been trembling with Treasure Hunter Sprite for a long time, and he knew the terrain of the Dragon God Temple's main hall and inner courtyard like the back of his hand. Yi Qingqing looked at the gloomy Sang Liangjie and couldn't help but sneer. Men really are visual animals. This cousin of hers was afraid that he was really attracted to Ji Woo Xin, the dead old woman. He must be dragged back in a hurry. I look at their lineup. A total of 19 people left. 8 mages, 4 archers, 4 healers, 3 fighters, standard leveling configuration. Basically all put together the defensive gear. 2 mages also put together 3 parts of the jewelry. But they are all novice rank. It is not enough to be feared. After saying that, she raised her head and left, not daring to discuss further. Zhu Zi was also evil and righteous. In case of bad intentions, she was not sure to protect space and Pippi. On that miserable white bone sword, a blood-red flame brand immediately appeared, and the intense flame emitted a deep dark red color, blazing above the blade. It was a hall, almost entirely glass, with huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors on one wall, and an unobstructed view in front of what appeared to be the same garden the 2 men had entered. Chapter 65, Zhu Biao supervises the state. Old Zhu goes to modern times. The next morning, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Yunfeng was called up. He lives in Chu's mansion in Chuanha Palace. Last night Zhu Yuanjiang promised to go to modern times to take Empress Ma and Zhu Xiaoning for a health check, but also have Zhu Yunfeng call Zhu back. Anyway, Zhu's mission was to follow Zhu Yunfeng, and there was little point for Zhu to be in modern times when Zhu Yunfeng was gone. If Zhu Di comes back, he can still assist Zhu Biao. Most of all, you're way out of your league here, Angelo said, regretting Alex's forced association. And even at the moment, with relatively sparse defenses, the tactics of the air ninja aren't really that big of a deal. Is Khalil Kelly still alive? Isabel's main concern was to be dead or alive. As long as she was alive it would be much better. After all, if she died for Li Yi, it was going to be a problem. Looking towards the center of the square, among the people gathered around, a head was hanging above a long spiked stone pillar. Is this a guilty conscience that feels compelled to defend his dignity as a fiancé and is ready to go all out and teach himself a good lesson? After all, the aftermath of the war was still fresh at the moment, and with so many people dead, it had to be a huge gap in missions, far from being as few as it was before when there were so many people in the usual missions, and it was really hard for shinobi to spare much time nowadays. Formation, Li Chang was also considered quite good at it. After all, this thing was included inside the Divine Nong Emperor decision just like the Dan Dao. Especially when he developed the hybrid battle formation back then. Li Chang's level of formation had long since risen to the level of a grade 8 spiritual formation master. According to them, this celestial race would be the world of the young clansmen in the future. Now this event was a good warm-up for these young clansmen to take up the duties of the celestial clan. Irene hesitated for a moment. She did not want to trouble young Orange too much, but her sister's matter caused her a headache. She could not drag it out and not solve it. Comparing the two, it seems that troubling young Orange is not a big deal. Anyway, it has been troublesome for so many times, and it is not too bad for this time. Some of the functions of the Tower of the Kingdom of God, the use of the Boundary Gate, and the control of the King's Eye, etc., items that originally belonged to him alone, could likewise bestow the power to use them on his subjects. But one thing he knew was that the other gods might actually be sealed away, and the Morning Lord, who was able to communicate with the believers, just couldn't come down with any more power or blessings. And Ruoh then proceeded to explain, pointing ahead as he did so. This gap was the exact time when they could start, and it would be best to start while they were still fresh. But he still didn't see him at Mai Zi's company, and sidestepped from Zhang Detu to find out the location of his new home and the address of Mai Bao's kindergarten. That said, this was the first time Ruoh had ever worn contact lenses, and there was always something uncomfortable about them, so she had to lower her eyesight to secretly adjust the position of the lenses. When she came back to her senses, she immediately moved her chopsticks when Lu Ling said so, but when she saw that the grains of rice in the bowl were no longer there, she hurriedly added her words, with a bit of panic on her face, and Ruoh coughed lightly and cleaned up the chopsticks. If the other party died like that before Li Yunmu could arrive, Li Yunmu would be left without any way to get his hands on the 4 secret doors. But when the game got exciting, he duly stopped talking and turned his full attention to the game, and England continued to play well in the second half, although not as big a press as in the first half. But the overall dominance was clear. Intelligence? Yuan Baiyao and Li Yunmu glanced at each other at the same time. This Luyu city was really a bit complicated. If they really had any valuable intelligence, they would of course be begging for it. A honeycomb and a piece of ass white paper were blowing as a trumpet, matching the tune of the military music still emanating from the electric screen. Chapter 66, Nanjing City in the early Ming Dynasty. Daming Hangwu 12 years on November 19th. Daming Emperor Zhu Yuanjiang health problems. So let the Crown Prince supervise the first day. In fact, in the past, the Crown Prince also supervised the state, but nominally supervised the state, but in fact only observed the government. There is no governmental authority, only the right to observe from the sidelines. Except for the occasional time when Zhu Yuanzhang would leave Nanjing and go to inspect somewhere else. There would be that brief period of time when he actually held power, but that's as far as it went. He didn't. If Wang Chen was also a mercenary, this would naturally explain why Wang Chen had a bloody aura on him. When there was less than 10 minutes left of the journey from Chai Island, Gu Yu, who was a bit annoyed, got up and went on the deck, wanting to blow the sea breeze, but as a result, after less than a minute at the guardrail, Jin Feng also came over. Of course, when he reaches the heights of Yuan Shangjiang, he will not treat Bai Chui poorly. He will try to meet all the requirements of Bai Chui except for marriage, and give him unlimited financial compensation. What's more, he had done it under his own guidance this time, and he had his share of the credit. General Li, why are you looking at His Highness like this? Seemingly seeing something unusual about General Li, Morong Xian couldn't help but ask. On the day Tang Feng woke up, Yin Changjian was arranged by the Bureau of Party Committee to study at the party school in Beijing. This study is 2 months. Tonight is just back to Qingcheng. I heard that a few brothers are on the dusty rushed over. Mu Qiongyu straightened her clothes, and then purposely messed up her hair a bit, making it look like she had just woken up from a nap. Jin Feng had been sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, watching Guyu with unblinking eyes. The aftermath of the previous moment still lingered, and he still had a hallucination that he was about to lose Guyu, and such uneasiness and fear made him stubbornly want to see Guyu wake up with his own eyes. What she was, where she came from, and as for where the real Guyu had gone, although Ji Hang wanted to know, she didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't want to ask again. And Tofu, you're clearly wood, tapping the wood with his finger. Yin Feng was teasing. Don't cry, crying won't solve anything, stay well in the hotel. Shinran, you stay with her, Chen Luo said. Therefore, Chen Luo could only egg then squinting eyes towards the hall, because it was hard to adapt to the sleeping environment here. Every time, he had to wink until very late. Chen Luo would not go to sleep. After sleeping for a while, the sky was bright. Naturally, he had not yet woken up. For a long time, Chu Li Honglong sigh, did not leave, did not enter the Chu house, turned back and sat next to the Chu house Jade Lion. Also did not look more at the dumping of Xiaoning Su. The eyes of the hollow look at the blue-white sky. His brows unconsciously furrowed as he took a step forward, moving gently to pick Gu Mianmian up in a princess carry and walk out of room 419, just when Kakashi for his own counterattack plan is destroyed, and in the depths of his heart, secretly sighing regret. The belly full of aggrieved Yamato, but do not care so much, then the corner of the mouth twitching, splitting head to Kakashi accusation up. As the core of the floating city operated, the entire control was like it came to life, and the various metal mechanisms and gears on the walls began to slowly operate, while the magic pipes were gradually lit up, slowly concentrating the magic power gathered from the entire magical workshop into the pool of magic power. Liao Chen took the jade slip and his spiritual energy probed into it, and a stream of information surfaced in his mind. The night was deep. To be honest, the stay at the instructor's house was a bit long. It was now late autumn. The cold color came, a bit piercing. Chen Luo realized that he perhaps wore a bit less. He had a jacket, because he had drunk a bit of wine, a bit of heat, so he took off his jacket. The three brothers, Chener and Hung Yi, who had taken a rare leave from their master, didn't even go out, came back specifically to celebrate Lure's birthday. The main server top selected these 5 stunning beauty, definitely counted as a fish in geese face. The appearance of the closed moon and flowers. Chapter 67, Snow in Winter. In the evening, Zhu Yunfeng returned to the palace. At this time, in the study room of Qianqing Palace, Zhu Biao was reviewing the Zhangfeng, while Zhu Di was playing with his cell phone on the side. Since there was no internet, Zhu could only watch the videos he had cached and downloaded earlier on his cell phone. Zhu Yunfeng stepped through the gate. No one in the left or right palace guards dared to stop him. As if he had entered a no-man's land, he directly entered the study. Seeing him come in, Xu Di just glanced at him and continued to watch the video. Xu Bei, on the other hand, put down his Jingfu and raised his head to ask. In the void behind him, there was a vague outline of a strange portal, and through that portal, it seemed that the existence of the dark hell could be seen. The Yu Xian over there couldn't help but open his mouth, but at this moment, he also had a look of horror on his face. Feeling a feeling of death, attacking his heart. To be honest, they were alarmed not because they were worried about the safety of the captain. After all, none of them were from the Avengers organization. They were entirely because, once the captain was defeated and the 3 of them were left, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them. This caused all the friends and family who came to pick up the plane to relax, and everyone treated the conflict in front of them as a joke. So much so, Chen Fan's planned idea of finding the members of the Ghost Army, attacking them individually, and destroying one if he could, failed to materialize. All 5 of them were different from the norm in terms of both temperament and aura, completely comparable to those immortal domain powerhouses. Never would they have thought that they would all see Qin Man here, accompanied by so many brilliant martial artists. She had never cried so miserably before, and that much torment and aggravation had turned into the deepest nightmare. Before even opening the room, Chang Xing already smelled a medicinal water odor. There also seemed to be a smell of the most common disinfectant in hospitals in this room. I see what you mean. There is probability. So what if they don't pass up your divine dog breath later? Chen Fan asked. Look at it, 1,000 meters away. The corpses piled up out of the 10 meters high, so all the way to fill down. This moment is less than 300 meters away from the guard tower, and even more bull base is afraid of this kind of pushing method. Back then, the AO monarch, even though his cultivation had reached the peak of divine exaltation and touched the threshold of the divine realm, he had only been practicing for more than 70 years. As for me, it's only been 5 years since I stepped into the god realm again, Han Bing muttered in his heart. Then it's done. Brother, you can rest and rest first. I'm also tired. I'll sleep first. I still have to go to the hospital tomorrow. Shang Wanming's words were true. The man in black wanted to cry without tears. At this moment, he really felt what is called heaven's sins. You can be original. Self-made sins cannot live. The audience under the stage didn't expect Zhuang Bufan to be so rough, and for a while, they actually didn't make a single sound. Do you want to know my story? Tian Kuei glanced at Han Bing, then sat down next to the tall celestial crystal chalcedony, his fingers gently stroking the few large characters on the celestial crystal chalcedony, and for a moment, faint tears welled up in his eyes, looking at the materials inside the furnace, which had finally taken off after being cauterized by his essence fire. This made Zhuang Bufan's confidence grow and he continued to throw materials onto it. Zhuang Chom was a little chagrined inside. He just didn't know if this old man was too strong or the current Zhao Fan was too weak. Don't you have an exciting moment? For a moment, he forgot about time. And perhaps it was here that it became clear to him that he was not enough. Don't shoot yet. Save your bullets. Don't shoot blanks again. Shoot when there is movement. When the middle-aged man saw that shooting like this would not have any effect, he shouted, Do you really think you can kill me? Sioran Knight asked him, looking coldly at the black pistol at his side. Couldn't help but have quite a few of the referee elders looked towards Wang Lao. The referee elders saw Wang Lao's performance at this time. They were also very stagnant. It was obvious that it was Wang Lao who couldn't see what was going on with this Ding Lin a little bit. Chapter 68, Zhu Yuanzhang's Modern Tour. On the streets, countless cars raged like an ocean. The Maybach was also stuck in the middle of the traffic. Mr. and Mrs. Zhu Yuanzhang had already changed into an elderly winter outfit. Their back windows were open, curiously surveying the world of light. Along the way they had countless questions, and Ji Hyuk patiently helped them answer them. Changsha was 7 times more prosperous than their Luchang, and when they raised their heads, they saw countless buildings. As soon as they heard the sound of the door opening coming from the doorway, Shuang Shuang, who originally had her back to the door, immediately turned her head away and stared with wide eyes. Perhaps she thought more than once, but in any case did not leave, seeking a flight of steps to claim a seat. As for what to wait for her, she had not yet figured out. She immediately took a red pearl and practiced all night, and it really worked wonders. And when she got up the next morning, the red spot in her palm had become very, very faint, especially that one dry willow tree, as if it were a big tree demon struggling in the darkness, ready to eat people at any time. The originally lively streets of Fanyang have now become deadly dull. The wind is traveling through the streets, rolling up a piece of yellow leaves. Li Si is leading soldiers to patrol the city, not allowing the people to go in and out as they please. She went straight up the stairs to the rooftop, the cold wind whistling in her face and drying her tears. I'll use the blue demon tear to secretly assist Chen Shui. No one will notice. Shi Yao held the bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand and kept turning it, but she washes every piece of her clothing, and where it's wrinkled, she irons it herself to smooth it out. Third brother, if we go and call the eunuch, and the scouts from Big Brother's side find out, they will think that something has happened to Third Brother's own body. It's not likely that they'll want to seize the opportunity to attack early. King Jing reminded, You're the straddling master of the House of No Return? Prince Wei looked at the figure behind the curtain. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly, Prince Wei knew very well that the voice was clearly a girl. Asshole. Who said that I don't have the 7th prince? The 7th prince was ordered by me to lead the troops to war. At this time you dare to speak out of turn. Come on people, drag me down and behead me. Mo Wen Song shouted so loudly. No one expected Mo Wen Song to shout out such words, and the reason for everything was because of a 7th prince. The news of Lu Bu marrying De Qiao reached Jiaosu. Sun Tzu was greatly dismayed when he remembered the clear and beautiful twins. Getting drunk. The news flew to Yuan Shao and Liu Bei, whose strategists hurriedly seized the opportunity and sent messengers. Before the words fell, in front of Levi, a silhouette had flashed by with almost inhuman speed. Anyone raise the price? Without waiting for Yuana to ask, Ji Xian was smiling as she looked around the room and laughed. At this moment, the two are with the aftermath of the explosion dissipated and out of the trap, but did not expect to reappear. The battle situation has been greatly changed. What was relevant to Liu Tianyu was that his pharmaceutical company had entered a phase of reprieve, as the period of the avian flu outbreak had been completely dusted off in the history stage by his own Forever Pharmaceuticals, and his shipping company would be newly upgraded for the face of the world. Myra's strength was one of the most important reasons why Chris had simply retreated. Even though Hugo knew that Ulysses was also strong, it was decidedly the best strategy at this point to go to Myra. The great disaster will be blessed. Chao Mengda embraced the return of the beauty. Sister Control White Pickup Artifacts Equipment. Vermilion Bird also escaped. Death Pass must be passed. Congratulations. Congratulations. The smoke lingered in the air. The two groups of people on the ground finally approached to within 100 paces. Just like gunpowder encountered open fire. The destructive trend is unavoidable, and it is not a situation that the general can control anymore. But at this moment, the front army of the Divine Mechanics Battalion stopped, and began to organize their guns within 100 paces. See Zhuge Jun still standing behind Huang Changyan. Dou Liang fiercely glared at him. This one the brother's voice must be held. Counting only he and Jingjing dared not anything to ask after himself. Zhang Zhongren didn't hesitate any longer, and with a gulp, he violently charged towards Han Lin and the beginning emperor. He didn't use any weapons, but instead fought directly using both fists. Zhang Yiping was very tall. She should be about 1.7 meters. Her features were exquisite, and age hadn't left many traces on her face. The monstrous bird's huge eagle beak and reddish eyes as well as the pair of steel-like sharp claws all presented the monstrous bird's infinite strength and powerful strength. A figure emerged in Yin Shangli's mind, and she suddenly broke down and lost control instantly, covering her face and crying. When many years later, Su Tian's mighty fame shook every corner of this desolate vault continent, these people who were already dying still proudly spoke of this matter to their own children and grandchildren, and this was all an afterthought. The crowd looked, only to see that from one side, a man in a black Zhongshan suit, holding a purple sword in his hand, slowly walked over. Su Tian ignored the surrounding earth, fire, wind and water and black thunder and lightning, but as an immortal soul without someone to rely on the existence of the thing that would be the most fearful of these heaven and earth origin. Anyone else getting off the bus? There can be ghosts on this bus. The driver laughed as he said, but his foot let go of the clutch, and the bus carrying a carload of people brushed past Wang Fan and the others. There was no need to think about it to know that it must have been because her breasts had been pressed against Interceptor's back for a long time, so they covered up the sweat marks. That night, when the Ultrans who had killed all day during the day were asleep in the base, Su Jin suddenly opened his eyes. Yes, that's it. Upon hearing this argument, the screenwriter immediately sat up again like a fraud. Gu Zizhan walked in a beautiful mood or not. This authority is confused. Fearing that his son would be lost, the two old men hurriedly followed him, but they could see clearly. One had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue, rubbing her arms until they were so sore and soft that she couldn't feel anything, and only then did Ma's mother open her mouth and say it was okay. This second wife opened her mouth actually set the tone first. She is home. Home is the place to relax. Whoever picks on her rules are not good. That is, the elders do not have mercy and harmony. Then, she looked at Chen Nua, who had wanted to leave with an athletic stance, but ended up stiffening in place after only 2 steps. Ordinary people had the lives of ordinary people. Martial artists had the world of martial artists, and the differences were distinguished beyond recognition at this moment. Due to age and time, Quanichi's original idea of having him go straight to the older class fell through and he had to be put in the middle class. When this potion is poured down, no matter if he is a musical genius or some creative master, anyone who listens to it will get drunk. A few hours later, the sky is also gradually bright. Zhang dust around the spirit of jade is also less and less. Suddenly Zhang dust opened his eyes. 2 feet long essence of the on shot out, such as a sharp arrow nailed in a few feet away on a boulder. The boulder left 2 deep holes. For the Four Seas Dragon Palace wants to defect to the Heavenly Court and the Spirit Mountain thing. Tai Bai Jinxing and Guan Shirin already have some guesses, and Tai Bai Jinxing and Guan Shirin also because of this guesses deliberated for a long time. Chapter 69 Zhu Jian's return to the capital. In the middle of December of the 12th year of Hangwu, it snowed heavily in the city of Jinling. The goose feather-like snowflakes colored the distant purple mountain into white, and even the willows in the city of Jinling swayed and fell in the wind and snow. The Qinhuai River is not frozen. A tall official boat from the upper reaches of the slowly coming, above also inserted a Qin character. At this moment, inside the cabin, there was a hint of tension, a hint of resentment, as well as a hint of fear in the eyes of King Zhu of Qin, nervous about the imminent. The Golden Wolf clan, which was the second force in the southeast, should also possess a heritage that was no less than that of the Firewolf clan, or else it wouldn't have competed with the Firewolf clan for so many years. This is no longer an unusual sense of self-contained concealment, but a natural blend of the body and the Tao. The former still have traces, some cracks. The latter is the Tao without trace. No trace. With a command, after the military salute, Huajin did not hesitate and rushed towards the hall. Li Dongquan was shocked, hurriedly ran out to watch, only to see his wife unclothed by Cloud 13 on the shoulders. He went out. The person has been stuffed into the Land Rover. Li Dongquan wanted to go out to catch up. The Land Rover door closed. The car turned around and disappeared in a short while in the vast mountains. However, right at this moment, Huajin's figure was also flashing and swept to the front of the road, and the powerful aura of several dozuns was also rising to the sky at this moment. Yang Chang first went to the restroom to wash his face and clear his head before returning to his seat, picking up an envelope and heading towards the president's office. A pressure that belonged exclusively to spiritual transformation stage cultivators emanated from him and assaulted the several people on the opposite side of the room. Reported this number. As Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the AO Hong, are some chills, the advent of this mutation, completely without warning, everything, in fact, is simply out of everyone's expectations. He was afraid that he would be away for a while and therefore miss out on the innate spirits, which would be a pity. Here, there were also teleportation arrays, but there weren't many of them, just a few dozen in the entire eastern continent, none of which were within the Divine Kingdom. For a moment, Xin Yuzhen thought about taking another look, taking another clip with her cell phone, but as soon as such a thought arose, it was immediately followed by her veto. After soberly realizing this point, that is immediately had an idea of the pomegranate. First in this force into several parts under, and then is in the pomegranate his intentional guidance, and then the hand convergence of the power of destruction constantly into the heavy sword. He could have easily dodged it, but he couldn't, and if he did, Yun Xiaoqiao would be shot. Instead of reinforcing his kicks with a double, he just doesn't remember long enough to avoid the zipper without slowing down to come in front of Requiem, who maintains the left punch he threw. The two walked through the door, one after the other, and it was like a dark maw that swallowed it all clean. Still secretive and refusing to say anything, Dongfang Qilong pointed to the back door, signaling me to go with him. The law and order in Chang'an seems to be pretty good. The whole sale went smoothly without encountering strange people and things, and with the help of the villagers, Yi Bai went out of Chang'an to return to Yijia village on the same day. Since then, Yi Bai's family has enough surplus food, grows farms and raises chickens, and keeps up with the standard of living of the rest of the families in Yijia village. And even if in the end it really succeeded in the end, the beast spirit sense was formed as desired. Herakti had really devoured the beast spirit sense as desired to come. These armed men behind him wouldn't give themselves the courtesy to do so. They rushed up towards themselves without hesitation. Although one of these men didn't take their own weapons, but at the very least, these men looked stronger than themselves. Don hadn't told anyone about this place because of the immense importance of this place to this place. Why should he accept? Shouldn't a guy like that who relies on the back door have his tail between his legs? Why did he accept? A student yelled lowly despite the strange looks from the bystanders. Chapter 70, Storming Zhu Zhu. Time to close the net. When Zhu Biao rushed into the room, many of the guards looked at Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao frowned and waved his hand slightly. The people then let go of the Zhu Zhu and retreated outside the west warming pavilion, but not too far away. After all, they didn't dare to do anything to Zhu Biao because they didn't have instructions from above, and they were afraid of hurting Zhu Biao and being blamed by His Majesty the Crown Prince. But if His Highness the King of Qin provoked the wrath of His Highness the Crown Prince, with a summons from His Highness the Crown Prince, and with instructions, they would be able to put the King of Qin in a strong measure of. They weren't surprised that the ransom was paid, but the fact that the other side even said there were people coming back confused them a bit. In this way the two sides have been stalemated. The two martial arts each have their own strengths, as sophisticated and ruthless as strange and dynamic. For a time is who can't help who. Doesn't it seem a little strange at first glance? But you shouldn't feel that way after hearing what came before. The process of drilling cannons is so precise that each person can only drill about 1 inch per day. Roughly 1 month to drill one. Chu Ran took out a new set of clothes from the storage ring to change into. Ning Knight finally began to ask about the current situation. The first thing is why he appeared here. And the clothes were also stripped bare. But what Lu Jiao waited for was not a happy Huazaiwei, but also a Huazaiwei whose face was covered in shock. A land that doesn't even have the potential for basic agriculture is not going to spark the attention of the bureaucrats for a while. The faces of the seven became very ugly. They understood what Chen Yuanhong meant. With this hand alone, it was easy to kill them. Unless, one day in the future, he can completely replace the heart of the sky, and every word and action will get the world will materialize, and words will follow the law. That is, he will become the so-called heavenly way. However, when he replaces the heavenly way and exists, he is no longer him, the deputy general who had replaced Han Mang to lead the army. Once he saw that the enemy general had been defeated by Han Mang, he immediately waved the flag in his hand and commanded the army to advance rapidly. And at the edge of the large pit, the arbor monster stood upright, dizzily shaking its head vigorously, trying to get the feeling out of its head, which was making it uncomfortable. "Ma'am, I'll go pour it for you. Take a seat in the sofa." The maid immediately came over, and in her eyes, there was a hint of panic and fear of her going to the kitchen. Although their identities and origins were irrelevant even if they told the people of this world, but it was useless to tell this kind of thing anymore to those of them who had never been exposed to this level. "It's getting late. Let me take you home," Naruto said to her as the two walked out of the school. Back in the inn, Lin Xiao found a crying and laughing thing. First came back to Poison Island. Siko is estimated to feel uncomfortable full of alcohol. Intends to soak a hot bath. But she does not know that people in the drink after soaking hot bath will make the alcohol up. By then people who were fine would be groggy. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Xianru turned her face back in surprise to see Pao Yuan's anxious and angry face, and she suddenly pushed me away and ran towards him. What's wrong? Moron looked at the pondering-looking Su Mubai and grinned as he asked, revealing a mouthful of big shiny white teeth. So for his master's sister, Alex still has some consideration. He really doesn't dare to confess to Shin Future, thinking that he doesn't deserve her. The cobbler swallowed a mouthful of harumph, although he was still half convinced, but the great temptation made him feel that it was worth taking a risk. The gold was given artfully. If you give it at the beginning, not to mention not dare to take it, you can't help but to go to the police, and now the time is ripe, and then shoved it to himself, which had to be a great deal more moving. Just like now, both sides of the lower road to the upper road, hoping that their own change of line strategy can be successful, but never thought that both sides think so. And the result is that nothing has changed. The upper single is still playing the upper single, but ran to the lower road is still playing the lower road, the route to the upper road only.